Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei was abandoned and became the new Guardian of the Apocalypse movie. Before we start, please go support El Hero de la Luz for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made, there will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Clarifications. It starts from the encounter with Sirzechs in the battle against the Trahexa, volume 21 of the light novel, but with a not so tired Issei at the end of his battle against the evil dragon, which will be different from that part. Most of his women will abandon him. Those who haven't abandoned him from his first harem have already been selected. New women will join his entourage. Most of the faction leaders and some members of the demonic council step aside except for 3 mass, 2 fallen angels and 2 angels from heaven. The little-known archangel will have a lot of participation since he knows of the evil that is coming. Prologue. The Hero and the Beast. I don't own the rights to High School DxD. Nor its characters, nor the light novels, manga or anime. I'll be right there character speaking. But how did this happen, character thinking? We must do it like this, being imprisoned by a sacred gear speaking to the outside. You think the same, right? Being imprisoned by a sacred gear talking to his partner. Location. Shores of Japan, human world. We find ourselves in the middle of the war between the alliance of the factions and the anti-terrorist group DxD, fighting fiercely against the army of Kuoh that was composed of copies of the evil dragons, renegade demons and factions that opposed the current leadership of the factions, and they fought to finish the work started by their leader Risivum Lucifer, son of the original Mao Lucifer and grandfather of Vali Lucifer, the most powerful hacker Hyoudou in history. Who already had control over the Trahexa, the great beast of the apocalypse. On the other hand, we see the leaders of the factions, the gods and main families that protect the nation of Japan from the shadows, along with the anti-terrorist group DxD, and who stood out most among their ranks was the Op-Eye Dragon, hero of the children and pillar of the factions Hyoudou Issei. This hero had just finished his fight against one of the most powerful evil dragons, and one of the leaders of Kuoh. He was tired after using his last unlocked power, the Diabolos dragon. When he caught his breath, he noticed that a strange light shone a few kilometers away from him, leaving him without sight for a few seconds. When he regained his vision, he noticed that in that light was none other than the Trahexa. It seems that the fight is not over yet, right Issei-kun, said Sirzechs Lucifer, who was one of the leaders of the underworld and his brother-in-law. I know, it seems we're only halfway through the fight, Issei answered, and then he asked him, and how do you plan to defeat him or at least stop him? You're not thinking of something crazy, right, like sealing yourself with him? This phrase that Issei said surprised Mao, as he thought that he already had an idea of the plan that was planned. What are you talking about, Issei-kun? I have that seal with me, and Azazel has his own, so he can go to the area where we will continue the battle against the beast, Sirzechs told him with a worried tone. Don't worry, I have the seal they were going to use. In fact, I needed time to assimilate the energy it holds inside and put an end to this madness, said Issei, but it's ready and there's only one sacrifice to pay. When he finished saying that, he flew off in the direction. No way, Issei-kun, said the leader of the underworld, seeing how his brother-in-law flew off with his boosters on his back towards the beast. Azazel answer, this is an emergency, please tell me that you have the other seal, he said to the fallen angel through a magic circle that came out of his ear. I'm sorry Sirzechs, but the seal we have on this side in the Nordic region is fake, when we tried to activate it didn't work and the beast disappeared in front of us, Azazel said with a broken voice. Then it's true, Issei-kun has the power of the seal with him, and so he sacrificed himself to stop that damn beast, the Redeed responded with his voice on the verge of tears. This was heard by Azazel and Vali, who just raised his head and let a tear fall when he thought about the sacrifice his rival would make. Scene change. We can see how the Alliance army and the DxD members who were fighting in Japan retreated, since the beast had a strange way of moving after it was announced that the evil dragon that was in Asgard died. What do we do, Rias? That beast is heading this way, and we no longer have any magical energy to continue fighting, said a black-haired woman with a ponytail, who was her queen and best friend Akeno Himejima. I don't know, the leaders supposedly had a plan to contain the beast, but they didn't show up, answered Rias Gremory, a Redeed with an enviable body who was also the Op-Eye Dragon's main girlfriend. Wait, but I feel an energy going in the direction of the Trahexa, commented Kaneko, the little loli of the Gremory entourage. That energy is from Senpai. She said the last thing with a cry of worry. When she said that, all the girls in Issei's harem turned to see how a crimson ray of light headed towards where the beast was. Ice-kun-san Senpai-sama was the last thing Issei heard before creating a barrier so that no one would get in the way of his fight against the Trahexa. Are you ready, buddy? Drake comments to Issei. Of course, I was able to assimilate the seal's energy thanks to the power of Albion that I took from him, he answers Drake. You know, maybe this is the last time we see each other, but let me tell you that despite that nickname they gave us, I will always remember you as the best Sekiryuutei in history, Drake tells him with a few words of thanks. Thanks friend, Issei answers with a tear on his face, thinking that this would be his end, but he does it for the love of his girls. Outside the barrier, the warriors of the Alliance and the DXD group saw Issei flying against the Sirzechs and noticed how the armor he was wearing was breaking into pieces, but in his left hand where the gauntlet is located the energy increased exponentially. The Gremory girls cried when they saw their beloved who would sacrifice himself for the others, but in their ears a magic communication circle would appear. Rias, Akeno, Asia, Kaneko, Zenobia, Irina, Rasui-sensei, Ravel, I'm sorry for doing this, and if I survive I promise that I will marry you since I love you. This was the last thing Issei said, before cutting off the communication. Inside the barrier, the beast seemed oblivious, as if it didn't know where it was. Wait a minute, where am I? I was supposed to be guarding the seal of Metatron, and the Demon King Sirzechs thought this when she noticed that she was not in her place of origin. It's your end, Sirzechs, said the brown-eyed man, who was no longer wearing his armor, but in his left fist, you could see the great power he had accumulated to end this battle. Wait, Sekiryuutei, if you kill me you will condemn this world, the beast replied. This left the brown-haired boy confused. What do you mean, is there a worse evil than you? Asked the celestial dragon. Yes, if they defeat me, the seal I was guarding will be unprotected, since my energy serves as its seal. Without me, the seal will break and the worst of evils will be unleashed, the beast replied. What evil do you mean? Said the credulous dragon of what the beast confessed to him. The original Demon King, the beast replied seriously. Hearing that name, Drake knew that the worst evil would be unleashed if the beast were to die. I'm sorry Drake, but I can't stop the attack anymore, and if I don't release the energy of the seal in my body, it will explode and could damage the entire alliance, replied the brown-haired man who was only centimeters away from making contact with the Sirzechs. I know, partner, and I'm sorry, but I'll take Sirzechs' place, said the celestial dragon. Sirzechs, the moment my partner hits you, a dark circle will be created that will enclose us for a few seconds. At that moment you and I will exchange our souls from the place, said the dragon, determined of what he would do. Wait, if I do that you will die, and if my body disappears the seal will weaken and eventually break, the beast said with concern. How long do you think you'll weaken without your body? Drake asked. At most 1 year, but anyway if I enter your partner my energy will be detected and he will be persecuted by the factions thinking that I stole his body, said the beast. Perfect, buddy, sorry for not dying by your side, but if what Sirzechs says is true, the original Demon King, if he frees himself from his seal, he is much more dangerous and it would be the end of everything. I thank God's system that allowed me to be by your side. He said this last thing to both of them. Inside the barrier it was observed how Issei impacted the beast's body and they were absorbed by a dark-colored bubble. Inside the bubble Issei saw how two energies of different colors, one red and the other black with purple, changed places. Unable to bear the energy that Issei began to absorb he fainted, but what he didn't notice is that the black soul took a little of the red soul before it passed into his body. Sirzechs, please take care of my partner, Drake said with an agonized voice already in the body of the beast. I will do so, from today the Guardian of the Apocalypse is born, said the Sirzechs inside the chestnut's body. While all this was happening, the Alliance watched as the black bubble vanished, as did the barrier placed by the Op-Eye dragon, and they only saw a body fall into the sea when the barrier disappeared completely, with no trace of the body or the energy of the beast of the apocalypse. The Gremory girls flew to their beloved with tears of concern when they saw that he did not try to avoid falling into the sea, while the others only cried, some out of sadness for how the brown-haired boy was, and others out of happiness, because the fight was finally over. But what they didn't notice was how some soldiers and members of DXD smiled maliciously when they no longer saw the Sirzechs' body, as if their plan really worked. Chapter 1. The Guardian's Awakening. Before starting this chapter 1 must clarify several points. First, chapter 1 and 2 will happen in the same period of time. Second, here we will see a more analytical essay of his actions. This is because he realized that his actions can bring great consequences, such as the kidnapping of his parents by Risivum. Without further ado, let's begin. I'll be right there, character speaking. But how did this happen, character thinking? We must do it like this, being imprisoned by a sacred gear speaking to the outside. Do you think the same right, being imprisoned by a sacred gear talking to his partner? Location. Coasts of Japan. We see the Alliance army exhausted from the battle against the beast. Some were resting, while the younger ones were crying because they survived the battle. But let's focus on our protagonist. He was in a deplorable state due to the result he suffered with the Sirzechs. His loved ones didn't answer, no matter how many times they called his name, and his heart rate decreased as the minutes passed. They took him to Sitri territory for a health evaluation. Change of scene. Lugar. Hospital Serafal, Territorio Sitri. In an intensive care room, Hyoudou Issei could be seen being treated by the hospital's best doctors, trying to stabilize his vital signs, since absorbing the power contained in the seal that was originally to enclose the Trahexa made his body resent the excess power. The fact of being a humanoid dragon did not help him much to endure it. After 12 hours of performing the corresponding tasks, our hero Oppi Dragon was out of danger, but he had not awakened. During the first week after the war ended, Issei was placed in an observation room to monitor his health. While this was happening, the end of the war was being celebrated in the main cities of all factions, cheering on the Alliance army and the entire DXD anti-terrorism group, or those who showed up, which included some heirs of the demonic houses, fallen angels, angels from heaven, and some girls from our chestnut tree. The townspeople only wondered how the beast was exterminated and who should be thanked for such an action. During the week of observation of Issei in the hospital, they detected two things. The first is that he was in an induced coma due to the overexertion of his body, and the second and most important is that during a scan of his body, they did not detect the energy that the Red Emperor Dragon should emit, even if he was unconscious. This fact began to be seen with bad eyes by Issei, labeling him as weak and a hindrance as a future pillar of the factions. For this, a meeting was called between pure leaders to determine the future of the Oppi Dragon. Change of scene. Location. Main hall of the Gremory mansion. In the place we can see the foremouse of the underworld and the demonic council on behalf of the demons. On behalf of Grigory, we see Azazel, Baraquiel, Penemu, Azrael and Daniel. With the leaders of heaven we go to Michael, Uriel, Raphael, Lucero and the most beautiful angel Gabriel. We also see in the room the main leaders of Olympus, Asgard and Egypt. In the same way there are the main gods of Japan, India and the leader of the Yokai. In the room the main topic was being discussed. The future of Hyoudou Issei without having the Red Dragon Emperor under his power. How is this possible? A week ago we were talking about his promotion to high-class devil, and now they tell me that he wants to kick him out of the DXD group and the alliance, Sirzechs commented angrily, rebuking the council of elders. It's true, first you old men without a cause boasted to the other factions of having the power of Hyoudou Issei, and now you discard him as if he were a chess piece, said Ajuka with an angry look and being supported by Seraphol. It's best for the factions to forget about someone who, if he doesn't have that power with him, is no longer useful to others. Besides, why are you complaining if you were the one who created this means of reviving humans and serving us? Was what the main and most veteran leader of the council replied. I don't see anything wrong with this decision, Azrael commented. Besides, we did most of the fighting by weakening the beast, and all he did was deliver the final blow, which he did wrong since he's in a coma and without the dragon inside him. If it weren't for us, Trahexa would still be alive. This last comment left the other leaders thinking that it was true. Calm down everyone, said Zeus. I propose a vote on what to do with the boy and what to tell the others, since they want to know how the battle with the beast went, he concluded. I agree, said Ra. Those who agree to keep Hyoudou as a pillar of the factions, raise your hands. As the vote for the first option was cast, the raised hands of Sirzechs, Seraphol, Ajuka, Azazel, Penemu, Michael, Gabriel, Auden, Yasaka, Amaterasu, and Shiva were visible. They couldn't believe the others were turning their backs on Issei. Okay, you can lower it. Those who are in favor of removing Hyoudou Issei as a pillar of the factions and removing him from the DXD team, as well as removing him from the alliance, raise your hand, said the Egyptian god in an arrogant manner. It was clear that the others voted for this option. What the leaders of the biblical factions could not believe was the rejection of Issei by his friends and companions. This is how you thank the person who helped you repair your relationship with your daughter, Azazel told Baraquiel, but he didn't even flinch at the sight. I'm sorry Azazel, but this is the best for my son-in-law, so he can enjoy a peaceful life with his girls and my daughter, thought the fallen angel. Then it's decided, Hyoudou Issei no longer belongs to this supernatural world, decreed the leader of the demonic council. I hope you don't regret it, said Lucifer. I will tell your parents, but let one thing be clear, the house of Gremory will still have the Hyoudou family under its protection, even if they are not part of the alliance. This is seen since we have business with him that is very separate from the Oppi Dragon, and he is still the fiancé of the heiress of the house of Gremory. He concluded and left his place. Wait a moment Sirzechs. We understand that, but we'll discuss the engagement with your sister later, the council said. That's all. You may leave. This comment made Sirzechs think of the worst case scenario for his brother-in-law and sister. Change of scene. Luger. Hospital Seraphol. While all this was happening we see our protagonist in a hospital room. He was unconscious, but within his mental space, he was seeing his last memories before fainting in battle, but suddenly he heard something that would take him out of his thoughts. Hyoudou Issei, are you listening to me? Said a voice that was in the same mental space as him. Hyoudou Issei, respond far away from where he is. A silhouette begins to take shape. That silhouette became familiar to him, and he takes a defensive stance in case something were to happen. Hyoudou Issei, answer me when I speak to you. The same voice was heard, now angrier because he thought he was being ignored. Suddenly around the silhouette, a blinding light covered him, leaving the brown-haired boy temporarily blind. Hyoudou, that last scream knocked Issei off balance, and he fell backwards. Once Issei stood up he recognized whose silhouette it was. In front of him stood none other than the beast of the apocalypse. The Sirzechs. Wait a minute, what are you doing here, and where's Drag? This comment made Sirzechs doubt what the brown-haired man was talking about. Wait a minute, boy. Don't you remember what happened? The beast asked himself. Don't you remember what the celestial dragon did? This last comment made him remember the conversation they had inside the seal when he was going to give him the final blow and thus end the fight. It's true, he began to cry, remembering the last action his partner had taken, but he didn't understand the reason for that action. But then tell me one thing. With a sinister voice Issei spoke to the beast. Why did my companion have to do that? Why did he offer his life in exchange for yours when you mentioned the original Demon King? Tell me why his actions. He said this with a voice of fury mixed with deep sadness and a cry of pain. Well, I'll tell you why, but I need you to pay attention, and at the end of my story, I'll offer you a deal, he said to the beast with an imposing voice, but it was clear that it was an honest voice. Okay, tell me already, the brunette said angrily. I'll tell you. Everything started with the first Demon King. The beast began his story, and the further the brown-haired boy went, he couldn't imagine how things were before. Note. I will put this story later because it will be a bit long, and I think it deserves its own chapter. Within the history of Sirzechs, several important points were touched on. The first was that the original Demon King was none other than Amon, who was known as the procreator of the Demon Kings. Second, that among the army of heaven, the most powerful archangel was Metatron. Third, in the final battle between both armies, Metatron, being unable to completely defeat the Demon King, sealed himself along with him to end the war. And most importantly, a dragon was chosen to guard said seal. To prevent anyone from looking for it, the story was created that the Guardian was a beast that would bring about the apocalypse if disturbed. When Sirzechs finished his story, Issei was left with only one question. If everything you tell me is true, who was that dragon chosen to guard the seal and what did he have to do with you? Issei asked. That dragon was our father, but when I reached an advanced age, it was decided that I had to take his place and carry the weight of his work with me. That is the reason why my brothers and the other gods hate me, because they only believe the invented story without knowing what it means to be the beast of the apocalypse, said the dragon with great sadness. So you're telling me that if your energy disappears completely the seal will break and that evil will come out into the world again, but if you're here what will happen to the seal, said the brown-haired man with a worried voice. That's right, if my soul and body are destroyed the seal will break immediately, but by having my soul locked up with you the seal will weaken little by little. The bad thing is that before Risivum controlled me and put those spells on me so I couldn't control my body at will, I checked the seal and noticed that Amon's energy was active while Metatron's was at rest, as if he were asleep or something, said the dragon with concern. And that's bad? Issei asked. Yes, because the seal can be broken outside as well as inside, said the beast. Now I ask you, Hyoudou Issei, are you the one responsible for my body being destroyed? Will you be willing to become the new guardian of the apocalypse and thus protect the seal and in the worst case scenario, eliminate the Demon King if he were to awaken? The beast asked. Issei thought about it carefully but knew he had a responsibility to eliminate the dragon's body, but he remembered that he had the people most precious to him. Very well, I accept, he said with determination to the beast. Understood, for now I see that you are in a coma with your physical body, so we will take advantage of this time for you to assimilate this power. At most, I think it will be 3 months of training, and the fact that your body is that of a dragon will help you to assimilate it faster. The beast told him and the brown-haired boy accepted. While all this was happening inside the chestnut's mental space, we will see in time lapses what was happening with his body. Hyoudou residence place. In the week that it was decided to remove the chestnut from the underworld, he was sent home. Lucifer reluctantly accepted the situation, but made it clear that the Sitri family, with the approval of Serafal and her father, would continue to care for the chestnut in their home, equipping a room with the best medical equipment to check his vital signs. During the first week, the residents of Hyoudou Mansion also took care to monitor their son's health. But as time passed, some of the women at the chestnut tree would visit him less frequently, to the point of not seeing him anymore, due to being at the end of war celebrations and, according to them, attending to their new jobs, which they had been given as a reward for participating in the battle. After 2 months of battle you can see in the room where the brown-haired boy was his mother and 7 girls taking care of the brown-haired boy in case he reacted. The curious thing is that of the 7 girls, 4 girls are the ones who live in the residence, and the other 3 were friends of the brown-haired boy who were waiting for our hero to wake up. After a 3rd month where the chestnut trained to assimilate the power of the beast. It was nighttime and we see in the room where Issei was resting, there were 4 girls whose appearance was noticeable that they had not slept well. They were resting in a separate bed that was put inside the room and was separated from the brunette's bed by a medical curtain, but we can see that the brunette was beginning to have reflections in his finger, as if he was going to wake up soon. This was due to what was happening inside Issei's mind. We see that inside the space there is Issei in the lotus position next to the Trihexa meditating to assimilate the power that the beast will share with him. Perfect Hyoudou, we will soon finish this exercise and thus assimilate my power, soon a new guardian will re-emerge and thus prevent the apocalypse from arriving, says the Trihexa. I know, I want to see my loved ones again, the brown-haired man replied. That comment made Trihexa think that he might find himself in an unfavorable situation due to the boy's absence from his women. Well, I'm ready to wake up and see them again, the boy said happily. Just be careful, you've been away for a while, and you may encounter situations you don't want to see, just please be careful of the dragon's fall, the dragon told him. This left Issei puzzled. The next day at noon the chestnut tree began to wake up, he saw that there was no one around him, but he noticed a bed to one side where he was lying all messed up. Little by little, he began to move his legs and arms. He wanted to surprise his wives, so he disconnected the device that monitored his vital signs. He also removed the probe from his arm and waited for the others to arrive. But soon after, he heard strange noises coming from downstairs. He went down to the floor where his room was, and as he got closer, the sounds became louder, and he began to recognize that they were moans. This led him to think of the worst-case scenario, which became reality. It was several of the women he loved having an orgy with other guys on his bed. This scenario left the boy in shock, but instead of intervening he returned to the room where he was, but as he walked forward, he felt a pain in his heart. He arrived at his room and saw through the window that the other 4 girls were coming back with their 3 friends and their parents with bags of groceries. He noticed that they had a deplorable appearance without getting dressed up, and this gave hope to the brunette. Hyoudou returns to your bed and connects that device and puts the probe back on, then we will go back to the mental space and treat your health, because you are starting with the fall of the dragon, the beast told him, worried about its wear. Following her advice, she returned to her room, connected the catheter and the device, and with difficulty went back to bed. Before returning to her mental space, she heard a violent fight between several girls downstairs. Suddenly, she began to spit blood, and the device's alarm sounded, leaving the worried voices of her wives as her last memory. Okay, being here we will begin with a ritual to treat the fall of the dragon. By eliminating the feelings of the girls who were in your room, the feelings of the others will remain intact. It will take a week longer than expected, I explained the Trihexa to the brown-haired boy, who, even with shock and being weak, accepted. After a week in the mental space, the brunette is seen with a more serious look, but with the same excitement of seeing the other women who swore eternal love to him. You're ready now, Hyoudou, said the dragon. Please call me Issei or Ice, the boy answered with a sincere smile. Okay, then call me Tri, that's what my friends called me before I was the beast. It's time to wake up, Tri told him with the same smile, since in the time they had training to assimilate his power, he gained her trust. It was Sunday morning, and Issei got out of bed. He noticed no one was in his room. He got up and went straight to the window. He removed his probe, and the alarm started to sound. A few seconds later, he heard through the reflection of the window and saw the silhouette of a woman whose body was enviable, but her appearance showed signs of little rest on her part. Rias said, a voice where crying combined with joy could be heard, a voice that I missed to death. He looked over his shoulder at the woman he loved madly. Hello, Rias, the brunette said with great confidence and showed a smile that expressed confidence. They both saw each other, and as soon as the Retid reacted, she ran towards her beloved to hug him, who received her, and they exchanged a kiss that showed the purest love that any couple could give. But the awakening of the boy, the new legend of the Guardian of the Apocalypse began. Chapter 2. The hell I lived through. I don't own the rights to High School DxD. Nor its characters, nor the light novels, manga, or anime. I'll be right there, character speaking. But how did this happen, character thinking. We must do it like this, being imprisoned by a sacred gear speaking to the outside. You think the same, right, being imprisoned by a sacred gear talking to his partner. Time lapse. 1 week after the fight against Trihexa. We are at the meeting of the Alliance leaders. Then it's decided, Hyoudou Issei no longer belongs to this supernatural world, decreed the leader of the demonic council. This was the decision that the faction leaders, except for those who supported Issei, made only because they were self-centered and wanted to keep the title of Beast Destroyer. I hope you don't regret it, said Lucifer. I will tell your parents, but let one thing be clear, the House of Gremory will still have the Hyoudou family under its protection, even if they are not part of the Alliance. This is seen since we have business with them that is very separate from the Op-Eye Dragon, and he is still the fiancé of the heiress of the House of Gremory. He concluded and left his place. Wait a moment, Sirzechs. We understand that, but we'll discuss the matter of your engagement to your sister later, the council said. That's all. You may leave. This comment made Sirzechs think of the worst-case scenario for his brother-in-law and sister. After the meeting, the other leaders began to prepare the festivities and reward the people who participated in the fight against the beast. Sirzechs, we must go to the hospital to see Hyoudou and check if there is any change in his health. I also want to see, and if possible obtain some of his magical dragon signature, since if the council decided to remove him from the alliance, I will give him a gift as thanks for defeating the Trahexa, said the Mao Beelzebub. And what do you plan to give my brother-in-law? Could it be his evil pieces set? The Crimson Mao asked curiously, to which Ajuka, with a smile and a nod, clarified what her gift would be. Change of scenery. Serafal Hospital. In the hospital where the brown-haired boy was, we see everyone who lives in the Hyoudou residence worried about Issei's health, along with the patriarchs of the Gremory family. Suddenly they noticed the presence of the three Mass, who have given him their unconditional support since he was reincarnated as a demon, but they noticed that their gaze showed sadness when they saw the person who was in bed. Oni-sama, what's happening? Why do you come with that expression on your face? Asked the girl whose red hair rivals that of her brother, who is none other than Rias Gremory, the heiress of the Gremory house and fiancée of the son of the Hyoudou. We have bad news, unfortunately the other leaders voted to remove Hyoudou Issei from the alliance, since they have not noticed the power of the Red Dragon Emperor within him, Sirzechs said with anger just by mentioning them, leaving the others present in shock by the decision of the other leaders. But how is it possible, Mao-sama, if Issei-sen gave everything in the battle to eliminate the beast, said the ex-nun with sadness upon hearing the news. Unfortunately, the others only sought the power that he had, but when they saw that he would no longer be useful in the future, they voted to remove him as the pillar of the factions, since they consider him weak. Ajuka said this with his annoyed voice. But the magical Mao said Sirzechs told the council and the other leaders that Ice-chan and her family will still have the protection of the Gremory house, and I already told my parents, they told me not to worry about Ice-chan's condition, since they will provide the best equipment and nurses to take care of her health, she told those present. Obviously the Gremory family gladly accepted what their son proposed and made the Hyoudou family happy. Thank you Sirzechs-sama, Zyodika-sama Goru Hyoudou said with tears in his eyes. Don't worry, friend Goru, anyway Issei is my son-in-law and I must protect him from everything, replied the Redeed's father. Father, Rias says the Mao Lucifer, regarding the topic of engagement with Issei, it seems the demonic council has other plans for her, since they told me that they would touch on the topic of engagement later her family told her. Do they want to separate me from my beautiful Ice? I won't allow that. Don't even think they're going to separate me from the man I love, said the Redeed, angry at what her brother told her. We'll talk about that later, her brother told her. At that moment the patriarchs of the Sitri family entered, along with their youngest daughter, all of them with a look of sadness, and behind them the demonic council followed by the Mao Asmodeus and the others with a serious expression. Upon arriving at the room they saw the Hyoudou family with indifference. Good afternoon, said the council leader, as you can see, and I imagine that Mao Lucifer has already told you, the leaders of the alliance have decided to remove Hyoudou Issei from the alliance of factions and remove him from his position as the pillar of the factions. This fact brought tears to everyone present. Therefore, we request that the hospital directors remove the aforementioned from their facilities and return him and his family to the human world where they belong, the demonic council stated. But remember the condition on which we accepted the decrepit old man, the Ajuka told the council. I understand, but you have until tomorrow to remove him from the underworld. As he finished saying this the council and the Mao who did not support Issei left the room. After that they started to bring the necessary equipment to the Hyoudou residence so that he could recover in the world. Time lapse. During the first week we see the girls who live in the Hyoudou residence worried about the health of the brunette. Some did not sleep because they spent their time in the brunette's room in case he got better. The first week passed and a new school year was about to begin. The Oni-samas along with their friends who were in the third grade of the academy would begin their studies at Kuoh University, while the others would move up a grade within the academy who were led by Zenobia, the new student council president. During that week Akeno and Rias met a young teacher from the faculty, but only Akeno was interested in him, thanks to the emotional support he gave her, while Rias made it clear that for her, he would only be another teacher since she was engaged, which bothered the teacher since he liked him. On the other hand, Akeno's approach to the teacher disappointed the Redeed since she thought she was forgetting about Issei. Akeno for her part only told him that they were friends and that's it. While this was happening at the university, the church trio was not in the mood for the start of the new school year. Upon arriving at their classroom, the teacher in charge of the group Roswas entered and informed his classmates of Issei's current condition, but he lied to them by saying it was because of a car accident. Most of the class did not believe what was happening, despite being the perverted beast of the school, they were worried about the situation, but more so two girls from the kendo club who secretly had feelings for Hyoudou. The other boys took advantage of this to show solidarity and try to conquer the church trio, who many knew wanted the boy, but only the blue-haired girl accepted the support of a certain vice president of the student council, while the other two remained faithful to the brown-haired boy. This situation also happened in the second-year classroom, where Kaneko met a boy who was a yakai and cheered her up, while Ravel returned to the underworld due to depression because her senpai was not improving and requested a transfer to continue her studies in the underworld, where she attended an upper-class girls' school. On the other hand, Roswis formed a close friendship with a teacher who turned out to be a member of one of the most powerfulest Guardian families. Little by little, the girls began to grow fond of the people who served as their emotional support, helping them begin to bear the burden of caring for the brunette. At the end of the week, the Gremory and Sitri clans who had the city of Kuoh under their protection were called by all the alliance leaders as well as the rest of the DXD team, since according to the council leader, there would be a distribution of prizes for participating in the fight. "Welcome to the DXD team," the lead advisor said. "Today we will reward the participants who excelled in the fight against the beast," he finished. In that room, all the alliance leaders could be seen except for those who support Issei. "Wait a moment," said the heir of the Bale clan, "where is Hyoudou Issei?" He wondered. He is no longer part of the DXD group, so his presence is not necessary. In addition to being weak, his participation was considered null, said the Maus Medios with an arrogant tone. "What are you saying? How could you think he didn't do anything?" the Redid said furiously. "If it weren't for him, the beast would continue its destruction. Besides, he is my fiancé. We must wait for him." "You don't understand, girl, he is weak because if he had been stronger our army would not have the casualties we reported. Because of him many innocent people died. In addition, the people of the other factions know that we defeated the beast and the failure at the crucial moment of the fight to allow himself to be knocked out by the beast," the god of Olympus said arrogantly. This comment began to sound in the minds of certain people who began to think that the leaders of the alliance had in mind the brown-haired. "Understand this once and for all. He's an incompetent who lost the only thing that gave him strength. He sacrificed himself to the Red Dragon Emperor. Without him, Hyoudou is no longer useful to the factions. We don't need someone weak in our army," the Egyptian god declared. They couldn't believe it, most of the factions turned their backs on their beloved. Rias sentenced with fury. "Since he is nothing to you, my entourage and I are leaving," said the Redid. "Same with us," said a short-haired girl with glasses who was Sona Sitri. "Let's go," they both said, but what they didn't expect was what came next. "I'm sorry Rias, but they are right, Issei is no longer useful to us," Akeno said with a sinister smile. Behind her was Kaneko, Zenobia, Roswis, Kiba, and most of the Sitri clan, except for Tsubaki, Yura and their two new pieces recently acquired. "Maybe they're turning their backs on Issei, but he's our fiancé," she said angrily, not believing what was happening. "I need someone who can give me strong children and not weak ones, right Saji," said Zenobia while taking the arm of the Vita carrier. Zenobia has already gotten the carrier of Vita, but we already have someone to protect us, right girls?" Akeno said with a sensual tone while the others who were behind her affirmed. Suddenly the boys who supported them appeared behind them, revealing that they were soldiers of the alliance. "It's clear that this is a bunch of hypocrites. I'm leaving. As soon as you get your prize, shove it where it fits," said Volley Lucifer, leaving the place, followed by Sirzechs, the heiress of the house of Agares, and Racier Phoenix, all of them behind with their teams. "Stop right there, if you take one more step you'll be out of the alliance," the leaders said. When they said this, only the boys who were leaving the room raised their fingers in an obscene gesture and left the room completely, which made the leaders angry. "Well, you stay because we must talk about another matter," said the leader of the demonic council to Rias, who reluctantly accepted. Instead Sona decided to accompany her. "Very well, those who accept the reward for their achievements in battle, please step forward." Everyone behind Akeno stepped forward. "From now on you'll move up a class," the girls were delighted. "As for the engagement with Hyoudou Issei, it will be cancelled. Rias Gremory, from now on you will be engaged to the heir of the Glace Bola's house, since he helped in the protection of the underworld," the demonic council sentenced. Upon hearing that, Rias was petrified by the decision they had made, but luckily for her, someone came to her aid. It was none other than her brother the Mao Lucifer. "How dare you try to compromise my sister without the consent of the Grigory house," said the red-haired Mao. "And that time to arrive," Zhu said mockingly. "Perhaps they lost their invitation to the meeting." "Sirzechs, you know very well what the underworld is going through at the moment, so she has two options. Either she gets engaged to an heir as the heir of the Gremory house, or you take away her title of heir, she becomes a low-class devil, and her entourage disintegrates," the council sentenced. Sirzechs was about to speak but was interrupted by his sister's voice. Very well, I accept, Rias said, leaving her brother in shock, believing that she had left aside the love of her life for her nobility. The councillors had a triumphant smile that disappeared because of what the Redeed said next. I accept to resign from my position as heir to the House of Gremory, and for me that my entourage be disintegrated. I do not want to have a bunch of hypocrites by my side, Rias said with a determination that angered the council and pleased her brother. Very well, Gremory maiden, from now on Milikas will be the new heir to the Gremory house, and your nobility will be in the hands of a new high-class demon, and you will serve him. She didn't finish the sentence because she was interrupted by a voice. She will serve me, said the voice they recognized as the matriarch of the Gremory house. From today on, she will serve me and be under my protection as a servant. At that moment, another person enters with red hair and a look reminiscent of today's look on her daughter's former entourage, who turned their backs on her. Listen elders, you are already going too far in wanting to command the underworld as you wish, ignoring our authority as heads of the 72 pillars. The latter will be accepted, but from now on, and with the consent of 3 Mass, you will be accused of treason, not to the alliance, but to the demonic underworld, said the head of the Gremory house. We'll see, said the council leader. Meanwhile, Himejima Akeno, as a new high-class devil, the entourage that belonged to Rias Gremory, will be under your command. Ajuka, as the creator of the evil pieces, we ask that you do your job and make a game for her, said the only Mau present with the council. The meeting is adjourned. Scene change. Ajuka Laboratory. Once the assembly was over, everyone present went to the Ajuka's laboratory to begin creating the pieces with Akeno's magical energy. It took about 2 hours to finish the pieces. Once finished, she replaced her pieces with Rias and put them on the entourage she now manages, but when she came to put the piece on Asia, Venelana intervened. Wait a moment, Asia, do you want to stay with Akeno or would you rather come with us? I asked the ex-nun. I want to be with Issei-san and Rias Onasama, said the blonde crying Venelana-sama. I want to go with you, she said happily. Well then, Hijimija, I ask you for a bishop exchange, my unused piece for Asia, since she doesn't want to be with you, the matriarch of the Gremory house kindly told the new high-class devil. I don't care, said the fallen angel. Take the Hikikomori too. I don't want weak people in my clan. Once that was said, they began the ritual of exchanging pieces. When they finished, Sona told her she also wanted to exchange her pieces with her, since she didn't want ungrateful people in her nobility. She of course accepted, and with that, she finally had her nobility complete and left the room. It can't be Okasama, Ria said crying, how is it possible that they are ungrateful with the efforts that Ice made, and while my dear Ice doesn't respond, Okasama for what you love most don't return me to the underworld, I want to be with him, she said this crying, and still couldn't believe what was just happening. Daughter, I Venezuelan didn't finish speaking because Sona interrupted her. Venelana-sama, if you allow me, I want to exchange my empty pieces with you for Asia-san, Gaspar-san, and especially for Rias, so that they can remain in the human world, Sona told the brunette while she accepted, then she looked at the Redeed, but Rias, I must also confess something to you. Of course, tell me what it is, maybe it's because of Ice, she had doubts about what she was going to say. It's WH that Rias IWW well no wee Sona stuttered with a red face that was starting to match her friend's hair. Rias already had an idea of what she would say to her from the way her friend behaved. Go ahead, Sona, tell me what it is, he said with a sincere voice and a smile. Rias, the 3 of us like Issei-kun, she said in a loud voice. Then tell me, Sona, why do you like it? The Redeed asked her. Then he started telling her that they liked her in different situations, Tsubaki when she protected the school from the underworld from Risavum's attack. Yura since the fight against Loki, but the surprise for the Redeed was that Sona liked her since Issei's fight against Razor. That's why I ask you to be of my nobility, so we can take care of Issei-kun among all of us, she said that and started to cry. I'm sorry Rias, out of all the people in this vast world I had to fall in love with my best friend's boyfriend, she said while tears ran down her cheeks. She thought Rias would be upset, but she calmed down when she saw that the Redeed hugged her and said the following. Don't worry, that's why we're best friends. I see that we have the same tastes in everything and more in the person who stole our hearts. Very well, I accept to be of your nobility with the condition that I will continue to be the main woman of the harem of my beautiful Ice, said the Redeed happily. After the ritual was done, and what was left of Ria's group joined Sona's entourage, they returned to the Hyoudou residence. The next day both Sona's and Akeno's groups lived under the same roof since for the sake of the mental health of Issei's parents, they would not yet tell them that the fallen angel and company had broken off the engagement with their son. As time passed, the demons belonging to Akeno's entourage began to appear less present in the house, as during the first 2 months there were celebrations among all factions for the defeat of the beast. They were accompanied by their new boyfriends, and in Saji's case, he was accompanied by his small harem, where at each celebration they emphasized that they, along with Vitra's help, had defeated the beast. Unfortunately, most believed this lie, and few were faithful to the chestnut. 3 months passed and there was a strange event for the Redeed, since as part of the nobility of Sona, she had to make contracts to be able to pay her own expenses, since when she was no longer the heiress of the Gremory clan, her monthly income decreased, and not because of her parents, but because the council froze Ria's account. This movement was made as revenge for not supporting them. During one of her contracts she was summoned by two of Issei's classmates who were Kratos and Murayama, who according to them summoned a demon and made the wish. When Rias left the summoning circle, they were surprised to find that one of the Isamas that the academy had the previous year was a demon. When they knew what her wish was, she was surprised that she asked her to save and wake up her secret love Hyoudou Issei from a coma. Upon hearing this, she began to cry with joy, knowing that more people were worried about her beloved. Then she told them that she couldn't fulfill that wish, since she herself didn't know what the brown-haired man's current condition was. She only told them that he was resting at his residence. Upon learning this, they both asked to see the brown-haired man, which she agreed to. On the way home they met Asia, Gasper and Arena, who accompanied Mickey Hyoudou to buy food for the house, and behind them arrived Sona and her small group. They all entered the house, but suddenly they heard moans. As they went deeper into the house, Asia had a bad feeling, so she called the leaders of heaven, Gregory and the underworld. When they arrived at the floor where the moans were heard, they heard that they were coming from Issei's room. Upon entering the room they saw the worst spectacle for their eyes. It was an orgy between Akeno's entire entourage with their respective boyfriends in the brunette's bed. Mickey couldn't believe it, how several of the girls who swore eternal love to her son did this atrocity, and more in the bed of her own son. She fainted from the shock, while Rias began to scream and claim to Akeno for the action committed, while Issei was still in a coma. After that the leaders of the three biblical factions arrived and Rias, with tears in her eyes, while the others were still in shock, told them what had happened, and they ran to the Himejima entourage of the Hyoudou residence. They couldn't do more bad since they were under the protection of the Alliance. After finishing arguing, they heard the alarm on Issei's device. They arrived at the room where he was and noticed that blood had begun to come out of his mouth, and he had strange marks on his arms. "Damn, this is because of the dragon's fall," said Azazel. "What is the fall of the dragon?" Michael asked. "It's a curse that activates when a dragon's mate cheats on him and he begins to die. What worries me most are two things. The first is that since there were several girls, it activated faster, and the second, and most worrying, is how the curse activated at this moment. Most likely, the boy had already woken up and saw this," he said seriously, but the sadness was distinguishable in his voice. "Ice Kun-san senpai-sama," shouted the girls who loved the boy and witnessed how the curse was active. "Azazel, can you do something to stabilize his health?" Sirzechs asked worriedly. "I'll try, but give me a few minutes." "I'll be right back," the fallen angel said seriously. After a while, he returned with a formula and injected it through the tube. Hours passed and they saw that the boy's health had stabilized. After that all the girls, including those who did not live in the Hyoudou residence, chose not to go to school and take care of the boy's health. A week after that we see all the girls with others and without getting dressed in the living room of the Hyoudou residence. Some were eating and others reading medical articles that talked about the subject of comas. That day it was Ria's turn to watch over the boy. She went downstairs to get some water, got out of the elevator, and heard the alarm of the device that monitored Issei's vital signs. The worst sound for them was heard, the one that indicated that a loved one was gone forever. She in her desperation ran to the boy's room, and her sight went directly to the bed where he was resting. Her imagination played a trick on her, because she thought she saw the lifeless body of her beloved. But when she blinked she noticed that there was no one there. Suddenly she sees a silhouette in the window. It was not very distinguishable, since the rays of light did not allow her to see well who it was, and she recognized that brown hair. "Rias," she said. "Hello." Rias, who said that was her beloved brown-haired boy, while looking at her from behind her shoulder. "I couldn't believe it was him, her beloved." He said her name with that voice that I missed so much. Then they both saw each other, and as soon as she reacted she ran towards her beloved to hug him, and he received her, and they exchanged a kiss that showed the purest love. For her it was the end of her hell. Chapter 3. A pleasant reunion and surprise. I don't own the rights to High School DxD. Nor its characters, nor the light novels, manga, or anime. I'll be right there. Character speaking. But how did this happen? Character thinking. We must do it like this. Being imprisoned by a sacred gear speaking to the outside. Do you think the same right? Being imprisoned by a sacred gear talking to his partner. First of all, I thank you for voting and following this story. That shows me that you like it. Thank you all very much. Stage. Hyoudou residence room. Sunday morning, and we see a teenage couple inside the room, kissing each other, demonstrating the love they have for each other, and it was a long kiss, as if they hadn't seen each other for more than 10 years. Rias 1 saw what happened by that voice with a crying tone because she thought something bad had happened, was Asia's, who was entering the room where the brunette was resting. Suddenly she saw how both young people were hugging and continued with that kiss. 3 The ex-nun stuttered when she saw the brunette standing up. The moment both boys noticed Asia's presence, they separated from kissing. The brunette turns around and with a smile sees the blonde who was near the door. "Hello Asia," the boy said with a calm voice and with his arms outstretched to welcome her. "Isan, Isan, Isan, Ises," she screamed with joy as she ran and repeated his name, since there was in front of her the boy who stole her heart. Suddenly she stopped screaming as he clutched her face against his chest while crying with joy. While they hugged, Rias saw a tear of joy running down her cheek for their reunion. Suddenly Issei grabbed Asia's chin, they looked into each other's eyes and suddenly kissed the girl, who closed her eyes and enjoyed the affection he gave her. While they were kissing, Rias unconsciously pouted in jealousy, which the brown-haired boy saw and laughed at his girlfriend's action. All this was happening at the top of the residences. The other girls, who were Sona, Tsubaki, Yura, Irina, were the girls who already lived in the Hyoudou residence. We also see Kratos and Murayama, Issei's classmates, who went to Issei's house to check on his health in case he woke up. They all ran to Issei's medical room. "Asia-chan," Rias 1 saw what happened with this. That was Murayama's voice that showed concern for the boy when they arrived at the door of the room, but were shocked to see the kiss between the ex-nun and the brown-haired boy. Suddenly a girl came out of that state a little jealous. "It's not fair, Asia, I want to kiss darling too," shouted the angel, self-proclaimed childhood friend of Issei, who also ran to be by his side. When the brunette saw in the direction where the door was, he was surprised to see Sona, Sitri, Yura, Tsubaki, Murayama and Kratos in his house, and even more so when he saw that the first 4 girls looked like they hadn't slept in days. After Irina stole a kiss from him and saw the other girls jealous of such an action, it felt strange to her until she said the following, which would make everyone uncomfortable. "And tell me how everyone else is and what happened with the alliance. Are they okay?" asked the brunette. At that moment, everyone's expression changed, and Rias began to tell him about the decision of the other leaders of the alliance, how they expelled him from it and from the factions, also that some leaders continued to support him. This left Issei thoughtful, since he did not believe that the others would betray him out of ego. He asked which of the leaders still supported him, receiving the answer that they were 3 of the 4 mass: Azazel, Penum, Michael, Gabriel, Odin, Yasaka, Amaterasu, the god Shiva and his friends Vali, Seekvaira, Seekvaira, Razor and the retinues and teams of the aforementioned. While the other leaders and influential people of the factions expelled him, some left him out of his own faction. Suddenly the Redeed told him the following. I also want to tell you something," the girl commented, although Issei already knew what she was going to say. "You see, something happened with Akeno," and she didn't finish saying because she was interrupted by him. "Don't worry," he said as he hugged her, "I know they don't love me, since I saw that unpleasant scene and had the dragon fall." "Wait, does that mean you already woke up and saw that?" she questioned him as she began to cry. "Yes, since having the body of a dragon my senses are more developed and I received their essence with other people. Then I returned to my room and saw you along with the others who arrived at the house, but with the difference that I only distinguished your own aroma. That's why I know that you still love me. Because of this, when I performed the ritual to remove the feelings I had towards the others, it took me a while to wake up. If they had all been there, the ritual would have been faster," Ice told her with serenity in his voice. This comment made all the girls who were there surprised at how complicated the curse that Issei received is. "So, you don't love them anymore?" the Redeed asked, and her boyfriend answered with a no. "Now why don't we go down to the living room on the ground floor and you can tell me what the others are doing here at my house, especially because I can tell you're feeling tired, as if you haven't slept well," the boy said calmly, finishing with a smile that made everyone blush. They arrived at the living room and sat in the wide armchairs. The boy sat in the armchair that faced away from the entrance of the room, and next to him sat Asia on his right side, Irina on the other side, both taking each arm, and Rias on her lap. Then that she heard how the main door of the house opened. Those who were entering were Issei's parents along with Gasper, who brought the groceries from the residence, were going to the kitchen when they heard voices coming from the living room, to which Mrs. Hyoudou went in her direction and saw her son's girlfriends hugging someone whose silhouette she did not recognize. "Girls," Issei's mother shouted angrily. "Okasama, it's good that you arrived," Rias said happily. "Rias-chan, what does that mean because you are on that person's lap? Do you also?" Mrs. Hyoudou said angrily, but she didn't finish speaking when the boy turned around to look at his mother and she began to cry. "Issei-san," said his mother, who couldn't believe seeing her son. "Hello Oka-san," said her son happily with a smile and tears in his eyes. "Issei." His mother cried happily with tears that went to hug her son from behind while he was still on the sofa, because Rias was still sitting on his lap. "Darling, Gasper-chan, come, it's Issei," she said to the 2 boys who were in the kitchen. The 2 mentioned quickly arrived in the living room and were in shock to see Issei awake. Suddenly some male tears began to cry of happiness. Wait a moment, the brunette's mother said thoughtfully. Rias-chan, get off my son's legs, he must still be weak, she scolded her daughter-in-law when she saw how she was still sitting there. Rias was going to get off, but was stopped by Issei. Don't worry mom, I'm fine now. I want my fiancé and beloved to be here with me, she happily said to her son, while the redhead blushed and put her face on his chest to hide her embarrassment, but with a smile, this calmed her mother, and she happily sat on another chair with her husband and Gasper. Now you'll tell me why the others are here at my house, and more so because Kaicho and Yura-san look like they have the same conditions as you, he said to the girls. Girls, haven't you told him yet? Hyoudou's mother asked Sona and company. Not yet, Oka Rias and Sona answered. Issei was surprised by how the black-haired girl said to her mother. The redhead smiled when she saw her boyfriend's face, stood up from her legs and sat next to her best friend. Well Ice, we'll tell you everything that's happened since the faction meeting and how they and Gasper are here, Rias told the dragon. And that she began with her story of how Akeno and the others who followed her rose in class, how she formed her entourage, in addition to that the demonic council took away her nobility, her title of heiress, and that she is now part of Sona's entourage along with Gasper and Asia, since her former original entourage had also turned their backs on her, and that they also joined the entourage of the fallen angel, but the most important thing, she left it to her friend. Sona told him how her tower, her queen and she fell in love with him and spoke with Rias to allow him to live with them, in addition to the condition that Rias accepted. The brunette, upon hearing that, stood up suddenly from the sofa and was in shock at everything he had heard. Also the brunette and her original pieces stood in front of the honey-eyed boy. Hyoudou, we understand if you don't love us, but Sona said sadly with tears in her eyes because she thought that her feelings would not be reciprocated by Issei, but suddenly she was silenced by a warm kiss from the brunette. She was surprised, but then she reciprocated the kiss, it lasted a few seconds, and they separated due to the lack of air. Tell me Issei or Ice, since I haven't liked formalities, also how could I not love you if I fell in love with you after the battle in Agares for your school, but I didn't tell you anything since I thought you would end up with Saji this, he said to the short-haired black-haired girl, while hugging her, so I hope you can continue loving this perverted boy, who will give you all his love Sona-chan, the latter made the girl blush and hid in his chest while hugging him. As for you, well Yura, after the talk we had at the academy while I was helping the council, I told you that I would take responsibility if your feelings towards me were genuine. As for you Tsubaki, I didn't say anything to you either because you liked Kiba, but it seems it was just attraction, so if you really love me, I will take responsibility for your feelings, the boy finished commenting. The girls were happy that their feelings were reciprocated. In the end they both gave the brown-haired boy a kiss that he gladly accepted. Murayama-san, Kata-san, now could you tell me why you are here, the boy told them as he walked in their direction with doubt, since he thought they hated him for spying on them in the bathroom. Both girls stood up and looked at the floor while trembling. Boo-boo, well me, Kata stammered while looking down. Suddenly her friend did an action she didn't expect. Ake. Murayama shouted at the boy, hugged him by the neck and kissed him, confusing the boy who a few seconds later hugged her by the waist. We're here because we love you too, said Katis, who after finishing her friend's kiss, pulled the boy to her forehead and kissed him too, just like the previous kiss she also reciprocated. After ending the kiss they both told him how they fell in love with him. This happened in the middle of the school year when Issei defended his Kohai Gasper from some bullies who bothered him for wearing the academy's female uniform, to the point of beating them up so they would leave him alone. They saw that action of the boy, and from there they began to pay attention to the point that it was not only the heroic action, but also how he behaved day by day. They saw his change in attitude and fell in love with him. When they found out that he fell into a coma their hearts broke because they thought they would never see him again. One day returning from school they saw an announcement with several pieces of paper to tear off that said, "If you want to fulfill a wish, you must come to me." In that announcement it was discussed how the spirit should be summoned. One night they did the invocation and were surprised to see Rias come out of the circle. After that meeting they asked to help take care of Issei. The boy finished listening to his classmate's story. "Well Hyoudou-san, I hope you can reciprocate our feelings," said Murayama, trembling at not knowing what the honey-eyed one's response would be. "Okay, I'll reciprocate your feelings on one condition," the boy said with firmness in his voice. "Cubic, what condition?" Hyoudou Kata stuttered. "From now on," you said the boy with his eyes closed seriously. This made the girls nervous. "You will call me Issei or Ice," he said the last one with a smile. "Hi." The girls shouted happily. This little scene was seen by his parents, friend and girlfriends. The first three were happy because Issei was still that happy boy who always cares about others, while the good girls were jealous and more Rias, Asia and Arena, since they witnessed the kisses that her fiancé gave to the others in front of them. "Well, I'm changing the subject," Rias said, somewhat worried. "From what I learned from the medical checkup, one of the reasons why you were expelled from the Alliance is that you no longer had Drake's power inside you, but I can notice that you are giving off dragon energy from within you. If it were your own energy, I wouldn't say anything, but this one is different. This comment made the other girls and Gasper observe the energy that Issei gave off from within him. I also want to ask you the same thing, Hyoudou, Issei. Upon hearing that voice came out of a circle whose logo was of the strongest Sekiryuutei in history, who was none other than Lucifer, who came out of the circle along with his team. Hey Volley, hey, when will you and your team learn to knock on my door, said Issei with heaviness in his voice, since it was not the first time that they appeared like this in his house, and more so Kuroka and Lefei Pendragon, since after the war in the underworld against the factions of heroes and ancient Mau, they went to live in the Hyoudou residence at Azazel's request. Hello Hyoudou, Naya, said the Nekomata with a sensual voice. I came here to make kittens with you, Naya, this last one, she said, while approaching the boy provocatively. I also want to apologize for what my sister did, she said this with sadness, since after she turned her back on the brunette at the alliance meeting, she did not speak to Kaneko again since she was disappointed in her. Don't worry, Kuroka-chan, the boy said calmly. What your sister did is behind you now, okay? Tell me, Ice. I'll feel more at ease. I say, Naya, he answered and ended up hugging the boy, pressing her enormous breasts to his face. This action made the brown-haired boy nervous, but Rias took him by the arm and pulled him to her side. Hello Issei-sama, I'm glad you're okay, said the magician with a bow, so he wouldn't see her tears of joy, since her idol had awakened. Hello Lefei-chan, the brown-haired boy greeted the little magician. How are you, Hyoudou-kun? I'm glad you're okay, the caliber wielder, Arthur Pendragon, said calmly. I'll just tell you one thing, you'll be responsible for my sister, do you understand? He said this seriously, with his hand on his sword, ready to attack. Don't worry, leave it to me, Issei replied. Hello Op-Eye Dragon, I'm glad you're okay, said Sun Wukong's descendant. Thanks Biku, the boy replied. Well, leaving aside this nice reunion, tell me, Hyoudou, Issei, because I feel the energy of a dragon inside you. From what I know, the red one is no longer inside you. By the way, this fact does not mean that you stop being my rival. I still want to fight you, but without Albion's help, the albino said to the brown-haired boy. Well, I'll tell the others when the time comes, but Volley, Rias and Sona, I would like to talk to you alone. Let's go to my studio where I paint my figures for more privacy, he said to those present. Those mentioned along with Issei went to his room. Upon arriving at the room, Sona put a seal so that their conversation could not be heard. Well, since we're here, I want you to promise me that you'll stay calm about what I'm going to show you, and please don't judge, he said this, and the others accepted the boy's condition. He took a breath, raised his right hand, and on his arm a purple and black gauntlet formed, from which a purple gem came out, and a loud voice was heard that would intimidate anyone. Nice to meet you, Volley Lucifer, my bearer's rival, Rias Gremory and Sona Sitri, this boy's girlfriends. Let me introduce myself. I am the beast of the apocalypse, and my name is Trahixa, but my partner calls me Tri, so I will ask you to call me that too, the beast spoke from the gem. They couldn't believe what they heard, they thought it was a joke. It can't be possible. You're supposed to be dead. Now it turns out you're still alive, and more than that, Ice is your carrier. Ice, I need an explanation. Rias, you will know everything in time, for that I need you, Sona, to call a meeting with the leaders who support me, and their Tri, and I will explain what happened, as well as its origin, Issei said seriously. Please trust me. They noticed that the boy was calm, and did not notice any hostility from the gem. Okay Issei-kun, I'll trust you, Sona said with a smile. I also trust you, Hyoudou, Issei with a rival smile Volley told him. And you, Rias? He asked his girlfriend, who didn't say anything. She just approached him and kissed him, looked him in the eyes and said. You're the man I'll always trust, so don't worry, I'll be there with you through thick and thin, Rias replied with a sincere smile. Don't worry, Issei noticed sincerity in his answer, we can trust them, please, Demon Sitri, call a meeting, there I will explain the mistake they just made, and the danger we will face, Tri said seriously, worrying those present about the last thing the dragon said. Okay, I'll call my sister. As soon as I get an answer, I'll let you know, Sona said seriously. Well, little Albion is here. I'll give him and you, Kuoh, a surprise. The dragon said to both of them in a more relaxed way. Issei, I need you to put your hands together because I'm going to show you something special. The boy did what was asked of him, holding both hands together, and suddenly a red energy appeared that looked familiar to him. What you see here is the energy of the Red Emperor Dragon, only now it is a small egg that is inside you. What I mean is that I was able to rescue a part of his soul, so that it would not disappear completely, but he will not remember anything. I suggest that we leave him with Azazel, once he leaves the egg to deposit it in a new artificial sacred gear. Perhaps in the future one of your children can have the Red Emperor. Most likely the one who can handle that energy will be one of your children that you have with the Gremory for his power of destruction. In fact, it would be the most indicated, was what the dragon said calmly. Well, this last thing made Ria's imagination fly when she thought about what her son would be like with Issei having Drake's power. She imagined him with his long brown hair or Issei's disheveled hair with the characteristic color of the Gremory. But then she imagined what her action of procreating that child would be like, which turned red. While Rias was imagining that scenario, Issei, Vali and Albion could not believe the red dragon was still alive. On Issei's part, tears of joy began to come out, Vali just smiled, and Albion was happy to the point of presenting himself in the form of wings. I'm glad the red one is alive, so I can challenge him again in due time. One thing, Vali, think carefully if you still want to challenge Hyoudou, because if Tri is with him, he will be more powerful, Albion said to his wielder. Don't worry, Albion, if that's the case it only means we have to train hard enough to defeat him, Vali said confidently, who after saying that looked at Issei. Don't worry, rival Kun, I won't give up either, the brown-haired boy said to the albino. I already received the answer from my sister, for the moment they will not be able to come see you, because there are some political conflicts in the underworld, but in 10 days the meeting will be, it will be in the Gremory castle by order of your brother Rias, said Sona, with the seriousness that characterizes her returning with the others. Okay, until then I'll go to sleep, said the beast, and then the glove disappeared. This one is just as sleepy as Drake, Issei said heavily. Well, my team and I are leaving. Lefei and Kuroka will soon be returning to your house. We just need to finish a mission that Azazel entrusted to us. According to what I know, some strange energy signatures have appeared recently. We need to find out what or who they are. Vali commented seriously, especially since he was referring to the mission. Once the conversation was over they removed the seal from the room, and when they opened the door the others who were in the residence at that time except for Issei's parents fell forward, showing that they tried to listen to the conversation. Okay guys, let's go. We must finish that mission, since I want to attend the meeting in 10 days, Vali said, then disappeared into the circle with his entire team. 10 days, what will I do in the meantime, the boy wondered, but suddenly Rias pulled him. Well, we could make up for lost time, my lovely Ice, she said in a seductive voice. Suddenly the others released an aura of jealousy, and Issei would say something to calm the others. Okay, between now and the meeting, you'd like to have a date with me, one a day of course, the brunette told the others. Hi. The girls shouted with joy. Well, Rias-sama, Sona-sama, we are leaving, said Kratos. Issei-kun, when our date is, I'll ask you to talk to our parents afterward, since I decided to live with you, Murayama told him, making the boy nervous. Same with me, Issei-kun, Kratos also told him. After that they retired to their house, Issei together while the other girls and parents enjoyed the day with the brown-haired boy, especially at mealtime since he was quite hungry, but on doctor's recommendation, they only gave him light foods to see if he could eat solid things, while his mother helped him eat. The others ran first to take a bath and then to their own room to get ready and sleep with the brown-haired boy at night. At night Issei went to his room. When he opened the door he saw all the girls in erotic pajamas, waiting for the brown-haired boy to sleep. The boy was surprised by Irina seeing her like that and thought she would fall for it, but she explained to him that Michael gave her a ring that she would not allow to fall, as long as her actions were only out of love for Issei. She arrived at her bed and noticed that it was different. When she asked why the new bed, Rias answered that the other one was removed because Akeno and the others did that act and decided to throw it away and burn it. Finishing the explanation they all lay down around Issei and hugged him to be able to sleep peacefully after months of not being able to sleep. Then days passed and they had their dream dates with the brown-haired boy, starting with Rias, who even though she is a low-class devil, she is the leader of the brown-haired boy's harem, then followed Asia, Irina, Sona, Tsubaki, Yura, Murayama and Kratos. With these last two Issei went to their parents and told them everything. He also swore eternal love to them in front of their parents and requested that they go live with him in the Hyoudou mansion to protect them. The girls' parents agreed on the condition of not doing anything improper until they are at least committed to every law. This made the boys blush, but Issei agreed, making the girls cry with happiness because it was shown that he loved them. Time lapse. 10 days later. Change of scenery. Gremory mansion. In the main hall of the Gremory mansion were gathered the leaders who supported Issei, the patriarchs of the Gremory and Sitri houses, along with the strongest queen of the underworld, the Baal and Phoenix clans and their patriarchs, Archduke Agares, along with his heirs and entourages, accompanied by Ravel Phoenix and the Vali team. They were waiting for a person they haven't seen in months to wake up because when they had free time they visited him. Suddenly, a strange symbol appears in the middle of the room and the residents of the Hyoudou mansion emerge from it. At the front of the group is the figure of a young man with brown hair. Good afternoon everyone, I introduce myself, I am Hyoudou Issei, the Guardian of the Apocalypse, said the boy. But this presentation everyone cried with joy to see the hero of the factions return. Chapter 4. The meeting and the story of the Trihexa. I don't own the rights to High School DxD. Nor its characters, nor the light novels, manga or anime. I'll be right there, character speaking. But how did this happen, character thinking. He went outside. You think the same, right? Being imprisoned by a sacred gear, talking to his partner. Location. Gremory mansion conference room. In the main hall of the Gremory mansion were gathered the leaders who supported Issei, the patriarchs of the Gremory and Sitri houses, along with the strongest queen of the underworld, the Baal and Phoenix clans and their patriarchs, Archduke Agares, along with his heirs and entourages, accompanied by Ravel Phoenix and the Volley team. They were waiting for a person they haven't seen in months to wake up because when they had free time they visited him. Suddenly, a strange symbol appears in the middle of the room and the residents of the Hyoudou mansion emerge from it. At the front of the group is the figure of a young man with brown hair. Upon seeing the group that arrived they recognized most of the girls except for two, a girl with semi-long pink hair who wears a headband in her white hair and another girl with long dark brown hair and her hair is held in two pigtails. The strange thing about these girls is that being human, they gave off a very unnoticeable magical aura, but for them and their friends, they had not noticed said energy signature. In the middle of the group of girls stood a young man with brown hair, his eyes the color of honey, and on his hand were visible the scars from the blows he had inflicted, hurting himself with his own armor. But they noticed something about him, and that was that besides feeling his own energy inside him, there was another, stronger one, but this one was hidden in such a way that only if you were close to the boy could you feel it. Good afternoon, everyone, the boy spoke politely, noticing the looks of concern from sensing that energy. I introduce myself to you. My name is Hyoudou Issei, former Sekiryuutei, former pillar of the factions, and now the new guardian of the apocalypse. Everyone present was surprised by the new title he had given himself, they were unaware of why the apocalypse would bring misfortune and war to the factions, now that the others had betrayed him. Hey Issei, why do you give yourself that title? Azazel asked a little intrigued. Why are you talking to me like that? The brown-haired boy said with doubt, you are my sensei, tell me Ice-kun as always, he expressed this with a smile. That's true, I'm sorry Ice-kun, I replied with more relief, but please answer what I asked you. Okay, and from what I notice is that many in the room, including my companions, have doubts about my title. Well, it's easy because of the actions committed by Risivim and the result of the last battle. The original guardian will not be able to do his job, and now, as his new bearer, it is my duty to continue his work. He said more seriously. Wait Ice-kun, the one who spoke was the Mao Lucifer, what are you trying to tell us, he said with doubt. Easy Sirzechs on Osama, he replied to his brother-in-law. Upon hearing the words he always wanted to hear, his eyes lit up and he wanted to make a scene, but he was scolded by his wife to calm down and not try to jump for joy. This left many with a drop of anime-style sweat and Rias with a red face. Well, as I was saying, it's easy. What I mean is that with the last war we eliminated the original guardian, and I mean the Trahexa, he said firmly because of the mistake he made. So you mean Archangel Michael was about to speak, but the brunette interrupted him. That's right, raising his hand and showing a new black and purple glove. I am the bearer of the beast of the apocalypse, he said out loud, surprising everyone in the room except Rias and Volley, who already knew about that fact. Hey brat, who did you call beast? Shouted the purple pearl that was on the glove, but that shout, instead of feeling hostile, sounded more like a scolding and scared the boy. Remember that I am a dragon, not a vile beast. I'm sorry, I got carried away by the emotion of the moment, said the brunette apologizing to his new partner. You better, I don't like being called a beast, wouldn't you like being called a fourth-rate pervert? Doesn't that sound nice? I answer, reprimanding him for the previous words. Hey, what's wrong with you? So instead of beast, I'll call you purple lizard on steroids, Issei reproachfully replied. So you are a shameless vile lover of breasts, since I have seen how you look at the breasts of your girls, and you do it right now in front of the kitsune, the angel, the cadre and the Mayu who seems like a lowly. You are already imagining indecent things with them, the dragon reproached him, while the aforementioned turned red with thoughts that were not nice with the brown-haired girl, and only Gabriel covered his chest, thinking insane things that his wings began to flicker. Gabriel, react. His brother said, worried, and from across the room, Azazel could be seen cursing the boy because he stole the most beautiful angel in heaven. This conversation left everyone present wondering how the most dangerous dragon that ever existed could have the attitude, especially when he was talking to the brown-haired boy as if nothing had happened. Issei-kun, could you continue with your explanation of why the dragon is still alive and more how you agreed to be its carrier, said the representative of the Yokai, the Kitsune Yasaka. Do you think you will destroy everything and everyone to give revenge to the beast? Auden asked worriedly. I'm not a beast, old green tail. Said Tri angrily, which scared the father of all. Not at all, Auden-sama, Issei said calmly. The fact that I have this title is not because I am going to destroy or cause the end of the world, but on the contrary, it is to protect it from the coming of the greatest threat that could exist. He said this with a more serious voice. And tell us what that threat that will come will be, asked the god Shiva with intrigue. I will answer, without a guardian the seal that I guarded would break and release the greatest evil that once existed. I mean the original demon king Amon. The dragon answered in a serious manner. Change of scenery. Kudoxa region, Sweden. As Issei's conversation began, this happened somewhere else. Within the Kudoxa region there is an island where there is a cave with a very peculiar engraving, and in front of it, you could see what was a nest where a dragon could sleep. At that moment it began to shine, and from it came out a kind of black mist, along with the body of a person with golden hair, but he was unconscious. The mist saw the appearance of the young man and left the place. It arrived near the fishing port of the main island of the region, and saw a fisherman trying to untangle his fishing gear. At that moment the mist entered the man's body, and he fainted. His other companions helped him and took him to the port to go to the hospital. On the other hand, the man who was still inside the cave began to wake up, still disoriented. He leaned against the wall and fainted again, thinking that the little he saw was only part of his imagination. Change of scenery. Gremory Mansion conference room. Wait a minute, Ajuka said worriedly, isn't that character supposed to be just a myth in our faction? No, he is more real, said Tri seriously. While everyone was intrigued by a myth, it was noticeable that Auden knew about the subject and had a face of shock. He never thought he would hear that name again. I still don't understand who he is, said Grigory's cadre with a serious expression, who was seconded by the leader of the heavens and his companions. I will answer that question, said the dragon from inside. Please, Michael said. Okay, so it all started before the first war between the three factions. In hell there were the first demons, repulsive beings with a soul darker than that of Risivum, who only wanted destruction and war, who lived among fights and stealing among their own companions. These were commanded by a ruthless, heartless and cruel being named Amon, who was better known as the Demon King. In the times when Amon ruled hell, he had as his wife Lilith, the mother of all demons, whom he raped only to please his hexwill desires to the point of impregnating her on more than one occasion. But as Amon thought that if he were to have children they would want to kill him and thus have control in hell, he himself killed his son the moment Lilith gave birth. And with this the Trahexa began his story, while all those present did not believe what hell was like before and how a father would do that to his children. As time passed, Amon began to want more than the kingdom where he ruled, and his ambition was set on the land that the gods created, and in order to have it he began to invade it, looting each town, killing the men who lived there, and kidnapping the women to take them to his kingdom, and there return them as slaves for his army. He had under his leadership 7 demons who represented what we now know as the 7 deadly sins, and who were so powerful that their power rivaled that of a dragon king. They were in charge of eliminating the warriors that humans sent to fight their forces. The beast continued with his story. But if that's true, why didn't my father do something, or who was able to stop him? Michael asked. I'll tell you, on the part of heaven it was commanded by God and 5 archangels who led his armies, who were the first to bear the titles of Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, Uriel and the most important of all Metatron. For most that name was unknown, but for the angels and the cadres, they remembered that name, because it was written in the books that their father left. He was known as the Shadow of God since he was the archangel whose power was born behind the throne of God, unlike the other 4 that God himself created. The current archangels who live in this time are only the 2nd generation since they are not their real names, but their titles. This shocked everyone. They could not believe that they were the 2nd generation, but everything agreed because the angels did not know the name of Amo. God, upon learning of the disaster created by the Demon King, ordered his archangels to come down to earth and fight Amon's army, since the other gods, upon having their first casualties in their armies, chose to take a certain number of humans and save them, so that they would praise them, instead of eliminating the army of evil, said the beast. The others looked at Auden and Shiva in surprise. Well, at that moment I couldn't help the others because I had a problem with Hela. This was because she also wanted to join Amon, and I had to fight her to stop her, said Auden somewhat seriously. In my case, we were not yet gods, since we were meditating to achieve divinity, and an important step was to separate ourselves from earthly problems, so we did not participate in the fight, Shiva argued. Okay, continue please, said Azazel. The 5 archangels were in charge of fighting against the 7 deadly sins of the Demon King, but at the price they were also dying, which made God sad to see his children die, and only Metatron and Michael were left to fight, so he went to seek the help of the least thought of beings, and that he never believed they would accept. The dragons. This made everyone doubt for a reason. Wait a minute, didn't God give Samuel the curse to eliminate the dragons? If that's true, how is it possible that the dragons agreed to help God if he was the one responsible for eliminating their race? Commented Zeodicus, who after recovering from the shock took the floor. I understand that you have the doubt, but I will tell you, Amon was first with our race and appeared before us requesting our help, something that the leader of the dragon clan did not care in the least about that fight, and as a result he refused to help the Demon King. The king, upon obtaining that answer, warned the leader of the dragons that they would suffer the consequences of their answer by leaving the clan lands and returning to his own kingdom. What we did not count on is that the following week he attacked with his army, killing the leader of the dragons and kidnapping the best warriors of our clan in order to dominate them with mind control spells and send them to war against God. That is why God created that curse, because he thought we were on the side of the Demon King. With this information everyone was surprised and more to know the origin of the curse. But in a battle when Metatron captured one of the dragons he realized that it was under the mind control spell. He told him what happened. At the end of the talk Metatron went to God and told him everything the dragon told him. God wanted to confirm that fact and they went to the dragon, but he had a device that if the dragon lied, it would cause great harm because of the lie. After he told him the same thing he said to Metatron, and knowing that the dragons were not to blame for the death of his children, God went with a new leader of the dragons to make a truce and be able to eliminate Amon once and for all. That leader was Ophus's father, the Great Red, and above all my father. With this fact everyone was stunned to know that the three most powerful dragons were brothers. Once the alliance with the dragons was established, both sides helped in the fight against the 7 deadly sins, destroying them completely and capturing the soul of each of them in orbs, said the dragon. But if they won the fight against the 7 deadly sins, what happened to the Demon King? Seraphil asked intrigued. After that battle, Hell was invaded and we fought against its most powerful army, where the casualties were extreme, and we reached the main throne room, where Amon was found raping Lilith mercilessly, because he thought that with his army, he would stop us and there would be nothing to worry about. He took his wife away and prepared for battle. At that moment Lilith took the opportunity to escape from that place. He continued telling, well, the demons could not imagine the life that the mother of demons had. The battle against the king lasted more than 12 hours, because when an extension of his body was cut, it returned with dark matter and reattached. Seeing the situation, God ordered that they continue the battle for a while longer, while he prepared 6 containers with a special seal. When he finished creating them again, the Demon King's arm was cut off. When it was going to reattach it was sealed in a container, and it no longer moved. As a result the king could be seen without the arm, but with the dark energy simulating being the lost part, he continued fighting. Those present never thought that a terrifying being existed. Once the fight was over and the king's body was being protected in the 6 containers, the dark energy was still unstoppable. Unfortunately this energy went to Earth, and in a region of ice it began to be released. In our last attempt to stop him, Metatron continued fighting him with his sword, while Michael prepared an area in another dimension to seal him at the cost of giving his life. When the dimension was ready, my father, God, and Metatron gave him the final blow and sent him to the other side of the porta. But he would not give up that easily and tried to return. It was then that Metatron decided to enter the area and try to end that nightmare. With this, it was shown that there was a worse evil than Risivum. Finishing the fight and with the power of God, he sealed the place on a remote and lifeless island. After that, my father was chosen as the first guardian of the apocalypse and lived in that place only to protect the seal. So that the curious would not come to these islands, God created the legend that the beast is currently known by. I finish commenting on this. Wait a minute, if Lilith escaped from Amon's castle, how is it possible that the rest of us don't know about it and only know the story of Lilith and the first Lucifer? Sirzechs asked, intrigued. God knew that the world of humans must be in balance, where there is light there will always be darkness, and he spoke with Lilith, saying that she must be that darkness. That is why when her first son was born, she raised him as if he were a stranger, but they ended up falling in love because they had no one else, and the union between them is their current race. Finishing the explanation. The meeting was still going on when suddenly a soldier entered. Excuse me for interrupting, but we have someone who claims to be looking for the Guardian of Apocalypse, but we don't know what he's talking about. What do we do with him? The soldier said. Bring him in, Sirzechs ordered. At that moment another guard came in and in his hand he was handcuffed. On the other side you could see a man with golden hair and he was showing 12 golden wings. Metatron, said the dragon, surprised. Trinity, what happened to you and where are we? Said the person who had just entered. At that moment, the entire story that Sirzechs began to tell was true, since in front of them stood the most powerful archangel of the biblical God. That day marked the return of Metatron. Chapter 5. The return of the angel in Revelations. I don't own the rights to High School DxD. Nor its characters, nor the light novels, manga, or anime. I'll be right there, character speaking. But how did this happen, character thinking. We must do it like this, being imprisoned by a sacred gear speaking to the outside. You think the same, right? Being imprisoned by a sacred gear talking to his partner. Location. Kudoxa region, Sweden. While the meeting was taking place in Issei's underworld with the leaders who supported him, it can be seen that inside the cave where the engraving was located, the person with golden hair who had fainted regained consciousness, got up, and realized that he was no longer in that space where he fought against the Demon King. He looked at the seal and noticed a bit of the king's energy inside the seal. He ran out of the cave in search of the Guardian, but his surprise was that he was nowhere near the cave. Where could that slacker be? The person with golden hair thought. He tried to find the Guardian's energy, but noticed that it was far from the place, to be exact, in the underworld. What alarmed him was that there were different energies surrounding him, both sacred and demonic. He quickly took a paper out of his bag with a seal that would teleport him to the underworld, since in one of his battles, he placed a seal in that place to appear immediately and continue the fight against the Demon King at that time. He put on a robe that would cover his sacred energy, so as not to raise suspicion, activated the paper and transported himself to the underworld. Change of scenery. Gremory territory. Once he arrived at the underworld he noticed something that seemed strange to him, he saw that it was different from the last time he was there. Instead of desolate landscapes where only death and misfortune could be breathed, he noticed a fairly large city. He walked in the direction of what seemed to be the capital of said town and observed that it was a fairly peaceful place where there were many people walking in the streets, families laughing and couples having dates, but above all in the houses and businesses was the symbol of the Gremory family which he did not recognize. He headed in the direction where all the energy was gathered, the only thing on the road he heard were the conversations of the people who, for some reason, became more and more annoyed as he moved forward. "You heard the maiden's former dear was the one who took out the beast," a girl said to her group of friends. "I heard that it was useless and that the ones who defeated the beast were the leaders, especially the Greeks and Egyptians," said another. "Be that as it may, the former dear is now free from the Gremory maiden's commitment. It doesn't matter if he's useless, he's still handsome. When I get back, I'll ask him out and who knows, maybe I'll take him as mine," said a girl who looked like royalty because of the dress she was wearing. The young man, without removing his robe, arrived at where the energy was gathered and noticed that it was a fairly large mansion. "Stop right there, who are you and what do you want here?" said one of the guards at the entrance gate. In order not to cause a stir, he thought of something, took off his tunic and showed his halo so that they would be paralyzed by the sacred power and he could pass by leaving them temporarily blinded by the light that his halo would emit, but what happened next caught him off guard. "Oh, I see you are an angel, you must surely be one of Michael Sama's aides, sorry for not recognizing you, from what I see you are going to the meeting with the leaders who support Issei Sama," said the guard in a serene tone, only the angel denied it. "I'm sorry but no, I don't know who that Michael is, because the one I know died a long time ago. I came to look for the Guardian of the Apocalypse, and I know he's here because I feel his energy," said the angel seriously. I don't know who that Guardian is, here are only the leaders and houses that support young Issei Sama, if you like we can go in and ask who he is looking for, but I will ask you to please put this handcuff on your hand so that the sacred energy does not influence inside the mansion, you know this for security and as part of the peace treaty," said the guard with doubt. The young man could not believe those words, how is it possible that his father has a peace treaty with the oldest enemies in heaven, but he did want to get to the bottom of this, so he agreed to the request of the door guard, placed the handcuff on one hand, and was guided to the main room where the meeting was taking place. The meeting was still going on when suddenly a soldier entered. "Excuse me for interrupting, but we have someone who claims to be looking for the Guardian of Apocalypse, but we don't know what he's talking about. What do we do with him?" the soldier said. "Bring him in," Sirzechs ordered. At that moment another guard came in and in his hand he was handcuffed, on the other side you could see a man wearing a robe, but you could feel the sacred energy coming from him. "I see you're an angel," Michael said with a seriousness because he didn't recognize that aura. "Please take off the cloak that covers you and show who you really are." At that he removed the robe he was wearing, took out his wings, and everyone was astonished, no one could believe it, this person had a pair of wings more than the leader of heaven, and his aura was monstrous, thanks to the seal they put in the room, so that the other leaders would not notice Issei's presence, his aura did not go beyond the room, but at that the gem of the gauntlet spoke. "Metatron," said the dragon surprised to see the angel. "Trinity, what happened to you and where are we?" the person said, sensing the Guardian's energy. "Well, as you can see, we are in the Gremory family mansion, and what happened to me is that my body was destroyed, and now I reside inside the body of this brat," said the dragon in a tired manner. "Hey, who are you calling a brat? You underdeveloped lizard," the brown-haired boy said angrily. "Ice," the Redeed called her firmly. "Sorry but you," the boy replied, but then he was shocked by how he said to the Redeed. Me, you said boo boo but you," she expressed it with fake tears in her eyes. Everyone in the room including the angel who had just arrived had an I'm style drop appear on the back of her neck. I'm sorry, Rias." He tried to calm her down, but it didn't work, he ran to her and hugged her by the waist. "How can I solve this?" I asked nervously. I looked into her eyes and she had a fake sad look on her face. "You know how Ana," she answered flirtatiously while hugging him by the neck. Suddenly she gave him a kiss of pure love that made the other girls in the room jealous and behind them a purple aura came out, even Sona tried to hide it, but it was impossible. "You always get your way, right?" the boy replied pleasantly as she stuck out her tongue mischievously, which made her brother laugh a little. Then she took her lover's hand and didn't move, making it clear that she was the leader of her harem. Could you tell me what's going on? I don't understand anything. Metatron said excitedly. Well, first of all you could introduce yourself to the others, since at the moment you are just a stranger to us and we don't know if you are a threat to the Alliance, Sirzechs said calmly, while the cadre and the leader of the sky nodded. If you're right, demon, since I haven't noticed any hostility or desire to attack me, I'll do whatever you ask, the angel replied. Very well, to those present in the room, my name is Metatron, I am the archangel who resides behind the throne of God, he said calmly. Everyone except the angels and the fallen did not know what he was talking about, what did he mean by the throne of God and what resides behind it. But the others had heard of that name and the stories that God told them when they were children, but he referred to Metatron as a hero of a fictional story they never imagined was real. Well, my name is Sirzechs Gremory, but I currently hold the title of Mau Lucifer, these are my companions, pointing to Ajuka and Seraphil, both are Mau too, and they pointing to the other demons, are some of the leaders of the clans of the 72 Pillars. I am Odin, co-leader of the Norse country, said the god, which surprised the brown-haired boy and Metatron with how he introduced himself. My name is Usaka, the leader of the former DXD faction in Tokyo, the kitsune introduced herself. This would leave the boy even more confused. I snitchin', the redeed said happily, while his wife just exhaled in surrender, and the redeeded girl's face turned the same as her hair because of the way she called her boyfriend, which she hid in her brown-haired boy's chest to hide. When you finish your story and the person who is present before us clarifies who he is, we will tell you what has happened to the factions, the Mau finished speaking, to which Issei accepted. I introduce myself. My name is Amaterasu, goddess of the sun and leader of the faction that supports the true hero of the supernatural world, she commented in a polite manner, in the finest ancient Japanese style. How about I am the god Shiva, one of the 3 gods of the Hindu religion, and I am known as the god of destruction, he answered simply. Well, my name is Azazel, leader of the fallen angels, and she is Penum, a cadre level angel, he said with his tone of voice without importance, but Metatron was confused by that title he gave himself. Wait, what do you mean, fallen angel? Metatron asked. Well, we ceased to have our father's blessing because of our achieving our ends, whether through some sin, the cadre commented, leaving the angel even more confused. But how is it possible that you still have sacred energy? It is assumed that when one falls, one becomes a horrendous being in search of revenge against father, Metatron replied. We don't know how it happened, but our father did this to keep an eye on us. How do I put it? We were our father's rebellious children, Azazel said in a humorous tone. And finally, let me introduce myself. My name is Michael and I am the leader of heaven. The one accompanying me is my sister Gabriel. We belong to the former DXD faction of heaven, said the leader of the angels calmly, leaving the newcomer in shock. Wait, how come you call yourself Michael and she's Gabriel? Also, what do you mean by saying you're the leader of heaven? Where's father, what did you do to him? Answer, he said in a tone of annoyance at what he had heard. Let me explain what happened. Sirzechs was about to speak when suddenly a dimensional fissure appeared in the room and from there came out in attack position a small Oli wearing a black dress and a man around 30 years old with light reddish hair and a beard. Where are you, damn you? The redeed shouted furiously, looking everywhere looking for someone of great size because his gaze was looking at the top of the room while the little Oli was with a serious face. Suddenly the two located the energy and saw a brown-haired man holding his girl's hand. One of the girls stammered with tears in her eyes, it was the first time she had shown that expression on her face, which surprised everyone in the room. Hello office, said the brunette with his typical smile, she was going to run to hug him but was stopped by the bearded guy. What does this mean? Are you Hyoudou, Issei, right? Asked the light redeed and Issei nodded, but because I feel the energy of another dragon inside you besides yours, Drag is supposed to have died and you are no longer the Sekiryuutei, tell me who is the one with you, he finished speaking while pointing at the brown-haired man, with this office also wanted to know. You know it's rude to interrupt a meeting without announcing yourself, our father would be upset with you, brother, spoke the dragon inside the jewel. Nothing, brother, and how is it that you are still alive is bad, the dragon was speaking, but Metatron interrupted him. Calm down, Gerard, or should I call you Big Red, since that's the nickname you wanted when you were little, Metatron said calmly. Metatron-san, you're still alive, but how? The dragon said excitedly. Everything in its own time, now Lucifer, could you continue with what you were going to tell me, the angel answered while observing the redeed. Okay, but we asked the others in the room not to interrupt, the Mau commented. This is how I comment on the story of the war between the 3 factions, how each of the battles was, the capture of the celestial dragons, with the help of God and Overlord Lucifer, and finally their death. Okay, I believe almost everything except the death of my father, it is impossible for him to be dead since I am here, if he died I would have disappeared because my power depends on his existence, he said, leaving the others in shock and the angels in tears. With his arms crossed and an angry tone he said the following: most likely after that battle, he will end up weak and enter into rest to rest, or knowing him he must be walking on earth having fun, since he had the idea of resting after the battle against the Demon King. Now I understand why they did not become repulsive beings. If he does the same, that old man will pay me when he sees him, and I will get rid of the idea that I will be the new leader. Looking at Odin with annoyance he spoke to him. You must know where it is, then we will look for it. Now it is important that you tell me the current state of the Trinity. Metatron finished speaking and sat in a seat that was brought to him to be at the end of the leader's table. Then the dragon began to recount how he was captured by Risivam and controlled to attack the factions, then the battle on the coasts of Japan, and his release from the spell while fighting Issei, then Drake's sacrifice to change the souls of both dragons. That doesn't explain why the leaders haven't killed you, Little Offa said angrily. Because of you, Issei's life went to shit and he was betrayed by the others. I will speak with you later, brothers, since we will soon have company, answered the dragon, while everyone looked at the door, since they felt several energies approaching the place. What is he doing here, Lucifer? Said the leader of the Council of Elders angrily, followed by the Maus Medios, the other cadres, the other archangels of heaven and the leaders of the other factions. Hyoudou, where is Akeno and the other girls? Barakwil asked naively, not knowing about the situation that occurred at the Hyoudou residence. Why don't you tell him, my daughter? Issei said, looking at the circle that appeared behind the leaders, where the entire entourage of the fallen angel came out. Don't talk to me, you're not even half as strong as my new boyfriend, she said as she held the university professor's hand. Suddenly Metatron drew his sword and took a defensive position and headed towards the Guardian. Look what we have here, if you're cursed, don't you believe Trinity? What a coincidence they wanted you dead. What a coincidence, right? Trinity answered while Issei was on guard and Rias hid behind his back. Suddenly, 7 of those who arrived jumped back and took a battle stance, leaving everyone else and even some of their companions in shock. But it's Metatron, said the council leader. I think that's enough of this farce, and with this his whole body began to glow. With him were Asmodeus, Zeus, Ra, Saji, Lucero and Daniel also in battle position, and a black mist came out of them. Nice to meet you gentlemen, I introduce myself. I am Cain, sin of wrath, and leader of the 7 deadly sins, said the silhouette that appeared when it stopped shining, showing a horrendous being with a dangerous aura. But this presentation, the supernatural world would change from now on, as it marked the return of the 7 deadly sins. Chapter 6. The 7 deadly sins return. I don't own the rights to High School DxD. Nor its characters, nor the light novels, manga or anime. I'll be right there, character speaking. But how did this happen, character thinking. We must do it like this, being imprisoned by a sacred gear speaking to the outside. Do you think the same right, being imprisoned by a sacred gear talking to his partner? How can one person's decision influence a group? How is it possible that someone's act affects the lives of others? How can a few simple words separate entire nations? These were the thoughts of the leaders who supported Hyoudou Issei for the decision of the other comrades to remove him from the alliance. Because after such a tremendous action they knew that sooner or later people would find out what had happened, and that's what happened. The first 2 months after the battle were pure celebration and joy, but many still wondered about the absence of the chestnut-haired man, who for many was the pillar of the alliance. To which the leaders spoke of him because Hyoudou no longer belonged to the alliance, and from that moment on, the entire supernatural world descended into chaos, to the point where they literally separated into 2 factions. The first supported the decision of the demonic council and the other leaders who removed the chestnut from the supernatural world, along with the conservative houses, which called themselves the Supreme DxD faction. While the other side supported the leaders who gave Issei the vote of confidence, whose name was XDXD faction. This happened in the different territories throughout the alliance. Before Issei awakened, the leaders still didn't know about his health, so they decided to solve the problem that developed due to the creation of both sides, and decided to divide all the regions into 2, so that the 2 sides could coexist. Of course, to this day. Scene change. Lilith capital, Supreme DxD faction base. While Issei began the meeting with the leaders who gave him support in the capital of Lilith that was proclaimed as the capital of the Supreme DxD faction, all the main leaders of the factions were gathered having a meeting in the Supreme Castle, formerly known as the Castles of the Four Mass, since they learned that a certain chestnut was at that time in the Gremory region, or known as the XDXD capital. How is it possible that that brat has woken up? Zeus said incredulously. We don't know, but what is certain is that he is currently in the Gremory castle with the other traitors of the alliance, commented the leader of the demonic council. I say we eliminate him at once, he's just a hindrance in other people's lives, and my beloved Kira already wants to have his new hex slave, right love, said Akeno, who was in that meeting along with her entire new entourage and her boyfriend, who until today the name of the university professor who fell in love with the fallen angel was unknown. Yes, my Saji already wants to get his beautiful hands on the idiot dove and the healing witch, the Durandal bearer spoke arrogantly. I already want to leave the inept in agony while me and Kiba grape in front of him, those beauties that have accompanied him, and if I happen to meet the cold water bitch, I will make her only desire my highness after raping her, is that not a problem, right? The Vitra bearer responded arrogantly while looking at his harem, and they nodded their heads in affirmation of what he requested. By the way, Daniel Sama, where is my useless father? Akeno asked the cadre. Go on with the stupid paperwork I asked you to finish. I'm bored with that kind of thing, and I'd rather leave it to that inept, he replied playfully while Akeno laughed mockingly. Well, get ready to give the useless one a warm welcome, the Magphilibium spoke sleepily, but his voice held contempt. Before they left, the council leader stood still as he felt a strange energy, which gave him an expression of hatred while laughing. Before you leave, Asmodeus, Zeus, Saji-san, Daniel, Ra and Lucero, I must speak with you in private, the others prepare what is necessary, said the old man, as the rest left while those mentioned stayed in the room. Tell us what's going on, old man, the Egyptian god asked doubtfully. I think it's time we properly introduced ourselves, my brothers, since this world will soon fall. He spoke with a sinister smile, while the others already knew what he meant. Saji-kun, how much energy did you manage to collect with the seals I gave you? Archangel Lucero asked. I'd say quite a lot, the naive ones never suspected anything, Saji replied as he gathered the energy of different people in his hand. Very well, said the elderly leader, everyone already knows what to do, go after the other obstacles in your factions, it's time to reveal ourselves and look for that. He finished speaking as they retreated with their respective factions or teams. Kuoh Temple. Saji is seen arriving while the others were preparing inside the temple, he summoned his sacred gears which looked deteriorated. You're no longer of use to me, stupid lizard. I hope you die soon. I finished speaking before expelling the Vitra jewel from her hand and hiding it in her bag. In that moment, the others are seen leaving the temple, and they see Saji who was going in their direction. Are you ready, Saji? Akeno asked with a triumphant face. Sure, just let me vent a little about my talk with the old man, he answered while with his hand, he grabbed Zenobia and Raruko's butts, who upon feeling the boy's contact both blushed and gave him a look of lust, since they had understood the message. Tomo hugged him from behind and touched the boy's chest. You're right, besides Kiba will take a while since he was going to get some things for the welcome party for the useless one. Come on Kira, I've been a bad angel, and I must be punished, she said while taking her boyfriend's hand. They all returned to the temple, first the girls ran to get comfortable, while they walked towards the temple. Saji and Kira saw each other face to face, and both shook hands, then go over and have a little action with the girls. In the middle of sexual intercourse while being penetrated by her boyfriend in doggy style, Akeno received a call to be ready and appear at the Gremory mansion, so the fun only lasted about 15 minutes. Gremory mansion. The other leaders, their right-hand men, and the demonic council, had reached the gates of the mansion. At that moment, the guards guarding the door, and thanks to magic, one of the elders fell asleep, and they prepared to enter. They couldn't kill the guards at that moment because it would alert the others inside the mansion. They entered and headed to the door where the conversation was taking place. They knew who was inside, but they had to pretend so as not to raise more suspicions. The simple fact that they were in the mansion was already an indication of annoyance. They opened the door and saw that the brown-haired boy was there, Rias Gremory behind him, and next to Issei an angel that most didn't recognize. What is he doing here, Lucifer? Said the leader of the Council of Elders angrily, followed by the Magus Medios, the other cadres, the other archangels of heaven and the leaders of the other factions. At that moment, a cadre was pleased to see the chestnut-haired man awake, but he only saw half of the harem he had possessed before the battle. Where is my daughter? Was what he wondered, not noticing her presence. Hyoudou, where is Akeno and the other girls? Barakwil asked naively, not knowing about the situation that occurred at the Hyoudou residence. Why don't you tell him, son of a bitch, said Issei looking at the circle that appeared behind the leaders where the entire entourage of the fallen angel came out. Don't talk to me, you useless thing, you're not even half as strong as my new boyfriend, she said as she held the university professor's hand. This shocked the father when he saw that his daughter had exchanged the boy who helped her countless times for someone else and unconsciously began to shed tears since he had turned his back on her in the vote. Suddenly Metatron drew his sword and took a defensive position and headed towards the Guardian. Look what we have here, if you're the bastards, what a coincidence they wanted you dead, don't you think, Trinity? What a coincidence, right? Trinity answered while Issei was on guard and Rias hid behind his back. Suddenly, 7 of those who arrived jumped back and took a battle stance, leaving everyone else and even some of their companions in shock. But it's Metatron, said the council leader, I think that's enough of this farce, and with this his whole body began to glow. With him were Asmodeus, Zeus, Ra, Saji, Lucero and Daniel also in battle position, and a black mist came out of them. Nice to meet you gentlemen, I introduce myself. I am Cain, Sin of Wrath, and leader of the 7 deadly sins, said the silhouette that appeared when it stopped shining, showing a horrendous being with a dangerous aura. It's my turn, said a boy with a sinister look. Saji, what's going on? Because that it was Akeno who began to speak until she was silenced by her boyfriend who slapped her. Shut up bitch, you have no right to talk to Nier and Sama like that, said Kira with a maniacal smile. Akeno die damn you. Barakwil shouted, concentrating a lightning spear in his hand to send it against Kira, but suddenly he received another, stronger lightning bolt that came from Saji. Well, let's get started, said Saji, who suddenly removed the sleeve covering his arm, revealing various marks. Suddenly, the marks began to glow. Ah! Was the cry of pain that all the girls in Akeno's entourage made while they were on the floor lying in agony, while the Fall, Kaneko, Roswis and Kiba were in shock by what they saw. On the chest and legs of the women of the boys' harem, it was observed that they had the same figures as Saji's arm, and these began to shine. Suddenly their magical energy began to decrease at the same time that they cried for the situation to end. At that moment, only Issei is seen in a serious way, not because of the torture the girls were suffering, but because of the power that was accumulating in Saji, putting himself in a defensive position. Well, I already have the power of those bitches, said Saji as he summoned a sword the same size as Durandal in his right hand, and now he snapped his fingers. Suddenly Akeno's boyfriend began to change shape to just be a shadow, then he turns to look at Akeno, and with his hand, he pierced the black-haired girl's body. To then see how he fell to the ground while in the shadow's hand a purple crystal sphere was seen, then he took his true dark form, flew directly toward Saji, then the shadow invaded him, and in the boy's left hand several rays formed. Those present did not know what was happening. If you're wondering what happened, it's simple. That human who called himself Kira never existed. He was just a part of my shadow that I used to steal the fallen bitches. The masochist enjoyed how my shadow desecrated her. Bitch once, bitch forever, ha 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 ha, she laughed madly. The other leaders of the Supreme DXD faction did not believe what was happening, the pillar of their faction was behaving in a very strange way and his presence felt hostile. Saji why, she asked still in shock while holding her king, they swore eternal love to you, tell me why are you doing this, why are you hurting them? Ahahaha, they are just trash, he replied arrogantly. You know me as Saji the bearer of Vitra, but my real name is Nero the sin of envy. I shouted his name, but instead of transforming like the sin of wrath, there was only a change in his clothes. By the way, I don't need this anymore, said Saji, taking Vitra's jewel out of his bag. Here, useless one, I think you'll need it more for what we'll do to you. I want you to entertain me. Well, he threw it to Azazel, confident in his new power. Well, it's our turn, said Asmodeus, Zeus, Ra, Lucero and Daniel, and just as Saji snapped his fingers, in front of Ra appeared Kaneko's Nekomata boyfriend, in front of Zeus was the Valkyrie's boyfriend, and next to Lucero appeared a girl who looked at Kiba with contempt. Who was that girl? They all wondered, but they noticed the pretty boy begin to cry silently. The person in front of them was an angel he'd met during the festivities for his victory in the fight, and she had also convinced him that Issei was a nuisance. At that, the 3 people who appeared ran in front of their partners and, like Akeno, pierced their chests with their hands, obtaining their power from them, and left with their respective owners. The 5 began to shine, and some like Cain changed shape, while Daniel and Lucero only changed their attire. Nice to meet you, I was known as Fabilium Asmodeus Amau, but my real name is Demian the Sin of Sloth. The former Mau spoke with a grotesque appearance, he looked like some kind of overweight ogre. How are you gentlemen, I was the god of Olympus Zeus, but my real name is Jason the Sin of Pride. He finished speaking, showing his true form of a goblin with excess muscles, and on his back appeared an Asgardian type spear. What's up guys, don't fall in love with me, I was Lucero, one of the most sensual archangels in heaven, but my name is Raven the Sin of Lust, she said as she finished changing her clothes to one like those of the fallen angels, but instead of clothes she was only covered by a kind of black mist. Like Jason in Raven's hand, she took out a sword similar to Kiba's. Ahahaha, this is funny, my name previously was Daniel, but I present myself before you inferior beings, I am Abdon the Sin of Greed. The ex-cadre laughed madly in a tighter latex type suit. And I am the last, I always liked the offerings that the idiots of my faction offered me, I was Ra the Egyptian god, but my real name is Elisha the Sin of Gluttony. He finished speaking, and in his hand appeared the power of Kaneko's Injutsu, and its form was that of a strange cat with 5 tails. Damn you, who are you and what did you do with the entourage of the great Akeno Himejima, heroine of the war? Shouted one of the council elders with hatred. Everyone belonging to the Supreme DXD faction was in shock, as several of their strongest people within their army had changed their appearance and had apparently severely damaged the entourage that they themselves created no more than 3 months ago. As Akeno's team was almost in agony because they felt that most of their power had been lost, and Himejima, who was helped by Osiris to get up, had a lost face because of what her boyfriend had done to her. "Well, it's time for everything to change," said Cain as he and his companions began to levitate. "We are the 7 deadly sins, we are the captains of the original Demon King Amon, and what Nero and the others did was simply steal the power of those hindrances." The Sin of Wrath answered simply and mockingly when referring to the retinue of the fall. But Akeno tried to speak with difficulty while trying to stand up. "Why did they do this to us?" "Easy," replied the former cadre, "because you bitches," pointing at Ria's former entourage, "couldn't do the easiest job in the world, kill the threat Hyoudou Issei with the fall of the dragon." Everyone in the room was in shock, on the part of the XDXD faction, for having mentioned that curse. Perhaps it was their plan from the beginning. Well, the other faction was worse by saying it was a threat if they themselves had classified them as useless. "What do you mean by threat?" "Zu said I was useless," Uriel shouted angrily as his wings began to change from white to black. Upon noticing that color, he simply fell to the floor on all fours from the pent-up anger and negative thoughts he had at that moment. "Ahahaha, Miralon, the crow now." The ex-angel laughed madly upon seeing her former brother's misfortune. "Well, you see," said the grotesque ogre, "we knew that boy, even without the Red Emperor dragon at his side, was a potential threat, not because of his power or strength, but because of his fighting spirit. A very annoying spirit that makes him never give up against any adversity that comes his way, a fighting spirit that easily spreads to others and is an inconvenience to our plan. That's why," the 5-tailed cat commented, "we convinced you to turn your backs on the boy so we could eliminate him without anyone saying anything. You guys are truly the biggest idiots we've ever met. The others, on the other hand, are smarter and more loyal than you brainless beings, that's why we couldn't execute that plan." All the leaders of the Supreme faction were incredulous at what the Sin had said. How could it be that, with mere words, they had ended up betraying the person who had saved them so many times? Meanwhile, Himejima's entourage was beginning to rise to their feet. "And you bitches," said Nero pointing at Akeno's entourage, "you are so stupid that with simple words you betrayed the love of that bastard, and even more so you opened your legs easily to me and the shadows of my companions. That's why I was able to steal the power of all of you. At the moment that I bucked you like the boars that you are, we put a mark so that at the right moment we could steal part of your energy." At that moment all the ex-girls and Issei's best friend began to remember the moments they spent with him to the point that they began to cry for the betrayal of the brunette, and the girls felt disgusted with themselves for giving away the virginity that they once promised to other people. Rias Kanyo Akeno didn't finish speaking since she was interrupted by him. "Don't even think about talking to me, Himejima, you and I have nothing to say to each other," the brunette said with disdain, while his ex-girlfriends began to cry. At that Issei sees Rias, gives her a short kiss, and asks her to go with the others. Then he stood next to Metatron and summoned a simple glove, and then from the same glove came out a purple and black sword. "Anyway," Cain said, "we've already seen that your presence is difficult to eliminate, but we never thought that you would be the new guardian of the apocalypse, and that would ruin our plans," before getting into battle position with his companions. "What are you saying, Metatron, are you ready?" Trinity spoke while the Archangel took out a very peculiar sacred sword. "Of course, my body is asking for a good battle," Metatron answered while holding the sword in his hand. "The celestial sword is also ready." Where the XDXD leaders were, Sirzechs, Shiva and Ajuka spoke secretly, they finished talking, and the Redeed looked at other people who were in place, the others nodding. "Well, I think it's time to get this started," said the leader of the deadly sins, as they walked toward the chestnut tree. At that moment, behind Issei, 5 shadows appeared, overflowing with both sacred and evil energy. "Let's tip the balance, don't you think, Ice-kun," said Azazel, who had the vitrigule in his hand and placed it in a glove. "We must finish this so we can find father," Michael said decisively, standing next to his older brother. "I won't let you have all the fun, brat," said the father of all, who transformed his ordinary clothes into a combat suit. "Hyoudou Issei, it's a pleasure to fight by your side again," commented Vali, who stood at his side summoning Albion. "Little brother, it's time to defend our dear Raitan and the others." That was the red-haired Mayu who appeared in front of the boy. "Alright, let's get started with this," shouted Issei, who ran with the others to crash into the sins. Could it be that the fight for the underworld had begun? Chapter 7. Battle at the Gremory mansion and the fall of a faction. Peace is something that many long for. Peace is what many fight for. Peace is what is obtained after having lived through an experience that is too traumatic for the person. That is the peace that the god of hell of Olympus had obtained, since he had experienced firsthand the invasion of the original Demon King after he and his brothers imprisoned his father Cronus in Tartarus. He believed that the war against his own father was hard, but the invasion he suffered by Amon and his captains to obtain his helmet of darkness lived the true agony to be able to stop it with the help of his treasure. That is one of the reasons why he hates his brothers, and is that when he asked for their help, they did not respond to his aid, since they were just forming their own kingdom. After learning of the Demon King's confinement by the biblical god and with the help of Metatron, Hades knew that sooner or later he and his captains would return, since his ambition is too great to give up. That's why he began to design a dimension like Tartarus, in case he were to escape from the seal of the biblical god. A dimension that to this day remains under its power. Gremory Mansion. We see the 7 deadly sins beginning to move from their position, while on the other side we see Issei, Metatron, Sirzechs, Azazel, Michael, Aten and Vali preparing to fight. "Alright, let's get started with this," shouted Issei, who ran with the others to crash into the sins. On the other hand, Ajuka and Shiva had placed a protective barrier for their allies who were behind them. Seraphol prepared a pocket dimension at Ajuka's request and activated it when the collision between those who are going to face each other. On the other hand, the leaders of the Supreme DXD faction were still in shock over the revelation that the deadly sins had made, and even more so upon learning that they were used and declared as living scum by betraying the brown-haired man. While Issei's former girls, the survivor of the church project and the former members of the Sitri clan were crying for turning their backs on the love of their life and friend, more the girls because they had already given themselves to others who turned out to be just shadows to obtain their power. On the other hand, the current brown-haired girls and their allies looked worried about the boy but knew that he would not give up. Suddenly in the middle of the room a loud crash was heard because the clash had already occurred between the opponents. Now Seraphol Ajuka shouted to throw said dimension between the fighters and thus safeguard the life of the XDXD faction by moving the others into it. Hell of Olympus. As the god who guards these lands began his daily activities guiding the souls who arrived to his territory, he felt an energy that made him fall backward in terror. "Those bastards have returned and it seems they are in the underworld," thought the skull god as he returned to his palace. It's time to intervene. Pocket dimension. We see people flying in opposite directions due to the clash between everyone's powers. "How will we fight Sirzechs Onison?" Metatron Sama Issei asked, seeing that both were thoughtful while observing their enemies in detail from the front. "What does Metatron Dono say?" "It's best for you to go against Cain, right?" the Mayu commented. "Indeed, that would be the best," replied the Archangel while preparing his sword for the fight. Then he turned to look at the others. "You choose your opponent, just leave me alone, let me take care of Cain." "Very well, I'll go after my former sister," Michael said as he summoned one of the Excalibur fragments. "That bastard wanted my position in Grigory, I'll take care of the traitorous crow," Azazel commented, raising his glove and activating the Vitra power. "I'm still weak, but I'll help you with whatever you need," Azazel Brat Vitra commented with a voice that seemed very tired from the treatment he received from his former carrier. "Then I'll go after the mangy cat over there," Vali said, pointing at the sin of gluttony as he began to activate his sacred gear. "Leave me to the Asgardian wannabe who wants to be that damn guy," said the All-Father, who pulled out a spear while looking at the goblin with hatred. "I will go after the traitor of the underworld," said the red-haired Mayu as his power of destruction emanated. "That means," said Issei as he glared at his former friend, "that I get the bastard who wanted to steal the girls I love the most and humiliated my beautiful water princess. Come on Trinity," commented the brown-haired boy as the sword in his hand emanated a monstrous energy. "Of course boy, I'm with you, let's teach him to be damned for wanting to take your females," the dragon answered with determination. Gremory Mansion. As Issei and the leaders prepared to fight, the inside of the pocket dimension was broadcast to the mansion. Issei's allies still inside the barrier watched and listened to what was happening inside. At that, the girls who accompanied Issei to the meeting blushed and looked at the boy with loving eyes when he said he would defend them, and more Sona for the cute nickname he gave her. This freaked out her sister, who looked at her with a look of shock at how Issei called her. So maybe you," Seraphol spoke, afraid of the answer she might receive. "That's right, one Sama, me, Tsubaki and Yura are Ice-kun's girlfriends," she said with her face all red. Wait, maybe he, the Mayu spoke again when she received her Sotan's confirmation. "Yes, I told him that in order to officially be boyfriend and girlfriend, he had to beat me at chess, and he beat me on the first try during our first date. All of this was recorded and shown to our parents, who happily accepted," she said happily and blushed. This caused the Mayu's soul to leave her body and faint from the news. Sotan, Issei-kun took my Sotan," he began to wander due to the impression of the news. All of this was heard by everyone in the room, and the former brunette girls felt a pang in their hearts, knowing that others had already taken their place. Pocket dimension. "Alright, let's get this party started," Abdon shouted madly as his companions flew towards their enemies. "Ready, guys, let's fight," shouted the red-haired Mayu as they flew at high speed. Note: play the song for the battle. I tell you, I really like the Naruto Shippuden battle soundtracks, so in serious battles, I will put this type of soundtrack. If you have others, please paste their URL to listen to them. Both parties flew off at full speed. At that, Metatron began to fight Cain as their swords clashed, leaving no gap between them. It was clear how both of them had great mastery with the sword. In the space where the two stood, the great impact of metals caused by their swords could be heard. Volvali, already in his armor, began a hand-to-hand fight against Alicia, who had obtained the power of Senjutsu. Vali, having Kuroka as a training partner, knew perfectly how to fight against users of said power. He began with a series of blows to key points where the energy circulates through the user's body in order to block its control, but the user managed to dodge the blows. "It won't be so easy for you to stop me, brat," said the cat, which hit the boy's helmet and sent him flying. "Be careful, Vali, remember that he has already had more experience in combat." Albion commented to his partner with concern. "Don't worry, I've got this under control," the albino replied as he flew out to hit the Sin hard in the face, but before he could fly away he grabbed him by the right arm and pressed key points that Kuroka had taught him, then he kicked him and sent him flying. "You'll see, damn it," said the Sin, who wanted to summon Sen energy in his hands, but it only gathered in his left hand. "But how? What did you do?" the cat shouted furiously. "It was only a small advantage in my favor, shall we continue?" said the albino as his wings began to glow and reduce his opponent's strength and continued their hand-to-hand combat. In another fight we see Sirzechs surrounded by the power of destruction while he hit the obese Sin, who despite not having great reflexes, the blows he managed to connect with the Redeed left him with a severe wound. "I must finish this fight quickly or else I'll be in serious trouble," thought the Mayu, who as he continued landing blows to his former partner's body, began to feel more tired. "From your facial expression, I can see that you deduced my ability and that the more you have physical contact with me, your energy will go away faster," said Demian, who despite having received the blows, acted as if nothing had happened. "I see, so with that, then," said the Mayu as he took out of his pockets two firearms that instead of having ordinary bullets, their projectiles were balls concentrated with the power of the Bale House. "I will have to use one of my ace." He started shooting at the body of Sin and it started to feel pain. "You're a bastard," he said angrily and began to move to dodge the shots and use his energy to fight the Redeed. Azazel along with Vitra began to fight against his former partner. In his right hand he held a sacred spear and in his left hand he had the absorb line active. He began to fight as equals with the one who wanted to take away Grigory's power and who was one of the causes of the separation of said faction. "Come on Azabaka, have more fun," Abdon told him as he fought in the same way as Azazel. In terms of controlling the spear, only this one was made of dark energy. "Vitra, the moment I tell you, you will stop that bastard with your tongues," the crow said to his fighting partner. "Understood, brat," replied the dark dragon. The fight between them began where they brought out their spear combat techniques, but as the fight progressed, Azazel began to win the fight, leaving his opponent exhausted. "Now Vitra," said Azazel, who activated the Vitra tongues and began to drain Abdon's energy. "Unhappy," replied the tired Sin that was losing strength. Odin and the ancient god Zeus were in a fight with Asgardian spears that simply did not let either of them have a break. It was hit and defend followed, which caused both to have severe lessons in their battle suits. "It's been a while since I had fun," said the father of everything, a little tired from the fight he had. "Alright, old man, let's continue with our fight." Michael, on the other hand, had a serious expression while fighting his former sister. Both carried sacred swords for combat and, like Metatron and Cain, they gave no rest or time to think of an alternative to gain an advantage in the fight. "How is it possible that you have betrayed us?" said the leader of heaven as he clashed the Excalibur against one of Raven's swords. "Ahaha, well, easy, I was only looking for the power to eliminate you and rule heaven, but unlike the others who died, I, Daniel and Saji merged our souls with those of the Sins," replied the former archangel. "So, you mean what?" Michael asked intrigued. "That's right, the leaders you knew are dead since before we started the fight against the Cows Brigade, and only the three of us fused the energy of Sin with our own to become more powerful," the girl answered without any remorse. All of this was heard both inside and outside the pocket dimension. Everyone could not believe what their ears heard. How is it possible that beings as powerful as Zeus, Ra, the Mayu Asmodeus and the leader of the demonic council had been dead for a long time and had usurped his position without the others noticing? As for Issei, he didn't believe what he heard. His friend merged his energy with a Sin just to gain greater power. Both continued fighting with their weapons. "It's true, Saji, what that bitch who fights with Michael-san said," commented the brunette who had a look of hatred towards his rival. "Dahahahaja, of course, I agreed to merge with envy to be able to take away what you love most in this life. I always hated that you had what I wanted, the church trio, the love of my president, the fame and glory for being the Sekiryuutei, but today it ends with your death. I will only tell you that I enjoyed returning to Zenobia and my personal bore while you were still in a coma. It is a shame that Asia-chan and Arena-chan did not fall under the charm spell." But after I eliminate you I will grape each of your girls while they scream your name for you to save them. I will take away all hope of life and turn them into my hex slaves. It will be fun, said the boy with so much venom in his words that he did not finish speaking because Issei went directly against him and gave him a combination of blows and then with his fist knocked the air out of him and kicked him in the neck to send him to the ground. You are a miserable person, said Nero, who was coming out of the hole in the ground. I'll just tell you one thing, I hope you enjoyed having hex with the brainless bitch, because now you're going to die for what you just said the brown-haired man who began to emanate a strange power, but it was too powerful and felt overwhelming. He raised his right arm and the glove he had began to shine intensely. Are you ready, Trinity? Issei said to his partner. Sure boy, shouted the dragon from inside. Balance breaker, annihilation creator scale mile. Suddenly a dark glow with purple covered the brown-haired boy and then revealed armor similar to the one he had with Drake, but black with purple. Boy, this is our balance breaker, it won't last long because it's the first time, you'll have at most 10 minutes with him, the dragon told him privately so that his enemy wouldn't hear this information. 10 minutes will be enough, the boy replied. Suddenly Issei and Niran continued with the fight. Sin began to emanate sacred rays from his hand and throw them at the brown-haired boy in a clumsy manner. As he continued throwing said power, they were spending more of his energy and it was running out. Well, you may have the power of the lightning bitch, but not our ability to occupy it, Issei said mockingly. Don't think you're superior because you're not, you'll see how I'll kill you and your parents too, replied the Sin a little tired. You know I wanted to enjoy this battle with you, but said the brown-haired man as the sword he had created disappeared and a semi-automatic double-barreled shotgun began to appear in his hand. You are a danger to my family and I must eliminate you before something bad happens to my family. At that he flew towards Nero while dodging the rays that he sent at him. Already being close to him he began to shoot at him. Nero hid behind the replica of Durandal, but the impacts of the bullets began to crack the sword until crash. He only saw how the sword broke into 1,000 pieces, leaving Nero astonished by what had happened. Then he felt a pain in his right leg. He turned to see where his leg should have been and was surprised to see that it was no longer there and in its place, there was only a blood stain and hanging tissue. My damn leg. He screamed in pain, the sin of losing one of his limbs like that. This isn't over yet, said Issei, who put away his shotgun and went straight to Niran. He began to hit his stomach, then his chest and head. Already stunned, Issei took out his sword again and with great speed proceeded to cut off the boy's arms. Ah, damn it, said Nero, who started to feel scared. How is it possible that this is happening to me? I'm supposed to get the energy from those damn bitches and become even more powerful. How is it possible that she's beating me? He said with hatred in his words for what was happening. The difference between us is that I fight to protect my loved ones, while you, the brown-haired man told him while kicking him in the stomach and hitting him with a hammer that sent him to the ground, you were only looking for power, he finished saying while holding his sword in his hand. Wait a moment, please don't kill me, I was your best friend, forgive me for taking Zenobia-chan from you, but don't kill me, the Sin said pleadingly as he dragged himself with his torso due to the result of the fight. You already said it, you were my friend, but wanting to take away what's mine we dragons will never forgive, Issei said, and the last thing was heard was a combination between the voices of both, in that he raises his sword to give the final blow to the Sin. Nu Issei. He screamed in fear until the brown-haired man's sword pierced his heart, ending Saji's life. This is getting out of hand, Kane thought as he cast a magic circle around his ear. Sans my vice captain, can you hear me? Said the Sin of anger while talking to another person who was outside the pocket dimension. Olympus Territory Supreme DXD faction. We see a shadow sitting at the top of Olympus, watching the lesser gods belonging to the Supreme faction, who were waiting for their leader and the festivities to continue. At that moment, the moonlight shone directly on him, revealing his form, and a circle of communication formed in his ear. Yes, Captain, I hear you loud and clear, said the albino boy. Perfect, start by activating the seals on our Olympus slaves and drain their energy, then send me a little of it through the transfer circle and meet with the other vice captains, Kane said inside the pocket dimension. Understood, the boy replied and began to fly near the minor gods. In Olympus, the gods who served the Supreme faction had a tattoo on their right shoulder that signifies loyalty to them. Suddenly a minor god looked up and noticed the silhouette of the boy. Tell me who you are and what you are doing here, said Theseus, while behind them were the children of Zeus except for Athena, since she along with Poseidon and Apollo supported the brown-haired man, for which they were expelled from Olympus. I only came for your power, my captain needs it, he said unfazed, activating the tattoo curse on the lesser gods, leaving them stunned. Then, at great speed, he went after each of them, draining their power and then killing them instantly. Thus, almost completely disappearing the Olympic faction, he left the place with several energy spheres in his hand. Aphrodite, who was imprisoned in Zeus's tower for not wanting to follow his orders, contacted Ares. Gremory Mansion. The leaders of the Supreme faction were just coming out of shock and realized that they were just being used. At that moment a magic communication circle appeared in Ares' ear. "Tell me Aphrodite what you want," said Ares angrily. "Sir, I must notify you of something that happened, and all the leaders of the Supreme faction, including Zeus-sama, must know," he said in horror at the act he had just witnessed. At that Ares summoned a hologram so his allies could see the message. "Ready, tell me what happened," said the god of war. "You see, sir, an albino being arrived at Olympus, attacked the minor gods of our faction and killed them all. Lord, Olympus has fallen," she said terrified and with tears. Everyone in the room was present, wondering how it was possible that a faction of such powerful beings as the Greeks could fall so easily and by a single man. But how was it possible, if our best warriors were there? He said furiously at what had happened. "I don't know, sir. I just saw how the marks of the Supreme faction activated and stunned everyone," the goddess explained while crying. "This is the end of the Olympian faction, our leader betrayed us and our warriors are dead," said the god of war in horror. On the other side of the room inside Ajuka and Shiva's barrier were the allies of the XDXD faction, who couldn't believe what they just heard. Suddenly in place of the Mao Lucifer a communication hologram was formed. "Sirzechs brat, are you listening to me? It's me, Hades," said the skull god with a worried voice. "Sorry Hades don't know," Ajuka replied, "but right now Sirzechs is fighting some bastards called the Seven Deadly Sins." "So those bastards have returned," said the god with fear. "Ajuka brat, prepare a transportation circle, I will go with you, those damn ones must be stopped." Perhaps the existence of sins is greater than the ambitions of each faction, so that the Greek god of hell wants to help. This was what the XDXD faction questioned. Chapter 8. The arrival of Hades and a bitter victory. For many, friendship is a relationship of affection, sympathy, and trust that is established between people who are not family. Which is forged with time, adventures, experiences and above all with honesty. Which ends in brotherhood if the relationship is very close. But this can be broken if there is jealousy, resentment and, above all, envy between them on the part of one of the members. At first, this evil feeling took hold of them due to different circumstances, but with the same goal. The envy they felt for what one has. But like every bad relationship, there must be an end, such as separation and distancing between individuals, or in the worst case, this can even claim a person's life. Pocket Dimension. The battle between the Deadly Sins and the XDXD faction continued, except for one. In one part of the battlefield, two figures could be seen who had finished their fight, where one of them was lying on the ground with a sword piercing his heart, while the other silhouette had in his hands the handle of the sword that had claimed the life of the first. Those were Issei and Saji, where the brown-haired man wearing his armor had defeated the one who was once his friend. Suddenly a shadow emerged from Saji's body in the form of mist while he regained his original appearance. Issei, create a spherical orb that can contain the soul of the sin you just eliminated, like the one I showed you in the vision, Trinity said to her partner. At that point, with the power of his new sacred gear, he began to create a device and it appeared in his hand. At that he activated it and captured the dark mist that came out of his enemy's body. Hyoudou, it's why you're true DDness, said Saji, who was dying as he was slowly losing his life. Yes Saji, it's me, he replied seriously. How good it is you're okay, he said with a smile, while he continued to agonize. Don't say anything else, he said as he walked away. Gage just a favor, take care of Kai. He didn't finish speaking because he had already died. Issei managed to hear the last thing he said as he flew to support the others. You don't have to say it, she's one of the women I love, he thought. Although he didn't show it deep down, it hurt to end his friend's life, but he knew that if he didn't stop him, he would be a danger to the world. But while all this was happening in the pocket dimension, something else was happening in the Gremory mansion. Main hall of the Gremory mansion. In the middle of the room were still both parts of the current factions, but suddenly in front of the entrance to the pocket dimension appeared the vice captain of anger with several spheres of energy in his hand. This surprised those present because they had not felt the energy of this until it arrived in the room, and then it sent one of the spheres into the dimension. Okay, sir, I've sent it, said the albino who had a communication seal, then made it disappear and turned to look at those present. Good evening gentlemen, I introduce myself, I'm Sans, and today I'm here with you to end your life, said the albino who began to transform into a skull-like being. Wait a moment, Ares said when he saw the newcomer, then began a fearsome aura that alerted the XDXD faction. You are the damn one who ended the lives of my comrades in the Olympic faction, you are that monster Aphrodite talked about. He shouted with fury and launched himself straight at the newcomer. Die you damn one. When he shouted that, everyone belonging to the Supreme faction hid from the sight of the monster that arrived to avoid the same fate that the Olympic faction had a few moments ago. The being without turning around just stretched out his arm and his hand began to glow with a dark light. Down said the monster and suddenly the mark of loyalty of the supreme faction that the Greek god had in his hand shone, causing him to fall to the floor and feel a great weight that did not allow him to get up. You know, he began to speak as he approached the god, you are a weak person, but your energy will be more than enough to fight them, pointing to the opposing faction. At that moment, Ares began to be surrounded by a black mist that would suck away his magical energy, leaving him bone deep. A black sphere formed in Sans' hand. At that point he took the sphere and began to swallow it, then raised his energy which was overwhelming, putting the others in a battle position. Wow, you were useful at the end of it all, he said laughing while crushing Ares' skull, then he turned to look at the others, how about we get started, he said with a sinister smile. At that moment, behind those present, a transportation seal appeared from which the god of hell, Olympian, emerged, surprising the entire XDXD faction, believing that he would join the soldier of sins. So they've returned, said the older skeleton, holding a somewhat strange seal in his left hand and his helmet in his right hand. Well, but he is the brat from hell, said the smaller skull-like being. How well this fight will be worth it. He smiled even more and walked in the direction of the god. Ajuka brat, said Hades as his men saw the Mayu and gave him the seal without Sans noticing. You know what to do, he finished speaking to put on his helmet and start the fight. Flashback. Ajuka and Shiva were surprised that the god of hell wanted to help in this situation. Very well, once I arrive I will give you a seal, so that the moment you activate it near the entrance of the pocket dimension, it flies into a kind of Tartar, the same one where we sealed my father, Hades said with a serious tone of voice. Excuse me Hades don't know, but how do I know this isn't a trap to throw others off track? Shiva said with some concern. Because I have experienced firsthand the chaos that those bastards can cause, the skull-like being responded. Okay, but how long do those inside the dimension have to get out? The Mayu asked, concerned for the lives of his companions. When you place the seal they will have 2 minutes before it activates and Tartar is created, Hades replied. Okay, we'll wait for him here, said Shiva, but at that moment Sans arrived. End of flashback. Suddenly the atmosphere changed inside the room as Gabriel, Seraphol and Penum placed a barrier to prevent the fight from getting out of it. Okay brat, let's get this started, Sans said in a sinister voice, then disappeared from everyone's side along with Hades. The only thing that could be heard were the blows that both opponents gave each other, blows that only the older leaders could see, while the others did not understand what was happening in the battle. Suddenly Ajuka created a communication seal to talk to Sirzechs, but he didn't like what he heard on the other side. Pocket Dimension. Before the fight between Hades and Sans began, the latter had thrown an energy sphere into the pocket dimension. Understood, replied Cain, who was still fighting Metatron. Very well we must end this fight, said Metatron who closed his eyes while he accumulated his power in the sword and ended his fight. But suddenly the energy sphere reached Cain, he took it and ate it in one bite. Metatron had his attack ready and launched himself directly at Sin, but suddenly he felt the atmosphere heavy and Cain's power rose exponentially. That left the others baffled by the power displayed, while Issei and Trinity had a bad feeling. Very well my brothers now you know what to do, said the captain of sins and they understood the signal. At that moment the remaining sins raised their hands and created a light that blinded the others, they flew directly at their opponents and knocked them out with a blow to the back of the head, except for Vali who was wearing his armor, but he was sent to the ground like the others and they moved away from the place of combat. Damn you. Issei shouted in annoyance at what he had done to both his companions and his brother-in-law and flew after them. But out of nowhere, Cain, who until a few seconds ago was in front of Metatron, appeared in front of him and punched him in the stomach, leaving him breathless. However, Issei, being so stubborn, instead of falling to the ground, remained suspended in the air, but with the pain of the blow he received. Boy, where were you going? You guys will entertain me for a while, said Cain with a haughty voice as he got into a combat stance, blocking the way to where his companions were going. At that, the other sins flew to the entrance of the pocket dimension and with their power broke the barrier that covered it, thus allowing them to escape from the place. Main hall of the Gremory mansion. The fight between the skull-like beings that were in the middle of the room continued at great speed, only destruction was seen everywhere, but the moment they stopped to take a breath, they had a look of determination that neither would give in. Suddenly in front of the entrance to the pocket dimension, they felt several energies approaching. Upon seeing the screen, they realized it was too late to implement Hades' plan, since the sins had already broken the seal. Everyone was preparing for the biggest fight of their lives. Hades and Sans stopped their fight as 5 monsters that they easily recognized appeared in front of them. Damn, these bastards have escaped, the god of Olympus thought angrily, but noticed that the most dangerous of the sins was missing. Well, not all is lost yet. You'll see those idiots later, said Demian, who looked hurt from his battle. At that point, they noticed the people who were fighting and they were seen to be tired. "So you're Kane's vice captain," Raven commented upon seeing the skull-like boy, who nodded. Suddenly Hades looked at where the sin of pride was in great detail, until it was revealed by the Olympic attire he was still wearing. "Zeus, is that you?" the god asked the goblin in front of him. "No, that being you call Zeus is dead," Jason said with a bit of grace. "He died a day after the first meeting with the Alliance, when the stupid man believed that the orb he received as a gift from the leader of the demonic council was given to him as a present," he said without any concern. Everyone was shocked to learn that the leader of Olympus died before the fight against Rissavam in Agares. Hyoudou region, Sweden. In a hospital on the island, the fisherman who was about to begin his work was beginning to wake up, but with the difference that his eyes were completely dark and he was surrounded by a dark aura, but this could only be detected if one was close to him. When he woke up he noticed that the place where he was located was strange and with objects that he did not recognize. When he got up, he saw that in his left arm, he was connected by means of tubes of a new material for him to a small space that released a liquid. He removed said object from his arm and sat on the edge of the bed. Without anyone noticing, he took his coat and left the room towards a large door, which he concluded was the exit from the premises. As he left the hospital he saw that he was on a high hill. He went to the edge of it and observed the entire city. He was amazed at how everything had changed, but the most incredible thing was that when he looked at the sky, he saw that he was in the world that the gods created. "This place is strange," the fisherman thought. He tried to gather energy in his hand, but it didn't give the result he expected. "It seems I still don't have all my power." He began walking towards the city with his hands in the pockets of his clothes, but he stopped when he felt the snow on his face. "It's time to find my captains and let them know that Amon has returned," he said to himself. "I must seek information about this world," and continued walking. Pocket Dimension. Metatron arrived where the chestnut was and helped him recover a little from the blow that Kane received, and he watched them to know what their next move would be. At that, they both take up their weapons, look at each other, and return their gaze to where Kane was. "Come on boy," said the angel who together with Issei, launched themselves against Sin and began to fight. The fight began, but Kane clearly had the advantage due to the power boost he received from his vice captain. Furthermore, Issei and Metatron didn't attack at the same time, making it easy to predict their movements. But little by little, they grew accustomed to each other's fighting rhythm and began to cooperate with combined attacks. While fighting, Issei remembered that he used to fight alongside Kiba when the Cow's brigade was still alive. At first, he felt sad, but when he saw the look of confidence that Metatron gave him for that performance, he understood that it wouldn't be complicated for him to fight alongside the angel, and he found a new dual fighting partner. While the others were slowly recovering from the blow they received, they felt pathetic, seeing that their current strength was not enough to defeat them, and it was better since with his balance break, he could not defeat Sin. "Look Issei brat to your left," said the dragon that fought at his side, and he obeyed, to see a figure lying on the ground to be surprised that it was none other than Saji. "Issei defeated Saji," said the cadre, and everyone turned to see the boy's body. This made Vali see that his rival was still surpassing him, but instead of feeling hatred towards the brown-haired boy, he was happy. "Hyoudou Issei, so you got more power," thought the albino who suddenly noticed that above them Issei, Metatron against Kane were fighting. Looking up the others looked where Vali saw perfect. "I will train more, so that our fight is legendary," he thought again while raising his fist in the direction of his rival. While Sirzechs watched his brother-in-law's fight, "Rias, I will not worry about you anymore, since I am sure that my brother will take care of you and love you with all his strength, you and the girls who truly love him," thought the Redeed. The others were pleased with the sign the albino made, and even more so was Azazel, who saw that in Vali that flame of rivalry and camaraderie was rekindled even more. At that, a communication circle appeared in Sirzechs' ear. "Tell me Ajuka what's going on," said the Redeed. "Sirzechs, you and the others must get out of there, since the other sins are outside the pocket dimension," his companion replied. "What did you say?" the Mayu shouted angrily. "Hades also gave us a seal to capture at least the sin that is still inside," Ajuka told him. "Hades? How is it possible that he is there?" asked Lucifer in astonishment. "Okay, I'll tell you, but it will be quick," you see Beelzebub commented and explained the same thing that Hade told him, surprising Issei's brother-in-law with everything that had happened. "Very well, I'll go with the others and tell them the plan," said Sirzechs, who gathered those who were on the floor watching the fight. At that point he met with the others and explained about the plan. Main hall of the Gremory mansion. Everyone present was in shock at what they heard from the goblin who they once knew as Zeus, but they were brought out of it when Raven spoke. "Okay, if that idiot Metatron is out that means," Raven said without finishing the sentence, and the others understood the situation. "That's right," said Jason. "But what about Kane?" said Sin. "He'll catch up with us later, so let's get out of here," said Demian, who broke the barrier put up by the three most beautiful women of the biblical faction, surprising those present. "Okay, let's leave now," said Abdon. "You're coming too, Sans," he shouted to Kane's soldier. "But I was having fun," Sans said with a creepy laugh. "Just obey," Elisha said angrily. "Okay, but first," said the skull-like being and began to gather energy in his hand, then he raised his arm and threw it as if it were a projectile. When it reached a high point it exploded like a firework and spread throughout the room, which impacted Shiva's shield to the point of destroying it. With this distraction the Sins and Sans took advantage to escape from the underworld to the human world. Everyone thought the attack was over, but two remnants of the same attack went straight to Murayama. "Kratos, be careful." Rias shouted in fear when she saw that said attack would hit the aforementioned, who were in a corner due to fear of the battle. "Issei." They both shouted, but instinctively they both moved their arms as if they wanted to defend themselves. Thinking that it would be their end, they only saw the face of their beloved in their minds and the beautiful moment they spent with him on their first date, with that of living and continuing to be by the side of the boy who swore eternal love to them. A light covered them all over their bodies, and then in their hands they showed their weapons and got rid of the attack. Boom. It was the only thing that was heard to create a smokescreen. Everyone was worried about the new brown-haired girls, but they were surprised to see that they were unharmed and with weapons in their hands. In Murayama a black katana appeared, while Kratos held two pistols in both hands. Both were crying from the shock of the moment. "Are you girls okay?" Sona asked with concern. "Yes, Sitri-sama," they replied while still crying as they bowed. "Tell me, Sona," he said as he hugged them both. "Hi," they both replied. On the other side of the room were Hades and Ajuka watching how things were going inside the pocket dimension, thus observing the fight between Issei and Metatron against Kane. "You must leave now, so that you can capture that bastard," Hades said seriously. Pocket dimension. The conversation between Sirzechs and the others ended. "Okay then, let's go with them," said Michael, who spread his wings and stealthily headed to the sky where the battle continued. On the other hand, the fight became slower due to fatigue among the participants. "This guy is rude," Issei said tiredly. "You can't even say it, that's why it's the most powerful sin," replied the dragon. "They're tired," Kane said arrogantly. "Come on, gentlemen, this is just about." He didn't finish speaking as he was covered by a barrier with Michael's sacred power. "Damn, I didn't realize you were alive," Sin said angrily upon seeing Michael. "Metatron-san, help me with this," Michael said to his angelic companion. "Very well," replied Metatron, who created another seal to capture Kane. "Let's all get out of here." Sirzechs shouted as he flew with the others towards the exit. "But what are they doing?" "We should kill him," said Metatron, confused by the actions of the others. "Please Metatron, trust us," Azazel said as he flew towards the exit. "You'll see, damn it, I'll catch up with you right now," said Kane, who began to hit Michael's seal. The others flew as fast as they could, leaving the pocket dimension, except for the chestnut tree, who stayed a little behind. At that moment, they heard Metatron's seal break and Sin flew out at full speed. The chestnut tree flew at full speed, while Sin stretched out its hand to reach it. Main hall of the Gremory mansion. In the room, the others waited for the fighters who had gone to the pocket dimension, who were leaving in a row. Most of the fighters were lying on the floor upon leaving the dimension due to exhaustion from their fights. The only thing missing was the chestnut tree, which was a little late. "Come on, Issei, you can do it." Rias shouted in despair in front of the dimension portal while spreading her arms. Suddenly the brown-haired man came out at full speed, colliding with his beloved, who hugged him and stopped his speed. "Rias," said the brown-haired boy upon seeing his beloved. "Ice," replied the Redeed, who kissed him the moment she had him in her arms. "Ajuka now," Hades shouted to activate the seal. At that point, at the entrance to the portal, you could see Kane's hand, which was cut off by rays that acted as a door, leaving Sin within the dimension. "We did it, we caught one," Shiva said with relief. "But with the power he currently possesses, I don't think we can stop him forever," Hades said heavily. And the others, Sirzechs said, noticing that the other Sins were not there. "Unfortunately they escaped," Ajuka answered with annoyance. "Damn it," Metatron said angrily. "This is just the beginning of everything, right?" Issei mentally told Trinity. "Unfortunately yes," Mate the dragon replied. "Damn," thought the brown-haired boy. The fight was over, but not as they expected. For them this was a defeat by not stopping all the Sins. Chapter 9. Aftermath, Vision, and the Birth of a Clan. We often trust people who tell us they love us. Many times we believe in the words of our loved ones. But when they show their true nature, they can stab you by turning their back on you. But when that person sees that he has lost something that was really worth it, he will do everything possible to get it back. And this will only happen if the affected person accepts. Otherwise, there will be no reversing their decision. Gremory Mansion. We can see the main hall where the meeting with Hyoudou Issei had taken place, which later became the battlefield between Hades and the vice-captain of the Sin of Wrath. We see the leaders of the XDXD faction observing the pocket dimension where the former leader of the council and now proclaimed captain of the 7 deadly sins was captured. While the others were helped by those present, even more so the brown-haired boy who remained in the arms of his beloved and was surrounded by the other girls. Issei-kun, are you okay? Sona asked with great concern. Yes, So-chan, don't worry, the brown-haired boy replied, making his beloved blush. Ai-san, please don't worry us like that, Asia said, crying, taking her beloved's hand, while a green aura began to surround him. Don't worry, he said, taking her chin and giving her a kiss to reassure her. He finished the kiss and looked into her eyes. You're better now, Asia-chan. Hi, the girl replied. The others just sighed. And what about us? They said at the same time with a pout on their faces. Well, come here, he said without thinking. This caused them all to throw themselves at him and begin to kiss him with all their love. This was seen by the former girls of his first harem, seeing how they enjoyed the boy's love without the need to touch their bodies, made their hearts begin to ache. We love you, Ai-san-kun, darling, the girl said as they continued to hug him. And I love you more, the brown-haired boy responded happily. While that scene of affection happens, we see Aridit along with the god of hell, standing in front of the entrance to the dimension where they fought, while Cain is seen trying to destroy it. Tell me something, Hades, don't know, said the Mao Lucifer, who looked firmly at where the dimension was. What's wrong, Sirzechs brat, said the god of hell seriously. How long do you think this prison will last? The Mao asked seriously. This made everyone present in the room, including those belonging to the supreme faction who took shelter during the battle, pay attention to what the god would say. From what I can see, since his power increased by absorbing that large amount of energy, and since this is only a replica of the prison where we locked my father up, it will only last a year at least before it collapses, the god responded seriously. This left those present perplexed, and even more so the supreme faction, as they were concerned about the safety of their people. Tell me, buddy, this is just the beginning, right? Issei said to his partner who lived inside him, as he got up from the floor and was helped by Sona. That's right, mate, the dragon replied seriously. Well, what are we going to do about the other sins? Michael said with concern. It seems they are looking for a way to free the Demon King, said Metatron seriously, then he goes to where the brown-haired man was. Tell me, Trinity, when you were captured, were you in the Cave of the Seal? Asked the angel. Well, the last thing I remember is that I went out in search of food near the region when Rissavam, along with the help of a demon that I didn't see well, captured me and put me under a mind control spell, the dragon answered seriously. This information left everyone present worried. The question, Trinity-chan, said the Mao with her typical voice but serious. Try Trinity-chan, what do you think Trinity-chan is, who do you think you are, talking to me like that? He said, annoyed by the way they told him. Come on, Trinity-chan, you are Ice-chan's partner, which is why I trust you, said the happy Seraphil. Calm down now, buddy, the brown-haired man replied. Okay, what do you want, brat, who also wants to be loved by my partner, the dragon replied, leaving the girl with a clear blush, while the others just kept their faces like there is no other. Haha, well, what I wanted to ask you is if you remember any aspect of that demon, said the girl with a blush on her face. Well, now I remember, the bastard attacked me from behind using demonic energy, as if it were volcanic magma, and made my movement slow to the point that damn Rissavam knocked me out, the dragon replied. This alarmed one of the council of elders who was still listening. Wait, you said volcanic magma, said one of the elders. You're still here, I thought you ran like the cowards you are, Razor mockingly responded as he saw the others from the supreme faction gathering around the old man. Shut up, brat, and respect your superiors, another of the angry elders responded. Hey, remember where you are, you should return those unfortunate people to their land, Sirzechs responded angrily at how they treated one of his subordinates. Excuse me, false leader, but I want to know if what the beast that lives inside Hyoudou said is true, the old man replied. I already told you I'm not a beast, damn it, I'm a dragon, Trinity responded angrily. And why do you want to know if it was volcanic magma? Azazel asked as he adjusted his shoulder after the battle. I ask because that damned one, pointing at the sin within the dimension, was able to make power look like magma. Saying that, everyone came to a conclusion. So the bastard was already affiliated with the Cows Brigade, Ajuka commented angrily. Everyone present was surprised that even before the fight against Trinity, they never thought that one of their teammates had already betrayed them. Human world. Kuoh City. We see 6 silhouettes that were in front of the city where it is watched by the Sitri clan, and they observed the movements of the people who lived there. And what are we waiting for? We should eliminate this city, said Sans frantically, who began to gather energy in his hand, but he lost it when he received a blow. Are you stupid? Raven said angrily. First we must find the location of our leader's sealer, some clue as to his whereabouts. It's true, if we go about destroying everything as we please, we'll never find the king, and he wanted to start destroying everything. If you do that, he'll eliminate you in one fell swoop, Demian replied. The whatever you want, Sans replied boredly. So, what are we going to do? Jason said when he saw his companions. The first thing is to return to our old ways. Once we're ready we'll visit the city, maybe we'll find something, Raven answered simply. The light began to cover the Sins and the vice captain and then show them in their human forms. Once the spell was over, they headed downtown and began walking toward the city library, but something caught their attention. A banner displaying a poster with various artifacts and books, along with a photo of a person, was on display. Great exhibition of ancient treasures, come see the new exhibition that the University of Tokyo and with the help of Professor Fujitaka Kinomoto have managed to find after years of exploration. There will be lectures by the professor and a photo session. From the 3rd to the 16th of this month. The Sin saw this poster and had the same idea, to kidnap the professor and have him help them find the ruins of their leader. We must go immediately, said Sans excitedly, but was stopped by a blow. Idiot, today is the 18th, he's probably already left the city, Abdon replied. But it's not a bad idea, Raven commented. Let's go to the museum and ask for information about where the exhibit will be. Everyone agreed with that idea. After a few minutes, they arrived at the Kuoh City History Museum. They went straight to the museum staff and asked them about the exhibition that was on display 2 days ago. Well, the only thing I know is that the tour ended with a visit to this museum. Most likely, he returned to Tokyo, except for the professor, commented the curator and museum director. Oh, I see, said Raven in her angelic form. He's an old friend from the university where we studied, but because of having my son, pointing at Sans, I had to drop out of school, and I wanted to meet him again, she said sadly. I'm sorry, but he left the day the exhibition ended. He'll most likely return to Tamahida, the museum director commented simply. I see, it's true he told me he was from that city, but I forgot, he said, pretending to forget about his friend. Well dear, said Abdon as he hugged the angel, son, friends, we must return home. They began to leave but were stopped by the museum director. Wait, as director of the museum, wouldn't you like to visit our exhibition, friends of Kinomoto-san, I extend this invitation to you, he said politely. No thank you very much, you must, Raven spoke, but was interrupted by the director himself. I insist, we have great exhibitions, and I'm sure you, as a colleague of Professor Kinomoto, will love them, he said with a smile. Okay, the Sin replied rudely. This made everyone look at her with screwed up eyes, but without further ado, they proceeded to quickly see the interior of the museum. In one of the rooms that was supposed to house Greek mythology, there was a relic, but only Sans looked at it in boredom. How boring, said Sans and ran to his leaders to catch them. It was already nighttime, and after the forced visit they left the city, holding one of the exhibition posters in their hands. Well, we have our target, Jason said, pointing to the photo that came with the announcement. We must capture him. Since he is an academic and has traveled the world, he has most likely come across the cave. Okay, let's go, Demian said for everyone to prepare their wings and fly out of the place in the direction of the city of Tamahida. Gremory Mansion. After making this revelation, everyone present began to plan their next move, but we saw a brown-haired man watching the hostility that the three mass were directing at the leaders who were at the other end of the room. Onisama Issei said to the Redeed, and he got so excited by how they called him, but he had to behave or he would be scolded by his wife again. Yes, Issei, what's wrong, the Redeed said to the boy with a smile. Could you explain to me what the Supreme Faction is, and what the faction is, DXD, the boy told him, since he still wasn't clear about what happened in his absence. It's true, we still haven't told you what happened in your absence, right? The Mayu commented with a little more seriousness. Exactly, I only understand that the president is now a low-class demon and is with Sotan. I also want to know why I no longer feel the pawn pieces inside me. In addition to the betrayal of certain people who at this moment are not worth pronouncing their name, said the boy seriously, the last thing he said with hatred in his words, that his former girls who were present hurt their hearts. Issei, it shouldn't be like this with my Baraquiel, said seriously, looking at the boy with hatred, but he was interrupted by his former partner. Shut up, Baraquiel, in this room you have no right to talk to him, especially knowing that your decision to remove Ice-kun as a pillar of the factions so he could be with your daughter didn't work, it's just a joke, Zeoticus commented seriously. Now Sirzechs, start your conversation. He must know the current events of the underworld. I'd also like to know how things are going. I imagine the same thing is happening in heaven, right? Said Metatron, receiving Michael's response by nodding his head in affirmation. You see, Ice-kun, this is what happened. Where do I start? I already know. The week after the Mayu began to talk with his brother-in-law. He began to tell her how the meeting they had after finishing the battle against the Chaos Brigade, from his dismissal as a pillar of the faction to his exile from the supernatural world. Then they told him about the next meeting with the members of the DXD group to give them the awards they deserved for their participation in the fight, but Rias and Sona were against the decision to exile Issei, in addition to imposing a new fiancé on the Redeed. As for what happened with Vali, Sererg. Seekvaira and Razor they decided to withdraw from the place, losing the right to be part of the DXD group, which did not even flinch them. Also how they took away Rias' nobility, title and entourage by refusing to marry and continuing with the brown-haired man, degrading her to a low-class devil, and the creation of the Himejima entourage, removing the pieces from the brown-haired man once this meeting ended. Then he told him about the celebration parties that were held throughout the kingdoms, saying that they, along with Saji and the new Himejima entourage, had defeated the beast, with Saji standing out as the main hero. The others had lost that right. He also told them that the supernatural beings, upon learning that Issei was no longer the pillar of the factions, divided into two sides, one that supported the decision to remove him and others that did not, creating the two factions that exist today. I see, and could you tell me how the supernatural world is distributed right now, Lucifer? Said Metatron, processing everything the Mau said. Of course, on the part of the underworld, half of the houses and the three of us mass are from the XDXD faction, said the Redeed seriously. And Grigori, Penum, I, along with half of the fallen angels, are with Issei, Azazel said simply. On heaven's part, all the angels are reincarnated, a few of the original angels, Gabriel and I are from the XDXD faction, he replied with a smile. That means Dulio-san, the boy commented happily upon learning that one of those he considered a rival to overcome was still on his side. That's right, replied Fellas, the most beautiful angel in heaven. Right now, Dulio is protecting our side of heaven in case the other angels wanted to attack our side. From the dragon faction we are all with Issei, even Krom Kruichu after the war, and as the only survivor of the evil dragons is with us, said Office with our stoic face. In my case, Odin said with sadness and grief, only your servant, my wife, Thor, Hela and Freya remain on your side, boy. We Japanese gods are your allies Hyoudou-sama, do not worry about this side, said the goddess Amaterasu. As a former leader of the Yokai, along with my daughter and some followers, we decided to go with Amaterasu-sama, but they have not given us a piece of their land to establish our own faction, Yusaka said sadly after losing her title. I hope you will help me expand the new ice faction. She said this in a flirtatious way, which quickly alarmed the girls who went to stand in front of him like a human wall. Party pooper, said the jealous Kitsune. As one of the three gods of life, I support you. The others are neutral because they are not the least bit interested in human life, Shiva said with a smile. And what happened to the Egyptian and Olympic gods? The boy asked since they were not present. You see Ice-kun, we haven't heard from Horus since the meeting where we planned the fight against Trinity, we only know that they turned their backs on you, thanks to what Ra said, Ajuka said seriously, and as for the Olympians, Athena, Apollo and Poseidon, after they found out the Greek faction betrayed you they spoke with Zeus, but they were attacked by the other minor gods, now they are in the Sitri mansion resting. I see then said the brown-haired man who was interrupted by one of the council demons. Lucifer-sama, the situation is critical, we must regroup the entire underworld to stop this. The old man did not finish speaking as he was interrupted by the Mau. Don't even think about saying we should be in alliance again. I told you that day you attacked the Mau palace that betrayal is something you never forget, the Redeed said seriously. At that the other supporters of the supreme faction gathered, but a girl with a ponytail began to speak. Please Ice-kun, I was being manipulated by my boyfriend, give me another chance. You said you would always be with me, Akeno said crying when she saw the mistake she made. The brown-haired boy just remained silent, looking seriously at Akeno's entourage. Issei, you swore to give me strong children, please let me come back to you just like Akeno. The other girls began to cry for the mistakes of the past. Senpai, I miss your lap. Please let me do the beautiful senjutsu treatments we had before again, she spoke with tears streaming down her face. Every word the girl said began to anger the new girls in the boys' harem, little by little the girls began to emanate their energy. Issei-kun, you saw my body during the trip to Kyoto. You promised me that you would find a husband for me, that's why I decided to be your wife, said the Valkyrie, with all the pain in her heart for betraying the only man who supported her. At that the girls who belonged to Sauna's entourage also spoke. Please Sauna-sama, allow us to be with you, we want to return to being the Sitri family that we once were, allow us to love Issei-kun with you and share him, Momo spoke with great sadness as she spoke to her former mistress. At that Rias and Sauna got quite angry at the comments their former classmates had said and walked forward to where they were. How dare you say all that, Akeno, remember that the Redeed said angrily, but she shut up when she felt a hand on her shoulder, she turned to see who was stopping her and was surprised by the person who stopped her eyes. Don't worry, let me talk, he said calmly when he saw his girlfriend. He kissed her on the forehead and moved her to the side. I'll say this once and I want you to listen to me. The brown-haired man spoke seriously. I don't love you anymore, not after the show you gave at my house, he said in a serious tone, making the girls cry as they remembered that event also. We will never be together for two reasons. The first is because in my heart and in my life, I already have the people who truly love me or show me their love, even though it hasn't been confessed yet, he said with the same tone of voice. But that first comment made the girls in his harem blush, and others had their eyes shine, more so certain leaders who looked at the boy with heart-shaped eyes. And the second most important point is that you are already marked by the Vitra dragon, that means that you will only be the dragon's wives until eternity. They were surprised that Issei knew they were marked by Saji, but then Zenobia came up with an idea to have the brown-haired boy on her side. But you no longer have dragon. Saji died, you can be the Vitra bearer, and everything will return to normal, she said seriously. Well, the other girls saw a light of hope, but suddenly a glove appeared in Issei's hand. I don't believe it. A voice was heard coming from the glove. I am Trinity, the dragon guardian of the apocalypse, or as you knew me, the Trahexa, and he is my carrier. We demand that brat return to the ranks of the alliance right now, said one of the council members angrily upon seeing the power his counterparts wielded. No, I was useless, so I'm not worth it, right? The brown-haired man said mockingly. This made the council members angry. Sirzechs, we order you as the honorable demonic council of the alliance to join us and become the most powerful faction, said another of the elders. You are no one to command in the territories of our faction, so I will ask you to leave this place and take your warriors from here, he said seriously. So the girls all began to cry, and that Akeno ran to Issei and grabbed his hand. Please Issei-kun, I love you, don't leave me, without you I wouldn't be able to go on living, she begged for his forgiveness, but all she got was for the boy to take his hand off her and throw her to where his entourage was. Don't touch me, you dirty hybrid, he said with disgust and a cold look. She was shocked by what he said and cried bitterly in Zenobia's arms. Now, due to the coexistence agreements between both factions, since you are not invited to our territory, this could be considered an invasion of land, so you will be executed if you do not leave here in the next few minutes, Seraphil said angrily, looking at everyone from the Supreme faction. You'll see, you're making a mistake by not uniting the factions. We have the Asgardians, the Egyptians, and the Olympians. We're stronger, said an old man who didn't know what had happened on Olympus. You don't know, the Olympic faction disappeared. I imagine you didn't hear this news when you fainted from seeing your leaders betray them, Shiva said mockingly. Now leave before my partner gets angry, said Issei seriously standing in front, and you don't look for me anymore, he said, looking at the girls who entered a state of madness. Issei, you will see that in the end you will be with us whether you like it or not. Your destiny is to be with us, and I will eliminate anyone who get in the way, shouted Akeno who entered that state, while the others looked at the brown-haired girl with sick eyes. Not if we stop you, Sona said while holding her boyfriend's hand. It's a threat, Zenobia shouted. It's a promise, Rias answered another of Ice's hands. Well, we're leaving, but you brat, by not joining us, you'll be pursued by our men, and we'll consider you the #1 enemy of the Supreme faction, said the second in command of the demonic council with hatred. Amahita City. It was night and in a house we see a girl crying with all her pain while being comforted by her friends. Because Tomoyo-chan, because he had to cheat on me, I sniff really loved him, said a green-eyed brunette while crying in her friend's legs. He told me I was just an acquaintance, and it turned out I was his fiancé from Hong Kong. I was just a game for him, the girl continued crying. Don't cry anymore, Sakura, go to sleep, said her friend who comforted her. She listened and began to sleep, still with tears in her eyes. Damn brat, I swear that when I see him I'll give him what he deserves, said a small yellow stuffed animal. Calm down Kerberos, it's not worth thinking about him, it's best to support our mistress, said an angel with blue wings, and began to leave the place. I'll go to Tuya to calm him down, before he does something stupid, he commented and left the place. The girl began to fall asleep and began to dream something strange. She saw the Tokyo Tower in the distance, and on a tall building, she saw a brunette who had a strange glove. Who are you? The girl asked, looking directly at him, but it was clear her answer went unheard. And that he sees that on the Tokyo Tower there were 7 silhouettes in battle position, and behind them was the moon that suddenly began to lose its brightness when it was covered by a kind of shadow that had the shape of a monster. What is that thing? She said scared, then she sees the boy again accompanied by a reed. They look at each other and take out their wings flying directly towards the Tokyo Tower. Wait, don't go. The girl shouted and then woke up from her dream. What was that? She said to herself, noticing that everything was already dark and her partner was asleep. It must have been a bad dream, she spoke to the air and went back to sleep trying to forget her old love. Gremory Mansion. The Supreme faction had withdrawn from the place, leaving the others present with much hatred towards them. Well, it's time for us to retreat too, said Lucifer, somewhat tired of the battle. Yes, but first, Sirzechs, we must do that thing we had pending with Issei, Ajuka said seriously, but with a smile. That's true, the Mau said happily, then he turned to see where the brown-haired boy was. Issei, please be here. He began to walk with doubt in the direction where the two Mau were. What's up Onisama the boy said doubtfully. You see what we will tell you is out of etiquette, but starting today Hyoudou Issei we promote you as a supreme class devil, said his brother-in-law happily but tired. This surprised the boy while the others did not believe what they heard. The normal thing is to do a ceremony, take you to the stones of the 72 pillars, and for you to capture the demonic energy, but with everything that happened, and also because we already had your magical trace, we have placed your energy in a pillar where a house is already extinct and your evil pieces are now ready, Ajuka spoke seriously but still with the same smile, and then took the evil pieces out of the chestnut. Only that your pieces are unique, since by having the energy of Trinity they evolved and became what I call Draco pieces, commented the Mau looking at the boy when he handed him his pieces. And what's the difference between these and the normal ones? Asked a brown-haired boy as he took out one of his pieces, to be more exact 2 pawns. Suddenly both pawns began to float in the direction of a Mau with pigtails, and they entered expelling the piece. In his hand, a P was formed and had the seal with a demonic word that said, Draco, leaving the girl in shock by what had happened. Well there's your answer, these are more powerful, and you can reincarnate any race without making it change sides, said Ajuka with a more serious tone. Please Seraphil could you spread your wings? Sure but I don't think that she was talking when she suddenly fell silent when she saw her wings, and they were a combination of dragon and demon wings. Issei couldn't believe what he saw, the most powerful Mau was now part of his entourage, and he felt the other pieces come out of the box and float around him, leaving one dull piece in the box. Ajuka-sama, could you tell me what's going on with my pieces? The boy asked incredulously when he saw his other pieces out of their box. This is a natural event for the pieces, it seems they have already selected their bearers who are worthy of your entourage, said the Mau in amazement as he saw how the pieces began to go to different people except the queen who remained in front of the boy. The remaining pawns went in pairs, while the others were solitary. The pawns went directly towards Ravel, Kuroka and Lefei. They entered them and then showed the same symbol that Seraphil had and took out their dragon and demon wings, except for Lefei, who when she extended her wings, all were dragon wings. With Kuroka something strange happened, and it is that after entering her pieces, she expelled a bishop piece all cracked. The bishop piece went to Asia and entered it, and then expelled Sona's piece, and it came out intact unlike Kuroka's. It flew to the hands of its former owner and obtained a shine, indicating that it could be used again, just like the demons, dragon and demon wings appeared, and the seal of a bee on its back. The horses went directly to where Kratos and Murayama were, some letters KN appeared on their arms, which meant that they were Issei's knights, just like Lefei their wings spread out, and they were all dragon. The towers were where the 2 most beautiful angels of each side were, they entered them, in that an R appeared with the same Draco symbol, and when its wings came out these were of angel and fallen angel respectively, combined with those of dragon. Finally the queen piece remained still and this surprised everyone, but it began to enter the chestnut and then came out with a red aura and went directly to Ria's chest. Partner, I must tell you that your piece has taken away Drake's energy, apparently he will give it to your girl, said the dragon seriously, surprised by what happened. The piece finished entering, expelling the mutated pieces of Sona. Its wings extended and were seen to have the shape of the Sekiryuuteis, implying that the dragon had returned. At that, Drake's gauntlet appeared in Ria's hand, and a voice was heard. Hello, I'm your partner, let's work together, Tomato One-chan said the outgoing voice, but when heard and more how he spoke, it was clear that it was that of a small child. This event surprised everyone present as they witnessed the birth of a new clan and, above all, the return of a great ally. The Draco clan was born. The Sekiryuutei had returned. Chapter 10. Plans in motion and the kidnapping. Happiness in people sometimes depends on the actions they take. Sometimes from the people around you. But this can also be lost when the people most important to you either leave your side or are threatened and you don't know how their well-being is. Gremory Mansion. We found ourselves in the room where the battle against sin had ended, but at this moment those present in the room had witnessed something they themselves believed impossible. First came the creation of the chestnut entourage. They couldn't believe what had happened, and it was made up of the most powerful and beautiful girls that could exist in the supernatural world. And the second was the awakening of a power that was thought to be lost. In the middle of the room stood Ria's Gremory, the former heiress of the Gremory clan and low-class devil. She was currently the center of attention as a sacred gear that was thought to be lost appeared in her right hand. In the girl's hand was the boosted gear, and in it a dragon that was thought to be dead, but when it began to speak more than one was surprised by the tone of voice and the way of speaking of the dragon that was inside. Tomato One-chan, from today we will be partners, said happily the dragon that was in the girl's glove. Yes, I'm counting on you. This what do I call you? said the girl who wondered what to call the dragon. Well, Otu-san told me that my name is Drag, right Otu-san, said the dragon cub. Issei's glove appeared at that moment and the conversation began. That's right, your name is Drag, I answer seriously. Then one-san can call me Drag, the little dragon said happily. Wait a minute, Trinity, when did she hatch? The boy asked doubtfully, at which point someone else in the room spoke up. Wait Ice-kun, did you know about this? Asked Michael, still in shock. Yes, that was the last thing we talked about. Well, to finish this meeting, I will summarize what happened. Trinity, before passing into my body and being its carrier, was able to obtain some of Drag's energy, and with his help, we were able to bring back the Red Emperor Dragon, said the brown-haired man calmly. But we had planned that we would give Drag to one of Issei's children with the Gremory, this for the power of destruction, but Issei's Queen Peace has other plans, the dragon commented seriously. As for your question, Issei, Drag was born 4 days ago after you woke up and I wanted to surprise you, so surprise he, said the dragon rudely. This made the brown-haired boy fall on his back. And how is it possible that he can talk if he was just born, Rias asked. This left everyone with the same doubt. I'll answer that, said Albion, who appeared on Volley's wings. Well, please tell us, Albion, the albino commented in his same way of speaking. We dragons grow quickly once we are born, 1 day passes for humans, for us it can take about 1 week, but unlike the others, we celestial dragons learn easier with observation, that's why little Drake can't speak now, right? Said Albion. That's right OG-san, says Drake. For some strange reason Albion was moved by what he said, and that made him happy inside. That's right, I'm your OG-san, said Albion happily, surprising more than one with the way Albion spoke. It's obvious you're happy to hear from Red, right? Volley said to his fighting partner. I won't lie to you, I'm glad to hear my rival's voice, but now that he sounds like a child, he makes me feel older than him, the dragon happily responds. Well, the return of the Red Emperor Dragon is nice, but now we must know what the plan is from now on, Metatron says seriously, so that the others could focus. It's true, well, the demonic faction will be trained by my wife Grayfia, since we saw the level of those bastards, and I'll be honest, we are not at their level, that's why we will be subjected to training, says Sirzechs seriously and worried, in that he looked at his wife. You agree, right, he commented, and received a nod of approval from her. Sirzechs, allow us, the Asgardian gods, to help you with your training, Odin says seriously, and he accepts. At that Azazel and Michael look at each other and both make a gesture of affirmation. We'll train together, right, Michael, says Azazel, decided with that choice. That's right, just like old times, the angel replied. And we will help you, says a voice that sounds a little tired. Those present turned to see who the voice belonged to. At the entrance door a purple-haired girl appeared accompanied by 2 other people. Are you sure, Athena-sama, you were recovering from the attack you suffered, said Michael, worried about the health of the gods of Olympus who supported Issei. Don't worry, we're better now, replied Poseidon, who arrived accompanied by Apollo. That's right, Michael, please allow us to help you with this problem. It's the least we can do for having welcomed us into the XDXD faction. Says the blonde. What do you say, Metatron-san, says Michael. Except, help me, since for the moment I won't be training them, I'll be busy with other things, says Metatron seriously. And what will you do, Hades-sama, said Athena, seeing the skeletal god. I'll go with you, but I think I'll have to change my appearance, he said when he saw that it would look grim to see the god of hell arrive in heaven. A bright black light covered him, and when it finished dazzling, the god appeared in another form. I'm ready, said the god of hell. Well, we, the Japanese faction, will train with the Yokai, says Amaterasu seriously. Then allow me to train you, said the god of destruction with a smile. And you, what will Ice-kun, the Mayujuka asks, looking seriously at the boy. At that, the brown-haired boy turns to look at his entourage and they give a nod of approval. We, along with Sound as group, will begin to search for the whereabouts of those bastards while we begin our training. Unfortunately, I will have to leave school for a while while this catastrophe passes, says the brown-haired man with determination. Only one thing, Zyodika-sama, I could take care of my parents, they are already aware of the supernatural, he said, looking at the older Reed with a goatee in the room. Don't worry, son, we'll take care of them, Ria's father says happily. We'll go for them tomorrow morning. As for my entourage, I with Trinity's help will train them, Issei says seriously. Then we will help them, says Office with her stoic face, looking at the brown-haired boy. Us? The boy asked, doubting how she referred to him. Suddenly a portal appeared in the room and another loli similar to Office came out of it, only she had her hair tied back in a ponytail. Lilith helps, the brown-haired boy answers. Wait a minute, she's Issei says, surprised to see the other half of Office in the room. The last thing he knew was that she was missing after she beat up that damn Rissavam and before the fight on the shores of Japan. That's right, says Volley, who took the boy's shoulder. She is the other half of Office and she was with us since she was taking care of her, but I see that Office wants to go with you. Hyoudou, Issei takes care of both, commented the albino. "And what will you do?" Issei asked the albino behind him. "Me, Razor, Seekvaira and Seekvaira along with our team will train. I must also recruit people for my team, since 2 of my teammates joined your entourage," Volley answered with determination. Issei saw where the others who were mentioned were, and they nodded. "Wow, I'm surprised you guys get along," Issei says happily. "That's because we understood each other better after the battle," says Razor who stood next to Volley. "Hyoudou Issei, I look forward to facing you again," Seekvaira says as he stretched out his hand for a handshake. "Me too," says the brown-haired man who reciprocated the greeting. Then a blonde man with glasses appeared in front of him, carrying a sword at his waist. "Hyoudou-kun, I'm entrusting my little sister to you. Please take care of her," Arthur Pendergast said, looking at the brown-haired boy with determination, waiting for his answer. "Don't worry, I'll protect her," says the brunette with the same determination as the blonde. "And please be responsible for her, remember that a damsel's heart is pure and fragile," the boy told her. "Boo, Oni-sama don't say that," says Lefei pouting at her brother. "Don't worry Lefei-chan, I'll take care of you," said Issei with a smile. This made the mage blush at what she said and look away so they wouldn't notice her. Obviously it was seen by the girls of the brown-haired boy's harem and they just put on their another one gesture. "And me Hyoudou Naya," says Kuroka hugging him from behind. "I'll protect you too," says the brown-haired boy, but suddenly he was surprised because Kuroka got closer to him. This made Issei start to babble when he felt the girl's breasts. "Well Hyoudou Issei, please I'll leave Ravel to you, she may be stubborn, but deep down she's a girl who needs her hero," says Razor to the brown-haired boy. He recomposed his posture and nodded to the Phoenix's request. "Well, it's time to go. It's night now and we should rest. This has been a long day," says Michael tiredly. "Well I'll follow them, I have to go to father's library," said Metatron. "But how can you get in? That room hasn't been opened since she disappeared," Gabriel said intrigued. "Don't forget, I am the angel who lives behind God's throne, which is why I have access to that room," Metatron said seriously. "And may I ask what you're looking for?" Michael said seriously. "I'm going to look for his writings about the fight against the Demon King. In them there must be information about the objects he used to seal them on. We must find them and destroy them before the sins obtain them. The one that worries me the most is the one that sealed the head of that demon. If they get it first it would be the end, since that one has the memories of where the other relics that protect his body are," said Metatron. His voice noted the seriousness of the problem. "Well, we're leaving," said the brown-haired boy, and he was followed by his new team. "Okay, the rest of you can go, tomorrow we will start our training, the session is over," says the Mao Lucifer, and everyone left the place. At that, the Redeed was about to leave the room, but was stopped by his wife and mother, both of whom gave off a demonic aura. "Where are you going, son?" he said with a smile that only hid his thirst for blood. "We must clean up the place Sirzechs-sama, which you and the others have destroyed," his wife said seriously as she brought all the cleaning equipment with her. "But no we can't wait for tomorrow," the Redeed said fearfully and only saw how both ladies remained with the same face that promised suffering if he didn't pay attention. "I'm sorry son, you provoked him by fighting here," said Zeodicus who was walking to the door but was caught by his wife. "You will also help, as patriarch of the Gremory clan it is your duty," says his wife. "In addition we must leave clean to receive the parents of our son." This he said and only saw how a lamp hanging from the ceiling of the living room fell taking with it remains of the ceiling. At night the Gremory family did not sleep because of the cleaning of their home. Hyoudou residence. It was around midnight and the residents of the house with their new tenants were seen arriving from the basement of the house. When they arrived, the chestnut-haired boy's mother was waiting for them and she was surprised to see so many guests arrive. In the living room, the chestnut-haired boy told them about what had happened at the Gremory mansion and the decisions he had made for the safety of his parents. "I tell them that the next day a member of the Gremory family would come for them and take them to the Gremory mansion for protection, which both parents agreed to. After that all the members went to their bedroom to rest, while Issei took Seraphil, Penum and Gabriel to show them their room where they would sleep from today onwards. In Ravel's case she returned to her room in the residence and noticed that it was clean and intact since the day she went to the underworld. She asked why he was like that, to which the brown-haired man replied, "Well, I knew that sooner or later you would come back as my manager, so I asked the maids who clean the house to also clean your room," said the brown-haired boy calmly. She was surprised by the boy's gesture and even more so knowing that he had confidence in her, so she gave him a hug and kissed his cheek as a thank you. She entered her room leaving the brown-haired boy happy and with his hand on the cheek where he received that kiss. He returned to his room to rest and noticed that Rias, Asia and Sona were already waiting for him in his bed, all naked and ready to sleep with their brown-haired boy. He just smiled and settled between Rias and Asia's breasts while Sona slept on his chest. The next day. It was morning and the residents of the Hyoudou house were ready to start their activities, except for one, a brown-haired boy who had his daily battle with his enemy the sun waking him from his dreams, but he got up with joy, since the girls who loved the boy went to wake him up with a good morning kiss. They went to the kitchen of the house and noticed that in the reception of the house, their parents' things were ready to go to the Gremory mansion. The parents asked about the children's activities since they saw that none of them were wearing the school uniform, except for Rias, Sona and Tsubaki, who went to university in civilian clothes. Well, Oka-san, as I told you yesterday, we must follow the trail of the sins and know what they will do, for which we must travel and keep up with them without them noticing. For this Kuroka will help by hiding our presence with Senjutsu, but we must go to school to temporarily withdraw. Those traitors will also be there, and the last thing I want is to run into them and start a fight, Issei said to his mother, who understood everything. I just hope that when this is all over you guys finish your studies, especially you young man who had poor grades, says the mother sentencing everyone and more to her own son. She received a yes from everyone and more from the brown-haired boy. After that they retired in the direction of the academy. The new residents of the residence, on the other hand, went to their respective homes to get their things while the children went to school, so it would only take a few minutes, and they would be back to put their things away with the help of the others. Meanwhile at the city temple we see the fallen angel's entourage planning how to get the brown-haired boy back with them. Then they noticed it was too late to go to school, so they asked Knight Hyoudou to go to school and ask for the homework for today. Instead at the university they would be in mourning today, since they received an announcement from Akeno that the teacher who taught the classes died, and today they would observe a day of mourning. Academia de Kuoh. All the residents of the Hyoudou house went straight to the academy together. When they reached the door they noticed that the council was not at the entrance waiting for the students, but they paid no attention to this. They were walking through the hallways, and the boy heard how the other students were surprised to see him in the academy, since the last report was that he was still in a coma. The rumors were not long in coming, and everyone in the school knew that the perverted beast had returned. Those in Hyoudu's entourage arrived at the director's office and had a meeting with him discussing his recovery point by point, but he would take the sabbatical year since he was hired by the Gremory company to do an investigation outside the country. What surprised the director was that the other students who accompanied the brown-haired boy were also hired by the Gremory company, and Rias, who was the representative of that family, confirmed what the boy had mentioned. But as usual, the gossips were near the office and heard the conversation, and upon learning that some of the most beautiful girls in the institute would be absent from school, it surprised the entire student community present. They were leaving the principal's office when suddenly Issei felt two fists approaching his face and he dodged them, which caused them both to fall to the floor. Damn lucky, said a bold boy. Issei, it seems you take the school beauties with you, said another boy while adjusting his glasses. Wow, it's been a while since I've seen you, and this is how you greet me, the brown-haired man said heavily. At that moment a girl with brown-haired glasses approached him. Hey Hyoudou, it's true that you're leaving school for work or something else, said the brunette with some sadness. I'm sorry Kiryu, but you should know why I'm leaving, said the boy while looking at her face. Just promise that you'll take care of Asia and Irina, please, said the girl, trying not to cry as she understood the situation. This made the atmosphere in the place sad until Aritite arrived next to the boy. Don't worry about it, but what worries me is your safety, so I will ask the Gremory house to take care of you, said Rias, since she knew that Asia's friend knew the supernatural world. Thank you, Rias-sama, the girl said and bowed in gratitude. Well Ice, it's time to go, said the Redede who took her boyfriend's hand. This surprised everyone present and even more the perverted duo who left them frozen by the couple's action. Okay guys, I'm leaving. Let's go, girls, said the brunette and left the place. The entire academy remained silent until they reacted. Rias-sama and the perverted beast are a couple. They screamed and fainted from the shock. Kuoh City. They were returning home but decided to go the other way for a change of pace, which led them to pass by the city's history museum. This would have been normal if Asia hadn't seen a promotional photo that the museum displays to attract more visitors. That photo showed a happy family, but behind them were the 7 deadly sins, and they quickly recognized them as they were in their old ways. Ai-san, come see, said the blonde, shocked by what she discovered. Everyone saw the photo and observed the sins. This made them quickly go inside the museum. They went directly to the director and asked about the people in the photo, since it could be seen that the director was guiding them through the museum. Well, the lady is a colleague of Professor Kinomoto. She told me she was coming to see her colleague, but unfortunately, she didn't come when we had the exhibition at the museum, the director said simply. And my teacher asked him if he would go see it because I'm doing a report on the teacher's life, said Sona, trying to deceive the principal. Well, he said he's going to visit him in Tamahida, where the professor lives. I hope your work is fruitful. As you know, he's one of the best researchers of ancient ruins and artifacts from the beginning of the earth, said the director excitedly, as his eyes shone when he praised Professor Kinomoto. We have to go, Issei said seriously, leaving the place. As they passed by the exhibits, Asia became curious about an artifact that the museum was displaying, so without anyone seeing it, she took a picture and smiled with joy. Run Asia, the brunette said as they were near the exit. Academia de Kuoh. While this was happening at the museum, Kiba arrived at the entrance of the school. He noticed that the students had a shocked face, which seemed strange to him until one of his classmates pulled his shoulder. Miserable Kiba-san, said his partner angrily. Hey, what's wrong with you? He says in a low but serious voice. It was clear that the betrayal of the man he thought was the love of his life and the rejection of his best friend had affected him emotionally. What's wrong with me? You had the relationship between Rias Sempia and the beast well hidden, the boy said angrily, which surprised a blonde a lot since he knew that both Issei and Rias would hide their relationship until they both left the academy. How do you know that? Did you see it at school? Kiba said, surprised by this. Of course we all saw them here together since we heard that Hyoudou is leaving school, but he would go with Rias senpai on a trip, said the boy annoyed. This made Kiba go directly to the principal's room and confirm what was said. He ran in the direction of the temple to warn his comrades. Unfortunately it was daytime and he couldn't use the demonic circles since it would expose his identity, so he ran. I must warn Akeno-san before she leaves and we lose track of her, the blonde said to himself as he went to the temple. Hyoudou residence. The residents of the Hyoudou household quickly arrived home and prepared everything to leave. Necessary clothes, travel accessories, training plans, and their bank cards to buy things. After a few minutes, they were ready to begin their journey. They just waited for the new members of the house, along with the Gremory girl's parents, to arrive to pick up the brunette's parents and take them to safety in case the traitors came looking for Issei. Sorry for the delay, a voice was heard coming from a magic circle that appeared in the basement of the house. Those who came out of there were the Mau Lucifer along with Seraphil, Ravel, Office, Lilith and Ria's parents, in that the Mau with pigtails was running in the direction of the brown-haired man, jumped towards which would cause him to catch him and fall into a breast trap. We're back Ice-chan, ready to live with you, said the Mau happily, but she saw the boy's face and noticed that something wasn't right. I'm sorry Sarah-chan, but the move hasn't taken place yet, said the brunette seriously. She made a doubtful expression that everyone saw, to which the brunette replied, when everyone arrives, I will explain what happened. They waited for the others to arrive and it only took a few minutes and the other members arrived at the house. The brown-haired man explained what the Sin's first move would be. Apparently they would go for Professor Kinomoto since he is an expert in the field of ancient relics. This of course alarmed the others because it would involve a human in matters of the supernatural. Issei-kun, we must protect that teacher at all costs, most likely they will use him for his knowledge, said Azazel, worried about the enemy's actions. I know that's why girl, said the brown-haired boy as he looked at Seraphil, Gabriel, Penum, Lefei and Kuroka. Just prepare what is necessary, leave the rest in your bedroom, commented the brown-haired boy, to which the girls nodded. They went quickly to leave their things and pack only what was necessary for the trip. It took only 2 minutes and everyone was ready to leave the place. The brown-haired boy had a worried expression which his brother-in-law noticed. What's wrong Ice-kun, said the Rikied calmly. I'm just worried about the residents, I hope it's okay, the brunette said with concern. Don't worry, since we three have already put up a barrier along with Office and Lilith, no one will be able to enter this house, the Mau said calmly. This made the brown-haired boy relax and they all went to the basement of the train station so that those present could take their respective transportation. City of Tamahida. It was daytime and we could see that the Kinomoto family was beginning their activities, although 2 of the 3 people who lived there were not in the mood to start the day. However, near the house there were 6 figures closely observing the movements of the members. We can see a black-haired man in the kitchen while he was making breakfast for the family, but his expression was visibly angry as he remembered a certain boy who came from Hong Kong and who had played with his sister's feelings. Damn brat, I knew he wasn't trustworthy because of him. Sakura is in that mood, the boy thought as he continued cooking and serving the dishes. Good morning, son, said a brown-haired man with glasses, his expression calm as he didn't know the family's current situation because he had just returned from the exhibition tour. Good morning, Dad, his son said as he tried to calm his anger and not worry his father, but unfortunately he didn't succeed because he noticed. Tui, are you okay? I noticed that you are angry, I commented to Tuia since I noticed a look of hatred in his eyes. What happens is that he was going to comment, but suddenly he felt a presence approaching, which was none other than his sister. Good morning, she said in a muffled voice as she arrived at the table, her uniform less neat than usual, but the bitterness of having gone through that experience was evident in her eyes. She simply thanked them for the food and began digging into her breakfast. As the family ate, the father noticed his daughter's dull expression but was alarmed to see a tear running down her cheek. "Sakura-chan is fine, tell me the truth, I see you are very sad," said Fujitaka with concern. "Don't worry, I'm fine," he said in the same muffled voice. "Seriously, if you have something to," the father said with the same concern, but only a knock on the table was heard. "I already told you I'm fine, just leave me alone," Sakura said angrily and with tears in her eyes. She just took her things, kept a yellow stuffed animal and ran out of the house. This reaction caused both members of the household to chase after her, alerting the figures watching. She ran until she reached some swings, where she was reminded of a certain promise she made with a certain boy. This caused her to cry, the pain in her heart was noticeable. There she stayed until her father arrived along with her brother, they did not say anything, and just hugged her. Suddenly the atmosphere became strange, which put the black-haired man on alert. Near the games he saw 6 shadows, and then a voice was heard near them. "What is this presence? I've never felt it before," the boy thought. "What a moving scene I'd say we've seen, right, comrades," said a shadow of a female body, alerting the others. "Who are they and what do they want?" said the boy, who got into an attack position, annoyed. "Who we are is none of your business, but what we need is there," said another shadow that pointed to where the girl was next to her father. This alerted Tuya more. "Why do they want Sakura?" said the boy angrily. "That brat doesn't interest us, he's the one we're looking for, so he's asleep," said another of the shadows, pointing at the father. The moment she pointed at him, she caused him to fall asleep on the girl's back, and she carried him. "What did you do to my father?" The boy shouted and ran out to face the shadows, but he only received a blow to the back of the head from another shadow and was knocked out. "Don't get in the way, trash," said the shadow that hit Tuya. "No, brother," the girl said, noticing that her father's weight was no longer on her back. "I'll take him," said the same shadow that put his father to sleep and lifted him up to where he was. "Time to go, friends," saying that they began to rise to the sky while beneath their feet a magic circle could be seen. At that, the brunette took a keychain out of her shirt and it hung around her neck. "First angel," said the girl, and that keychain turned into a staff and from her backpack came that yellow stuffed animal, as if it came to life. "Sakura, wait," said the stuffed animal with concern. "No, Kiro, they have my dad, I have to go get my dad," saying that he took some letters out of his bag. "Flight," she said as she activated one of the cards and wings appeared behind her and she flew in the direction where the shadows were. "Sword," he said as he drew another card and activated it with his staff, at which point the staff changed shape and became a sword. "Time to go, brother," said the shadow that summoned the circle and little by little they began to disappear, but before they left Sakura managed to hit one of the shadows on the cheek, which caused her face to appear and cut off part of her clothing. "Miserable brat," said Fabium, who was the one who received the cut on his cheek and his clothing. Out of anger and instinct he hit the girl, who tried to protect herself, but the impact of the fist was so high that she ended up receiving the blow. This caused him to faint from the blow and begin to fall to the floor. Hero, as he was called, was covered by his small wings that transformed into larger wings and beneath him a magic symbol. From those wings a large tiger appeared and flew towards the girl. "Sakura!" shouted the tiger, who managed to carry her on his back, preventing her from hitting the ground. But who were those bastards? He thought to himself. He took the girl's cell phone out of the bag and called his friend for help. He noticed that the room he was in had disappeared and hid in the bushes. Minutes passed and an albino boy with glasses arrived, worried about what had happened. He asked what had happened while he was carrying Sakura in his arms, and the tiger, without being noticed, was carrying his brother on its back. Before leaving, he asked the boy to take the piece of clothing that Sakura managed to cut with a handkerchief so they could track the culprits later. How City. We are at the city train station. Issei's parents had already left for the underworld along with Ria's parents, since it was their first time visiting the underworld and they had to be registered. On the platform where the trains were boarded were the leaders of the biblical faction saying goodbye to the Hyoudou clan, the Sitri clan, Office and Lilith, who were boarding the VIP class car. Only on the platform were Issei and Rias, who had not yet boarded the train to leave since they were talking. "Well, everything is ready in Tamahida. We have rented a house large enough for them to live for a while and check the enemy's movements. Also this location is perfect since those of the Supreme faction do not know anything about our movement," said Azazel, while showing a photo to Issei and Rias where they would live for a while. He gave him the address on a piece of paper and sent the image by cell phone so they do not get lost when finding the house. "Okay, Azazel-sensei," said Issei, who took the paper and put it in his jacket pocket. "Oni-sama, I'm entrusting Kiryuu's safety to you, please," Ria said, worried about Asia's friend. "Don't worry, I'll ask Team Volley to take care of her. They'll most likely protect her by joining their team, since the last report on Asia-chan's contracts is that she wanted to learn magic." The Redeed responded with a calm smile, which calmed Ria's down. "Michael, please let Metatron know where we are going, we will most likely need his support," Trinity said seriously. Don't worry, I'll let him know once I get back to heaven, the angel said calmly. Well, it's time to go, said the brunette who took the Redeed's hand and they boarded the train. Please Issei-kun stop this madness before the worst happens, thought the Mao Lucifer as the three of them said goodbye to the train. This was the beginning of the new adventure for Issei and company. The meeting with a new colleague is approaching. Chapter 11. Arrival at Tamahida and an unexpected encounter. We are on the train heading towards the city of Tamahida. In the VIP class car we see a group of young people, mostly girls, talking while sitting. Only 2 men accompany them on the trip. We are referring to the Hikikomori of the Gremory family, Gaspar Vladi, who was talking with the duo of the church about the adventures that await them in the new city. On the other hand, there is the hero of the XDXD faction Hyoudou Issei. He was sitting in the seat of fear. On his right side was Rias Gremory, the main girl of his harem, while holding the boy's hand. On his left side was leaning on his shoulder, the heiress of the Sitri clan Sona Sitri, and on his lap were sitting the most powerful existences of the underworld Office and Lilith Ouroboros, which were eating chocolate very happily until the brown-haired boy spoke. Tell me Rias, why couldn't we take a plane to get to Tamahida? It would have been faster than traveling by train, don't you think? Since I see that we will arrive almost at dusk, the brown-haired man questioned about the means of transportation they took. The truth is, I don't know that either, only my Oni-sama asked us to travel by this means when leaving Kuoh, the Redeed commented with the same doubt. I can answer that, said a girl who came dressed in an elegant suit. Her hair was tied by 2 large pigtails, and despite being an adult she was of average height, but with 2 large breasts. I am referring to the ex-Mau Seraphil Leviathan. How comfortable you look so tan. One Sama Sauna was surprised to see her sister standing there, not because of the fact that she was traveling with them, but because Seraphil was one of those girls who, when starting a trip, whether in a carriage or any other means of transportation, would fall asleep until they reached their destination. Well Sirzechs, please tell me why we travel by train, said the brown-haired boy with doubt. He asked the Infinity Dragons to go to Asia, and they obeyed. Then he asked Rias to sit on his legs to give the seat to Seraphil. Obviously she accepted without complaint. She sat on her beloved's lap, while she rested her head on the boy's chest, and gave him a kiss on the cheek. This action made all the girls jealous, while Rias stuck out her tongue mockingly. Please take a seat. Well you see Ice-chan, it all started a few days after the separation of the alliance. The city of Kuoh, as you know, is the epicenter of the old alliance, but when we separated each faction took certain measures to monitor and keep the opposing faction at bay, the girl said seriously. By how things had turned out, the last report we received from our spies is that the supreme faction had taken control of the Kuoh airport, so it would be impossible to leave the city by that means. Since if we did we would alert the other faction, and most likely they would have arrested you or worse, Seraphil commented, worried about her new king. What do you mean? The boy asked worriedly. Well, as long as they had you, they would have even promised you to someone on their side, said the girl, trembling with chills. This caused the others to look like, seriously, to which the girl observed that reaction. What? I worry about the safety and love of my king, replied the ex-Mau while hugging Issei's arm and putting it between her breasts, something that the brunette enjoyed. Well, there's no way we should be more alert, Issei commented upon learning this new information. For now it will be a 4-hour trip, the boy said tiredly, but I'll take advantage of the time to spend it with you girls, he said flirtatiously to the others, and the others blushed. There was no good action during the trip, but he did spend quality time with his current harem. He pampered them and showed affection to each girl for a period of time, and they did not waste a moment. While he hugged and kissed them, they touched the chest of the brown-haired man and put his hand on his chest to enjoy the moment, and even Sona did this. Obviously Seraphil, seeing this action, only said, "My so tan and ice tan, enjoy me." Kuoh City. Himejima Temple. We are at the temple in the city where Akeno's entourage currently resides. At this moment, she was devising a plan to win back her impossible love until Night Kiba arrived with a worried face upon learning of the brunette's movement. Akeno-sama, I have news about Issei-kun, said the boy, upset upon arriving at the room where the others were. Tell me what happened to my beloved, she said with concern. They along with Sona Sitri's entourage have left the country, apparently they will travel to be off the radar of the supreme faction, commented the blonde without knowing the truth. He only said this so that his king would mobilize faster. I can't believe that the father of my children wants to leave me, said Zenobia, indignant at this news. Senpai will be taken away from us because of those damn things, Kaneko commented angrily, showing an annoyed face. That red bitch wants to have Issei all to herself, the former Valkyrie, who loved 100 yen things, spoke angrily. Damn water table, it will take our new love away from us, that cold bitch and her slaves are unforgivable, commented the albino Momo. At that Akeno stood up suddenly and looked at her entourage. We must go to the faction leaders and discuss the action taken by the idiots of the XDXD faction immediately, Akeno said in an orderly voice, to which the others answered understood, and then disappeared in a magic circle. City of Tamahida. We meet at the Kinomoto family home, where family friends are concerned about the siblings' health and the disappearance of their father. The Kinomoto family members were resting in their respective beds while their friends were in the living room. Why would they take Sakura's father? Asked a girl with black hair and snow-white skin, very distressed. She was talking about Sakura's best friend, Tomoyo Tadauji. I don't know Tomoyo, but one thing was certain, those bastards were really looking for Fujitaka instead of Sakura, and more so because they didn't threaten her when you're trying to have a hostage, said an albino boy with glasses while drinking a glass of tea. First a breakup with that brat and now this, because things are getting out of control, said a large tiger that was lying on the floor thinking about what happened, but what worries me most is the magical signature left by one of those bastards who attacked Sakura, he finished commenting while looking at a piece of torn cloth that was on the table, and began to sniff it. At that, a magic symbol appeared beneath the bespectacled boy, and then a pair of wings appeared behind his back. These wings covered the boy, and inside them, a light shone a little, until finally the wings took on a normal size, and showed a boy with a serious look. "Let me see that, Kerberos," the angel said. He took the piece of cloth and placed his hand over it. He cast a magic circle to observe the energy it gave off. A kind of black mist with a demonic face emerged from it, worrying both of them, who put on a look of horror. "Tell me Kiro what happened," said Tomoyo worriedly seeing the faces they both made. "This isn't possible, Kuoh is supposed to have placed a barrier in the city so they wouldn't enter the city," the tiger said fearfully. "But what's going on?" the girl said, still with doubt and concern. "This Tomoyo that you see here is energy from supernatural beings, to be more specific, this is the energy of a demon," said the albino seriously, while not taking his gaze off the mist. "So you mean that," said the girl shocked by the news she received, but she didn't finish speaking when she was interrupted by a sharp and sad voice. "He was captured by demons," Sakura said incredulously, knowing that her father could be in danger, she just cried silently standing in front of the room. "We must contact Uriel Hirajizawa as soon as possible," Yu commented as she took out her cell phone. Underworld. Supreme Faction Castle. We are now located at the castle of the Supreme Faction, where a meeting was being held regarding recent events. In the room were the demonic council and the patriarch of the Nibirius clan on the demon side, Azrael and Uriel on the fallen side, Raphael, and the new overlord Esmeralda on the sky side, Tur and Vidar on the Nordic side, the new yokai leader was a Nekomata named Nagisha, and on the side of the Egyptian gods were Osiris and Anubis. Those present were discussing how to have Hyoudou Issei among their ranks, whether in one way or another. "I propose we capture him and put him under a mind control spell," said the dog god seriously. "I don't think it will work, since that spell requires being more powerful than the victim, but from what we saw in the last fight, this one would humiliate everyone present," said the son of Odin with annoyance upon seeing the chestnut's growth. "And if we offer the most beautiful women to our side," said Uriel thoughtfully, who was a new member of Gregory. "That doesn't sound bad, he's still a boob-loving brat anyway," Raphael commented a bit slyly. "Sounds perfect to me, first thing tomorrow morning we'll go to the city of Nagisha," was commenting calmly, until she was interrupted by a magic circle that appeared in the middle of the room. "Excuse the interruption, leaders, but we have news from the human world," Akeno said as she bowed to those present. "Tell us what's going on, Himejima-san," said one of the demon council. "Vera, Hyoudou Issei along with the alliance traders have left the city of Kuoh in an unknown direction, from what we know they would have left by plane," the girl commented. Everyone in the room was angry to hear that news. "Damn, that brat can't just leave without telling his superiors anything," the new council leader said arrogantly. "Allow me and my entourage to go get him," he said respectfully as he bowed, "since he is our husband and we must be together." "Okay, go after him, and once we have him on our side we will marry him off to the heiresses of our faction. I hope you agree, Himejima," Osiris commented while licking his finger erotically. "As long as we are the ones managing my beloved's harem, there is no problem," Akeno replied, to which everyone agreed to that request. They left the room in search of clues as to where the chestnut tree had gone. Tamahita City. Sakura House. After a few hours of knowing the identity of Sakura's father's captors, a magic circle with Western magic symbols was formed on the coffee table of the Kinomoto house, and in the middle of it, a hologram was formed which reflected the figure of a boy in a strange suit. "Good afternoon everyone present, I comment you already made me aware of the situation currently going on in Tamahita," said the guy with glasses from the hologram. "Be real, Kun, I need to know if it's true that supernatural beings exist," the brown-haired girl said worriedly. "Sakura-san, unfortunately it is true, supernatural beings exist, but what I do not understand is the reason for this action. At first when they appeared before the magician Kuoh, he and the beings had reached an agreement that Tamahita would be under the protection of him and the Lee family through a magic seal that is in his old house. So any being that does not have to do with the Lee and Kuoh family, or if he does not have permission to access the city from the Mao Lucifer or one of his representatives who have the Kuoh seal would be the only ones authorized to enter the city, could not pass said barrier, said the boy seriously while his hand was on his chin, then he observed those present, as if looking for someone in particular. By the way, where is Sharon Kun? Iriel asked doubtfully when he didn't see the boy. This made those present show an annoyed face, except for one girl who just lowered her head so they wouldn't notice that she started to cry. Unfortunately the brat lied to us all, his return was not because he missed Sakura, but he went to the house of the wizard Kuoh, and little by little, he was looting the magical objects that the wizard left behind during his life, in addition to looking for Kuoh's mother's ring to give it to his fiancée in Hong Kong, said Kiro angrily who was in his stuffed animal mode. Now that I think about it, there was a box buried in the basement of the mansion, and he took that one, you said, remembering seeing that scene. Iriel, upon hearing that, quickly deduced the situation. Apparently, that box had a protection seal, which is why those supernatural beings entered the city very easily without me detecting them, said the boy with glasses seriously. Sakura couldn't stand that situation, the boy she loved continued to hurt her even when she wasn't there, because of her father was missing. Sorry but I have to go out and think about some things, said Sakura with her gaze lowered, she took her coat, stood in front of the door while putting on her boots, please you, I'll leave my brother to you, she said this and left her house, leaving everyone worried about her attitude. Apparently the breakup with Sharon Kun affected her too much, said Tomoyo sadly when she saw her friend leaving the place. Before I leave, you, please take care of seeing the new tenants who will arrive at Kuoh's mansion. They didn't tell me who would come, but I know that they are companions of Mao Lucifer, since I received his request in a letter, said Iriel seriously, looking at the angel. Don't worry, my other self will go and welcome you, the angel said politely. Without further ado, I hope to see you soon, said the hologram boy before disappearing. Tamahita train station. 4 hours of travel had passed since Issei, his entourage along with his fiancée Sona, left the city of Kuoh to arrive at Tamahita. We're finally here, said the brunette as he stretched out completely. I know I sent said Asia who also did the same action. Well, it's time to go home, said Sona as she grabbed her travel backpack. Wait so Tan, we have to go get some food, her sister said as she stood next to her. I think we should go first to drop off Yura said politely to her king when she was silenced by a sound that was heard at the same time. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr were the stomachs of the children who were demanding food. Well, for now you guys go to the house to leave your things, while Gasper and I go get food, said Issei, as he gave his things to Rias, and Gasper gave them to Arena, then he took out the address of the mansion from his bag, read it, and gave it to Sona to take the others to the house. Please don't take too long. We need to unpack everything even if we're only here for a while. We also need to plan a way to find Professor Kinomoto, Gabriel commented, worried about the brunette. I won't, I saw a supermarket nearby when we were passing by on our way to the station, we'll go quickly, the brunette commented, then he started walking towards the square, but stopped when he heard one of his entourage speak. Lottie-kun, make sure Issei doesn't cheat on us, okay? Penum said with a simple smile, but behind it, she hid her jealousy of any other girl approaching him. This made the others also put on that smile, which caused the boy to feel chills down his spine. Let's go Gasper he said with fear since he didn't want to look back. Hi, senpai, replied the damper, who, oddly enough, was wearing shorts today. A bit short, but it made him look less feminine than he normally does. He went to the brown-haired man and they walked to the supermarket. Well girls it's time to go, Rias said with a smile, she and the others took several taxis to get to the mansion, Sona, who was the one who had the address led the caravan of taxis to get to the mansion that the leaders rented. Shopping area. Inside the supermarket we see the boys buying the things they needed for a good dinner. They went to the meat section and were served by a girl with a rather short shirt, something that distracted the boy, when suddenly Gasper asked the brown-haired boy a question that brought him back to reality. Senpai, remember the address of the house right said Gasper, trying to get Issei to stop looking at the girl's cleavage. Of course Gasper, the house is on the street, said the brown-haired boy with certainty, but when he tried to remember where it was, the tape was erased. You don't remember, do you? The damper said, a drop of sweat running down his neck. Partner, you remember right? Issei asked his partner who his eyes inside him, at that a purple light lit up in his right hand. And how would I know that, mate? I've been sleeping since we left the house. Said the dragon without any shame. Lazy dragon Issei said annoyed when he saw his hand. And what are we going to do now? Gasper asked rather heavily. Unfortunately, my cell phone battery died. At that Issei began to search his pockets for his cell phone to call Rias, but he remembered that he left it in his backpack, in his pocket he felt a paper, and remembered that it had a photo of the mansion that Azazel gave him. Well, let's finish buying everything, he said, then took the photo and showed it to his friend. Then we'll ask for help finding the house with this photo, the boy said optimistically. They finished buying things and left the supermarket while they were asking each person they saw for the location of the house. Unfortunately for most they didn't know the address, and giving them directions would be even more complicated. On the other hand, we see Sakura with her head down as she walked through the Tamahita shopping area. Suddenly, the memories of the fun times she spent with Sharon came flooding back to her, causing her to cry more. Most of the diners saw her. Suddenly, she heard a voice behind her. "Sakura-san, are you okay?" said a girl with glasses. It was her friend and classmate Naoko. She was worried when she saw her cry. Without thinking, Sakura ran away from the place, leaving her friend worried about her friend's mood. She ran without any direction. "Excuse me, sir, do you know where this house is?" said the brown-haired man with less hope than before. "It's useless, senpai, it's as if the house didn't exist," the vampire said tiredly. "You're right, we should return to the train station," and the brown-haired man didn't finish speaking to his friend as an unprecedented event happened. This one had been knocked down by a person and fell to the ground, but what surprised everyone was the following. Imagine Issei below and Sakura above. Both boys had accidentally kissed, both looked directly into each other's eyes. Sakura looked into the brown-haired boy's eyes. For her those eyes were beautiful and looked mysterious. She was blushing since it was her first kiss. On the other hand, Issei blushed a little from the kiss, but what he saw in Sakura's eyes showed sadness. On the other hand, Gaspar only cried inside knowing that his senpai would be a dead man when he got home, since the goddesses would detect the girl's scent. Without thinking twice, Sakura stood up on top of the brown-haired boy, then gave Issei her hand so he could get up from the floor. I am sorry I didn't want," the girl said, while stuttering over what had happened. "Don't worry, nothing's wrong," said the brunette as he brushed the dirt off his pants. "Senpai is fine," said Gaspar worriedly, to which he received a nod of affirmation. At that moment Sakura noticed a photo lying on the floor and picked it up. Doma to foe he didn't finish speaking since he recognized the mansion that was in the photo. It was the house of the wizard Kuoh. "How come you have this photo?" the girl said somewhat seriously and then looked the brunette directly in the eyes. "Well, that's the house where my classmates and I will live from today on, but I don't know where it is," he said with great sadness, saying that he got lost, but the way Sakura asked him threw him off. "Wait, do you know where the house is?" the boy said incredulously. "That's right," Sakura commented seriously. "Would you mind telling us how to get there please?" the boy pleaded as he bowed to her. Sakura for some strange reason began to feel better when she looked at the boy, then with a shy smile she looked at him. "If you want, I can guide them," he said timidly. "Seriously?" the boy said excitedly knowing that he would no longer be lost. Sakura just nodded and let out a smile. "Sure," she replied without removing her smile. "Thanks, Gaspar, let's go, she will guide us," said the boy happily, while his friend only felt sorry for him since his death was coming. "By the way, my name is Hyoudou Issei, please call me Issei, I don't like formalities," the brown-haired man commented as he shook his hand to greet. "Nice to meet you Issei, my name is Kinomoto Sakura," the girl said happily with a smile, but this surprised the brown-haired boy. "She is the relative of the professor we are looking for," the boy thought when he saw her. They both shook hands in greeting, but a voice reached the brown-haired boy. "Partner, this girl has great hidden power, you should keep an eye on her, she could be a potential target for your bishop," said Trinity, as he also felt the girl's power. The three of them left the shopping area heading towards the new house. Tamahita Mansion. We see the girls arrive at what would be their new home for the next few weeks while they discovered the location of the sins in the city. Upon arriving at the house, they noticed the lights were off. Everyone had their suitcase in hand except for Rias and Irina. They carried an extra suitcase that belonged to Issei and Gaspar. They entered the house all together and looked for what was the switch to turn on the light in the reception area. During their search, the lights turned on by themselves. This alerted the girls because this action indicated to them that they were not alone. At that moment, at the end of the living room hallway, a magic circle appeared. When they saw him they didn't recognize him, they thought that maybe he was the one of the sins, but they forgot that idea since they were different. In that of the seal a person with white hair and angel wings appeared. Gabriel didn't recognize him when he saw him. "Good evening servants of the Mao Lucifer, my name is Yu, and I am the companion of the owner of the city and guardian of this place," said the angel as he bowed. "Well, I invite you to come to my former master's house so we can talk about why he's been in closed territory," said the angel. "First of all, let's leave our things in the rooms, and we also have to wait for two people who are also coming with us," Rias said respectfully as she looked at the angel. Yu accepted and they waited for Issei to arrive. Tamahita Industrial Zone. Night had already fallen in Tamahida, and in an abandoned industrial warehouse, the Sins were resting except for one, that was Raven, who was next to Kinomoto while he was in a trance lying on the floor. She placed her hand on his forehead and began to recite in an ancient language. In that a green aura began to cover the head of Sakura's father. Once he finished reciting that spell, Fujitaka opened his eyes, but instead of being brown, they were green. "Good night, Raven-sama," he said as he bowed to her. "Good night, dog-san," the girl said mockingly when she saw that her plan had worked. "You know why you're here, right?" "That's right, it's to know the whereabouts of Amon-sama," he said while he continued to bow. "Exactly, it will take a while for you to completely invade this human's mind, so we will remain hidden in this city," Hiro-kan said, the girl maliciously looking at her new slave. "Don't worry, Raven-sama, you'll see that soon I'll have the knowledge that this human can offer," said the now named hero, while in Fujitaka's mind, he saw a man tied by chains while he screamed in despair. At that, both of them left a small room where they were and went to their companions to comment that the first step of the plan was done. The others smiled maliciously. "Perfect, we're getting closer to finding the leader's location," Jason said seriously. "Go rest. Tomorrow we'll go get food, but remember not to raise suspicion," Sin said, before sleeping on the floor. Tamahida Mansion. It had been more than 10 minutes since you arrived at the house to greet the girls. Everyone present was waiting for the last guests to arrive at the house. Suddenly there was a knock at the door and Asia went to open it. "Hello Asia, we're here," said the brunette with a smile. She ran to where he was and hugged him, giving him a kiss on the lips. This action made Sakura feel bad. "Thanks Sakura for helping us find the house," the brunette said happily as he bowed in gratitude. "It's nothing," she said with a fake brown smile. "Let's go inside, Yu-san is waiting for us," the girl said happily. This made both of them excited when they heard that name. "Who is Yu? What is Yu doing here?" They shouted at the same time. This made the brown-haired boy look at Sakura. "Wait, do you know him?" He questioned the girl and she said yes. Everyone entered the house directly to the living room. Issei had a complicated face knowing that another boy was inside, and this made him remember the scene at his Kuoh residence. On the other hand, Sakura was intrigued to know that her partner was in the house, especially with several people inside. Upon arriving at the room, the first to see the brown-haired boy was the self-proclaimed childhood friend Irina, who ran towards him while screaming. "Darling," said the girl and then threw Issei down on the floor and gave him a kiss of love. Everyone looked at the scene with jealousy except for two people. Yu, because she didn't know what was happening with the other's attitude. While Sakura had a huge doubt, since no less than 5 minutes ago Issei had kissed the blonde named Asia in the same way, and now he was doing it with Irina. Both boys stood up with the help of the others. At that moment a girl with glasses arrived in front of the brunette and stood with a firm step. "Moo," Issei Bakasauna said with a pout when she saw him in the eyes. Issei understood that expression. He took the girl by the waist and kissed her in the same way as the first two. Sakura was more than lost since she did not understand this relationship between the brown-haired boy and the others, just like you. "Cough cough, we should start this meeting, don't you think Ana-ta?" said the Redeed with a voice from beyond the grave while looking at the boy with a smile. "You, what are you doing here?" the brunette asked the present who was her companion. "I'll explain in a moment," Yu said in a polite voice and invited everyone into the living room. In the room there were 2 armchairs. On one Sakura and Yu sat seriously, while on the other side sat Sona and Issei and behind them their entire entourage. As etiquette of a high-class clan, Rias should stand next to Issei as well as Tsubaki next to Sona, both as the queens of each entourage. But on the brown-haired boy's lap sat the lawless of infinity with their emotionless gaze. This made Sakura and Yu have a drop of water behind their necks. "Very well, we, as guests of this city, introduce ourselves," the brown-haired man spoke calmly and respectfully to his hosts. "My name is Hyoudou Issei, king of the Draco clan and class demon." He didn't finish speaking since he was interrupted when he saw Sakura's reaction. "Wait, you're a demon," the girl said with some seriousness as she began to squeeze his hand in anger. "Indeed, I am a supreme class demon," said the brown-haired man. With this meeting the actions of the XDXD faction began. Chapter 12. Healing a heart, seeking each other's goals. They say that a heart in love is the most delicate and fragile thing that can exist. Because when you are in that state of emotion, the person will feel the most love that can exist. But if this is abandoned or left, the feeling becomes agony for the person. Until another one comes along and is able to cure the person. Kuoh Mansion. We are in the Kuoh Mansion located in the city of Tamahida. In the living room there were 2 armchairs. In one were Sakura and Yu sitting seriously, while on the other side sat Sona and Issei and behind them all the entourage of both. As etiquette of a high-class clan, Rias should be standing next to Issei as well as Tsubaki next to Sona, both as the queens of each entourage. "Very well, we, as guests of this city, introduce ourselves," the brown-haired man spoke calmly and respectfully to his hosts. My name is Hyoudou Issei, king of the Draco clan and class demon. He didn't finish speaking since he was interrupted when he saw Sakura's reaction. Wait, you're a demon, the girl said with some seriousness as she began to squeeze his hand in anger. Indeed, I am a supreme class demon sent by the XDXD faction, the brown-haired man said seriously. So you are one of those beings who kidnapped my father, right? Said the girl angrily, who stood up suddenly but was stopped by her partner. Wait, Sakura-san, these people don't come with bad intentions, but it's better that Iriel be present at the meeting, Yu said calmly, trying to calm her down, to which she sat back down in her place. At that, Yu takes a piece of paper out of his pocket so that it shines later and a hologram is formed, revealing the person the angel was talking about. Nice to meet you, sent by Lucifer. Let me introduce myself. My name is Iriel Hirajizawa, and I am the reincarnation of the wizard Kuoh. The boy introduced himself with a tiny bow. The pleasure is ours. I introduce myself. I am the heiress of the Sitri clan and fiancée of the king of the Draco clan, Sitri Sona, she said seriously, but the last thing with a blush on her cheeks, since she was happy to have that title. Likewise, the pleasure is mine. The title I bear is being the king of the Draco demon clan, fiancé of the heiress of the Sitri clan and the ex-Mao Leviathan. My name is Hyoudou Issei, said the brown-haired man politely, surprising his companions. Rias had a sad look at not being mentioned in the boy's presentation, but she understood it clearly, not being the heiress of the clan for having been demoted as a low-class devil before the underworld, she could not be presented to high society, no matter that she once was. At that, Issei noticed Ria's expression and just winked at her. She deduced that even if Sona is the one who bears the title of fiancé, she would still be the main one in his heart, leaving the girl with a smile. On the other hand, the girls and Gasper were surprised by the way the brown-haired boy spoke. Wow, I hadn't seen Issei-san speak that way, Asia said, surprised by the brunette's presentation. Well, what did you expect, Argento-san? Issei is already a supreme class demon, and he must introduce himself like that since he represents the entire faction, Gabriel said politely. It's true, being the king of a retinue he must show the etiquette that is required of him, or he would be insulting his title, commented Seraphil, who was standing behind Castano. Returning to the kings and the city protectors, we see that everyone had already presented themselves except one. Nice to meet you, my name is Kinomoto Sakura, and I am the one who takes care of the city of Tamahida, she said seriously as she didn't take her eyes off Issei. The supernaturals were surprised when the girl showed up. Her last name was identical to that of the professor the Sins were looking for. Well, once everyone has been introduced, please Hyoudou-san, could you tell me the reason why you are in this city, Iriel said seriously through the hologram. Please feel free to call me Issei or Ice, said the brown-haired boy with a smile. This caused Sakura to blush a little, but she would not lose the composure she had at that moment. You can also call me by my name, the boy said from the hologram with a calm smile. Well, I'll tell you the reason why we're here. We came to this city because we must search for and protect a person. He spoke seriously, but suddenly looked at Sakura because he wanted to see her expression when he said who they should take care of. That person is Kinomoto Fujitaka, the expert on the subject of relics and excavations. Sakura, upon hearing this, became even angrier. What are you looking for from my father? She said angrily, tears streaming down her face as she tried to keep them from coming out. Why do you want him if his friends have already taken him? This surprised the demons. Apparently they were not the only ones in the city. Excuse me, but what do you mean? Said Sona, worried about the girl's reaction. As you heard, your fellow demons have taken my dad. Tell me what they want him for, the girl spoke, still angry. And why do you think they are our companions? The boy said seriously, since he had a bad feeling about the direction the conversation was going. At that, Yu takes out a piece of cloth that he had with him and puts it on the table. You see, this morning Sakura and her family suffered an attack by an unknown being, but when analyzing the aura that the clothes gave off, it was concluded that it was a supernatural being, to be more exact a demon, said the albino seriously while observing Issei. Suddenly Seraphil was petrified when she saw the clothes. She recognized that fabric. I stand, can I say something, Seraphil said to her new king. Even though she was an ex-Mao, she had to respect the etiquette. Sure, Sirzechs, if you have to say it, the brown-haired boy commented politely. Thank you. You see, this fabric is from the tunic that the traitor from Fabium always wears, said the girl seriously and angrily. It was evident to the supernaturals, the Sins had already made their move. That's what I thought, they arrived before us. This changes the whole panorama contemplated, said Sona seriously. Please could you tell us who arrived, Iriel commented. It seemed things were about to get worse. You're right, you have the right to know why we're here, because if we want to form an alliance with you, you should know about our mission. You see, the brunette began with the utmost seriousness. Issei began to tell them about the deadly sins and one of the reasons why they could have taken his father. The Tamahida boys were surprised by what they were hearing. That's why we're here, but apparently the new mission is to rescue Professor Kinomoto from the deadly sins, said the brown-haired boy seriously, looking at Sakura. We must inform the leaders of the XDXD faction of the change of plan, Sona commented seriously. She then invoked a communication circle, and just like Iriel, a person appeared. This time, it was a Redeed wearing an extravagant cloak who appeared, but he didn't see that the residents of Tamahida were present. Hello Ice Tan Rias Tan, it's good that you're calling your Oni-sama, he already misses you, said the Redeed very happily, making the others sweat because of how their leader behaved. Cough cough, Lucifer-sama we are in a meeting, said Issei's queen blushing. He looked back and saw Iriel in another hologram, and the guardians of the city of Tamahida only bowed his head at the embarrassing moment he made. So tell me why you contacted me. He tried to sound more serious to appear like a leader, but he didn't quite succeed. Well Sirzechs-sama, the reason is because the deadly sins got there first, they already have Professor Kinomoto, said Sona seriously. I see, said the Mayu seriously. Hyoudou Issei, Sona Sitri, the leaders of the XDXD alliance, had already foreseen this, which is why your new mission is to stay in Tamahida and look for any sign of the professor and at the same time avoid any conflict with more than one deadly sin, and to Lafus and Lilith give the go-ahead to their team to be able to confront them, answered the Mayu seriously. Understood, they both replied. Iriel-san, Sakura-san, please support the group of supernaturals who are with you at this moment, they are the most qualified to handle this situation, commented the Mao Lucifer. We also request your permission to put a transportation seal, in case Issei and Sona need support. For my part, I will support you in every way possible, even though I'm in England. As for the seal, there's no problem with it, Iriel responded with a warm smile. But the one who remained silent was Sakura. She, helpless at not knowing her father's current condition and knowing whose fault it was, began to cry while bowing her head. Seeing this moment, those present only remained silent, feeling powerless to do anything, since knowing that the girl's father was in the hands of the sins, she would be more than worried. At that the brown-haired boy got up from his place and went to where Sakura was. He squatted down to look at her face. I know what situation you're in because something similar happened to me not long ago, said the brown-haired boy as he remembered when the miserable Risavim kidnapped his parents, but he took the hand of the girl who was in his hands covering her face. I promise you that we will do everything possible to get your father back, trust me, finished speaking the boy while giving a smile. This made Sakura look into the brown-haired boy's eyes. For the first time she felt safe around a person and blushed at the smile he gave her. Unfortunately for the brown-haired boy, this was seen by the girls in his harem, and they only thought that another girl had fallen for her boyfriend's charm. It can't be another girl, she's already fallen, Rias thought with jealousy while on her face there was a calm smile. Sakura had calmed down and looked at those present. Thank you, for my part I will support you in whatever it takes to get my father back, and as for the seal, you can put it on, Sakura said, now calmer. Issei, reassured that Sakura had recovered her spirits, returned to his place and sat down to continue with the meeting. Well, with this it can be understood that there is an alliance between the Kuoh faction and the XDXD, right? Sirzechs said relaxed as he looked at the two magicians. It's no problem for me, said Sakura happily as the girl looked at the brown-haired boy. For my part, the alliance with the Mao Lucifer was already established, I will only add the allies that you indicate to me, Iriel said respectfully. Perfect, in a few moments I will send you the information of who the allies are and the current situation in the supernatural world, for my part that will be all. Sona prepares the seal since Metatron Dono told me that he would go see them later if he found something about his father, commented the Mao Lucifer, and then disappeared from the hologram. Well, I withdraw, I take care of Sakura and you the situation in Tamahida, said Iriel to then disappear. Okay, with this established, we can work to find any clues about Professor Kinomoto, Sona said as she began to think of a way. So how the brown-haired man began to speak but was interrupted as several people had arrived. Sakura, what are you doing here? Was the voice of a man who, coming out of the hallway, was none other than Sakura's brother. Behind him came Tomoyo and Kiro. Kerberos, what does this mean? Yu said seriously as he saw them arrive. I'm sorry but he insisted so much on coming that we couldn't stop them, Kiro said while looking down. The others were not surprised that a stuffed animal could talk, as they might consider it a family member or something similar. Sorry, Sakura said her friend with her head down, since she promised to take care of her brother. Don't worry, Tomoyo-chan, sooner or later I was going to find out, the brunette replied with relief. Tuya was surprised to see so many girls in one place and only one boy in the house, so he looked at the brown-haired boy seriously, then he noticed the look. Nice to meet you, my name is Hyoudou Issei, it's a pleasure to meet you, said the brown-haired boy while bowing. Nice to meet you, I'm Tuya Kinomoto, Sakura's brother, the black-haired man replied without looking away. A pleasure, my name is Dadaoji Tomoyo, Sakura's friend commented as she bowed in her introduction. "Hi, I'm Kiro, Sakura's partner," said the stuffed animal, then he saw Office and Lilith eating chocolate, so he went to them. "Chocolate, would you give me a piece?" said the doll as he stared with wide eyes at the chocolate they were eating. The others were nervous about him as he approached the two most powerful existences. "Here," Lilith said with an emotionless expression as she gave him a piece of chocolate. "Thank you," Kiro responded excitedly and ate the chocolate. Sakura just laughed nervously, while the others had a tear in their eye at what had happened. "It would be best to introduce ourselves properly. If we make this alliance, it is better that there are no secrets between everyone," said Sona with a relaxed look. At that, the supernatural beings presented themselves before the newcomers, who they were and the power that each of them possessed. At first, they did not believe what was said until they showed off their wings and their power. Sakura and Tuya were surprised to see the girls in Issei's entourage with two types of wings, and he explained to them that he wanted a hybrid dragon, that's why the wing issue. In addition to confessing that some of the girls were his girlfriends, this clarified the doubt about the kisses Sakura saw and gave her hope. On the other hand, Tuya saw the boy with bad eyes because he reminded him of a certain boy from Hong Kong. As for Tuya and Tomoyo, they introduced themselves as simple humans but were aware of the activities of Sakura's group, which made them understand what had happened. "Well, with everyone's introduction, we must plan something to locate Sakura's father," said the brown-haired boy with a serious expression. "Ice-kun, the most prudent thing would be not to involve the others who do not possess any magical ability, but since they are from this city, they could guide us," Sona commented with a serious expression. "Do you have any plans?" Issei asked when he saw Sona. "We will split into 5 groups and in each of them you will look after a resident of Tamahida to look for any clues about Miss Kinomoto's father," Sona replied as she took out a pencil and paper. "Well, with young Tuya will go Kuroka, Lefei and Ravel," she began to speak while looking at the aforementioned. "With Yu-san will be Gabriel, Penum and Serafel," those mentioned by Sona nodded. "Kiro-san will be accompanied by Katis, Murayama and Gaspar," said Sona. "Wow, it seems to me that there are only girls in this group," said Kiro, surprised. "Be sorry Kiro-san, but I'm a man," said Gaspar very shyly. At that those from Tamahida were surprised by what he said. "But if you're a boy, why do you wear girls' clothes?" Kiro asked, surprised by what he had said. "It's just that girl clothes make me look cute," Gaspar replied in his shy voice, to which Kiro broke out in a sweat at the answer. "Well, with that cleared up, let's continue," Sona commented to have the floor again. "With Miss Tadauji, Tsubasa, Tsubaki, and I will go," Sona said, only to receive the nod of agreement from her pieces. "And finally, with Miss Sakura, Rias, Asia and Arena will go," Sona finished speaking so that everyone agreed. "And what about me?" said the brown-haired man since he wasn't named. For the moment Ayanada she spoke with a blush because of how he told her. "You will begin your training for 3 days with Office and Lilith to handle the power of Trinity-sama. After that you will go with each of Sakura's friends and family, while the group of 3 who are taking care of the person will go to Office to train, 1 group per day." Sona finished speaking. "It seems perfect to me, but the last group to enter will be Rias, since I need Office to give you more attention, so you can begin to master the power of the Red Dragon," Issei commented upon seeing his queen in attendance. "Smart, analytical and pretty, I like this girl," Mate the dragon said to Issei, and he just nods at what was said. "You guys agree, right?" said the brown-haired boy, looking at Sakura and her companions. She turned to look and everyone nodded. "Yes, you can count on us," the brunette replied with her characteristic smile, but deep down she still felt sad. "Alright, let's all go rest because tomorrow our mission begins," the boy commented determinedly while everyone nodded. "How city?" Inside the Himejima temple we see the members of Akeno's clan all tired after a day of searching for the brown-haired boy since they found out that he had left the city without leaving any trace. "I can't believe that the father of my children abandoned us without telling us anything," said Zenobia indignantly. "And the worst part is that none of our allies saw them at the airport," the ex-Valkyrie commented resignedly while holding an Oppai dragon plush. "Damn, Sitri took our new man," Haruko said with annoyance, while the other former Sona members nodded. "Why would my best friend leave? I wanted to talk to him and ask for forgiveness," the pretty boy said sadly as he looked at his sacred demonic sword because he reached this level. "Don't worry guys," said Akeno, "you'll see that sooner or later they will give signs of where they are. You'll see that we will get him back and pamper you properly. Besides he must have a fiancé at his level, and I as a high-class devil am the right one." She finished speaking. "That's true, Senpai will forgive us, Akeno-sama. Tomorrow we must continue searching for any clue of Senpai's location, even if that means spying on the traitors," Kaneko commented with her determined look that she rarely showed. "Good idea Kaneko, we should spy on those bastards. I also thought of going with your school friend Ika Kiryu, don't you think?" Zenobia commented the fall with a look that showed that her sanity was being lost. "Sounds perfect to me Akeno-sama," Zenobia replied. Those bucking perverts who call themselves friends of my love Issei must also know something, we should go with them, maybe they know something, said Momo who remembered those two. Well, let's rest today and tomorrow we'll move, commented the king of the entourage before retiring to their rooms. In each of them they had photos of Issei stuck on the wall with kiss marks made with lipstick, except for Kiba. What they didn't know is that the conversation was overheard by a bird that was monitoring the movements of the entourage for the city security. On the other side of the city this was seen by a group of 4 people, these were Razor, Seekvaira, Seekvaira and Vali. We must inform the leaders so they can be aware of this, Razor said, worried for his sister's safety. Sounds good to me, I'll go first thing in the morning to get the girl I was asked to look after. She's no longer safe in the city alone, Vali said as he looked at a photo of Aika. Seekvaira, what have you found out about Hyoudou Issei's friends? Seekvaira asked the glasses-wearing girl who was with them. The readings show that they are compatible with Azazel's artificial sacred gear, so it would be best to bring them to our side before they get ahead of us, the girl commented while adjusting her glasses and holding a tablet in her hand. Excellent, we'll talk to them tomorrow, said Vali, and then the 4 of them disappeared. The next morning they made their move. First they went to Aika to explain the situation in which her life would be in danger, so it was decided that she had obtained a student scholarship from the city of Hyoudou to continue her studies, this with the excuse of being able to withdraw from Kuoh and not be followed by Akeno's group. As for the perverted duo, Vali spoke with them since they had previously seen him with Issei when they were preparing for the fight against the Cow's Brigade. He went straight to the topic of the supernatural and told them about the risk they're on because of Akeno. They couldn't believe that their best friend was a demon, but there was no time to waste, so they accepted Vali's offer, and the excuse for their withdrawal was that they were accepted into an exchange program abroad, to be more precise in Los Angeles, California. The control of this issue was quickly resolved by Venelana Gremory, since she had influence in the Academy's parent-teacher council. The fall scholarship and transfer papers were provided by the Phoenix clan. As for the Sitri patriarchs, they went to the boys' parents to explain about this study opportunity. At noon the boys were ready to leave with their new companions. The 3 would first go with their groups to meet them and then with Azazel so that he could give them their new artificial sacred gear. On the other hand, the members of Akeno's clan also began to move with their plan, but this was affected by what Vali did who, upon learning that his objectives were no longer in Kuoh due to student movements made by Venelana, became angrier than he already was with the faction of the traitors, according to his words. Zenovia tried to find out where they were sent. You as the student body president should have access to that information. Where that damn Gremory took our next allies, Akeno said to her room with a deranged look. Understood, replied the blue-haired girl with green locks. Tamahita Industrial Zone. The Sins were gathered inside the workshop while they watched the progress of the new partner they had obtained. And tell me, do you already have the knowledge of the vessel you invaded, Hiro-kun? Raven asked her vassal who was in the meeting. This human's knowledge is extensive, it will take me longer than expected to obtain and understand the knowledge of this being, I apologize, said Raven's assistant in Fujitaka's body. For now, we can't do anything else. It's vital that you find some clue that will help us locate our leader, since Ira never told us where he attacked the cursed beast, the former Olympian commented seriously. Jason, we must bring one of your subordinates. He along with Sans and Hiro will look for information that the professor has obtained, but until then Hiro you will stay here to assimilate all that information. We must also assume that the useless ones of the underworld must already know of our movements, so keep a low profile, Eliseo commented seriously. Understood, I've got the right person for this job, Jason said as he circled. I need you to come to Tamahita City immediately, then continue with your surveillance. Territory close to the Egyptian faction. Near where the Egyptian deities gather there was a grayish-skinned albino who was covered by a red tunic, watching the movements of the gods. Understood Jason-sama, I'll go right away, the boy commented through the communication circle. But let it be as fast as possible, Graham, said the Sin on the other side of the circle, before cutting off the communication. At that the boy turned to see where the Egyptian faction was. They're lucky to live a little longer, he said, and began to walk away. I hope to have more fun there than continuing to watch these inept people. How I want to relive those moments of fighting from my hometown, the boy thought while he had a sinister look. I will soon see them damned was the last thing he thought before disappearing. City of Tamahita. And just as planned by Sona, the first 3 days Issei trained hard with Office and Lilith to gain full control of Trinity's power. During those days Trinity and Office reconciled as the siblings they are since he told her the truth of things, while Lilith from the beginning liked the dragon that lives inside the chestnut tree. As for the search groups, they began to know each other better, to the point of getting along every night after the search for Sakura's father Issei. As a token of gratitude for guiding his girls and group mates, he along with Rias and Asia prepared dinner for everyone. Sona was also in the kitchen with them, but it was to learn to cook, since in one of the talks she had with her boyfriend, where he asked him to always be honest. Even if the truth hurt, they promised to tell each other things clearly so that their relationship would improve, to which with the pain in his heart, Issei confessed that his desserts and food, although it looked delicious, was deadly for human consumption, and reminded him of it when she prepared that cake that looked delicious but was deadly for Issei's stomach. So Sona, although she cried for that, promised to learn to cook so that in the future, the brown-haired boy could eat the delicious meals that she would prepare for him. During the first 3 days, Tuia observed how Issei interacted with the girls in the group during dinners and how he did with his sister, since he had observed that after the talk they had she returned to smile like before, but when asked the reason she avoided answering, so he noticed that after dinner, she and Issei talked to get to know each other better at both their initiative. The black-haired man decided that the day Issei and he were looking for his father, he would confront him. That's true, the tradition was never lost, and in the new house, Issei's harem slept with him naked, and the other girls waited for the right moment to confess to him. 7th Heaven Faction XDXD. During the first days after the battle against the deadly sins, Metatron locked himself in God's private library, looking for any clue as to his father's whereabouts or any clue as to where he left the special orbs to contain Amon's body. After the fight against the cursed one who threatened the world we created among all the gods, I realized that the orbs call each other and come together, as if the will of Amon was still within them, which is why I have decided to separate the orbs around the world, in order to prevent the resurrection of Amon from happening, the angel read to himself. Unfortunately, the book no longer had any continuation. Damn, father did mysterious things back then, Metatron said to himself as he closed the book and placed it on the shelf. Then he returned to God's desk and saw that a shelf was half open. From there he took out a notebook that said, "My diary." Upon reading the title, Metatron had a stoic look. He went to the last written page of the book to read the content. "I am writing this because it will be the last. I am about to leave to fight the celestial dragons and carry out the plan that the Four Mass have planned to end this senseless war. We will fake our deaths and then go our separate ways, although from the confession they made to me, I don't think they can see the outcome of this." Metatron read and got angry. "You must have that old man do stupid things for the good of all," he said, and then continued reading. "For my part, I will go to the lost continent where I hid the sword that guards one of Amon's legs." He read to see the image of it. "I will ask Odin to seal the entrance to the lost continent, and so I can rest easy. I know my son Michael will be able to carry out my work. After all, the system will remain intact as long as I'm alive. Besides, it's time for me to rest after so many battles." I finished reading and closed the journal. Then he began to search for information about the lost continent, and then he saw a map on a shelf. He grabbed the map and left the library and went to where Michael was showing the new overlord Ariel, who would take Gabriel's position since she was with Issei. Metatron called Michael so they could talk alone together. "I have to go to Odin so he can tell me how to enter that continent that sealed him and find father so he can take care of everything," the angel said to his little brother. "I understand, but right now they must be training with Sirzechs in the pocket dimension in the underworld. I'll contact their father and when they're ready, I'll let you know," Michael said, serious but happy to know that his father could be alive. "I'll leave it to you," Metatron said seriously as he left Michael's office. City of Tamahida. After the brunette's training ended, Issei and Sakura began to get along better to the point that they both developed feelings for each other. This was noticed by Rias, who spoke to the brunette and told him that if Sakura confessed to him, she would accept the relationship on the condition that she would have to compensate him with a date, in addition to talking to Sakura to tell her how the harem relationship works. On the other hand, Tuia began to talk with Issei's girlfriends and friend to find out what the boy was like, and the truth is he was surprised to hear positive things about the brown-haired boy, but he wanted to hear it from his own words. The day the girls who were taking care of Tuia went to train with Office and Lilith, Issei, who was with Sakura's brother in the kitchen while she was studying in her bedroom and they were preparing a snack for the girl. Tuia gathered his courage to know the boy's situation since one night he heard his sister tell Kuoh that she started to develop feelings for Issei and he wanted to know what she thought, but he also found it strange that the other girls. "And tell me, Issei-kun, what is your relationship with the girls who accompany you?" Tuia asked the brown-haired boy. "Well, Tuia-san, as you know, I am a dragon, and as such I am a polygamous being. That is why most of the girls who accompany me are my fiancées besides Sona." "Why the question?" The brown-haired man answered and finished speaking with another question. "I'd like to know what your relationship with them is like," said the black-haired man as he cut some fruit. "Well, I'll tell you that I love them all equally, since they've never turned their backs on me," the brunette commented with a smile to himself. At that, Tuia closed his eyes and looked directly at the brown-haired boy. And if another girl proposes to you, what would you do? The black-haired man asked. Well, if her feelings towards me are real and if I feel the same way about her, I would love her the same way I love my girlfriends, I would take care of her and protect her with my life, the brunette replied, looking him in the eyes. Thanks for the answer, Tuya said as he returned to his activities. This was heard by Sakura who blushed at what she heard during their conversation. She took courage and went down to the kitchen. Issei-kun, we can talk, said the girl with a blush. Sure, I'm sorry Tuya-san for leaving all this, said the brunette who was coming out of the kitchen. Issei-kun, I'll just ask you to take responsibility for everything, Tuya commented as he continued cutting the appetizers. The boys just blushed and walked away. They left the house and went to a park near the house. Issei and Sakura sat on a bench. What they didn't notice was that near them was Issei's harem, watching the moment of the girl's confession, since Rias had told them. The boys remained silent until the girl spoke. Issei-kun, I have something to tell you, said the girl as she gathered her courage. Tell me, Sakura, said the brown-haired boy, a little shy by the conversation. I want to tell you that I like you a lot, said Sakura. But this confession, events and relationships in Tamahida developed more rapidly. Chapter 13. Response, the date, 18, an attack on Tamahida University. City of Tamahida. We are in the city of Tamahida, to be more exact in a park near Sakura Kinomoto's house, in which she and Issei were sitting on a bench, and near them was Issei's entire entourage, along with Sona and her entourage and even the dragon goddesses, who were spying on the conversation between the two brown-haired women. Rias already knew about Sakura's feelings since she is easy to read in that aspect, but even so, jealousy was present. She just waited for both of them to accept each other's affection for each other, and she would go talk to her. The silence between them was because the brown-haired boy knew what this type of situation was like. It was the classic confession scene between two people. You know, the girl opens her heart to the boy she fell in love with. Issei didn't dislike these scenes, but they became somewhat uncomfortable because of a certain fallen angel. At that, the silence was eliminated because Sakura began to speak. Issei-kun, I have something to tell you, said the girl as she gathered her courage. Tell me, Sakura, said the brown-haired boy, a little shy from the conversation. At that, the girl turns to see where the brown-haired man is. You know, before you arrived I had a relationship with a boy. At first it was peaceful, we talked all the time, she said with a sad face as she remembered Sharon. This made Issei become serious. But you know, Sakura continued speaking, the time I was with him I never felt anything more than admiration. My heart didn't go crazy like when I talked to you, the brunette said with a calm look. I once had a talk with my father about what it was like to be in love, and he described to me every detail of what he and mom were like, how he felt with her since he loved her madly, and I realized that when I was with him I didn't feel that way, said the girl looking at Issei, who didn't look away. The girls who were spying didn't believe what they heard because they felt the same as she told them. Despite being so young, she knew what love was, and they began to see Sakura in a good way, with jealousy, but in a good way. But being with you makes my heart race. When we had that accidental kiss you captivated me with your gaze, and I also gave you my first kiss, he said with a noticeable blush. However, the girls, especially those who hadn't kissed the brunette, burst into jealousy, but they had to calm down. That's why I want to tell you that she stood in front of the boy and bowed for her confession. Hyoudou, Issei, I like you a lot, Sakura said with a scream. She expected an answer, but Issei just remained silent. Suddenly she began to shed a few tears because she thought she had been rejected, but she felt someone touch her shoulders. She looked up and saw the brunette with a smile. Sakura-san, I can only tell you that the feeling you described I have also felt it, you know, not only with you, but with each of the girls who accompanies me. They have told me how much they love me, and I feel the same for them as for you. I also feel this for other girls, but I want them to show me that feeling like I always do, said the brown-haired boy with a smile. This made Sakura get excited, and she looked into the eyes that captivated her. Kinomoto Sakura, I accept your feelings for me, and would you like to go out with me? Said the boy with his calm gaze. Hi, I agree to go out with you, Hyoudou, Issei, said the girl happily, who began to cry with joy and hugged the boy. Issei took Sakura's chin so that she could look into his eyes. Tell me, Issei, he spoke to her and gave her a kiss on the lips that she gladly accepted. They finished kissing and were still hugging. Well, the brunette said something that made Sakura blush. How much longer are you going to be spying on us, Rias, Sona and company? At that, all the girls came out of their hiding place with embarrassed faces for being discovered and went to where the couple was. Congratulations, Issei, Sakura, said Sona with a serious face while being accompanied by his queen. It's not fair, Sakura has kissed Issei more times in the time we've been here than I have, Tsubaki said with some resentment. Without letting go of Sakura, she took Tsubaki's hand and kissed it. Calm down now, you know I love them all equally, he replied after the kiss, which made her blush at the action. How is it possible that she got ahead of me? Seraphiel said resignedly with a depressive aura over her. I know she had more courage than us, said Penum, who was going to where the ex-Mau was. We must try harder. I know my father will support me for Issei's love, said Gabriel as he looked at a ring on the index finger of his right hand. Issei-sama has become more unattainable, don't you think Kuroka-sama, Lefei-sama Ravel said with a pout. This makes me want him more and give me strong kittens, Kuroka said while licking her lips. Well, Issei was right, but I have to talk to Sakura-san, Rias said with her commanding voice, since she was the queen of this, and above all the girl who managed his harem, this made Sakura's face turn blue. At that Rias and Sakura began to talk about how Issei's harem was managed, and that all the girls had already decided to share the brown-haired boy, to which the girl gladly accepted. She also proposed that when all this was over she would go to Kuoh to finish her studies since being Issei's girlfriend, she had to be as close to the brown-haired boy as possible, and most importantly, she couldn't take that step until she matured in that aspect. This last thing made Sakura blush, but she gladly accepted. Suddenly Sakura received a call from her friend Tomoyo, who told her that she was at her house to talk to her about a school matter. They all decided to go to Sakura's house. They started walking, but suddenly Issei was stopped by Rias. You see, I told you that his feelings towards you were genuine, said the Gremory calmly looking at her boyfriend. You were absolutely right. I thought I'd just be a replacement for that Sharon, but I was wrong, and I'm glad I was, the brunette commented sincerely. By the way, you promised me that you would make it up to me if I accepted Sakura into the harem, the redhead said happily. You're right, you want to go on a date with me this afternoon. I have something planned and I need to buy a few things. Would you like to accompany me to see the center of Tamahida? The brunette said as he extended his hand. I would be more than delighted, said the girl happily, taking her lover's hand and walking to catch up with a group of girls. Hong Kong. We find ourselves in the city of Hong Kong where a brown-haired boy was angry with himself. How is it possible that my mother lied to me with this false engagement, the boy thought, since 2 days earlier he had discovered something. Flashback. We see the boy walking through the city in search of a formal suit since that evening was the engagement dinner between him and the girl his mother had selected for her great magical power. I hope she likes Kuoh's grandmother's ring, the boy thought as he took out of his bag the ring he had looted from Kuoh's house when he returned to Tamahida. Then he sees the girl who was standing at the train station looking at her cell phone. He was going to approach her, but suddenly a blonde boy stood next to her who seemed conceited by the way he walked. Just imagine it without the lance. They both kissed and started walking. Sharon didn't believe what he saw, but he took out his cell phone and started recording how both boys were kissing, and then he went to confront them while listening to their conversation. And tell me, love, why don't you break that engagement with that idiot from the Lee family, said the boy as he hugged the girl around the waist. Unfortunately it's for the good of our families, but you know that even if we're married, you'll always be the love of my life, besides he's just a game to me, said the girl who began to kiss him, but suddenly someone pulled him out of his thoughts. So I'm just a game, huh? Lee said with anger and angry tears. No, Sharon-kun is not what you think, said the redhead with concern since she had been discovered. Now I only understand that your family was seeking the protection of the Lee family, Malty, our engagement is more than broken, I will go with the main head of my family to report this event, he said angrily. This made the girl start to cry, her companion got angry to see his girl cry. Damn Lee, don't make me cry. The blonde didn't finish speaking as he received a blow to the stomach from Sharon and left the place without looking back, where there was a blonde unconscious from the blow and a girl crying for what she had done. Sharon ran home to tell his mother what he discovered, but as he approached the door he heard the conversation on the other side. Thank you for accepting the engagement to my daughter, was the voice of a man heard on the other side of the door. You're welcome, your daughter can be a worthy successor to the Lee house, unlike Kuoh's other chosen brat, she would have brought shame to the family, Sharon's mother speaks seriously. Don't worry, my daughter is worthy of our name. You'll see that she's the right person to carry the Lee house high, the girl's father finished. Thanks to this commitment, I'll be able to keep that brat of my son under control, the mother commented arrogantly. At that moment the door to the living room opened and an angry Sharon entered. So this engagement was just a formality, and not because Malty loved me, said the boy angrily as he began to walk in front of his mother. Sharon remained silent, this is the best thing for both families, his mother commented seriously, looking at her son. I'm sorry but I won't marry a bitch like Malty, she's a girl, she's a bore, he spoke angrily to those present. How dare you say that about my damn daughter, he was talking, but was silenced when he saw the video of how the girl cheated on her son and said the reason why she married him. The father, ashamed of his daughter's behavior, apologized for what he had done, but this had tarnished the image of his family, so he simply left the Lee house in shame. In the room, only Sharon remained, still with the pain in his heart since he had begun to love Malty, but suddenly she made him remember the beautiful moments he lived with Sakura. "Don't worry, son, I'll find a suitable girl to carry the Lee house high," said his mother, who sat in his place. "No mother, you already ruined my life and I regret leaving Sakura." He began to walk out of the room. "Where do you think you're going?" his mother said in a serious voice, looking at her son. "I'll go for Sakura, I'm sorry for doing this to her, but I'll get her love back," Sharon said without looking at his mother. "I forbid you, leave this house and forget about being the heir to the Lee house," his mother commented, sentencing her son. "I don't care, I'll get the support of Ariel and the Kinomoto family, their father likes me," said the boy before leaving. He just left the room, went to his bedroom and gathered enough clothes along with his money and left the house. His angry mother gave notice of the boy's exile from the Lee house. End of flashback. The boy was already at the airport waiting for his flight that left the next day to the city of Tamahida. "I'll come for you soon, my beloved Sakura," said the determined brown-haired boy who was waiting for his plane to leave the next day. City of Tamahida. We find ourselves at Sakura's house where Tomoyo was waiting for her friend to give a gift to both them and the Kuoh boys. At that moment Sakura enters with the others, but you could see a look of happiness on her face. "Sakura-chan, what happened?" the girl asked with happiness since she had an idea of what happened. It also intrigued her brother who went to where they were. At that Issei approached where the girl was and took her hand. He saw his brother with a serious look and bowed. "Minamoto Tuia, I ask you to give me permission to go out with your sister please," Issei said seriously without stopping bowing. He was surprised by how he asked him. He expected a more informal announcement, but he remembered that he is a supreme class demon, which is why he behaved that way, in that he also bowed. "For my part, I ask you to take care of my little sister," the black-haired man responded seriously. This made the girl happy and she went to hug her brother. "Thank you Oni-chan," said the brunette happily. He just smiled and touched her head. Sakura's other friends were happy for the relationship between them, and even more because the brown-haired man managed to heal the girl's heart. In that Sakura's cell phone rings and she sees the contact. It was Ariel who called. This made everyone think that something bad was approaching, but it was quite the opposite. Ariel called her to congratulate her on their relationship. They wondered all about how he knew this, and he answered that it was while he was watching the city for his magical power. After this announcement, Tomoyo pulled out several packages from her bag. The contents of the packages were nothing other than new cell phones given by Tomoyo's mother's company to Issei and his friends for two reasons. The first, to protect her daughter during this time. The second, and most important, reason was to help Sakura search for her father. The boys thanked the gesture and had lunch with the Kinomoto family. Once lunch was over, they left the place with a magic circle to go to the mansion where they currently live, since two people were going out today. Tamahida Industrial Zone. We find ourselves at the temporary base of the Deadly Sins, who were waiting for Jasen's vice captain to arrive at Tamahida, when Hiro, who occupies the body of Sakura's father, comes out of a warehouse with several papers in his hand. "Raven-sama, I have discovered something interesting in this person's mind," Hiro commented. "Tell me what you found," said her boss, at which point the other Sins came to where the man was. This person began searching for information about the legend of the Beast of the Apocalypse and its vestiges, but the documents about this investigation will arrive tomorrow at his office from another research center, according to the memories of this contender, said Hiro, while still holding the sheet of paper. "And where is your office?" Demian asked as he rested on a collapsed pillar. "From what I've seen, at the university of this city, but I don't know where exactly," the human container replied. "Very well, we will wait for Graham to arrive, and he, along with Sans, will accompany you tomorrow to the university. They will bring all the possible information to search for our knowledgeable king, while the rest of us prepare what is necessary to leave the city," Abden said, and then everyone nodded. Sakura's house. Once all the supernatural kids had left, Tuia, Sakura and Yukito were cleaning the house, while Kiro kept eating candy. At that moment, a phone call came to the house, and Sakura answered. The call was from the courier service, who was looking for Fujitaka to let him know that his documents would arrive at his office tomorrow, as he had requested. They were waiting for confirmation from him to receive them. Sakura explained that her father was unavailable at the moment, but that she and her brother could receive the package tomorrow. The courier service only asked for the family seal to accept the request. After that, she hung up the phone and told her brother, and the two agreed to go together to receive the documents. Kuoh Mansion. At the Kuoh Mansion, the group of girls were watching Issei and Rias get ready, since they learned that the girl proposed a date to him the day Sakura declared her love to the brunette. This of course made the others jealous, but it was a good move on the part of the Redeed. They had both arranged a casual date, as it was a date between two teenagers who loved each other but didn't want to attract attention, which was impossible. They left the mansion arm in arm and walked to the shopping area of the city of Tamahida, since the brown-haired man wanted to buy some things and then see the attractions that the city could offer. They arrived at the mall and began their date. There were conversations between them. They looked at the different clothing stores, which Rias took advantage of to model the different clothes that were there for her boyfriend, and he was happy about the show, but there was one in particular that she decided to buy to satisfy her boyfriend. Issei gave her the money to pay for the item and told her that he wouldn't be long. If she left the store early, she could go to the food court of the mall and wait for him there. Saying that, Issei left the store and ran to a specific area while Rias stayed paying for her clothes in the store. After that she went straight to the food area, but suddenly two boys came to where she was. "Hello beautiful, why are you so alone?" said one of the boys who was wearing dark glasses. "I'm waiting for my boyfriend," Rias replied, ignoring them. "You should come with us, you'll have more fun," commented the other boy, who was holding a cigarette. "No thanks, you guys aren't even half the men my boyfriend is," Rias said with her eyes closed, which made both boys angry. "Come on bitch, you'll enjoy it." The boy with glasses was about to take Ria's hand when his hand was stopped by Issei. "Could you leave my girlfriend alone?" Issei said angrily and threw the boy he held by the hand against a trash can. "Miserable, you'll see," said his friend who went to attack Issei, but he just moved and kneed him in the stomach and threw him on top of his partner. "We're leaving," said Issei, who gave his arm to Rias for her to take. "You know I can defend myself, but still thanks darling," Rias said with a blush that took the brown-haired boy's cheek and kissed it. After that they continued walking to reach a viewpoint on the other side of the city, near where the Tamahida temple was. In that place there was a cherry tree, and Issei decided to go to that place. They both sat on a bench near that tree and were seeing how beautiful the city was. It was a quiet silence, the girl leaning on Issei's chest and he hugging her by the waist. "You know, this tranquility is what I want to fight for. Being like this with all of you is what I desire most," said the brunette while resting his chin on the girl's head. "I know, when all this is over you'll see that we'll all be together like this," Rias commented as she took Issei's hand. At that the boy got up from the bench and then knelt in front of her. "Rias, you know that I loved you with all my being, and that is why you were always with me from the fight with Razor to the exile by some of the Alliance. You never abandoned me, and that has made the love I have for you grow more and more. That is why," taking a small box out of her bag she continued speaking, "I want the love I have for you to be represented," so she opened the box to show a ring. "Rias Gremory, will you marry me?" said the brown-haired boy with a smile. The girl couldn't believe it. After those damned council members tried to take her away from the man she loves, and after the uncertainties regarding this fight with the Sins, her beloved was declaring his love for her and representing that union of theirs, she began to cry. "Yes, Issei accepted," said the girl crying with happiness as she extended her hand to accept the ring. The happy brunette placed the ring on the girl, and they both gave each other a kiss of pure love. At that moment it started to rain in the place, but they didn't care. They continued kissing until it started to thunder. This alerted the boys who ran away from the temple. They could easily use a transportation circle, but there were a lot of people, so they ran aimlessly until they reached a somewhat striking street. They both took cover on the roof of a small building. "Wow, this rain got faster," said the brown-haired boy. Then he turned to see where they were, and what he noticed wasn't pretty. On the buildings there were advertisements for rest $, sleep $. Exactly, they arrived at the street where there were love hotels. "Rias, we must leave," said the brown-haired boy, alarmed, but was stopped by the girl. "Issei, I can't wait any longer. I want to show you how much I love you," said the determined girl who took the brown-haired boy, kissed him to enter the hotel together. They went to the reception and asked for a room. Issei, without coming out of the trance, asked for the most expensive room. Since it was the best and the most romantic, they received the key and both went to the room. Lemon skipped. It was a new day in the city of Tamahida, and the residents staying at the Kuoh residence were having breakfast. Then someone knocked on the door. The brown-haired boy, being a good host, went to see who it was. "Hello Issei, good morning," said Sakura, who was at the door with her brother and Yukito. At that the girl threw herself at the brunette and kissed him affectionately. "Good morning Sakura, would you like to come in?" The boy greeted, then offered the girls permission to come in. "Don't worry, we're coming quickly. Yesterday we received a call from the courier that they would be delivering some documents to my father's office at the university today, and we came to let you know," said the girl happily, holding the boy's hand. "Well, if that's the case," said the boy, and then shouted the names of two of his girls. "Rias, Sona could come," said the brown-haired boy, and then the two girls mentioned appeared. "Rias, Sona, could you go with them along with your teams to Tamahida University? The information you receive may be helpful to us. Also it is to protect them. Remember that those damn things are here," said the brown-haired boy somewhat seriously. Everyone accepted the plan. After that the teams were ready to leave. The brown-haired boy took Ria's hand. "Remember, if something bad happens just use that," said the brown-haired boy. This made the girl blush since he was referring to the dragon mark. The brunette said goodbye to each of his girlfriends, including Sakura, all with a kiss of love, and they went to Tamahida University. During the walk Sakura noticed that Rias was walking a little strangely as if her crotch hurt. This alarmed the other girls because of what she said, and they looked at the redeed with their eyes squinted, and even Tuya noticed that, she only said yesterday, she tripped on her date with Issei and hit herself. Most people didn't believe him except Sakura, who asked him to take better care of himself. University of Tamahida. Near the campus there were 3 shadows watching the movements of the school while sitting near the campus. "I'm sure it's here, Hero," said Sans, bored of waiting. "So, we just have to wait for the people to stop passing by and we go inside to find the office to wait for the package," Hero said seriously. "Let's be quick, I'm bored. I'd rather annihilate the Egyptian faction than be here," Graham commented resignedly. "But just look," said Sans as he noticed Rias and company entering the university. "What's wrong?" Hero asked. "They are demons," pointing at Rias and company, "and that brat was the one who cut Demi and Sama's clothing," he continued speaking pointing at Sakura. "This is interesting, let's follow them, they'll take us to the office of this container," said Graham. At that the 3 of them covered themselves with a trench coat and began to follow the boys. Tamahida City Airport. The flight had arrived from the city of Hong Kong. From there came a boy with brown hair and a serious look looking in the direction of the city. "We'll see each other soon, my dear Sakura," the boy thought as he took his suitcase and went to the airport exit. "I take a taxi and tell him to go to Tamahida University. If I talk to his father so he can support me, everything will work out," the boy thought as he walked to college. University of Tamahida. The boys had arrived at their father's office. Sona was surprised by the amount of information on the professor's shelves. 5 minutes passed, and the courier van had arrived with the new documents for their research. She received them, then began to open the package, but was interrupted by a voice. "Daughter, what are you doing here?" The one who spoke was a brown-haired man who was standing at the door watching the boys in his office. "Dad," shouted the girl happily who was going to run to her father but was stopped by her brother. "What's wrong brother, don't you see Dad is back?" said a happy girl who didn't understand her brother's actions, but it wasn't just him, but also Rias, Sona and her group. "Sakura, that's not Dad," Tuya said seriously. "Who are you damn?" said the boy since he had felt the presence of the person in front of him and it was different from his father. "You shouldn't know anything, just hand over that information and we'll leave without harming you," said another person who appeared next to Sakura's father. "I say we finish them off," the other guest spoke. The girls recognized the being that arrived. It was Sans, the boy who fought on equal terms with Hades. "Sona gives the indication," Rias said to her friend. "Of course, Tsubaki and Yura make a barrier so they can't escape and the others prepare," said Sona with a commanding voice. "Yes Sona-sama," everyone shouted. At that moment, Kiro came out of Sakura's backpack to transform into a white tiger and Yukito transformed into the being Yamato-yu. Sakura took a pendant from her neck. "Burst Angel," the girl shouted, so that the pendant turned into a staff. "It's my turn, let's go Drake," said Rias taking out the red glove. "Yes one each hand," said Drake with a chibi voice. "Balance breaker," Rias shouted and was then covered by the suit that Issei once wore. "So it will be," said Sakura's father as he transformed into a hideous being. "Come on, guys, let's have fun." Kuoh Mansion. In the mansion was Issei along with Murayama and Katis resting. Both girls were next to him while they enjoyed the moment, and that Issei's mark began to shine, and in the distance he began to see smoke. "Girls, something bad is happening. I'll go see what's going on, but pay attention to my signal," said Issei, who was getting up in a bit of a hurry. "I'll make it up to you later," Issei said to his girlfriends and kissed them, then he summoned his armor and cast a magic circle. University of Tamahida. Play fight music. The battle had already begun at the university facilities, which caused significant damage to the site and led to the fire. Rias was fighting on equal terms with Sakura's father, who had turned into a hideous beast. Sona and Tsubaki were fighting with Graham, both with a sword and keeping him at bay. Unfortunately, the craziest fighter had a huge advantage over his rivals. Sans was gaining ground against Irina. Sakura, frustrated by what was happening, ran with her staff. "Wait," Sakura shouted her brother, but was stopped by Yura and Asia. "No Tuya-san, you can't go. If something happens to you, Sakura-san won't be able to withstand another loss," Asia said with concern as she prepared to heal the team. Sakura took a card from her bag. "Sword," the girl shouted, and the staff transformed into a thin and sharp sword. Then she took out another card. "Flight," the girl shouted, and wings came out of her back. She arrived where Irina was fighting and jumped into action. "Don't get in the way," Brat shouted Sans, who began to fight with both girls. It was a rain of sword attacks from both girls that little by little made the albino retreat. In a moment Sakura took out another card, Fire, activated it and launched her attack towards the boy. "You'll pay for this," shouted the albino who angrily went against the girls dodging both of their attacks. Then he kicked Irina which, due to the momentum, sent her in Sakura's direction and both girls fell to the ground. "This is the end," said Sans, gathering energy in his hand to throw it at them. "The," said the albino ready with his attack in his hand, he extended it to give more momentum to the attack. They both saw that energy and shouted the name of their beloved. "Issei darli Ian." They both screamed in desperation. The other girls couldn't do anything because their opponents kept them busy. Yura was about to take action, but froze when she saw a scene. Sans's hand where his power was suddenly vanished, since the hand had been cut off, behind him a strange figure appeared. "How dare you hurt my girlfriends," said the figure who was with his back turned, and in his hand he had a sword. It was the arrival of everyone's love. The Guardian had arrived at the battle for the fight. Chapter 14. Battle, Discovery and Let's Go to the Lost Continent. Tamahita City. Play the song. We are at Tamahita University where Rias and Sauna's squad were fighting against the servants and vice captains of the deadly sins. Rias was fighting on equal terms with Sakura's father, who had turned into a hideous beast. Sona and Tsubaki were fighting with Graham, both with a sword and keeping him at bay. Beige along with Yura, along with Kiro and Yu, protected Tuya who in his hand had the documents that had reached his father and for which they were fighting at this moment, leaving as a result several damages in the surroundings of the university. Unfortunately the battle between Arena and Sakura against Sans was not going very well. "You'll pay for this," shouted the albino who angrily went against the girls dodging both of their attacks, then he kicked Arena which, due to the momentum, sent her in Sakura's direction, and both girls fell to the floor. "This is the end," said Sans, gathering energy in his hand to throw it at them. "The," said the albino ready with his attack in his hand, he extended it to give more momentum to the attack. They both saw that energy pointing towards them and shouted the name of their beloved. "Issei darli Ian." They both screamed in desperation. Sans's hand where his power was suddenly vanished, as the hand had been cut off, behind him a strange figure appeared. "How dare you hurt my girlfriends," said the figure who was with his back turned, and in his hand he had a sword. This was Issei who had arrived at the battlefield, he was wearing his black armor while in his hand the sword he had created disappeared in his hand. The girls were relieved to see their boyfriend arrive and went to where Tuya was to protect him. At that, the albino, unfazed by having lost his arm, turned to look at the newcomer who was looking at him straight in the face with a sadistic smile. "Well, it seems you came to play with us, didn't you?" he said as a mist covered him, giving him the shape of a skull. "What I came for is to finish you off and bring back the father of one of my beloveds," he replied in a serious voice. Sakura blushed at what he had said and even more so because he was worried about her. "Stop the music." "Well, that will be impossible, because that person is already dead," shouted the monster who stood next to Sans. This left everyone present in shock. Tuya stared at where his father was, while Yu and Kiro watched as the light in his eyes slowly faded. The girls were incredulous at what they had heard and looked at the servants with hatred. Asia for her part, began to shed tears of sadness upon hearing this news, as she felt sad for the Kinomoto family. But the most affected was Sakura who flew to where the sins were while crying with rage, and in her hand, she held her sword ready to attack, but before reaching them she was stopped by Issei. "It's not true, tell me that it's not true, it's not true that my father is dead, you promised me to bring him back," the girl cried while looking with hatred at the enemies, and that Issei deactivated his armor and hugged the girl, who put her face on the boy's chest comforting her. At that moment the Trinity Jewel appeared in his hand. "Partner and brat, don't believe this being inside the beast's body, I still feel the energy of your girl's father," said the dragon seriously, which surprised everyone. "Trinity, you mean it," said the girl still crying as she looked at the jewel. "Yes girl, most likely they used the mind swap spell, I saw this when the dragon that attacked our village was captured, at that moment God was able to eliminate the mind that controlled the dragon's body, and it recovered," commented the dragon. This gave hope to the girl. "It's a shame God is dead, only he was able to remove the spell, that's why Kinomoto Fujitaka is more than dead," said Graham mockingly while preparing his sword. Hearing this, the cowboys were surprised that the sins did not know that God was alive, but they used this advantage to their advantage. At that Issei approaches Sakura's ear. "Don't worry, we'll get your father back," he whispered so she could only hear him, this gave the girl hope. At that she looked at him, saw his look of trust and trusted his word, she kissed him and floated next to him. At that moment, Rias, Sona, Tsubaki and Arena arrived at his side, ready for battle. "Okay girls, show that Office and Lilith's training was not in vain, the mission is to rescue Fujitaka, so we must capture him," said the boy looking directly at his opponents. At that moment, a brown-haired boy arrived at the university and ran to the scene of the disaster, since he recognized the building that was on fire. "What happened?" he wondered as he continued running. "Professor, I hope you're okay." Michael's office. "We are in Michael's office located in the sixth heaven." Inside there were him, Ariel and Metatron, the latter holding in his hand the map and his father's diary. The overlords, upon reading the last thing their father wrote, were happy that he was alive, but they would not give the news until they confirmed that he was well and not in a state of rest that Metatron mentioned in case the fight against the celestial dragons had been difficult. Well Michael, I need you to contact Lucifer to call an urgent meeting with all our allies, the topic I'm going to discuss is important, Metatron said seriously. Understood, said Michael, in that he created a communication hologram waiting for someone to answer on the other side, and so it was, the one who had answered the call was none other than the most powerful queen of the underworld, the servant of the Gremory house, and above all the wife of the current Lucifer, I mean the beautiful Grayfia. Good afternoon, Michael-sama. What do you need? The girl said politely, looking at those present. Good afternoon Grayfia, I see your training is on hold, Michael said with a smile. That's right Michael-sama, we've taken a little break, the grey-haired girl replied. I need a meeting to be called with the leaders of our alliance, along with the volley team. It seems Metatron-san found valuable information regarding the subject of Amon and God, he said with a serious look. Give me a moment, I'll tell Lucifer-sama and the others involved in the meeting if they are available. I'll return the message in a moment, the maid commented before disappearing into the hologram. 10 minutes passed in which Metatron continued to observe the map of the lost continent where his father would be at this moment until the communication symbol began to shine, implying that someone was calling from the other side. Excuse the delay Michael-sama, I inform you that the requested will be gathered in the conference room of the Gremory house in 15 minutes, we will be waiting for you, said Grayfia politely. Perfect, we'll go there right away, thanks Grayfia-san, Michael commented calmly. At that point, communication between the two was cut off, the three angels prepared to go to the meeting with the XDXD alliance. On a high hill you could see a small cabin, inside it you could see an old man looking towards a castle. Yamato, come please, said the old man. In that house a person comes out, but the characteristic of this one is that his ears were pointy. Tell me, great sage, what is it that I am offering you, he said respectfully as he bowed. Prepare the wagon, we will go to the castle, we must speak with the king, the princess and the champions. I have a feeling that difficult times will come for these lands regarding the cursed object, and we must be prepared, in addition to the fact that our anonymity will be in danger, said the wise man as he continued to observe that majestic castle. Understood, wise man, when everything is ready I'll let you know, said the boy running towards the house. It seems that bastard is awake, my days of tranquility are over, the old man thought as he closed his eyes. 5 minutes passed and he was called by his companion, everything was ready for the trip and they left the place. I just hope that thing doesn't activate before they arrive, the old man thought before getting into the wagon and beginning his journey. Tamahita City. We returned to the boys who were at the Tamahita University facilities. There they noticed that many people with cell phone cameras and a news van had arrived at the place. Thanks to the barrier that Sakura had placed with a labyrinth card, the spectators could only watch the school on fire, ignoring the participants inside the prison created. The servants of sins ignored the normal people because in front of them was the cursed one who could stop the ambitions of their struggles. We must hurry and get out of here with the information or else our bosses will get angry with us, Graham said in a combat stance. I know, but if we can, let's kill the Guardian once and for all, said Sans in his skeleton form. I agree with him, said the beast, also preparing for battle. On the other side were the serious boys talking in low voices without taking their eyes off their opponents. Okay, Rias and Arena, you guys will go after Sakura's father, you just have to knock him out. Sona and Tsubaki will go after the swordsman, Tsubaki in front and Sona as support. Sakura, you and I will go after the skeleton, you will be supporting with ranged attacks, the boy said seriously as he summoned his armor again, and that he created a magic circle in his ear. The others who were outside the battle saw the 6 people who were apparently ready for battle, and at that, in Asia's ear, the communication seal was formed. Ai-san, tell me what he needs, the girl said to her king while observing him. Understood, please take care, said the girl to cut the communication. Tell me Asia-san what's going on, asked Tuia, still depressed because he didn't know the news yet. Ai-san told me to be alert, Kiro-san, Yu-san and Yura-san, we will protect Tuia-san, who has the documents that the sins need, said the girl seriously while summoning a jewel. Panra-san, I need your support, I will give you the payment later, Asia said looking at the jewel. Understood, Asia-tan answered a voice coming from inside the jewel, it was one of the Dragon Kings. Returning to the skies where Issei and company were, they were ready for the fight, the Sakura staff returned to its normal form, Sona prepared her magic circles for the attack, and the swordsmen were ready. Okay, let's go, said the boy as he launched into the attack. Issei flew towards Sans, behind him was his new girlfriend ready with several cards in her hand, all of them were attack cards. Arena with her Excalibur mimic went along with Rias, which began the fight against a being that has Fujitaka's body. Tsubaki along with Sona went against Graham again, which they had already analyzed the way the being fights. Issei began his hand-to-hand battle with the skeleton. You could see the blows that both dodged and connected against each other. Issei launched blows to Sans' weak part, since by missing an arm he was not protected well. But that was no impediment to giving a rain of kicks, while in his other hand, he began to accumulate energy. But this was eliminated, thanks to the lightning and fire attacks that Sakura launched. Rias and Arena fought against the beast, trying not to seriously injure it. Since the body they were fighting against belonged to Sakura's father, the beast began to launch dark energy from its hands, which were repelled by the dragon shots that Rias launched. Arena, on the other hand, began her repetitive attack on its body, making sure not to hit vital points. She only wanted to paralyze the beast and be able to knock it out. Tsubaki fought alongside the swordsman. It was a great fight between sword knights, but when he was forced to retreat from one of the Sauna girl's attacks, he took the opportunity to launch water attacks. Outside the barrier we see a boy hurrying to the place. "What happened here?" the boy said, seeing everyone recording with their cell phones and the news reporter saying that an explosion in the science building caused this. The boy, worried about Professor Fujitaka's condition, ran towards the building, removing the cautionary cordon that university security had placed while the firefighters arrived. Since thinking that a dangerous chemical was the culprit of the explosion, it was better for them to take care of it and get everyone away from the place. The moment the boy mocked, the security guard rushed over, but was then knocked back by an invisible wall. "What the heck is this?" said the boy, intrigued, as he felt a barrier that prevented him from moving forward. "This is the work of a Sakura card." From the palm of his hand he summoned a sword, charged it with magic, and in attack position ran against the barrier, causing it to break a piece. This caused it to slowly be completely destroyed, revealing those who were inside. Kuoh Academy. In the student council room we can see the pieces that belong to Akeno Himejima's entourage, angry because apparently the people who were trying to get information from them had been transferred from one day to the next. Today when we needed the help of those perverts to know something about our Issei, they simply disappear," said the Valkyrie angrily, since she had been notified of the boy's sudden change, as she was the group's advisor. "This change is really strange," said Akeno, who had already arrived from the university to have lunch with them. "And Kaicho knew something about where they went," said Momo, looking at Zenobia, who had official documents from the school. "According to what this transfer sheet that they released to me yesterday says, the perverts went to the city of Los Angeles in the United States, while my dear friend went to Kyoto," Zenobia commented heavily, but happily, since one of them was close to the domains of the Supreme Faction. "That's good news. If we find her we'll be closer to finding Senpai," said Kaneko while eating sweets. At that moment, Kiba received a notification from his social profile on his cell phone. When he opened it, he only noticed that it was a like from a girl from school on his profile picture. He returned to the main screen and saw that something was being broadcast live. Curiosity got the better of him and he opened the live stream. When he saw it, he noticed that it was a school on fire. He would have simply left the live broadcast if it weren't for the fact that he saw someone in it. "It can't be, everyone, come," the boy shouted desperately. His group ran to see what he was seeing and were surprised to see a figure on the other side. "It's Issei," said the Fall when she saw the brown-haired boy with his armor. She recognized him from the fight in the Gremory house. Gremory Mansion. In the conference room of the Gremory Mansion were the leaders of the XDXD faction, along with the Volley team and Ika Kiryu, who had joined their team since they were gathered in an emergency by the supporters of heaven. Upon arriving they observed that a new angel was with them. "Tell me, Michael, who is the one accompanying you?" Azazel asked since he didn't recognize the angel. "Of course, she is the new overlord Ariel. She will take Gabriel's place in heaven," said the angel calmly. "Nice to meet you. I hope to do my best for this alliance," said the girl who stood up from her seat and bowed. "Very well, tell me, Michael, what is the urgent matter you wanted to discuss," said Mayujuka seriously. "I'll take the floor," said Metatron, sitting and looking at everyone. "These days I've been searching in God's private library for some clue as to where the orbs of Amon's body might be or the whereabouts of our father," the angel finished speaking. "And tell me, did you find something?" Shiva said with his serious look. At that the angel took a book and a map out of his bag. "Indeed, this book I have on the table is." He was silent for a moment and blushed at what he was about to say. "My father's personal diary." Everyone in the room was stunned by what was said. How is it possible that God would write a diary of his life, as if he were a schoolgirl? This caused them to want to laugh, but they tried to avoid it, except for one person. The biblical God wrote diaries about his life. He thought he was an elementary school child," laughed the monkey-faced member of Volley's team. The others remained silent, but with a desire to laugh at what was said. On the other hand, the angels and the fallen were dying of shame because of what their father had said, but he was right. Suddenly the atmosphere became tense as Grayfia's power to calm those present was felt. "Volley-sama, please calm your team," said the maid seriously. That made Biku tremble in fear from feeling that aura. "Well, let's continue." This book contains the last act that God did before going to fight the celestial dragons, Metatron said as he opened it. So, what does it say? Azazel asked curiously. Well, as I supposed, here he wrote that he along with the 4 original mass would fake their deaths to end the war. This surprised everyone in the room, so what Metatron said was real, God was alive. He also says that he would go to the lost continent to rest from this fight. At that Metatron turns to look at Odin, who becomes nervous. Very well Odin, oh no, we need your help to enter that lost continent, said the angel seriously. I don't know what you're talking about, the Nordic man pretended as if he didn't know what he was talking about. Don't act like that, it says here that you know where that continent is and that you sealed it so no one could get in, Metatron said, looking at him. It's true Odin Sama said Ariel intrigued. The FFF, well I can't pretend anymore, that's true, but I didn't say anything because I promised God that I wouldn't say anything about this since he wanted to rest, said the god, exhausted after being discovered. Understand this was because we owed him a favor for having stopped him in his first attack on the human world. No problem, but the Guardian must go to that continent, since there is a relic of Amon, we must destroy it with the power of Trinity, commented the angel closest to God. Very well Odin and Metatron will go where Issei is, since Michael did not finish speaking since he was interrupted by Aika who shouted. It can be Hyoudou the girl shouted when she saw her cell phone. She showed her cell phone to everyone when she saw the broadcast of what was happening in the city of Tamahida, everyone was attentive to what was happening. Tamahida city. The barrier in which Issei and the others were fighting had been destroyed by a boy who had just arrived. What's going on? Who are you? Asked a boy who was in battle stance, then he saw the girl he had cheated on in the air and who now wanted to win back his love, Saku, but he stopped when he saw the black armor calling the girl. Sakura-chan, do something about the people who are recording said the boy in armor, this made the newcomer angry, but he was surprised by the following. Yes Issei-kun said the girl obeying her boyfriend's orders, at that she takes out a card, dream. Shouted the girl, at that a small fairy flew off in the direction where the others were recording with their cell phones and cameras, suddenly they fell loose, causing most of them to drop their equipment except the television camera, which broke when it fell to the ground. Damn, I hope you didn't see too much Issei said angrily, and who the heck are you he questioned the newcomer. I am Lee Sharon, descendant of the magician Kuoh, and I have come to rescue he didn't finish speaking as he dodged the attack that came from Kuoh. What are you doing here, you damn brat? The tiger asked angrily upon seeing the newcomer. It's not obvious I'm here to rescue my dear Saw's father, he was interrupted by the least expected voice. Get out of here Lee said the girl angrily when she saw him. Don't get distracted, kid, a voice was heard attacking the brown-haired boy from behind, knocking him to the ground. It was Sans who kicked him, knocking him down. Now you damn brat it's your turn, said the skull-like being that flew towards her. Sakura was about to draw a card, but she got distracted when she saw Lee's silhouette in front of her, her hatred towards him made her forget what she was going to do. Sharon was ready to attack with his sword, but Sans, being faster, kicked him, hitting them both and falling towards his brother. To prevent them from suffering further damage, Yu flew towards Sakura and caught her, letting Lee fall to the ground. What he didn't count on was that this impact with Tuya's body, which caused the documents to fly into the air all over the place. Due to the impact, Tuya fell towards Yura, who managed to catch him, but Sharon wasn't so lucky and, due to the force of the crash, he went in the direction of where the people were recording, falling on top of a cell phone. Asia began to heal Tuya since he was injured by the blow, this made everyone turn to see the boy leaving the vice captains unguarded. This is our chance, said Sans, who flew out to grab the documents and began to grab them. He was then thrown to the floor by a hammer blow from Issei, who looked a little tired from the blow he received earlier. Damn brat, said the one who continued hitting the brown-haired boy with his feet, while with his only hand, he held half of the papers that the latter managed to grab. The other battles were at their peak seeing a tired Tsubaki and a Sauna who didn't believe that her attacks only minimally damaged the albino, this one on the other hand only had minor injuries, but his fatigue was less than that of the girls. On the other hand, Rias and Arena kept the beast at bay, which was tired since it was its first transformation into that thing. This was noticed by Sans who, in order to go with his partner, deceived Issei. He was flying in the direction of Sakura and Yu, he was ready to kick and noticed that the brown-haired boy was flying behind him, at the last minute he created a seal on his foot, making him change his direction. When doing this, Sans hit Issei's body, causing him to lose his air, and he flew towards his partner. Rias, Irina be careful. Sakura shouted to warn her classmates, but it was too late, Sans hit the girls with a kick impacting them into the rubble of the building. Hero take this and go with our chiefs and leave this city immediately to look for Amon-sama, Graham go with him, said Sans, who handed the documents he had taken to his partner, whose transformation had ended returning to the form of Professor Kinomoto. Understood, said Hero somewhat tiredly and proceeded to leave the place through a transportation seal. "I won't allow it," said Sona, who went to chase him, but in an act of speed she received a stab from his sword. She managed to react by placing a seal, but was still knocked down by Graham. Sona Sama Tsubaki shouted as she flew towards her king out of concern for him. Graham took advantage of this and went towards where the remaining documents were, but "I won't let you," Sakura shouted as she took a card fire. She shouted to activate it. At that moment a fire dragon flew towards the leaves. It was faster than Ghibli, and as a result they burned. "Damn human," shouted Graham angrily, who flew towards the girl, but was stopped by his companion. "Forget it, we have the necessary information, we must flee the place before he was silenced upon receiving the blow from Issei, who was extremely upset by what had happened. Worried how dare you hurt my fiancé's is, pissed off by what he saw happening to his girls, created a black and purple sword larger than the one he usually has. If that's what you want, kid, let's play," said Graham, ready for the attack. They both flew for the impact, but what they didn't expect was what came next. "Oh way damn you and give this to the bosses," said Sans, who was pierced by Issei's sword. At that moment Sans gave some power spheres to his partner. "Now go before you die in the explosion," commented the skull-like being, who took Issei's neck to prevent him from escaping. At that, Graham, like his partner, left the place through a transportation circle, leaving Sans there with the rest. "It's time for everyone to die." The skull shouted madly. It began to shine, so that its power was concentrated in its body, making it a human bomb. "I won't allow it," said Sakura. She took out 3 cards from her bag. "Sword," shouted the girl, which her staff transformed again into a sword, cutting the arm that held the brunette's neck. He stepped back, removing his sword from Sans's stomach. Sans was about to explode, damaging everyone, if it weren't for the card combination he made at the right moment. "Labyrinth," shouted the girl, who locked the albino in a small prison. She used the other card. This made the explosion not leave the limits of the created prison. Thanks to Sakura's actions, the explosion did not leave the established space, avoiding unnecessary deaths. Duia, who was waking up in Yura's arms, noticed that the envelope containing the documents was empty. What the hell happened here? Seeing how everyone was coming out of the rubble, she remembered that boy who arrived. "Where is that damn brat?" Seeing him, she ran in his direction to hit him, but he was stopped by Issei. "It's not worth it, he's just a brat who doesn't know what he wants," she said, looking at him with contempt. At that, Sakura approached where the two were. "Lee, I'll ask you to stop looking for us for your own good, or else my boyfriend Issei will eliminate you," said the girl, giving him the warning of his life. "Okay, we should go back," said Is, who went with the other girls to help them. They all held hands, and with Issei's energy he disappeared, leaving Sharon lying on the ground while he cried with anger. Student Council. We returned to the boys of the Supreme Faction who were watching Issei's battle live, at which point a red-haired albino spoke up. "Hibakun, where is it?" Tomo asked with interest. "Leave it check," said the boy. He began to read the comments. Some were amazed by what was seen, boys and creatures flying, that was something unheard of. Others said that they were pure effects and they were only deceiving people. He continued reading the comments until one which said, "Where is that?" And several answers said, "It is the University of my city in Tamahida." "Girls, what it says here is that you are in the city of Tamahida," Kiba said with interest when he had Issei's clue. At that moment, the person who was broadcasting live suddenly fell to the floor, dropping his cell phone, which only recorded a part of the floor. No more than 5 minutes into the broadcast, the face of a brown-haired boy was seen falling near the cell phone, to the point of destroying it with the weight of his body, causing the broadcast of the event to end. "Okay guys, prepare your things to travel, we will go for our beloved and bring him back to our side," said Akeno with a confident smile, since she had the boy's current whereabouts. "Understood," they all responded and went to the temple to get their things. Gremory Mansion. Everyone in the room was so stunned by what they saw on the broadcast that, as soon as it ended, they created a large crystal ball to continue watching the outcome of the battle. Apparently Issei's team had failed in the mission to rescue the girl's father, but the most worrying thing is that they had valuable documents. This was noticed since they left Sans in the place as a distraction. "Very well, I propose the following, all of you continue with your training. From what we could see, even with Office's training, we are not up to the task of the Sins and their minions. Meanwhile, I and the Trinity team and Hyoudou Issei will go together with Auden to look for the entrance to the Lost Continent. We will need all the help possible," Metatron said seriously when he saw the situation. "Sounds perfect to me," said Sirzechs, who agreed with the plan. At that, an albino spoke. "If you allow me, Metatron, I would like to go with you. I must ask Office to train this girl in magic," he said, pointing to Issei's friend Leviana, saw that she had potential for the use of magic, and we would like her to be trained, since she will join my team replacing Lefay Pendragon. Everyone was surprised that a girl had the approval of Leviana and Vali. "It seems perfect to me," said the angel. "Prepare what you need, we will go in 20 minutes to Tamahida for the boys." Very well, Bikuo and Lavena prepare everything for the trip. Arthur, you and I will go with the others to tell him where we will go, said Volley, who stood next to the Pendragon Knight, and they disappeared from the place. Okay, everyone else, get ready and let's continue with the training, said Azazel, who for some strange reason was happy to start his training. Tamahita City. We see the boys arrive tired after the battle against the servants of sins. Most of them were sad to see that they were still weak against them. This was noticed by the brown-haired boy, and he began to speak. Girls, cheer up. What happened today is just to see what we can improve in our training, said the boy, trying to boost the self-esteem of those who participated in the fight. So you're not disappointed by our level, Tsubaki said in a sad tone. No, on the contrary, I'm happy that their strength has increased. You'll see next time we'll beat those bastards, the boy commented, then he opened his arms. Come here everyone, the boy said happily, although tired. This made the girls who participated in the fight happily hug him and kiss him on the cheeks. Now Asia, said Issei, who immediately caught the girl and began to heal everyone who was in the hug with the power of his sacred gear. Everyone was happy with Issei's words. At that moment, Issei's box of pieces appeared in the boy's hand, the remaining bishop began to shine and float in the direction of where Sakura was. I can't believe it, said the brunette when she saw that the piece was still in front of her. What's up, Issei? The girl asked about the event. I see the bishop piece has selected you as its bearer, the boy said incredulously. But why me? The girl asked, and a voice was heard as she entered the room where the magic seal they had placed for the transportation was. Because the piece saw that you are worthy to wear it, Sakura-tan said happily, the ex-Mayu who was arriving with the others. But that doesn't explain why he didn't go into it like he did with you, the boy said, remembering how his team had formed. Well, Ice-tan, the difference is that we had all already thought that if you had a team to join it and the pieces achieved that, but here the one who must decide is Sakura, Seraphil said calmly. At that the brown-haired boy turns to look at the girl. What are you saying, Sakura, do you want to be part of my family? The boy asked. This made Sakura turn red at how he said it, which was noticed by Issei. Sorry, what I meant was he tried to fix what he had said but fell down when he heard the following. Yes, Ice, make me your family, said the girl blushing but happy. At that the piece entered the girl's body and they sealed the contract with a tender kiss that the brunette gave to Issei. Suddenly in the room the transportation circle began to shine and a communication circle formed in Sauna's ear. Understood, Grayfia-sama, said Sona, then accepted the guests who would come from elsewhere. These were Volley and his team with Asia and Arena's friend, Aten and Metatron. Good afternoon, Issei Dono, we have come for you, we must leave immediately in search of the first relic and the location of the biblical god, said the first-generation angel politely. With these events everything was ready. The Draco family is complete. This was the end of the adventure in Tamahita, the boys had to move on to the next step. It was time to go in search of the biblical god. Chapter 15. Sin's Move, The Road to the Lost Continent, 18. It is said that when a person harms someone, they will always seek forgiveness from the other party. Sometimes you will get it if the other person loves you with all their heart. But in others this forgiveness will never come to this one. If the person is mature, they will know that as long as the other party is happy even without being by their side, they will be at peace. But if it's the opposite, he'll do anything just to want her by his side, even if it means hurting his loved one. Kuoh Airport. We are at one of the points that the Supreme Faction has taken control of. Here we can see Akeno's entourage with their travel backpacks, since they had recently located the brunette who they claim to have never stopped loving. Okay guys, we must go get our beloved Issei, said Akeno, who was wearing a long comfortable skirt for traveling. It's true, the father of our children is waiting for us in the city, remember that when we arrive we must give him all the love we have for him, Zenobia said confidently while grabbing her backpack. It's true, Senpai will forgive us, I know that deep down he still loves us, Kaneko commented while buying candy from a vending machine. As his best friend I must be there to support him, Kiba said happily. At that moment a voice is heard over the speakers. Passengers bound for Tamahita City, please proceed to Concourse H so you can board your plane. Okay guys, that's our flight, Ross commented, who was holding a magazine, How to Save for a Bright Future with Your Partner. We have to hurry, he finished speaking. Akeno's entire entourage was walking to the indicated room, they were more than happy because in a few hours they would meet the love of their life. But what they didn't count on was that a person was monitoring their movements. I must tell Volley and have him tell Hyoudou, Issei, he said before leaving the airport. Tamahita Industrial Zone. In an old abandoned cellar the deadly sins were gathered, waiting for their vassals to arrive with information to discover the whereabouts of their leader Amon. They took a long time to arrive, Raven said annoyed as she fixed her hair. It was a simple job, just go get the information and that's it, Jason said. You know I hate being kept waiting, I hope you arrive sooner else Demian was commenting, but he stopped when he saw a transportation circle, from which Hero appeared with several papers. Good afternoon captains, sorry for the delay, but there were problems getting the information, said Raven's servant as he bowed. What kind of problem? Abdon asked seriously. Then that another circle appeared and from which Graham emerged a little tired, in his hand, he carried the energy spheres that Sans had given him. Captains, Sans is dead, the guard killed him, he said seriously and tiredly. Damn that Brad and Dragon are here, at least they brought some information, Eliseo asked with annoyance. Yes, I have it here, said Hero, who handed it to his boss. He started reading this with great interest, but when he reached the last page, he realized that more information was missing. That's it, where's the rest? I asked angrily and look at both of them. Unfortunately, a girl burned the rest before I could get it, he replied with some fear. Stupid people, we can't do this Abdon spoke furiously while he accumulated energy but was stopped by his partner. Not entirely, with this we already know in which region our leader is since there is a map, in addition to 3 of the most important relics to resurrect him. The head could be a problem because there is no information about it, but if we find the chief, maybe he will be able to track his power, Raven said with some evil in her voice. Well, with this you're forgiven, if that damn beast is here we must leave the city as soon as possible, said Jason giving orders to the others. By the way, take this. San said it will be useful for our master, Graham commented as he gave the energy spheres to Jason. Perfect, with these we can help our leader, said the former Olympian as he took the spheres. Okay, let's all go to Kudoxa, Raven said as they all left the abandoned warehouse. The Tamahida industrial zone was on the outskirts of the city, so when there wasn't much movement of people, they would take advantage and fly out of there. Clown Wizard's mansion. At Close Mansion, an unexpected meeting was taking place between Issei and Sona's team with Metatron, Auden, Volley and his team. Everyone was gathered and calm. Good afternoon Issei Dono, we have come for you, we must leave immediately in search of the first relic and the location of the biblical god, said the first-generation angel politely. What do you mean by that Metatron-san, said the brown-haired man with the same politeness with which the angel spoke, in that the Trinity jewel appeared in Issei's hand. Metatron, did you perhaps find the location of the biblical god? The dragon said incredulously upon hearing that they had to leave from there. That's right, in my father's books I found the location of where he went to rest after the fight against the celestial dragons, the angel commented. I see, and tell me Auden-san, what are you doing here with them? Asked Sona with respect to the Norse god. You see, he knows where God is, so he will accompany us, the angel commented to answer the girl's question. At that Asia raises her hand to ask to speak. Tell me Asia, do you want to say something? The brunette asked when he saw her. Yes, why is Ika-san here and with Volley's team? The girl asked, not knowing why her friend was there. Well Argento Asia, Ika Kiryu is with us because she is a candidate to join my team, she was valued by Lavena and found to have great magical abilities, which is why we are here, to ask Hyoudou Issei to allow us to accompany him on this occasion, so that Ika Kiryu can train with Office and Lilith. Volley replied with his same analytical and serious voice. At that Arena approaches the girl and hugs her. I'm glad you're okay. The truth is, Asia and I were worried that something would happen to you in Kuoh if we weren't there, and Korda would want to do something to you, commented the self-proclaimed angel while taking the girl's hands. From what Volley told me, Korda and Himejima were going to use me to find out his whereabouts the girl was explaining, but suddenly she became alarmed. It's true Issei you must know something urgent, said the girl worried. At that the girl began to explain to the brown-haired boy that while they were in the meeting at the Gremory mansion, she received a notification of a broadcast which showed that the university of this city was on fire, but it got complicated when they showed the boy with the others floating in the air. After a few seconds the camera fell and only recorded the fire until another boy ended the broadcast by falling on top of the cell phone. Issei, if I could see this, most likely the other girls will have seen the video, she said with concern. This alarmed a group of girls as it meant that the traitors would come to the city as soon as possible. At that, a circle of communication formed in Volley's ear. Yes, who are you? Asked the albino, but then he was surprised to receive the answer. Kuoh, what do you need? Said the boy seriously, then he spoke to Issei. Hyoudou Issei, it's Kuoh who requests to be at the meeting in 10 minutes, he commented seriously. At that the boy closed his eyes and began to think about his next move, and then began to speak. Perfect, tell him that in a few moments we will allow him access to this portal, said the brown-haired boy, then he looked at you-san please contact Uriel, he has to be present at this meeting, commented the boy, and then looked at his girlfriend Sakura-chan, tell Tomoyo to come with her mother, this is an emergency, saying this the girl knew it was something serious, finally to see Sona-chan please contact the Mao Lucifer, he must also be present. While waiting for Issei along with Asia, Murayama and Kratos went to the kitchen to prepare tea and snacks for the guests. At that moment, a golden sphere emerged from the Asian bag. Asia-tan, I'm ready for my reward for summoning me, Fanra said in a perverted tone of voice. It's to Fanra me, Asia was stammering because she had to give that payment, which for her was something embarrassing, but in that another voice is heard in the place. Enough of humiliating my female partner, either look for another type of payment or I promise to make your life a hell when this is over, sentenced the dragon inside Issei, while emitting his dragonic energy, since he knew that the brown-haired man was bothered by this type of payment that poor Asia made, and the times she felt humiliated for giving her garment to the dragon. I'm sorry, try Trinity-sama, Asia-tan, I accept sweets as payment, the dragon spoke fearfully, then Asia gave him a cookie, and Fanra fearfully thanked him for the payment. The girl didn't believe what she saw, Trinity was able to change the payment, then she grabbed the hand where the jewel was. Thank you Trinity-san, the girl said happily. Don't worry, brat, the dragon replied, then the jewel disappeared. Well Asia, let's continue preparing everything for our guests, the brunette said happily, which made the girl blush. The 10 minutes passed and the guests were already in the room. Sona allowed Kuoh access to be in the mansion, Tomoyo and her mother were arriving at the house, and the others were in the holograms ready for the meeting. At the entrance of the mansion, Issei, Sakura, Penum, Gabriel and Seraphil were waiting for their guests, as a courtesy of a host upon receiving new visitors to the house. At that moment, Tomoyo's mother, upon entering the house, ran to hug the brunette as if she were a porcelain doll. Sakura, I'm glad you're okay. I'm sorry about your father, but you know you can stay with us, the woman said while still holding the girl. Haha, thanks, but now I'll be fine next to my boyfriend, said the girl with a drop of sweat. How does your boyfriend, that damn brat from Hong Kong, come back? Said the mother angrily as she looked for the boy, but she never found him. At that the brown-haired boy stood in front of Tomoyo's mother. Nice to meet you, my name is Hyoudou Issei, and I'm currently dating Sakura Kinomoto, I hope we get along, the boy commented while bowing in front of Tomoyo's mother. She didn't expect this kind of greeting, seeing how the boy behaved she gave him a nod and also bowed. Nice to meet you, my name is Sonomi Tadaoji, please take care of Sakura, she is like a daughter to me, commented the mother. At that both looked at each other and took Sakura's hand. Don't worry, I'll take care of you for the rest of my life, he said, smiling calmly. Seeing that smile, for some strange reason the mother got a small blush, which was seen by the 3 most powerful girls in Issei's entourage. Seriously, the 3 of them thought at the same time while giving a complicated smile. Well, let's all go to the living room. The topic we're going to discuss is a delicate one. Please, Miss Tadaoji, keep an open mind, because from here on, your world will change, said the brunette, now more serious. He invited the newcomers to come into the dining room. In the living room Sona was already waiting, sitting on a chair, standing next to her was Tsubaki and behind them Yura and Gasper. On the other chair was empty, next to her was Rias, and behind the chair was the brunette's entire entourage. Ollie sat on another chair, Leviana stood next to him, and behind them was her team. 2 other chairs occupied were those of Metatron and Auden, who were the first to arrive. And finally there is Kuoh sitting, his spear leaning against the wall next to him. Also sitting at the table were Yu and Kiro in stuffed animal form. The girl's mother already knew the latter, so she wasn't worried about them being there. There were 2 empty seats which indicated that they were for the guests. Both went to the empty seats and sat down. After that Issei sat in the empty seat while Sakura, Gabriel, Penum and Seraphil went with the other brown-haired girls. In the center of the table there were 2 circles which were shining. She recognized the symbol of the magician Kuoh, which was from the boy who went to live in England. Well, before we begin, Miss Tadaoji, do you believe in the supernatural? The boy asked the new guest. Well, if I didn't know the story of Sakura and Fujitaka, as well as the legend of the Kuoh wizard and what these girls went through, I would have answered no, but anything is possible, the mother replied seriously. This made the boy happy since it would be easier to talk to her. At that, he introduced himself as a supreme class demon, and he also duly introduced the other guests, each with their titles. She was surprised to see a mythology present, such as the Norse god, as well as an angel of God. She was greatly surprised to learn that the boy with a spear was an ordinary human and was as if nothing had happened with supernatural beings. At that the symbols of Kuoh and Lucifer began to transmit images. In the symbol of Kuoh you could see Ariel with his magic suit, and on the other side you could see 3 people, 2 had wings of different colors, one was whiter than the clouds, and the others were blacker than the dark night. The 3rd person was a Redeed who had a serious look. The newcomers introduced themselves properly to the meeting participants. Well, we're all ready, Issei, tell me what the meeting is for, Sirzechs commented with greater authority without behaving like the siskin he is. Good afternoon everyone, the reason for this meeting is to review the recent events in the city of Tamahida. The first point to discuss is that the mission to rescue Professor Fujitaka was unsuccessful, since today we faced him, commented the brown-haired man seriously. Those who were not present in the battle believed that the professor had turned his back on his family. Issei-kun, could you explain that to us? Michael said with concern, knowing that a human could be with his sins. Nice to meet you. Today there was a battle at Tamahida University and Professor Fujitaka was present in beast form. Trinity told me that he saw this in the past when one of the dragons that Amon controlled. He told me that it was a technique where another mind is put into the victim's body while his own was trapped inside it, the boy said seriously. This made Tomoyo's mother worry. So the professor is still captured, but his mind and body are being controlled, right? Azazel corroborated what the brown-haired boy had said, who nodded his head in affirmation. This is bad, is there a way to free him? Azazel asked. Indeed there is. Metatron spoke at that moment. Everyone in the room was waiting for the angel's response, and especially Tomoyo's mother. You see, the only one who can release that technique is God. What Issei told me in private is that the sins don't know that our father is still alive. We can use this to our advantage, the angel commented, giving hope to both Sonomi and Sakura. But there are also two pieces of bad news with today's battle, Sona said seriously. The first is that the Sins have most of the information on the Trinity legend, so they have a head start on us as to Amon's whereabouts, the girl said seriously, worrying the others. So we'll assume they're no longer in the city. The second is that our location was revealed by the carelessness of a boy who intervened in the battle and destroyed the barrier placed by Miss Kinomoto, commented the girl with glasses while adjusting her glasses. Sakura, was it Lee Sharon's fault? Iriel said with concern. At that the girl approached the table to be able to speak, receiving permission from Issei. Yes Iriel, because of Lee we were exposed for a few moments. I received the instruction from Issei to put to sleep the humans who came to film all the chaos, since from what I understand they were only recording the fire until Lee removed the labyrinth he had created, the girl commented, and then returned to her place. I understand Sakura, but why do you stay with them? Iriel asked, somewhat puzzled. Everything in its own time, Iriel-san, the brown-haired boy said calmly. Well, with that information that the girl said, I found out from the mission that Indra-sama and Shiva-sama in a truce that they both have, that they entrusted me to watch over the entourage of the fall, is that they know of the current location of Hyoudou. Issei. No less than 30 minutes ago they took a plane towards the city, commented Kuoh seriously. This alarmed both the girls and the leaders of XDXD when they learned that this group of girls was going to that city at that time. That's why I called this meeting. I have a plan to keep those present safe from any attack the Supreme Faction might launch against our allies, the brown-haired man commented, raising his voice in concern. Tell us Issei what the plan is, said his future brother-in-law, who still didn't know what had happened to his sister and him. Well, it's something simple, but I need everyone's approval. Tuia-san, you, Tomoyo and Miss, he was talking, but was interrupted by the girl's mother. Sonomi, please tell me that way, the mother said confidently, and with a bit of blush. Seriously, a mother too, Rias thought, remembering that she already had to control Yasaka and it was likely that another one would join. Okay, and Sonomi go with Iriel for the protection of the presence and Tuia's magic training, which has skills to develop, also this way we will prevent Himejima from following our trail, commented the brown-haired, to which they were surprised, since he did not mention Sakura. As for my entire family, along with Volley's team, Metatron-san and Auden-san, we will go look for the entrance to reach the lost continent, the boy commented seriously. And what will happen to Sakura and Kiro? Iriel asked, but he already had an idea of what happened. Well, leaders of the XDXD faction, Iriel, Metatron-san, I present to you my new bishop Sakura Kinomoto. He introduced the girl who took out her dragon wings. She, besides being my new servant, is also one of my girlfriends and one of my future wives, the boy commented happily. Tomoyo's mother was in shock that from one moment to the next the one she considered her second daughter would leave her side. She was going to say something, but she saw the happiness that Sakura shed when she was called her future wife, so she didn't say anything, but she would talk to a certain couple later. I see, well for my part I approve of your plan, Sirzechs commented somewhat calmer. The others gave him the vote of confidence, including Iriel, who looked with joy at the relationship between his friend and the brunette, as well as the great plan the boy came up with. Finally, Iriel, I'll ask you that when we leave the city, you put a spell to remove all supernatural beings from the city, commented the boy, who approved this. In fact Issei-kun, we will also go to England, since from there we will leave for the lost continent, commented Auden while stroking his beard. I understand that, then Sakura and company prepare everything to leave the country and go to the airport to take a plane. Sona did not finish speaking since she was interrupted by Tomoyo's mother. So don't worry, as the president of a large company, I have a private plane with which we can get to England faster, the mother said happily. Perfect, everyone pack your bags and we'll go to Sakura's house to get her things, from there we'll go to the airport, the brunette commented. We'll go home, get our things, and then they'll wait for me at Sakura's house. I'll take several vans to get to the airport. I'll call to make sure everything's ready for the trip, Tomoyo's mother commented. For my part, Hyoudou, Issei, as soon as you are ready for the trip to the continent, let me know, my team and I will catch up with you, and I will also take 2 more people for training. At that, Volley sees Azazel. I hope that's ready, said the albino, to which the fallen man nodded with a smile. I will return with Indra and Shiva to receive new instructions. If anything happens I will contact you, Mao Lucifer, said Kuoh. Okay, I'll get everything ready to welcome you at my house. When you arrive at London airport, I'll pick you up. See you, Ariel commented before disappearing. Well, with this the next move is decided, you may withdraw, said the Mao Lucifer. Wait, Sirzechs Sama, Rias and I must speak with you in private, said the brown-haired boy, somewhat worried, since the day before they had given each other, in addition to the ring that she already had in her hand. At that point the others went out to prepare their things except for Sakura and her brother, who were waiting for Issei and the others to leave together. In the room were Issei and Rias looking seriously at the hologram of their brother-in-law. Tell me, Issei-kun, what's wrong, said the Redeed since he saw that both were red. Baloney-sama, I hope you take what I'm about to tell you well, said the Redeed somewhat embarrassed, then she stretches out her left hand to show a jewel on her finger. It's official, Sirzechs-san, Rias agreed to be my wife, said the brown-haired boy happily. Sirzechs was beyond excited by the news that he jumped for joy. But, said the brown-haired boy somewhat embarrassed, worrying his brother-in-law, I have to tell you that Rias and I, well, the boy stammered in embarrassment. Tell me, Issei, I don't think it's something serious, it's not like they've already done it, right? Ha 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 ha, the Mao laughed when he saw them both embarrassed, but at that moment the silence was evident that they didn't want to say it. Wait, 3SE in Rhode Island Tan, the Redeed stammered because he didn't want to hear that. That's right, Oni-sama, Ice and I, we're now an official couple, me and Issei. Well, he stumbled to tell the news to the Redeed, whose eyes were slowly fading, and he saw Issei take his sister's hand. Oni-sama, Rias and I are now one, that's why we wanted you to know, the first child that comes out of our union, you will be the godfather of this one, said the boy warmly, while he saw his girlfriend all red for what he said. The Redeed was happy to have heard this, he knew that Issei was the one to make his sister happy, he agreed and gave them his blessing, but he made them the promise that he would talk to them and their parents to arrange the wedding date as soon as possible so that this madness of Amon would end and then disappear. This would have been a secret between the 3 of them if it weren't for the fact that on the other side, there were several girls who heard the private conversation that took place between the 3 of them. Issei opened the door and saw on the other side his entire family, red-faced from what they had heard, who imagined that scene, except for Sona, who had a sad look on her face. Sona, are you okay? The brunette asked. Yes, Issei, don't worry, she said with a forced smile, she just approached, kissed him on the lips and walked away from him. We must get ready and leave the city as soon as possible, the girl commented as she went to get her things. It took the Kuoh boys no more than 15 minutes to pack everything up. Once they were ready, they went with the Kinomotos to their house to prepare the most essential items for the trip. Amahita Hospital. At Amahita Hospital, we can see a boy on a stretcher in the emergency room who was slowly waking up. What happened? The boy asked, seeing that he had an IV line connected to his arm. It's good that you woke up. We were very worried since you were at the explosion at Amahita University and we found you unconscious, said a nurse checking on the boy. At that moment, the memories of what had happened came back to him suddenly. He removed the IV when the nurse was distracted and ran out of the hospital. Wait, he's not okay yet, the nurse shouted when she saw the boy running. I must hurry and go for my beloved, thought the boy who ran in the direction of Sakura's house. Sakura's house. The boys arrived at Sakura's house, where several Dodauji company vans were already waiting for them to leave for the airport. Yukito had also already arrived with his suitcase and personal documents to leave the country. Sakura, noticing the speed of her mother, only made her sweat drop. She and her brother ran inside the house to grab the things needed for the trip, including money, passport and important household documents. While they were waiting, Sona entered the Kinomoto's library and saw interesting books. She asked Tuia if she could borrow a book and he said it would be no problem. 2 titles that caught her attention were Atlantis, Does It Exist? And the other was Journey to the West and Its Pupils. She took both books and put them away. The boys were ready to leave for the airport, they packed their things and divided themselves up as follows. In one van were Issei, Rias, Sona, Sakura, Sonomi, Asia, Irina, Ravel, Tsubaki, Gabriel, Penum and Serafil, while in the other van were Tuia, Yukito, Yura, Gaspar, Murayama, Caddis, Lilith, Office Tomoyo, Auden, Metatron, Lafay and Kuroka. Everyone was ready to leave for the airport, which was near Iriel's house, but at the moment the truck started up and were heading down the street, a boy arrived. How strange, those were Dodauji's trucks, the boy thought, and then he started knocking on the door, but he didn't get any response, which made him very worried. Then he noticed that the trucks were going in the direction of Iriel's house, so the boy ran there. Hamahita Airport. The members of XDXD had arrived at their destination, but since they were traveling in private class, they did not go through the usual check-in process at airports. This was good for them since at that time Akeno and her entourage had arrived in the city and were at the airport exit, waiting for a taxi van to leave. Hineko felt a somewhat familiar scent, but she ignored it as she thought her senpai's scent was already in the city and close to her. Issei and the others didn't struggle to get out of the airport, it only took them 15 minutes of waiting before they took off towards London. Meanwhile, Akeno and the others took a taxi to Tamahita University. The taxi driver asked if they were safe since an accident had recently occurred on the premises, to which he agreed to take them. Upon reaching the outskirts of the university, the boys got out of the taxi and began to inspect the place and its surroundings. At that moment, Kaneko caught a faint trace of the chestnut scent as the winds blew strongly and said essence reached her. Akeno-sama, I think I found him, said the Nekomata, who started running. After her went the others followed her to a mansion where the boy's scent was more than evident. They went in to look for some clue, but there was nothing, and that the entrance door was heard as it was opened. Hoping that it was the brown-haired boy, the girls jumped towards the newcomer, but they got a surprise. Who are you? The boy asked as he broke free from the Kuoh girl's embrace. They reacted when they saw the boy. By his hair color they thought he was their beloved, but when they saw his face it was obvious that they had been mistaken. Excuse me, we came from Kuoh City, and we are looking for Hyoudou Issei. He is our boyfriend. Akeno spoke politely. Upon hearing this the brown-haired boy got angry. That bastard took my girlfriend away from me, the boy said angrily, and then he began to feel evil energy inside the girl's body. Wait a minute, you're just like that bastard, aren't you? I don't know what you're talking about, the father of our children wouldn't be able to change us, said an angry Zenobia who faced the boy. Wait a moment, Zenobia, it is evident that our Issei is with that girl, because he thought we no longer loved him. Young man, I have a proposal, help us find our beloved, and we promise that your girlfriend will return to you, said Akeno, while raising her hand to wave. He thought about it for a moment, but it was more about wanting Sakura on his side than anything else, to which he accepted the deal. But at that moment inside the mansion a somewhat strange power forced them to leave the house. This looks like Uriel's work, unfortunately the bastard managed to hide the seal well, said Sharon as he felt Uriel's energy in the house. For now we'll go to a house I have around here and plan what to do, said the boy who took the newcomers to the house where he once lived. London, England. A few hours had passed since the boys left Japan. They arrived at the London airport where Uriel was already waiting for them before they went home. Issei and he greeted each other respectfully, while Sakura hugged him since it had been a while since she had seen him in person. They're sure they don't want to go home, Uriel said as he watched the newcomers split into two groups. Excuse me, I know you want to get to know us a little better, but we must leave immediately for the Lost Continent, Metatron said respectfully as he declined the invitation. Okay, I understand. Please, those of you who are coming with me, it's time to go, said Uriel, who along with Professor Mizuki, who was with him, was waiting for them in the Dodauji family's van. There were several tears of sadness for this temporary separation, but there was a promise between Sakura and her brother, which promised to reunite with their father once this madness ends. Then she went to her friend and her mother, asking them to take good care of themselves and not to worry about her, since there was a wonderful man at her side who would protect her. The brown-haired boy heard this and blushed. On the other hand, Sona put on a sad face which was noticed by Issei, but he would talk to her later. Issei and company went directly to the port of London as Auden asked. Upon arriving there they wondered why they were here. He asked Sakura to create an illusion around them, she obeyed, and they disappeared from the sight of the others, in that from a pocket dimension, she took out a small toy boat that when placed in the water, it grew in size to be a large passenger ship. At that point, Team Volley arrived at the place. Issei was surprised to see two of his friends, but they were asleep from the training they had done. Volley explained this and said that the boys would sleep for 2 days. They took them to a room so they could both rest. They all got on the ship and Auden spoke. Well, it will take us a day and a half to get to the island where the entrance is, but it is necessary to go by boat since we must pass through certain points so that the entrance can be activated and allow us to reach the island. Auden explained to the boys, we'll choose your cabin, unfortunately they are not that big, so once we get on board decide who will sleep with the envious boy hahaha he said in a funny way. The boys noticed that all the basic necessities like food and emergency kits were on the boat. The fight over who would sleep with the brunette took place on the deck of the ship. There were only 2 people who did not participate, Sakura being the new arrival and having no experience sleeping naked with the boy and Sona who was sad since they left Japan. The winners of the contest were 3 Asia, Yura and Tsubaki. The 3 were more than happy, while the others formed teams to sleep together. Issei went to Rias and asked her to distract the others for a while, since he wanted to talk to the girl with glasses. Since she noticed his sadness, she understood the situation and took everyone else to tour the ship. Sona had gone to the room she would share with Rias to leave her things, then she heard a knock on the door and allowed access. Upon entering she noticed it was her boyfriend. She looked away so he wouldn't see the sadness in her eyes. "Tell me, Sona, is everything okay?" said the brown-haired man calmly as he took his girlfriend's hand. "Yes, Issei, don't worry." She was interrupted when she felt the boy take her to his chest. "Don't lie, I know something's wrong with you," the brunette said as he stroked her hair. She couldn't resist any longer and began to kiss the boy in a dominant manner. Lemon skipped. The exhausted boys were kissing affectionately until they heard a knock on the door. "Sona-san, I-san is here," was Asia's voice asking for her boyfriend's location. "He told me he was going to explore the ship. He must be around there," the girl commented, a little scared that they wouldn't be discovered. Issei in a desperate act left the girl's room through the bathroom window. This escape would have been perfect if he hadn't been discovered by his main girlfriend. "So everything is in order, Anada," said the retreat in a flirtatious tone. "Rias, you see, the brunette wanted to explain, but was silenced by a kiss from the retreat. "You'll make it up to me later," the girl said as she placed her finger on his lips. Night came and the winners of the night with Issei enjoyed it, kisses, touches and caresses, but Issei promised that each of their first times would be special. The full day of the journey passed, during which the ship made several movements which Odin said were necessary to activate the entrance to the island that would lead to the continent. It was midday and everyone was summoned to the deck of the ship when Odin arrived with the others. "We have arrived," said Odin as he stood facing nothingness. "Wait, where the island is," said the brown-haired boy with doubt at only seeing open sea. Out of nowhere an island began to appear in front of them. "Welcome to Hyrule Island," said the god as his ship headed towards the island. It was the beginning of a new adventure for the boys. The quest to enter the continent of Hyrule was ready. Chapter 16. Arrival in Hyrule, Amon returns. Atlantic Ocean. "We are in the Atlantic Ocean, exactly. I couldn't tell you where, since during the first day of the trip the ship took different directions without any sense." The boys were on the deck of the ship as they were called by Odin, saying that they had already arrived at the island where the entrance to the lost continent is, but what they noticed was only the sea in front of them. Then the old man arrives next to them. "We have arrived," said Odin as he stood facing nothingness, leaving everyone bewildered. "Wait, where is the island?" the brown-haired boy said in doubt at the mere sight of open sea. Out of nowhere an island began to appear in front of them. "Welcome to Hyrule Island," said the god as his ship headed towards the island. Everyone was impressed by what had happened. Out of nowhere the island that god himself had said appeared. "Hey, how did we end up on this island if we all saw that the ship was just traveling aimlessly?" Vali asked his adoptive father seriously. "You have to get lost to look for a lost place," he said, looking at the island and then looking at the albino, "otherwise everyone would know where to look for him." He finished speaking to head to the cockpit. The boys agreed with him. It's true, it wouldn't be called the Lost Continent if everyone knew where it was. The ship arriving at the island headed to a cave on the river. According to Odin's words, it was necessary to make this journey. The boys found the situation strange but let it pass. Issei was surprised to see the landscape that was presented in the river and the jungle together. In the distance he saw a beautiful waterfall, which gave him the best possible idea. He ran to his room to get a small box he had bought in Tamahida and then went to look for Sona in their room. Upon arriving, he knocked on the door to be allowed access to the room, and the person who opened the door was none other than the administrator of his harem. "Hey Rias, hey, this Sona here," said the brunette somewhat nervously. "Sure Ice, come in," said the happy girl, giving him access to it. She received a kiss from her boyfriend and they smiled at her. Then the girl with glasses approached him and kissed him too. "Tell me Ice-kun, what do you need?" Sona asked doubtfully. The boy took the hand of his now wife and noticed the mark of a dragon on her right forearm. "I need you to come with me," said the brunette, who without letting go of her hand left the room. Rias looked doubtful, then looked out the window that faces outside and noticed the beautiful waterfall that was coming. "You are so romantic, my love," thought the girl, and then followed them without them noticing her. On the way to reach the deck of the ship, Issei wanted to be stealthy in taking Sona to that point, preventing the other girls from seeing them arrive. This would have been possible if it weren't for the fact that Rias wanted to see that moment. The others noticed this and followed the alpha female, with the condition that none of them would intervene in said event. Sona and the brown-haired boy arrived on the deck. The girl did not understand what was happening, since all she saw around her was jungle undergrowth. Sona, the boy began to speak. "You know, in this time that I have known you, I have admired your way of doing things, your leadership, and how you treat your classmates, makes me love you more." But at that the boy took the hands of the girl with glasses. "Knowing you as the simple girl that you are, your beautiful hair and the mysterious way those glasses give, as if they hid the best treasure in life, have led me to ask you the following." The girls watched as Issei knelt before Sona, to which murmurs of jealousy began to be heard. This was noticeable by all the other crew members of the ship, leaving almost everyone in shock. Only Metatron looked at that and smiled slightly, but there were two people who were eaten up by jealousy. Sona Sitri, would you do me the honor of becoming my wife, the boy said to Sona kneeling on one knee. Well, he took a ring out of his bag. At that moment the jungle undergrowth disappeared, and in front of them, a beautiful waterfall stood there as if it were the witness of said proposal. The breezes from the waterfall along with the surrounding scenery made Sona's heartbeat faster. She stretched out her left hand as she cried with joy. Yes, my love, said the short-haired brunette still with tears of happiness on her cheeks. Issei took the girl's hand and placed the ring on her ring finger. He stood up and they both kissed in front of the waterfall. Hi, was the scream that both boys heard, which took them out of the moment. When looking for where said scream came from, they noticed all the crew members and especially the girls who were moved by the proposal as jealous of Sona, in that both the girlfriends and the girls in their entourage went to where they were. Congratulations, Ai-san, Sona-san, Asia said while crying with happiness. Darling, how romantic was that, said the self-proclaimed childhood friend. Hey, when will it be our turn? Murayama spoke. This left the girls thoughtful as they looked at Issei. I promise it will be soon, but I want it to be something special for all of you, the boy said with a smile, causing everyone to tackle him with a hug. We'll be waiting for Issei, said all the girls with a smile. Even Sakura, who although she was barely his new girlfriend, she already loved him with her heart recovered thanks to him. The girls got up and took Sona inside the boat to get a better look at her ring, leaving the boy with a smile when he saw that instead of being upset, the girls were happy and even happier, knowing that they would wait their turn. Bali, who was calm after seeing this scene, approached a brown-haired boy. Congratulations, Hyoudou, said the albino as he squeezed his hand. By the way, there are two boys over there who wanted to see you, he commented and walked away a little. Issei instinctively noticed the danger that was coming to him. Damn lucky guy, shouted two boys wanting to hit the brown-haired boy, but he just dodged the blows, making both of them fall face first. I missed you guys too, said the brunette as he stood at their level and hugged them by the neck. Good thing you're really kinky, said the bald boy as he released his grip. By the way, Vali-kun already told us everything about the supernatural, said the boy with glasses while adjusting his glasses. Wow, my rival isn't wasting time, tell me now you're on his team, right guys, said the brown-haired boy when he saw them with Vali, but they both shook their heads. No, Issei, at the request of our king we come with Vali and his team to strengthen our new artificial sacred gear, along with Ika, commented the bald boy. This surprised the brown-haired boy. So they're demons, who reincarnated them? He asked his friends in doubt. It was Agares Sama, she gave us the opportunity to belong to her entourage, and now we are both pawns, said Motohama, while showing his pawn mark that he had in his hand. Ika is the one who belongs to the Vali team, but there is something else true, Vali, he said this jokingly, to which he just looks away, but a small blush was noticed. Suddenly they saw how the boat was going towards another waterfall. Okay guys, if you don't want to get wet, you better come in, said Odin, who had his spear in his hand. He began to recite a spell in his language. When he finished, a light came out of the spear and illuminated the waterfall. Come on, get your things ready, we'll be there soon, the old man said, and everyone went to their rooms to get ready. Castle. We find ourselves in the kingdom where an old man and his assistant had arrived at the castle that he had been looking at with concern the day before. At the entrance to the castle they were stopped by a guard guarding the entrance. Stop, present, and what is your reason for the he was about to ask for the identification of the newcomers until he saw one of them. Great sage, it is an honor that you visit us, said the guard as he bowed to him. Open the door, he shouted as he gave the order to those in charge of said action. Immediately afterward they opened to let their cart through. They arrived at the entrance of the castle and were greeted by another soldier who was wearing silver armor and had his sword at his waist, and then he and the wise man began to walk inside the castle. His Majesty is currently in a meeting with the kingdom's champions. We have been instructed not to interrupt the meeting unless you arrive. Therefore, you may proceed to the meeting room, the soldier said. Upon reaching the room, he knocked on the door to enter the room, where he saw 6 silhouettes. I asked you not to interrupt this meeting, tell me what you need, Captain, said the king when he saw his captain guarding the door. I'm sorry, your majesty, but you ask us not to interrupt this meeting unless it's the kingdom's wise man. I must tell you that the wise man is here, said the captain as he bowed in respect. Well, if the wise man is here, it must be something good, said a large brown creature with white hair and beard. Or maybe the reason for your visit is that an imminent danger is approaching our kingdom, another bird-like creature commented, his voice sounding pessimistic as he commented this. Don't say that, Rivali, I agree with Derek, I think he must bring us some good message, commented a girl shyly. She was shaped like a fish, but you could tell she was cute. Be that as it may, we must trust him since thanks to his help, we were able to avoid the cataclysm that the beast Ganon was going to commit. Don't you believe it, princess? Commented a tall, dark-haired woman with a large body who was looking at a person. I agree with Urbosa, if it weren't for her help I wouldn't have awakened the power of the royal family. Father, what happened? Maybe it's something urgent, don't you think, Link, said a blonde girl who was looking at the person next to her. He just nodded with his eyes and a serious expression, a sword hanging on his back while he was wearing an elegant suit. Very well, send the wise man in, the king commented. The captain then left for a few seconds before re-entering with the wise man behind him. Everyone in the room stood up from their seats and bowed. Good afternoon, wise Elohim, we honor your visit to Hyrule Castle, said the king as he continued to bow to the elder lord. Good afternoon, King Rome, Princess Zelda and champions, excuse me for interrupting your monthly meeting, but I've come here to give you some not so pleasant news, the old man commented while still standing. Bring a seat for the wise man, the king ordered. At that moment one of the servants of the house brought a chair for the old man to sit at the table where the meeting was taking place. Tell us what news this is. Is this the return of the cataclysm? I ask fearfully, since the last one they had barely escaped the kingdom's inhabitants alive, but the loss of the houses was evident. I'm afraid to say no, the old man said with concern. The last confrontation against the cataclysm left no trace of that being, but it is somewhat worrying. Do you remember the sword of darkness that is located in the great steppe of Tibania? The old man said, alerting only the king, since the others did not know what they were talking about. Yes, I remember that you kept it safe in a labyrinth so dangerous that only the hero who was chosen by the sword would be able to reach it, the king said seriously, looking at the wise man. Unfortunately, these past few days I've felt the sword being active, emanating its power, something weak but perceptible, Elohim commented seriously. Tell me, what do you need? The king asked seriously. I ask you to send troops to take care of that sword. If someone with a dark heart were to take that sword, an evil similar to the cataclysm could strike not just a kingdom, but an entire land of Hyrule, the sage replied seriously as he bowed to the king. Saying this, Urbosa put on a sad face, since someone came to her mind who meets the characteristics mentioned by the wise man, this was noticed by her friend. Urbosa, are you okay? Asked the blonde in the elegant dress. Yes, princess, it's nothing, I just remembered something, he replied with a forced laugh. Rome thought about this request for a moment, since it would weaken the kingdom's military strength a little, but if it was the wise man who asked him, he had no reason to reject the offer. Okay, I'll send a group of soldiers to guard the entrance, the king said seriously. Excuse me, father, but what is that sword? Princess Zelda asked doubtfully. At that the wise man took out an image of it and gave it to the princess so that she and her winged companion could see the sword. That sword hides an evil power, the bad thing is that we cannot destroy it, even with the help of the sword that repels evil, said the wise man upon seeing the boy, while he passed the photo around for the others to see. And why can't the boy's sword do it? Isn't it as powerful as it was supposed to be? Rivali asked the wise man mockingly, this made everyone angry except Link, who was just waiting for the old man's answer. It's quite the opposite, the master sword, and that sword could be said to be twins, and as such they cannot harm each other, Elohim said heavily, those present were surprised to hear that. By the way, he said he had two pieces of news. What was the other? The king asked, looking at Elohim. That's true, the other news is that we will soon receive a visit from people who are outside these lands, replied the wise man alarming the others except the king, this was noticed by his daughter. It seems you know what you're talking about, right, father, said the girl seriously, while the others looked at the king. Unfortunately, daughter, said the king as he stood up from his seat, this is supposed to be a secret that is only passed between the kings and queens of Hyrule. You and Link were going to know this the day you got married and took my place as kings of Hyrule, commented the king, to which the boys blushed. Link was able to hide that side of him from the others, but Zelda's blush was noticeable. Father, it was supposed to be a secret between the three of us, said the girl sadly, which the others laughed, except for Mipha who put on a sad look but hid it. Ahahaha, I'm sorry daughter, he commented apologizing, returning to his serious face, but upon hearing this I will tell you, the land of Hyrule in which we find ourselves is only a continent of a larger world than the one we know, he said, this which everyone was in shock. That's why it's forbidden to go beyond Francia Island, which is in the Necluda Sea, the wise man said seriously, supported by the king. It's true that if you try to go further, a thick fog forms around any boat or launch, and after a few seconds, you reappear at the foot of Solitude Island, Mipha commented seriously, recalling the anecdotes told by her people. Father, could you explain to us why we are then enclosed by that fog? Said Zelda seriously while everyone present was attentive to that explanation. Agreed, said the king, with the wise man's approval. Odin's ship. We see the supernatural boys who were waiting for Odin's instructions, and that Issei, Vali and Metatron arrived where the Norse god was in the command cabin. Odin don't know, could you explain to us why the continent of Hyrule is hidden? Said Metatron seriously. With pleasure, but everyone must be present so I don't have to tell the story again, since I'm too lazy. Vali-kun, could you go get the others? The old man asked the albino as a favor, who obeyed with his serious attitude. What a lazy god, thought the brown-haired man. 10 minutes passed and everyone was gathered. Well, I called this meeting since Metatron Dono asked me why our next stop is hidden from the human world, said Odin, rubbing his beard. Well, this happened after the reconstruction of the human world after the battle between God and the dragons against Amon. The human race was in the middle of a crisis due to the lack of food and the loss of their homes. Everything was in chaos, Odin commented seriously. On a continent of difficult access there were 5 types of races living in harmony outside the concern of the other continents. These races had a more advanced technology than humans and much more than supernatural beings, which is why their way of life was easier, but when they knew that the world was in crisis, they showed solidarity with others by sending food. This action was seen in a good way by God, who personally thanked this noble gesture to the king of that nation. Odin continued talking about what that continent was like, but in that his countenance changed. Hyrule Castle. Unfortunately, these acts of our ancestors that they committed in good faith towards the other continents made us look like a weak race. One day off the coast of Necludia, hundreds of ships appeared. At first our ancestors thought that the human race had arrived to make some kind of alliance, but they were wrong, said the king angrily. What we saw were battleships from the human kingdom, to be more exact followers of the gods who asked them to conquer this land, Elohim commented, annoyed by such action. There were months of hellish battles where neither side gave quarter, until the great sage who had arrived a little before the enemy troops arrived, went to speak with the goddesses who protected our lands, and they gave him the power of the Triforce to help us in the most critical moment that the kingdom suffered, said the king, a little more calmly. Odin's ship. What do you mean by saying that my father deceived the beings of that land? Asked Metatron upon learning of a deception by God. So Metatron Dono, one day after the invasion by the followers of the Olympian, Roman and Egyptian gods arrived, God went with me since my followers were not in that fight. He asked me to help him create some symbol of hope for that land. It was at that moment that Freya along with Frigg and Skadi had arrived in Asgard. When I saw them I had the brilliant idea of giving 3 goddesses to that continent. But he had to think about the quality of each one of them, Odin answered with the same seriousness with which he started the conversation. Hyrule Castle. And what happened after that, your majesty? The bird asked seriously. After the great sage gave us that sacred treasure given by the goddesses, the king made the wish that the invaders would leave this land and give us the greatest protection for another possible invasion. As a consequence our lands were swallowed by the sea. They thought it was the end of everything, but the surprise was that Hyrule had been transported to another space. Thanks to them our races continued with their lives. But if that happened, then why did the cataclysm occur? Derek asked seriously. You see, where there is good, there is evil. Where there is healing, there remains pain and the deaths that occurred on this earth. The cataclysm is nothing more than those evil thoughts and energy that remained imprinted on this earth, answered the wise Elohim to the doubt. Well, great sage, we have told a secret that only belongs to the royal family of Hyrule, so champions, we ask you to be as discreet as possible. Now, tell me how they returned to these lands. I thought the access portal was unknown to everyone, said the king, looking at the old man seriously. That's the point, on the other side of the portal there is only one person who is an ally of the goddesses of Hyrule. From what I read in the records that being is the only one capable of opening it, but that would be if the world is in danger, commented the sage. So, what will we do then? Princess Zelda asked, worried about her kingdom. I took the liberty of sending 2 of my apprentices to receive the visitors, the wise man replied. At this moment they are in the village of Aneona to receive them and escort them to the palace. And what will we do with them? Asked the Mipha with concern. At that the wise man turned to look at the king. King, I ask you to welcome these people. If they came here from the other side of the portal, it must be for something very important, Elohim commented while bowing. At that the king looked at Link who had remained silent since the meeting began. He just looked at him and gave a signal with his head. Very well, we will receive them, but they will be watched by the champions of Hyrule, commented the king. Will they arrive? This meeting has come to an end, guard, said the king, getting up from his place to call one of his soldiers. Yes, your majesty, he said, bowing. Please prepare a room for the wise man. We don't know when those invaders will arrive at the castle, but it will take them a day to get from the Aneona village to the castle. Yes, your majesty, he responded to the king's order and left the place. Odin's ship. So you're telling me that because of humans, that continent is protected, Vali commented simply. Well, that was part of it, Odin told the albino. The other reason for this was so that the sword that guards Amon's leg would never be found. If he were to resurrect he would not obtain his full power without all the pieces of his body. That was why God and I decided to protect this continent. At that moment, in the cave they were still following, a light began to flicker in the distance. "Wow, it looks like we're almost there," Issei commented upon seeing the light. "That's right, boy. The lost continent of Hyrule is coming out of this cave. If I am not mistaken, we'll come out from another island. From there, the trip will be faster," Auden said calmly. Fudoxa region. In this region where ice predominates and human life was peaceful, we see 7 silhouettes arrive, who after flying for several hours had reached their destination, one of them carrying another while they remained in the air. "I'm sorry, Graham, for carrying me like this, but this human body is still weak to withstand all my power," commented Hero, who was on the grayish man's back. "Well, these are Jason Sama's orders so I can't complain," he commented. "Well Hero, start with your work," said Raven, giving him the papers they had collected from Tamahida University. He began to read them and interpret the first map of the region. "Okay, looking at the details of this map with respect to the current geography of this region, the cave where the fat dragon of the apocalypse slept is located 3 kilometers from here, in a cave," commented the Sin assistant who had Sakura's father's body. "Understood, let's go," Demian commented in a commanding voice. Graham was ahead of the group as he was carrying Hero, who was still recovering from the battle in Tamahida. A few minutes passed and they arrived at the indicated area. "Okay, we're here, now what?" said Abden, who was bored. "We must search every cave on these islands, in one of them there must be some dragon seals combined with sacred seals, there is the soul of our lord Amon. Hero responded to the Sin's doubt. "Well, we must look for that cave, cover a nearby area, and if you see something report to the others, now move," Raven shouted. At that moment everyone began to search in different caves. 20 minutes passed and there was no sign of what Hero described until a voice was heard through the communication circles. "I think I found something. I'll be above the island so you can see me," Abden said, cutting off the communication. The Sins located their companion and he guided them inside the cave where there were strange carvings. He recognized the sacred symbolism on the books Gabriel had once stolen from the Sky Library. Hero, seeing the symbols, compared them with those on the documents. "Indeed, this is the seal where Amon Sama's soul is located. Now I must recite the writing on this sheet to activate it and release it," commented the assistant. He began to read the writing on the sheet. Once finished he waited for the seal to begin to shine, but nothing happened. This made his companions angry. "You didn't say that Amon Sama was in this place. I don't see anything happening, it's as if," said Jason angrily, grabbing the professor's body by the neck in fury, but he was interrupted by another voice. "It's like I'm not even there. What can I offer you in my humble air?" commented a strange silhouette near the cave entrance. "Who are you, human?" Raven commented, a little annoyed at seeing the human at the entrance. "That's no way to address your leader, don't you think?" Abden, Jason, Raven, Eliseo and Demian, said the human who entered the cave. They were surprised because he mentioned the name of each of them while pointing at them. How do you know our real names?" Demian shouted in astonishment. "Easy, because I gave each of you your names. Nice to see you again, my deadly sins," said the human while crossing his arms, for this reason leaving everyone in shock. "But that means that," the girl stammered, shocked by this. "That's right, my name is Amon, the evil king," said the person proudly as he raised his hand and a little of his power came out of it to demonstrate what he said. This made everyone bow down to him. "Welcome back, Amon Sama," shouted those present while still on their knees. "Let my sins rise," he said, and heeding this, the sins rose. "Tell me, sir, how much power do you have now?" Demian said respectfully. "For the moment my power is weak until I find my complete body, but I am able to defend myself," he said, answering his question. At that Graham approaches him and kneels. "My lord, allow me to give you this small gift," he said without looking up from the floor. "And you are?" Amon asked seriously. "1,000 apologies, my lord, my name is Graham, vice captain of Jason Sama," replied Graham, still kneeling. "Well, tell me what it is you want to give me," Amon said, still serious. "This, sir," said Graham as he took an energy sphere out of his bag, is energy from inferior beings. "I know that this will help your power grow a little, according to the words of Cain Sama's vice captain," he said. Amon took the sphere and began to observe it. "By the way, where are Cain and Nero?" he asked, still staring at the energy sphere. "Unfortunately, Cain was captured by the lesser beings of the supernatural world and Nero died at the hands of the bearer of the beast that guarded your seal," Jason said seriously. It seems that this world became weak without my presence. Well, with this energy I can activate the parts of my body for a moment and know where they are, but it will take me 2 days to assimilate it," commented Amon. Then he turns to look at the pride. "By the way, Jason, this energy is similar to the one you have in your body. Why?" "Vera, that energy was from the gods of Olympus. The energy I currently possess was stolen from the main god of that faction. That's why." The same, commented the Sin of Pride. Very well, my sins, we must prepare for the search for my entire body without attracting the attention of the Guardian. Once I have it, this world will be mine, and you by my side will see the wonder that it will be, said the human proudly. Yes, Amon Sama. Shouted everyone who stayed in the cave to protect their king again. The clue to see. We are near an island that was new to our newcomers. In the distance, a light similar to what a lighthouse would be could be seen in the fog so that the boatmen would know where to go. Odin indicated that they should reach the place where the light was. As they approached the light, the fog began to disappear, giving way to a beautiful view for the boys. Wow, this is amazing, Asia said excitedly. I never thought there was something like this, Lefay commented in amazement. Kuroka on the other hand. What do those delicious fish that are seen in the sea taste like? Said the Nekomata while watching some fish follow the ship. Whatever it is, we must be ready for anything, said Sona, adjusting her glasses with her hand holding her ring. Sona is right, girls, prepare everything for the arrival. We don't know what we can find in these lands, said Issei, who arrived with Vali, Lavinia and Rias. Okay guys, we'll be there in 10 minutes, Odin said seriously. At that, Issei, along with Sona and Vali, ordered their teams to have everything. As they approached, they saw that the light was coming from a small fishing village, but they noticed a large number of people, some dressed in long monk-like cloaks and others dressed as soldiers. Upon reaching the island, everyone got off the boat and stood seriously in front of those soldiers. They noticed that there were carts and horses. At that, Odin along with Metatron stood in front of the boys and began to speak. Excuse me for asking, but why so many people? Odin said to a soldier with armor of a different color and to the person with a long cloak, also of a different color. Excuse this welcome, but it is necessary, said the soldier, bowing. Could you tell me who sent them? Metatron asked cautiously. It will be a pleasure to say it, we are apprentices of the person who sent us for you, I mean the great sage of the land of Hyrule Elohim, he commented seriously. The supernaturals were amazed by the name said. His main objective was to live in these lands. The encounter with the biblical god was near. Chapter 17. Arrival at the castle, evil is approaching. Aldi Oneona. We are in the village of Oneona, characterized by its rustic, peaceful, and tropical style. Here, the majority is dedicated to fishing, which supplies aquatic food to the entire region. But at this moment, peace in the village could not be felt since on the one hand, an unknown ship had arrived on the shores of the town, and on the other hand, there was the presence of both the royal guard and the apprentices of the wise man of these lands. Odin along with Metatron went to the front of the group that was getting off the ship. The boys were alert for any situation. On the other hand, the soldiers were in a defensive position in case something happened. A soldier appeared between the ranks with different clothing, which indicated that he was the squad leader. Good afternoon, gentlemen. What can I offer you on these humble lands? Said the leader of the squadron guarding the lands. Wow, I didn't expect there to be so many people here. Excuse us for arriving without warning, but tell us how you knew we would arrive, Odin asked curiously. All the boys who came from outside were intrigued, since it was true, how was it possible to know that they would be here? I can answer that, a voice was heard behind the guards. They were making way for the person who spoke. In front of them was a hooded man in a robe. You see, our master knew of your coming, which is why he asked us to wait for you here, but since we didn't know what your intentions were, we asked the army guarding this region to accompany us, the person commented without removing the rubber band from his head. I understand the reason why they are here, I would do the same, said Metatron agreeing with the hooded man, but could you tell me who your master is? It will be a pleasure to say it, we are apprentices of the person who sent us for you, I am referring to the great sage of the land of Hyoudou, he commented seriously. The boys were surprised upon hearing the name. It was clear that the person who had known they would be here wasn't the biblical god, except for Odin, who already knew the new title God had given himself in that world. This was noticed by the hooded man. It seems you know our truth, the hooded man said to the old man. That's right, please could you take us to him, it's urgent that we talk, Odin said seriously. At that, the hooded man turned to look at the captain of the soldiers and, giving the indication, they opened the path that would take them directly to the wagons that were waiting for them. Everyone started walking towards the carts. The question, where is your master right now and why should we take the wagons? Issei asked politely to the hooded man at the front of the group. You see, my master is currently in the castle of this kingdom and we need to go by cart, it will take us 1 day to get there, otherwise it would take us 3 days to walk to the castle, said the hooded man. The boys were shocked by what they heard. Metatron remembered that he had a map of the region that was in his father's office, he took out the map and observed where the castle was. You're right, if we walk we'll get there in 3 days, the angel commented as he put away the map. Wait a minute, why don't we use our Mitsuda was going to ask, but was silenced by Kiryu. Don't say anything perverted, there's a reason we haven't used our magical powers since we got here, it seems the leaders don't want to raise suspicions, commented the girl with glasses while removing her hand from her mouth. They understood this and better kept quiet. When they arrived at the wagons they were divided into teams, Issei having a full team did not fit everyone in the same wagon, only accepting 8 per person, so to prevent them from fighting among themselves there was a draw, and it was determined that the first 2 winners would go next to the chestnut tree and the rest in the back. The 4 people who came out losers would have to go with Sona without reproach, even Irina participated in the contest. The first to win were Seraphil and Murayama, who were more than happy to be with their man or crush. In the back were Ravel, Penum, Gabriel, Kuroka and Lefay. The rest of the girls left Sona to fill her cart. This isn't fair, I wanted to go with Ice and Asia said pouting. I wanted to go with my darling too, Irina said with a look of jealousy. Sakura was just making circles in the sand with a sad aura of not having won. Come on girls, it'll only be one day, Rias said with a forced smile, because she also wanted to go to her boyfriend's side. What are you complaining about? As a high-class devil and king of my own entourage, I didn't have a chance to participate, Sona said with a serious expression as she adjusted her glasses. At that Issei approaches the girls who were sad about not having won. Come on girls, I promise I'll make it up to you, he said with that smile, which always calmed and made his girls fall in love more and more. Yes, Ice darling said all the girls. First she went to her girlfriends who didn't have an engagement ring yet and gave them a tender kiss that lasted for more than a minute. They were happy and got into the cart without protest. Who are you going with Irina? The brunette asked his childhood friend. Irina was thinking of going with Auden or the volley team, but she preferred to go with the albino, since her friend from school would be there with her. I'll go with Kiryuutei, so I can talk to her and find out how her magic training is going, Irina replied, with a happy face after receiving the boy's kiss and got on the cart. At that Issei turns to see 2 girls who were waiting for his kiss, these were Rias and Sona. Okay Ice then you'll make it up to me later, you know what I mean, Rias said with a smile and a blush. She gave him a deep kiss and got into the cart, but not before giving him a wink. Okay Nada, I'll leave my sister to you. It's a good idea to talk to her and take advantage of the opportunity for her to confess to you, said Sona as she cupped the brunette's cheek. Sure So-chan Issei answered, which made the girl blush because of how he said it. They both kissed and got into the cart. Issei was heading to his cart, but then 2 small shadows spoke to him. I'll go with you Issei said the little office who stood next to the brown-haired boy. But there are no more seats available on the wagon, why don't you go with Auden? The boy commented. You're wrong Issei, my place is always empty, Office said simply, but with a blush on her cheeks. What do you mean, Office? The brown-haired boy commented doubtfully. Lap seat, Lilith commented, knocking the brunette to the floor and sitting on her lap so he would understand. I see, well let's get in girls, said the brown-haired boy, and they got into the cart with the 2 little lollies behind him. This whole scene was watched by the other people, who didn't understand how he could calm a group of girls with a simple kiss, but there were 2 who were so jealous they were eating them alive as they climbed into the wagon that corresponded to him. Damn Issei, he's already the king of a harem, Motohama said with comical tears. Slowly, when we see God we will ask him to make us king of our own harem and to be better than Issei, commented the bald boy. Yes, we will ask him for that, the other replied while holding his friend's hands. Guys, stop it, he's a god, not a genie, so he won't grant your perverted wishes, said the Kiryu girl who sat next to Volley. Let's pray that he hears our wish, Mitsuda said. I'm with you, Motohama commented, both of them putting their hands together to make their prayer. No guys, wait, Irina commented with concern, but it was too late. Oh my head Motohama shouted while holding his head. Ouch, it hurts, Mitsuda also shouted as he felt a punch in his head. Remember that you are now demons and prayers to God will cause you harm because of the system that God left behind, Volley said without turning to look at them. They were surprised, but then they had a memory of Asia praying in class, even though she was a demon. But then, why isn't Asia-chan affected? Motohama asked as he adjusted his glasses. Well that's because Michael-sama, as a gesture of peace, allowed her in Quarta to pray, Irina commented, but when she mentioned her ex-friend, she said it with annoyance. Once all this was cleared up, the wagons, with their crews inside, began to move towards the castle. City of Tamahida. In an apartment in the city of Tamahida, the boys belonging to the Supreme faction were waking up in the house of their new ally, Lee Sharon. To whom they had already explained everything about the supernatural world and as a consequence he had become the new pawn of the Himejima clan. In the dining room of the apartment were Rasuise, Kaneko and Zenobia, talking about the ways they would compensate Issei once he returned with them. In the living room were Tomo, Momo and Raruko selling television while waiting for their breakfast, and in the kitchen were Ria, Lee and Kiba preparing and serving everyone's breakfast. They were just waiting for their king to wake up to start the day. "Good morning guys," commented Akeno, who was wearing one of the chestnut shirts that she had stolen before the war against Trinity, and sat down at the table. "Good morning Akeno-sama," they all said at the same time. "Here, Himejima-sama, it's freshly made," Lee commented as he gave her a cup of tea, and she appreciated the gesture. "Well, the food is ready, please sit down everyone," said Rias as she finished serving the last dish. The girls, upon hearing that, went to the table to start eating. They thanked for the food and began to eat breakfast. "I'm telling you, yesterday the council members and the leaders of our beautiful faction requested a meeting for tomorrow to see 2 points. The first is to meet my new piece Lee Sharon, and the second is that they want the report of our activities. Today we will practice a little in a pocket dimension and to see Lee Kun's power," commented the girl while cutting a hotcake. "I understand that, they want to know if we have found Ice Kun," Kiba commented as he finished his tea. "Yes, you know that as the hero of the supernatural world his duty is to be with us, as dictated by the demonic council," Akeno replied. This bothered Lee, knowing that the boy he hates is the most important. "Well, finish your food and get ready to go train, we'll be inside the pocket dimension for 5 hours," said Akeno, who got up from the table, heading to the room to change her clothes. "Hey Kiba, a question. Is that kid really important to the faction?" the Hong Kong brown-haired boy asked angrily. "Yes Lee, Issei Kun is the hero of the factions by defending us from the Chaos Brigade. Our leaders made a small mistake, but they plan to make up for it," commented the Prince of Kuoh. "Well, I'll help you bring him with you, as long as you keep your deal to give me my Sakura and keep him away from me," Sharon commented, getting up from the table and leaving his dishes in the dishwasher. So the boys finished their breakfast and got ready to go to training. Kudoxa region. Inside the cave where the deadly sins were hidden and safeguarding their leaders' increased power, we see Hiro reading the papers he came to rescue. "Wow, these objects will be difficult to find, especially since they don't tell you clearly what the objects actually look like," I commented with frustration as I threw the papers into the air. "Hey, don't do that. Don't you see that we fought to get them and you just throw them away like it's nothing?" Graham said angrily. "Besides, it seems you don't understand. I suppose that's why you stole the body and mind of this container, right? To understand everything more clearly." "I know, but there are things I don't understand. For example, this an unimaginable power is what the dragon pillar hides. What does that refer to?" "No matter how much I search for dragon history, there's nothing about the pillar and the dragon," Hiro said angrily. I understand what you're saying, it's not so clear how the objects are located, but if it's a dragon and a pillar, it's most likely that it's in the dragon territory, don't you think?" said Raven, who was arriving with Jason. "That's very vague, the pillar can be anything, it can even be a tower or the pillar to hold." I stopped speaking as I remember something. "The Jason?" Raven asked in annoyance. "Hiro, tell me everything about the trip to the west, I think I know what you're referring to," said Jason, who was leaving the room. "It only remains for Amon-sama to wake up, he said that with your help locating his body parts will be easier." "Well, you heard Hiro, investigate everything he asked for, maybe something will come out of it," Raven commented upon seeing her slave. "Understood Raven-sama, it's all for Amon-sama," he said as he knelt in front of her. "Well, it seems you have work to do, but do it quickly because we need to train that pale body of yours," said Graham as he left the place with Raven. "Because of me," Hiro thought as he got into the lotus position and began searching Fujitaka's mind for everything related to the western journey. Hyrule continent. A day's journey has passed from the coast to reach the castle that was in the middle of the continent. During the trip, Issei and Murayama took advantage of the trip to talk about her training, as well as their relationship. They talked about how he fell in love with her, and when he did that act of spying on the Kendo girls, only Issei noticed her and Kratos. As a reprimand, Murayama pulled his cheeks in a funny way. "I hope you don't spy on any more girls in the future, darling," he said possessively. In response, he hugged her by the waist and gave her a warm kiss and said, "It won't be necessary anymore because I have you." "It's not fair, Ice-chan, Sarah-chan also wants you to give her love," said her pawn, while puffing out her cheeks at this act of love. Issei remembered what Sound had told him before getting on the cart and faced her, the two angels, and his manager. "Okay, girls, taking advantage of the fact that we're alone here, I want you to answer me honestly. What am I to you, just your king, or am I something more?" the boy commented calmly. He already knew the girl's feelings, but he was waiting for them to confirm it. "Well, Ice-chan, for my part, besides being my king, you are one of the most important people in my life. The truth is I see you as the only man that I really know would love me for who I am. That's why, Ice-chan, I ask you to be my boyfriend," commented the girl red with embarrassment for this proposal. The boy takes her chin and looks into her beautiful purple eyes. "I love you too, my little Sarah-chan, and even more so for giving up your position to follow me," he said with a smile, then giving her a warm kiss, which made the girl blush like crazy. For my part Issei-sama, since the match against my Oni-sama he stole my heart, that's why the day I found out that they kicked him out and the others replaced him, I felt bad for not being able to support him as his manager, but I love him too, and I don't mind being just another concubine, as long as he lets me be by his side, said Ravel with a blush, to which Issei took her hand. You know, you are one of the most beautiful girls I have ever met, but your loyalty to me was what surprised me. Who would say that the youngest of the Phoenix would become one of the girls I love the most? Remember that for me they are all equal, and the love that I will give them is the same, which just like office is infinite, said the brown-haired boy looking into her eyes. Issei-sama, I love you, said the girl to pull him towards her and give him a kiss that lasted as long as Seraphal's. When the kiss ended she was more than happy that a tear came out of her eyes. Are you okay, Ravel? Issei asked, seeing the girl's tears. If Issei-sama, don't worry, these tears are of happiness, said the girl, knowing that her feelings were reciprocated. Seeing this scene, both Gabriel and Penum looked at each other and with a sign they understood. Issei-kun, for my part you are an admirable person who has an enormous warm and pleasant heart, which makes you the only person to whom I can give my heart without the risk of falling, because my feelings towards you are so genuine, commented Gabriel, who took one of the boy's hands. My little dragon, you have been the only person who does not see me as a trophy or as a piece of meat to satisfy his hexual hunger, and I know it since the day you saved me in the battle with the evil dragons. When you said my name in a warm way I knew you were different from the others, which is why I want you to be my partner. I do not mind sharing you with the others, because I know that you will love us equally, said the cadre who took the boy's other hand. Thank you girls, you along with the others are the most important thing to me in this world. I only ask that you love this little pervert who loves each one of you madly. Thank you for leaving your comforts and following me on this adventure, responded the brunette to each one's statements. Issei kissed both girls, which they gladly reciprocated. I love you girls, said the brown-haired boy looking at them all. And we you, the girls responded with a smile. This was seen by the lawless of Infinity, who followed with their stoic gaze. I want a kiss too, Issei, said Office, who stood up and took the boy's cheeks and stole a kiss from the brown-haired boy. He did not expect that from Office. Lilith wants a kiss, said the other half of Office, who copied the same, leaving the boy with the same shock. Ahahaha, you're quite the lollican, Buddy Trinity said as she showed off her jewel in the boy's hand while laughing. Hey, don't call me that, lizard, he said angrily with a blush on his cheeks. All the girls were laughing at what had happened as they continued on their journey to the castle. By midday, as we passed through a huge tropical forest, the castle could be seen in the distance. The boys were amazed to see it, since they were like what was found in the regions of Europe. The closer they got the better they could see the citadel that surrounded the castle, but what surprised them most was that the main road was guarded by the kingdom's guards, so the road continued until they reached the entrance of the castle, where a butler was waiting for them. They got off the wagons and headed to the entrance of the castle. Good afternoon, gentlemen, the King of Hyrule and the Sage have been waiting for you since yesterday, so they cordially welcomed you to Hyrule Castle, said the butler politely while bowing. Nice to meet you, my name is Auden, and these are my companions. We have come to look for the wise man. We must speak with him as soon as possible, the Nordic commented with the same politeness. I understand, sir, but my orders are to guide you inside the castle, where you will wait for the king and the wise man, since at this moment he is in a meeting with the champions. If you would do me the favor of following me, I will take you to the hall so you can rest, commented the butler, to which everyone followed them inside the castle. The girls, new to the supernatural, were amazed by the interior of the castle. Everything was luxurious for them, including Kiro, who peeked out of the bag Sakura was hanging from, but at that moment, the brunette from Tamahita realized that her king and the others had that same look of astonishment. Questioned Asia-chan, why aren't you surprised by all this? She said timidly to her fellow bishop of the entourage Hyoudou. The thing is, Sakura-san, is that we are already used to seeing such luxuries. In fact, if you went to Ice's house, you would be surprised at what his house is like, he told her with a smile. This made Sakura and Kiro get a drop of sweat on the back of their necks, while Murayama, Katis and Kiryu remembered the boys' house after going there on several occasions, while Mitsuda and Motohama remembered the house of their new king. As they were passing by, several maids were lined up bowing. Issei tried to hide it, but was discreetly reprimanded by his queen, who was behind him. The other girls noticed and just looked the other way, but the other two perverted boys did not know the word hide, to which they observed the breasts of the maids, that in some cases the clothing does not cover their entire chest, causing them to have a nosebleed. I'll take care of them, Volley thought, seeing the boys' reactions. The good thing is that I have Seekvaira's authorization to correct it. When they arrived at the room they saw that there were too many places to rest. Please be free to rest here for a moment, I'll go tell the king and the wise man that you have arrived, said the steward as he left the place. Well, it's time to meet our father, so Gabriel and Irina, I ask you to control yourselves when you see him, he most likely won't recognize us, Metatron said to the girls, who were more than eager to see him. In another room of the castle, the king, along with the wise man and the champions, were reviewing the reports that came from the custody of the sword. These arrived quickly thanks to the ancient Sheikah communication technology. At that moment, a knock is heard outside the door, to which the king gives the indication that he may enter. "Your Majesty, the people the wise man said would come are already here. They are waiting for you in a room because they look tired," said the butler. "Very well, thank you for letting me know, you may leave," said the king, to which the butler obeyed. "The meeting ends today, we must attend to the sage's guests," he said to those present in the room. Once this was said, the king along with the wise man and the champions walked towards the meeting room where Odin and company awaited them. Upon opening the door they saw those present whom they did not identify well, but were alert for whatever it was. "Good afternoon, gentlemen, my name is Rome, sovereign of the lands of Hyrule. I hope that your visit to our lands is to your liking, young people from the outer continent," said the king of Hyrule, but when he commented on the last thing everyone wanted to know how they realized they weren't from there. "Thank you for your kind welcome, but as you know we are not from these lands," Odin commented seriously. "Well, that's because of me," said an old man who took off the hood that covered him. "Nice to see you again, old friend," said Elohim. Everyone was impressed by the revelation that that person knew who they are, but those who got the biggest surprise were Odin, Metatron and Gabriel to see their friend father alive again. "Well, I would like my companions," said the king. "On my right side is the sage of Hyrule Elohim, the boys behind are our champions from the lands of Hyrule, and on my left side is my daughter Princess Zelda, along with her protector and fiancé Link," commented the king as he gave a brief introduction. The Seekvaira boys were dazzled by Zelda's beauty, but cried comically when they learned that she was already engaged. On the other hand, seeing the Gerudo, especially with her clothing, gave them a nosebleed. On the other hand, the girls were impressed by the champion's appearance, as they thought they were related, but that wasn't the case. The ones who couldn't stop looking at each other were Issei and Link. They had a serious look directed towards each other, as if they recognized their enormous value and power. "Nice to meet you, it's our turn to introduce ourselves. As you know we come from outside the barrier that Elohim put up. On my right side is Metatron, the albino boy is called Volley Lu." He was speaking when he was interrupted by Volley. "Morningstar, my last name is Morningstar," said the albino looking at Odin. Apparently he had already left behind that legacy of his grandfather, "and they are on my team," he said, pointing to those who were behind him. Continuing, "The lady with glasses is called Sona Sitri," Odin continued with his presentation. "Nice to meet you, I'm the heiress of the Sitri clan, and they are part of my nobility," commented the short-haired brunette as she showed her entourage. And finally the boy with brown hair, his name is Hyoudou Issei, finished speaking the Nordic. "Nice to meet you, I'm the leader of the Draco clan, and they, besides being my family, are all my girlfriends and fiancés, including Sona and her family," the boy commented seriously and with an education that made him look like someone from the upper class. At that, the wise man approached the chestnut tree, feeling an energy that he recognized. "Wow, I never thought I'd see you in this state after putting the Trinity seal on you," Elohim said as he saw the boy's hand, and then the Trinity jewel came out. "Nice to see you again," Elohim commented the jewel with respect. The presentations were over, then the king spoke. "I'd like to meet with you to discuss the purpose of your visit to our lands, but it's best if you rest today. I'll gladly give you each a room, and feel free to use our bathrooms to refresh yourselves," the king commented. "Thank you very much for your kindness, but we don't want to abuse your trust, so my girls and I will occupy a room, since in the end I know that they will sneak into mine to sleep with me," Issei said with a little blush, but it was the truth, since they knew that they would not use the other rooms. "Wow, this is the first time I've heard of this. I understand. You can use the largest guest room. It comes with a large private bathroom," the king said seriously and kindly. That's how they spent the rest of the day. They left their things in the room. After that they made a banquet so they could eat enough. Once finished they all went to bathe to finish their day. Of course the volley team, except for the albino Lavena and Ica, along with Metatron and Odin, went to a men-only bathroom, while the other three had a private bathroom for the albino, courtesy of the boy's magician by putting up a barrier. Instead Issei and the others bathed in the same place, where the girls took the opportunity to flirt and wash the body of their beloved dragon, even Sakura, but she along with Asia, was red from the scene of Rias and Sona, washing a certain part of the brown one. Elsewhere in Hyrule. Near some mountains, to be more specific, in a mountain range there is a village hidden among them, in which it was seen that they were guarding the entrance to it. A sort of meeting was taking place within the village. "And tell me, Gerudo boy, why should we help you?" said a guy with a mask covering his face. "My people turned their backs on me by not trusting my vision of making Hyrule better without the cumbersome champions, but I know that with you it can be possible," commented the boy with red hair. "And how can we be sure that you can defeat the champion of Hyrule?" the masked man questioned. "Because we'll go for the champion's sister sword, with it we'll be unstoppable," he commented seriously. "And where is the sword?" the masked man continued with his questions. It's in the great steppe of Tabanta, in a labyrinth, but with your help we can make this possible. What do you say we have a deal, leader? He said, extending his hand. We have a deal, welcome to the Yiga clan, young Ganondorf, the clan leader commented as he shook the other's hand. Kudoxa region. The Sins were gathered around Hero, who had announced to them that he already had a clue as to where the object marked on the leaf would be. So, tell us what you discovered, Jason said somewhat seriously. Well, after much research into what you asked me for, I found the following. The writing talks about the Dragon Pillar. This belongs to the staff that the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, occupies, Hero commented seriously. But what do you mean when you say it's that idiot monkey's staff? Raven said, confused. You see, the story says that the monkey traveled to a dragon's palace where he gets his staff, where he stretches. This gives us to understand that this staff is not ordinary, so it could have been where the biblical god hid one of the parts of Amon Sama, Hero commented seriously. That means that Abdon spoke when suddenly a black glow was launched into the sky. The Sins observed who carried out said action. When looking for the culprit, it was none other than Amon with an evil smile. What just happened, Amon Sama? Raven asked fearfully. Don't worry dear, what I just did is send a little of my power, so that the pieces of my body, except for the head, can manifest by releasing a weak trace of my power. If I obtain at least 3 pieces of my body, the head will be able to manifest, Amon commented with pride. Okay kid, what's the next step? Amon commented upon seeing Hero. We believe that part of his body is with a Buddhist monkey, Hero commented a little fearfully. It's just a theory, but it could be real. Tell me, Amon-sama. What do we do? Demian humbly asked his leader. Amon closed his eyes and then opened them with a somber look. It's time to go see a monkey, he said authoritatively to his Sins. Understood. They all shouted in unison. Great steppe of Tabanta, Hyrule. In the most remote place of the Hyrule steppe there was a labyrinth, which was being guarded by the guards, because inside it there was a somewhat thick sword, but which was inert until today, since only for a few seconds the soldiers swore they saw it move, while showing a black glow. We must warn the king about this, one of the guards commented on this action. Hindu faction. In one of the mountains where the Hindu faction is hiding, we see a rather large person who had a cane in his hand. He saw how it began to shine black in his hand. Seeing this, he knew what it meant. It seems it's time, he commented with resignation, looking at the horizon while smoking his pipe. He then turned his gaze to his students, who were wearing combat uniforms. Send for my disciple, he must go leave a message to the factions, he commented seriously. Perhaps he knows about the new threat that is approaching. What will happen with the sword already active? It seems the big fights are coming soon. Chapter 18. A Pleasant Night 18, Amon's Attack. Supreme Castle. We find ourselves in the underworld, to be more exact in the castle of the Supreme Faction, where a meeting was taking place between the leaders of that faction and Akeno Himejima's entourage. Good afternoon, faction leaders, Akeno spoke politely as she gave a small bow. Good afternoon Mr. Himejima, now that all the leaders are present, let's begin this meeting, said the new leader of the Demonic Council. Everyone began to take their seats in their assigned places, but one spot was noticeably empty, where the leader of the Olympians was supposed to be, but they ceased to exist, and the only survivors were with another faction. Well, let's start with the first topic of the meeting, Miss Akeno please, Vider spoke politely. Thank you Vider-sama. Well the first point is that we found traces of magic from our dear Issei. He along with a group of harpies from the false faction were in the city of Tamahida, Akeno said while reading her report. How was he? Osiris wondered at what he heard about the chestnut's location. Yes, my new piece informed me of what happened, please could you introduce yourself to the others Akeno said, then turned to the brunette who accompanied her. Nice to meet you, my name is Lee Sharon, I am Miss Himejima's pawn, the boy introduced himself politely. Lee? Wait a minute, you don't come from the great Lee family of Hong Kong, do you? Nagisha said, since that name was known among the Yakai faction. Indeed, I belong to that family, but due to certain circumstances I left my position as heir, he said in a monotonous tone, since I owed him the same. Well, I continue, a few days ago I returned to the city of Tamahida for my beloved girlfriend Sakura Kinomoto, but when I arrived there I noticed that she was with a hero of the underworld, Hyoudou Issei. The boy began to speak, but at the moment of saying the name of our protagonist, he said it with great hatred. They were fighting against beings that I had never seen, but what I managed to hear before losing consciousness is that they would look for the Sins. The leaders of the Supreme Faction were surprised to hear this information, but they knew it was a risk to go after the chestnut if they go after the Sins. Thank you very much for your report young man, now that is what we should do, unfortunately we have the mark of loyalty that those bastards put on us, and if we do something against them, the same thing that happened to the Olympic faction will happen, and we would end up as simple spheres of power said with concern Tur who was with his brother. Everyone remained silent until a voice was heard coming into the room. I propose that we monitor the acts of sin as closely as possible, said the person who arrived, who had a serious expression. Oracuel, what do you mean? Osiris asked incredulously. I say we send Himejima's entourage and monitor the movements of the sins. Thanks to Taojo's Senjutsu they will be able to hide their presence, commented the fallen angel seriously. The others didn't believe what they heard, it was practically sending their daughter to the enemy. Oracuel, you must be joking, it's imposed. The council leader was speaking until she was interrupted by a voice. Oracuel is right, Akeno spoke seriously, we are the only ones capable of monitoring that group without being detected, and I know that sooner or later my beloved Issei-kun will go after them. When the time comes I will capture him to have him in our faction, the girl finished speaking. And in our bed, he thought this while sleeping his lips erotically. The others were surprised by what was said. Himejima's entourage would risk themselves to obtain victory. They all looked at each other and came to an answer. Okay, Akeno Himejima, your mission will be the search for the deadly sins. You are forbidden to fight against them, but if you find the hero of the underworld, you will capture him to have him on our side, Uriel dictated Akeno's new mission. Very well gentlemen, the meeting is adjourned, said the demonic council with authority. Hyrule Castle. After a pleasant night for the newcomers to Hyrule Castle, where the one who won the most was the brown-haired boy, since at the end of the bath, both Rias and Sona stole the brown-haired boy and took him to the jacuzzi of their private bathroom that the king gave them, where they didn't waste time and gave him the best massage, which ended in a double breast masturbation by the girls with their breasts. It would have been more, but they were interrupted by the other girls who claimed that it was their turn, since without another option, and due to the exhausting trip they left their act of romance there. It was noon and those present had already had breakfast, courtesy of the King of Hyrule. In the meeting room were on the Hyrule side, King Rome, Princess Zelda, Link and Elohim. On the other side were Odin, Metatron, Issei along with Rias, who remained standing behind the boy, Sona, along with Tsubaki, who was the same as Rias, and finally Office, she was on the brown-haired boy's lap. Very well, let's start this meeting with the first point, the presence of beings from the outside world in our land. Please, whoever would like to talk about this point, go ahead, the king commented with a serious but polite expression. I'll take the floor, Metatron said. The reason we're here is because the creature my father, or as you know him, the wise Elohim, asked me to watch over, has been released from his seal. This alarmed Elohim because of what was said. How is this possible? We're supposed to leave a guardian to ensure that the seal is never broken, the sage said incredulously. At that, Trinity's glove appeared on Issei's hand. And so it was, but because the useless grandson of Lilith fell into the trap of one of the deadly sins, he freed me and manipulated me to fight in a stupid war against the factions that were at peace, and the result was that my body was completely destroyed. Trinity spoke to those present at the meeting. The natives of Hyrule were surprised to hear that voice coming from the glove, while God felt nostalgic hearing that voice. Wait, if your body is destroyed, how did you end up inside that sacred gear? That glove is supposed to be the Red Emperor Dragon's, God asked. That's because my former partner sacrificed himself so the Guardian could live. Apparently Drake knew something about that Amon and decided to sacrifice himself to save Trinity, the brown-haired man commented somewhat sadly as he remembered that moment when his partner died. Well, Drake died, it's a shame, he was a good dragon, but he and his stupid fight against the foolish white dragon made many people die even on the battlefield, Elohim commented sadly. Outside the room were the others who didn't enter the meeting and were getting to know each other better, only a dragon's sneeze was heard. Albion, did you catch a cold? Vali asked simply. No, but I think someone spoke badly of me, the dragon answered. Returning to the room. Don't worry, Trinity managed to save Drake and he's inside my queen room, honey, could you show him to me? The brunette told the redeed. She also activated a glove and a green jewel emerged from it. Nice to meet you, my name is Drake and I am under the care of Rias One-sama and Isoni-sama, said the small and tender dragon voice that came out of that glove. Well, let me continue with my explanation, Metatron resumed, as I was saying, that creature is free and unfortunately is looking for the parts of its body that we sealed in the fight against it, the angel commented seriously. The question, Metatron-san, but who is that creature? Zelda asked seriously, they had barely escaped the cataclysm and now another threat presented itself. I'll tell you, that creature is known as Amon, and he is the original Demon King. That villain was responsible for so much death, the angel commented with a little anger, which he didn't care about since he couldn't fall. For you Hylians, he is responsible for the disappearance of the ruins at the bottom of the Akala Sea. Thanks to the intervention of my first daughter Gabriel, we were able to stop his advance, but the price I paid was high, Elohim commented sadly as he recalled the event. I understand this, but you still haven't explained to me the reason why you are in this place, the king commented seriously to those present from the outside world. That's where I'm headed. With the release of Amon he will search for his complete body, and I have information that on this continent there is a sword which has a part of Amon's body sealed, said Metatron as he took a photo out of his bag which showed the sword. We must find that sword and protect it. That sword, the king looked at the photo. You shouldn't worry about that sword, it's currently being guarded by a full platoon of my soldiers and it's in one of the hard to reach areas of our kingdom. Only a fool would be able to go for it. The other reason we came is to ask for Elohim's help for the coming battle in case we fail, Odin said seriously. Unfortunately my combat skills have not returned yet, but I will think of ways I can help you, the biblical god commented. Just one question, since when are you all together? If you're referring to the alliance, we've been in this alliance for almost a year where Hyoudou Issei, the heroic Op-Eye dragon, is the pillar of the factions, Odin commented simply. Wait old man, that Op-Eye dragon thing is over with me, Trinity said angrily. One each and Op-Eye scare me, said little Drake tenderly, as if he unconsciously remembered that stage of his life. Come on little one, when I show my Op-Ace to my dear eyes, you'll be asleep alright, Rias commented with concern, as if it sounded like a mother talking to her son. Yes, one each and, said the little dragon happily. The others, including those from Hyrule, felt a drop of blood pour down their necks at what was said. Well, with this, it's established why you're here. We welcome you to the kingdom of Hyrule. Feel free to walk through our streets, of course, without making a scene. If anything happens to the sword, we'll let you know, the king said with a smile. Thank you so much. Everyone shouted in gratitude. The boys left and Issei ran to Princess Zelda as he wanted to ask her a favor. Excuse me, your highness, Issei said formally. Or please call me Zelda, I don't like being called your highness or princess, the girl said with a smile. Okay, sorry Zelda-san, but on the way here I saw a village, which I thought was very pretty, but what caught my attention was that they sold precious stones there, Issei said with a smile. I see, what you want is to go to that village at the moment I don't think I can take you, or that Link can guide you, but if you know how to ride a horse we will gladly give you the directions, plus it will help you explore this beautiful kingdom, commented Zelda thinking that it is a good idea. Well, I've ridden dragons, so a horse would be easy, Issei said simply. At that Zelda and Link looked at each other and Link just nodded. Okay, go to the royal stable and tell them that the princess lent you one of the royal horses and also the princess spoke, giving the brown-haired boy a key. This key belongs to Link in my cabin that we have in that village. It's a 3-hour ride on horseback, but I suggest you stay there to enjoy the village at night, Princess Zelda commented calmly. Thank you very much Zelda, with your permission, said the boy as he left the princess. At that Zelda and Link look at each other. Do you think he brought one of his girlfriends? Zelda told the boy, who nodded while putting on a discreet smile. Yes, I also think they'll end up like this. Well, let's go. We have to. She didn't finish speaking because Link stole a kiss from her but without anyone noticing, which made the girl blush. Link, you make me fall in love more every day, the girl said with a smile and then continued on her way. On the other hand, the brown-haired boy arrived where his loved ones were and went to talk to a blonde in particular who was talking to the others and without warning, he hugged the girl from behind, making her blush. Do Issei-san, the girl said all red, but she leaned on her boyfriend's chest. Asia, would you like to go with me to Hatilia village? Said the brunette while continuing to hug the girl. Of course I would like to, going with you anywhere is a wonderful thing, said the girl still blushing. Okay, pack a backpack with some food and a change of clothes. We're leaving in 15 minutes, I said, releasing her from my hug. The girl ran because of what was said, it was the date she hadn't had in a long time. At that the Redeed along with the other girls of her nobility, including the Sona girls, stood in front of him. And when will you go out with us? The girl said with a little jealousy. Well I know Rias, since you are the matriarch of my harem, you will decide, said the brunette with his typical smile. She was going to speak, but the brunette was quicker to give her a passionate kiss, which she did not refuse. Okay Nada, but it's only because I love you, said the girl as she placed her delicate finger on her lips. Well girls, I'll see you tomorrow so give me a big kiss so I don't miss you, said the boy who opened his arms so the others could kiss him. Well, girls I'm leaving, Rias and Sona if something happens, don't forget to activate your mark, said the boy while he was at the door of the room waiting for Asia to arrive. Once the blonde was in front of him he took her hand, see you girls, and said goodbye to them. The others didn't understand what the brunette meant by mark, but the two mentioned were more than red, since after having made love with him a mark appeared on their bodies. Is come back here. The blushing girls shouted. Issei along with Asia went to the royal stable and as the princess said he borrowed a horse, which he and Asia rode to go to the Hatilia village. Hindu faction. At the top of a mountain, the great Sun Wukong was meditating on a rock until he felt an energy approaching him. Master, did you send for me? Spoke a young man wearing a combat doujie. That's right, you see this monkey's journey is about to come to an end. I need you to go to Hyoudou and look for Shiva-sama, tell him that the journey has come to an end and a new one is about to begin, said the monkey as he turned to look at the newcomer. But teacher, tell me what's wrong with you. I don't think it's possible for you to die. I remember you're immortal. Just thinking that you're going to die is unimaginable, said the boy, worried. My dear disciple, nothing in this world is eternal, even immortality must come to an end, and unfortunately that end is near. I speak to him with melancholy knowing of his fate. The student could only look down at the floor as his tears treacherously flowed out. Boy, you don't have to cry, it's something I've always wanted, to go to the Swarga and rest properly, said Son as he placed his hand on the boy's shoulder. The boy continued to shed treacherous tears as he looked at his teacher. Of all the people I've trained, you're the one who has inherited my sense of justice and naivety, and with your sacred gear, you were able to surpass my descendants, and even more so the fool Kuoh, Son told him with joy for the boy's achievement. I know, Master, I am grateful for having allowed me to be under your tutelage. I promise to always be on the path of justice, said the young man while showing a smile. I have faith in you, my beloved student Son Goku, Son said proudly as he took off his sunglasses. Thank you for your teachings, Master, and I promise not to let you down, Goku said happily. Okay, kid. Now go tell the others to flee to the mountains and leave me alone. I don't want to see innocent people die. From there, head to Hyoudou, Son commented with some seriousness. Understood, Master, the black-haired man replied and began to walk down that mountain. He turned around when he heard his master's voice again. One more thing, if an ability of the XDXD faction proposes that you reincarnate, do it, get out of this mountain and know what life is, you will see that you will not regret it. The monkey told him with a thumbs up. Okay, teacher, I'm leaving and I'll pray for your success, said the boy before starting to descend the mountain. The young man had arrived at the enclosure where he and the others were training. He ran to where the other followers of Sun Wukong were meditating and warned of that attack. In that moment a girl appeared in front of him. Goku, are you sure the master told you that? The girl said with doubt about what she heard. Yes, but we must hurry, you and I will go with Shiva-sama. I can't leave my fiancé alone, especially if something is going to happen here, Goku replied seriously, but with some concern for the girl. The girl in front of him blushed at what he said. Okay, let's go Goku, we have to hurry, said that girl while taking his hand. Yes, let's go Milk, the boy replied when he saw her. From around his neck Goku pulled out a necklace which was shaped like a cloud. Imagine it in gold. Flying cloud, shouted the boy, and then that necklace transformed into a golden cloud. Both boys climbed onto it and went to the destination their teacher indicated. The other side. More than 3 hours have passed since Issei and Asia had arrived at the village. They observed what life was like in that place, how calm it is, and the joy that the people show for the peace they had achieved. Issei and Asia had left their things in Link's cabin and then went out to buy the things that the brunette wanted. First they went to where he saw those beautiful stones. Issei, with the excuse that he just wanted to see them, along with the blonde, noticed which one caught his attention the most. The girl noticed a beautiful yellow stone that dazzled her eyes. Do you like Asia? The boy asked as he took his girlfriend's hand. It's beautiful, Issei said. The girl responded upon seeing that stone. At that moment, a small parade was passing by and caught the girl's attention. The brunette took advantage of this and asked the store manager to make 2 rings from that stone and another one he had in his hand. Understood, sir, that would be 3,000 rupees, said the seller. And we're talking about gold, the brown-haired man commented, taking out 2 large gold stones that he exchanged at banks in the outside world before arriving here. The seller was surprised when he saw the size of the stone. Sir, with the size of this gold, I could buy half the store in pure materials, said the impressed seller. Well, I might as well take advantage and buy the rings for the others right away. Our young brown-haired man thought upon learning the cost and materials of the gold he had. Of all the precious stones you have, how many rings could you make me? The brunette asked. Well, 3 more, sir, said the seller with some surprise. Perfect, do the other 3, but I'll ask you to have the topaz ring for tonight, said the brunette with a small bow as he made his request. Don't worry, it will be ready in 2 hours, said the seller. Issei appreciated the gesture and went to where Asia was, took her by the hand, and they left the store to enjoy a little more of what the village could offer. They saw the other stores, and the brunette was tempted to buy a hood that in his opinion, would give him an air of mystery. Asia blushed when she saw him with the hood up because it's true that it gave him that air of a mysterious person, but at the same time it made him look handsome. Once the 2 hours had passed, it was already nighttime. The brunette asked the ex-nun to wait for him a little outside the store. He picked up the ring for his girlfriend and they went back to the house that Link had lent them. When they arrived at what was the beautiful garden that Link and Zelda had carefully cultivated the times they went to that cabin, they were surprised because the moon gave those flowers an unparalleled brightness. Look Issei-san, it's wonderful, he said with his eyes shining with emotion. For our chestnut, this was the ideal setting for the proposal. He stood in front of Asia and looked her straight in the eyes. Issei-san, what's wrong? She had doubts because of how the boy stood. My beautiful Asia, since the day I found you in that park you had captivated me. At first I treated you like a little sister, but as time went by I came to see you as one of the girls I always want to have by my side. Thank you for always supporting me in everything, said the brunette while holding the girl's hand. Issei-san, I am grateful to you, you gave me a family, friends, but above all your great love after rescuing me from Diodora. Issei-san, I love you, commented the blonde while shedding tears of joy. My beautiful Asia, the brunette suddenly knelt before her. Would you like to be my wife? Said the boy while showing the ring made with the stone that he liked from that store. Asia was speechless and began to cry. She extended her hand and, with a voice that cracked with emotion, said yes to the brunette. Issei at that moment felt like the happiest man in the world, just like what happened with Rias and Sona. He placed his ring on her finger and they sealed their engagement with a kiss. The kiss was getting more intense and the brunette noticed it since the action came from that sweet and tender girl. The kiss was long until they separated due to lack of air. Issei-san, I feel hot, please make me yours like you did with One-sama and Sona-san, said the girl while she was on the brown-haired boy's chest. He just looked at her with a tender look, picked her up in a bridal style, and carried her inside the cabin. Lemon skipped. While this was happening in the castle, to be more exact, in an albino's room, we see the boy who enjoyed a big girl with glasses, who showed love to each other in the short time they knew each other. Achoo, said the girl as she sneezed while fornicating with the albino. Are you okay, Kiryu, said the albino who stopped biting the girl's nipple. Don't worry, but I felt like someone was angry with me, but at the same time grateful, said the girl catching her breath. Leave that aside and let's continue, commented the albino who grabbed her backside. You're a naughty volley-san, said the girl to continue with her thing. Hindu faction. It was night and we see Sun Wukong who was still meditating on that rock. Suddenly he stopped and got into a fighting position. Well, they finally appeared, said the monkey while holding a staff in his hand. In front of him appeared 8 silhouettes which gave off evil energy. How are you, traveler from the west? We have come for your sacred treasure, said Hero with some arrogance. I see you want that cursed object, unfortunately I no longer have it with me, I returned it to the temple where it belongs, said the monkey while analyzing the move they would make. I think you're leaving us no choice, Amon said with disappointment. Abden, Jason, take care of him, he said as the aforementioned got into a fighting stance. At that point 2 of the sins began attacking Sun, one was in close combat while the other released its evil power. The monkey dodged the attacks while fighting the other with blows, and that in a bad move by one of the sins, Sun was distracted, which received a kick that raised him to the sky, and then they finished him off with a hammer blow that sent him straight to the ground, which caused a crater to be created, and the 2 began to release their demonic power, combined with the stolen power of the race that he had. As the smoke cleared, they saw Sun slowly getting back up, but Jason fell on top of him with his knee, causing Sun to vomit blood. They're cowards, 2 versus 1, but what did I expect from the damn Amon? Said Sun, somewhat weak from that attack. I see you know me, well I'll skip the introduction with you and tell me where your Rai Bang is, it's necessary to have it, said the original demon. I won't tell you where it is, since they will purify it because a few days ago it released evil power inside it, he said somewhat weakly. Jason grabbed the monkey by the tail and began to whip it to the ground several times. Tell the boss where it is, Jason said angrily while Sun bled. After a short time he began to regenerate, but it was useless as he was brutally beaten. The others who were hiding in the forest surrounding Sun Wukong Sanctuary remained still out of fear, they knew they could not help their master and cried out of helplessness at seeing the mistreatment they gave him. One of the old man's students could not stand this abuse any longer and ran to help his teacher. Please stop, said the student. The sins turned to look and their attention caught when they saw that the student was a green demon. Don't continue, I'll tell you what you need, but leave the teacher alone, the demon commented, but then he felt a punch in his stomach. The one who had hit him was none other than Amon, who during the blow put evil energy inside him, which caused the green demon to become unconscious. Well, let's take this one, said Amon as he threw the demon towards Lucero, so he could grab it. And what do we do with the monkey, said Jason, who continued hitting Sun Wukong. He's immortal, so we must seal him, take him too and destroy the sanctuary, Amon said without any importance. Hero, investigate where the shrine of that dragon mentioned in this monkey story is, they most likely left the staff there, said Lucero, while holding that demon in one hand. Understood, he said respectfully to his leader. The others obeyed that order and destroyed Sun Wukong's temple, then retreated into the Hindu faction's mountain and hid there. Hyoudou. At this moment we see how the Japanese gods, along with Yasaka and Shiva, were in combat practice. Yasaka in her Kyuubi form throws her energy towards Shiva, while the Japanese gods did the same. Instead, Shiva only protected himself and returned the attack towards them, which left several bodies wounded and others exhausted. Well, let's finish today's practice. Tomorrow we have to work twice as hard. We don't know what day the sins will attack us, and Shiva, who was speaking, was interrupted by a scream. Shiva-sama, the one who shouted, was Goku, who came with his fiancée on top of his cloud, which disappeared the moment they both got off it. "Goku, what's wrong? You're supposed to be at Sun Wukong's temple," Shiva said when he saw the boy. "Shiva-sama, my master told me that his journey was about to end. I don't know what it means clearly, but I'm sure something bad will happen to my master," said the black-haired man with concern. This left the Hindu faction's god of destruction with a lot of doubt. "Shiva-sama, is everything alright?" said the kitsune, who was worried by his gaze. "Isaka-sama, please send Goku along with the girl to the underworld. You must notify Mao Lucifer that it seems the sins have already moved," Shiva said seriously. "I understand, what will you do?" said the kitsune. "I'll go get a stubborn person to help with this problem, since things are going to get ugly, but first I'll go to a Wukong's temple to see the damage. Judging by the message he left me, it's most likely that there is or was a fight," the god replied. "Understood, Kunu, go with them and guide them," the kitsune said to her daughter. "Yes, Oka-sama," said the girl. "Friend, I hope you are well," thought the god Shiva as he looked in the direction where his faction was hiding. Great Steppe of Tabanta. We were located in the Tabanta steppe, where a large structure could be seen in the distance, but what was most striking was the large number of corpses around it. Some had the Hyrule Guard outfit, while others had ninja-style combat outfits and a mask on their faces. "It was a good battle, but we must enter the labyrinth and go for our prize," said Ganondorf as he entered the interior of this place. "What I didn't notice was that a guard had survived that attack by the Yuga clan. What awaits our heroes with this threat that is gradually appearing more?" Chapter 19. An Angel's Mirror, 18, the problems begin. The Banta Labyrinth. It was early morning and we saw a person wearing Gerudo tribe clothing come out, accompanied behind him by hundreds of masked men from the Yuga clan. "Well, now we have it, let's go to Hyrule Castle and start the new stage," said the person holding the sword in his hand. "Yes, Leader Ganondorf," shouted the others, who got on their horses and went in the direction of the castle. "Soon everything will fall, and I will prove you wrong about everything," Urbosa thought Ganondorf as he mounted his horse. The Telia village. We found ourselves in Link's small cabin, where a brunette and a blonde were about to wake up after both had given themselves to each other. The brown-haired boy slowly opened his eyes. He tried to get up but felt a weight on his chest. Noticing that, he lifted the sheet and saw Asia sleeping on top of him. This made him remember everything that happened the day before and how they showed their love for each other. "Good morning, Asia," the brunette said before giving her a kiss on her forehead. "A good morning, Issei-san," replied the blonde while leaning on his chest. "What a night, right?" said the brunette while giving a somewhat silly smile, but he became alarmed when he saw the nun crying. "Asia, are you okay?" The blonde only claimed the boy's lips and then took his hand. "Yes, Issei-san, I'm happy, I'm finally his fiancé officially and we're finally one. Issei-san, I love you," said the blonde, who looked at the ring on her finger and put it on her chest. The girl continued crying, but with happiness. "I love you too, Asia," said the brunette, who took the blonde to his chest and hugged her while caressing her beautiful hair. 10 minutes passed like this. The silence was the most comfortable for the situation, but the sound of a rooster brought them back to reality. "Okay, Asia, we should go, the others have to wait for us at the castle," Issei commented, detaching the girl from his chest and getting out of bed. "Yes, Issei-san, we must go," said the girl, who tried to get out of bed, but when she tried to stand up her leg simply wouldn't work. "Issei-san can't walk because of you," commented Asia, who couldn't stand up because she felt pain in both her legs and her hip. Sorry, I'll get your clothes for you to dress and I'll carry you downstairs, okay," said the brunette, who left the room. It took him a few minutes to return with the blonde's clothes and give them to her to dress. After each of them had changed their clothes, they proceeded to have a light breakfast. While Asia finished her breakfast, Issei returned to the room and took the sheets they had used to sleep, put them in a bag and returned to the blonde. "Issei-san, what are you carrying there?" the blonde asked with some doubt. "Well, you see, how do I put it, I'll take these sheets to the castle to wash them, because you know we did that and they got dirty," said the red-haired boy, for having left evidence. Asia also blushed upon hearing this, since it was her first time and it left a mark of what happened. "You're right, Zelda-san and Link-san lent us their cabin, the least we can do is leave the room clean, let him," the blonde was talking, but when she wanted to help the brunette, he just put his finger on his lips to silence them. "Don't worry, I'll clean up quickly, finish breakfast so we can go, okay," said the brown-haired boy. Asia just nodded and finished her breakfast, while Issei finished cleaning up all the mess they made in the guest room. After 10 minutes and having stored everything in the saddlebags of the horse that they lent them, it was for Asia, who was slowly recovering the feeling in her legs. Issei knew that it will be somewhat painful for Asia to ride the horse normally, that's why the boy got on first and helped Asia get on the horse, just like Rias when she was rescued by Razor, and they flew from the griffin. Asia sat in the same way as the reed and leaned on Issei's chest. From there they left in the direction of Hyrule Castle. Hyrule Castle. While that was happening in the cabin, the other kids were waking up, although some of the girls were a little discouraged because they hadn't slept with that brown-haired boy they loved so much. They got ready quickly and went to the dining room where the king, the princess and their protector were waiting for them for breakfast. "Good morning, your highness," they all said, bowing to the royal family. "Good morning, miss. And your other companions?" the king asked when he saw that the others hadn't arrived. At that, the volley team along with Auden and Metatron entered the place, all with a sleepy face, except for 3 people. Volley had a look of exhaustion and a bump on his head. Lavinia had a face of "don't look at me, I'm irritated," while Kiryu overflowed with an aura of happiness, but they noticed his discomfort in his crotch when walking. "Good morning," the girl with glasses from the Veil team said happily to the others. Rias and Sona noticed that happiness, since it was the same one they had after having made love with Issei. "Hey Volley, why is that face?" said Auden mockingly, who noticed the blow to the head. "Did you do something you shouldn't have?" commented the Guardian mockingly. Volley just made a face annoyed by what was said. "Wow Kiryu, you seem very happy this morning," Irina commented when she saw the smile on the girl's face. "What can I tell you, something happened to me yesterday that made me happy," commented the girl with glasses, while Lavinia's aura of death grew stronger upon hearing this. "Lol Lavinia-san, are you okay?" Tsubaki commented with concern upon noticing that aura. "Nothing's wrong with me," she said angrily as she turned to look at Volley. Auden, with his years of experience, knew what had happened, so he went to the albino and spoke into his ear. "You better do the same to her or else she'll be mad at you," he whispered gently in her ear so the others wouldn't hear, but this made the albino blush so much that many thought they saw the Polish flag on his face. "Lol Lavinia, would you like to go to Hyrule Citadel for a walk?" commented the still red-faced albino as he looked at the girl. "Okay, still angry with a blush, I accept the proposal. By the way, the others don't stay behind, your friend already beat you, and that's despite having been with the white one for less time." Hahaha, said Auden without any concern. What was Rias and Sona just limited themselves to slapping each other in the face. Yura didn't understand the situation. The others turned a deaf ear, including those from the kingdom of Hyrule, but there were 2 determined girls. "The day will be mine, I'll ask Zelda to help me," the 2 girls thought, unaware that the other was thinking the same. What they didn't notice was that a certain princess saw their determined faces and just smiled. Breakfast at the castle had ended and everyone left the dining room. Rias and the others went to a room where they would discuss how they were going to travel to see the current state of the sword, since Issei was not there at the time. Rias, as the queen of her group, attended on his behalf. Only the leaders and group leaders were going to enter the meeting, so the others had to wait outside, but the meeting had not yet started because 2 people were late. Zelda, accompanied by Link, went to the princess's laboratory since there she had some maps referring to the topic to be discussed. Tsubaki offered to accompany them. The silence while they walked was noticeable, since Link does not talk much and Zelda is a quiet person. Tsubaki plucked up her courage and spoke to the princess. "Excuse me Zelda-sama, I know this may sound daring, but I want to ask you a favor," said the girl with glasses who was accompanying the 2. "Sure, tell me what you need," the princess said calmly as she opened the door to her laboratory. "Vera, I don't know if you know, but Hyoudou Issei is my master's boyfriend, his entourage and mine, and the truth is that the girl said, all embarrassed, but she was more than determined to take that step. I see where you're going, look on the 2nd floor of the castle, there's a room that's not occupied, so I'll help you," said the princess, but with some malice. "You'll hide in that room, and I'll send your boyfriend myself when he arrives, what do you think?" "I really appreciate it," the girl said, bowing for this act. "Well, you better get ready," the princess said to Tsubaki, while Link just watched what was happening. When he saw that Tsubaki went downstairs, he gave Zelda a doubtful look. "What, hey, lately it's been quiet here and I'm bored, I just hope the other one comes too," said Zelda with a mischievous smile. "Okay, I found the map of the labyrinth, let's go to the meeting right now." Both blondes left the room heading to the meeting room where the others were already waiting for them. On the way to the room, another person intercepted them. "I'm sorry Princess Zelda for interrupting you, but I want to ask you a favor," Irina said as she arrived with them. "Tell me what's going on," said the blonde, knowing that her plan to annoy the brunette would work. "I'd like to borrow your room so I can have a more intimate chat with my darling. Is that possible?" the self-proclaimed angel asked, a little embarrassed. "Sure, look in the room downstairs on the 2nd floor, it's not occupied, and I'll give you a tip, hide and surprise him," said Zelda with an amused tone. "Thank you Zelda-sama," said the girl who ran to the said room. Link just looked at Zelda again, but with some doubt. Hey, I like the boy and so I thought about giving him this gift to welcome him to my kingdom, also I feel that something will happen later, and something tells me that I will be grateful to him for the rest of my life, so this is an early gift, said Zelda with some happiness and a little concern. This was noticed by Link who just approached her and gave her a kiss to calm her down. Thanks Link, I'm better now. Let's go in, shall we? Said the princess, who took her protector's hand and they went in to start the meeting. Inside it was the king of Hyrule, along with Elohim, Zelda, Link, Rias, Sona, Vali, and Metatron. The meeting was to plan the journey to the labyrinth and what to do with the sword inside. Everyone voted that for the best protection of both the kingdom and the continents outside the portal that guards it, it was best to destroy the sword. Underworld. We see Goku who along with his fiancée Milk had arrived at the Gremory mansion and appeared at the door of the place. At that moment a guard approached the newcomers. Stop, identify yourself, the guard commented. Nice to meet you, my name is Son Goku, and we are looking for the Mao Lucifer, we come from the god Shiva, we have an urgent errand to deliver, commented the boy with disheveled hair. Just a moment, I'll see if you can help them, another of the gate guards commented, creating a communication circle to speak with Sirzechs' queen. Very well, understood Grayfia-sama said the soldier and then the circle disappeared. Please come in, they are waiting for you in the conference room. I will guide you, said the guard as he opened the door and led the newcomers to the Mao. Once they arrived and entered the room, Sirzechs, his wife and Ajuka along with Thor and Hela who had finished their training were waiting for them. Nice to meet you, my name is Son Goku, Shiva asked me to give you an urgent message, said the boy with orange doujie. Tell me Goku-san what is that message commented Sirzechs. It seems that Amon has attacked my master and has him kidnapped, Shiva-sama asked me to tell you to be ready if an attack on his territory occurred, Hyoudou is already informed because Shiva was with him, Goku commented without stopping looking at Sirzechs. I understand. Where is Shiva right now? Sirzechs commented. He said he would go see a person to talk to him and from there he would try to stop Amon, Goku commented seriously. I see, for the moment I didn't finish speaking because a rather loud noise was heard in the room. The RRRRR was what was heard and the sound came from Goku. I'm sorry, I'm just really hungry, I commented with a big laugh. Wilk just died of embarrassment for what he said, while the others laughed a little at what they heard. I see, Grayfia please feed Shiva's messenger, we will send this message to heaven, I just hope Azazel and Michael have finished their training, Sirzechs said to his wife, who along with Goku and Milk left the room. Hyrule Castle. The meeting had ended an hour ago, so they would be free for the rest of the day, so Zelda offered those present to visit the citadel of Hyrule. Those who agreed to go and see the city were Seraphil, Gabriel, Penum, Murayama, Kadasakura, along with Kiro, Vali and Lavinia, the latter went on their own. Rias, along with Sona, Ravel, Kiryu, Kuroka, Leaf and Yura, stayed to train in a pocket dimension that the Sitri girl brought with her. Office and Lilith volunteered to oversee the girls' training. While Gaspar along with Bikuo, Mitsuda, Motohama and Arthur trained the Kuoh boys' new sacred gear on their own so that they would improve at this moment and not at the time of battle. Issei along with Asia had arrived at the castle. At the door the captain of the guard was waiting for them since he told him that Princess Zelda was looking for him. He left the horse with one of the guards, kissed Asia on the lips and went straight to the kiosk where Zelda was waiting for him. Okay, I'll go with the others, said Asia, who could barely walk but had pain in her legs. Okay, I'll go with the princess. I don't think it will take long, said the brunette who walked towards the backyard. Upon arriving at the aforementioned kiosk, he saw Zelda reading a book about the guardians who were in recovery and the divine beasts. At the entrance of the kiosk was Link practicing the art of the sword until he noticed the brown-haired man and stopped his training. They both greeted each other politely with a handshake and then went to Zelda. Excuse me for interrupting your reading, but I was told you were looking for me, said Issei, bowing to her. That's right, just to inform you that tomorrow we will leave for the labyrinth in the Tabantu region. We will go to destroy the sword that guards that labyrinth, said the princess with some seriousness, but then her attitude changed to something cheerful. By the way, how did it go yesterday? The girl asked curiously, which made the boy blush. Very well, thank you, we had a lot of fun, said the brown-haired man, who only limited himself to mentioning that. I'm glad, by the way I wanted to ask you something as a favor, Zelda said calmly. Tell me what you need, the brown-haired man commented politely. You see, on the second floor there is a room where I left a sword. They told me that you are practicing to master the art of it and I want to give it to you, so I recommend that you go get it right now to practice, said Zelda, with the same calmness that she took. Thank you very much for the gift, I'll go right away, if anyone asks for me they'll know where I went, said the brown-haired boy happily and went where he was told. Enjoy your gift, thought the princess as she saw the brown-haired boy go where he was told, and Link just limited himself to giving a complicated smile, hoping he would make it out alive. Already inside the castle, Issei entered the room, and at that moment the door closed from the outside, thanks to one of the maids who did what she was told. "Hey, listen, we can't see anything," said the brunette, worried, since it was a little dark and the curtains on the window were closed. Suddenly he felt a hand begin to touch his chest, while another hand caresses his cheek. This alerted the boy a little, but what caught his attention was that the hand felt different. It wasn't until a scream filled the room. "Who's here?" said the boy, who ran to turn on the light in the room, only to be stunned by what was there. It was Irina and Tsubaki wearing somewhat provocative clothes to get intimate with the brunette. "Tsubaki-san, what are you doing here?" said the brunette when she saw that she wasn't the only one in the room. "That's what I want to ask you. I asked Princess Zelda for her help with this, so tell me what you're doing here," said the girl with glasses, pointing at the angel. "I asked for your help too, I wanted to surprise darling," the girl commented with a pout. "I see, so we were tricked by Zelda, but it's better for Issei-kun to decide who he wants to be with today," Tsubaki commented as she crossed her arms and looked at the brown-haired boy. "Yes darling, it's up to her or me," commented the brunette with puppy eyes. What they didn't notice was that Issei's hair was covering their eyes. Without saying anything, he approached both of them, hugged them equally and whispered in their ears. "I decided it will be with both of them," the brunette said in a low voice as he blew in both of their ears, causing them to melt with excitement. Lemon skipped. Once they had finished, something peculiar happened with Irina's wings, and that is that both came out, but instead of being pure white, they were now white color combined with silver. The boys did not know what happened, but one thing was certain, her halo was brighter than before. What the boys didn't count on was that on the other side of the door were Rias and the others waiting for Issei to finish his activity. When they noticed that there was no more sound, they entered the room. Rias, Sona and Asia smiled when they saw that two more already had Issei's mark. On the other hand, the rest of the girls, jealous, threw themselves at the brunette demanding their turn. He only turned purple in the face, but was saved by a maid of the place. "Gentlemen, it is urgent that you come to the throne room, something bad has happened," said the maid without seeing the naked brunette. "Let's go everyone," said the brunette as he put on his shirt. 15 minutes before. While Issei was making love to his girls, Zelda and Link headed to the princess's room to spend some relaxing time together, but as they passed through the entrance, a soldier ran into the castle. "Your Majesty, we have trouble," the soldier said seriously as he bowed to her. "Tell me what's wrong," Zelda said worriedly. "Apparently someone went for the sword the 4th Battalion was guarding. One of the soldiers is currently in the hospital with serious injuries," the soldier said with concern. "I don't like this, please go get the people who come from the other side of the portal and gather them all in the throne room. I'll go get my father, Link go to the hospital, and try to find out what happened," said the princess, serious and upset by what happened. Link obeyed and left the place, leaving Zelda alone. "Goddesses who protect Hyrule, please guide us safely through what is to come," the princess prayed in her mind as they went to the throne room. Current time. After the 15 minutes passed and everyone was present in the room including the champions of Hyrule, Link, who was the last to enter, arrived with the report that the soldier had given him regarding the events in Tabanta. "I hand the parchment to the king," and he began to read its contents. Apparently the Yuga clan attacked the 4th Battalion in the Tabanta labyrinth, and a person took advantage to enter and steal the sword. From what the report says, is that this person is from the Gerudo tribe based on his clothing, but he is not a woman, but a man, said the king after finishing giving the short version of what happened. "Urbosa, do you know who that person is?" Rivali asked the woman from the tribe that attacked the labyrinth. "Unfortunately yes, he is the last man born in the last 100 years in the tribe. His name is Ganondorf, and he is supposed to lead our people once I resign. Unfortunately I saw his ambition, and he left the tribe less than 3 months ago," said the Gerudo girl with great sadness. "I understand, what was that ambition?" Mipha said worriedly. "Well, I wanted to conquer and rule all of Hyrule, even if that meant killing the royal family," he replied in the same voice as before. "This is bad. If that person comes into contact with the sword and has a dark heart, he could be absorbed by the power of Amon more easily," Elohim commented seriously. "Well, at this point we must assume that he already has the sword, right Link?" said Issei, who looked at the blonde and he nodded. "It's best to see where and who will go to stop him." "It's best for us, since it's our mission to destroy that sword," Metatron said to the others. "On behalf of my team, everyone except Lavinia and Kiryu will stay in the castle," Vali said with a voice of excitement about entering a battle. "Vali, I recommend that you leave the boys, they still haven't mastered their." Arthur was talking to the Alvine, but was interrupted by Motohama's voice. "I'm sorry Arthur-san, but I'd really like to participate in the battle, so I can better manage my sacred gear and not feel like a dead weight on this trip," said the boy with glasses. "I agree with Motohama, I would also like to participate," said the bold Mitsuda. "Okay, you're coming," Vali said seriously. "Well, for my part, my entire entourage will go, they already have experience in battle," Sona said to the others. Arena, Metatron, and I will go, said Auden. Boy, and who will you take? He said to Issei with a serious look. At that Issei turns to see his entire entourage. Rias, tell me one thing, how well do you master Drake's power? Please answer honestly, commented the brown-haired man turning to look at his queen piece. The truth is that I only mastered balance break for 15 minutes, but I already have the augmentation and transfer skills under control, the Redeed commented, looking at her king. Issei continued looking at the others. For my part, Murayama, Kratos, Sakura, Lefei and Ravel will stay to train in the castle, along with Office and Lilith. The others will come with me, said the brown-haired man to his girls, which they nodded to the order of their king. The truth is I would like you to perfect your attacks and skills, and that is why I want you to train. As for Urias, once we get through this, I will train you until you master the balance break, while you will stay with Asia. On behalf of Hyrule, I, as the princess of the place, must ensure the safety of my people, which is why I will go with Link, the princess commented. Daughter, are you safe? The king said with concern. Yes, father, we must go to safeguard the lives of the others in the kingdom, said the princess. We'll go too, the Hyrule champions commented with determination. Well, now we have those who will go to where we will intercept them, Dara commented doubtfully. Metatron, who had a map of the place, spread it out on the table that was there. The residents of Hyrule watched carefully and noticed a flat place that crosses the path from Tabanta to the castle. We'll intercept them at the Thunder Plateau. They'll most likely avoid the main roads to get here, and with Rivali's help, he'll take to the skies in case they take another route and go there, Zelda commented, pointing to the place. Well, the 1st Battalion is ready to go with you, and the horses are also ready to leave at any time, the king commented. Get everything ready and we'll see each other in 10 minutes, Metatron said to the others before leaving the place. While this was happening in Hyrule, a conversation was taking place in a different faction. Buddhist faction. We see Shiva who had already passed by the temple he gave to Sun Wukong and saw the damage that Amon left with his attack, so he decided to visit a specific person, since the Demon King's next move would be in Buddha's domains, specifically in the Jade Palace. It's been a while since I felt your presence, tell me what are you doing here? Said a great golden light in which Buddha himself was seen meditating in his god aspect. I came to talk to you about a delicate matter, but come downstairs and let's talk more calmly, Shiva commented with a touch of familiarity. I hope it's important, Buddha commented, and the same golden light that surrounded him slowly became smaller until it revealed another person. I hope this conversation is important, otherwise I'll ask my disciple to escort you out, Buddha commented with his new appearance. Gosh, you look older my friend, but that doesn't matter, the reason I came is that Amon has returned and attacked Sun Wukong, Shiva said more seriously at the present. Buddha just stood there with a serious look. It seems that danger will repeat itself, the old man commented to his friend. Yes, but we have a big advantage, Shiva commented. Don't tell me, the alliance with the other factions is true, Buddha commented to the Hindu god. That's right, unlike the first time the biblical god confronted him, now we're all fighting for a common good, and that's peace between all factions, Shiva commented. But you haven't answered my question. Why have you come? Buddha commented. I need your help, it seems that Amon along with his sins have attacked the sun and have taken it away. From the comments heard in his temple they were looking for something he possessed, said Shiva looking at Buddha. It seems that they are going to the Jade Palace where Sun kept his Rai Bang. If you are looking for that cursed object, then it must have something important, let my disciple come, he normally appears here at this time commented Buddha, who a few minutes later a young man with a green robe appeared and he manifested a visible third eye. Shiva would like to introduce you to the only one of my followers who has managed to open the third eye and manifested in physical form. His name is Ten Shin Han, Buddha commented, introducing his student. Shiva was surprised that a mortal could reach that level, and even more so in manifesting the third eye in physical form, since there were few who reached that level shown. Nice to meet you, God of Destruction Shiva, said Ten Shin Han as he bowed. Tell me, master, what is happening now since you are not in your usual meditation, the student commented to his master. Look kid, Shiva and I will go to the Jade Palace, we must stop the approaching chaos, commented Buddha. He needs me to help him with something, said his student. You see, we are in serious trouble, and I need you to go to the biblical underworld and look for my follower Son Goku. He is currently heading with the Mao Lucifer to warn of Amon's movements. Tell him that as soon as he warns him to move directly to the Jade Palace, Shiva commented to the boy. At that Ten looks at his master, and he nods his head. Understood, but I just have a dilemma. I've never left the temple and I really don't know who to go with, said the Buddhist. Here, he gives him a transport stamp, this will take you directly to Lucifer's palace. There, tell them you came from me and to look for my messenger. I understand, master please be careful, I will leave then and pray for your victory, commented Ten Shin Han, and then disappeared into the circle. Well, we must go, said Buddha seriously. Understep. The boys had already arrived at the place marked to stop Ganondorf's advance, leaving everything for the battle. They only waited for the instructions from Rivali, who watched everything from the sky. Well, this will be quick. In the attack in hand-to-hand combat we will be Link, Vali and I. In case the battle is difficult, we will assume that he will not come alone, so the others will attack his companions, but try not to kill them unless necessary, Issei commented to the others. Just one thing, Rias, you and Asia will stay in the rear, Asia as the healer along with Zelda, and you, my queen, will begin with the increase and transfer of energy, understood? The girl nodded, and Rivali swooped down to where the others were. This is bad, he's not coming alone, the Hyoudou clan and the Centalians are accompanying him along with other creatures and elementals that released their power through his staff, commented the Orni. Well, we must be ready, use the formation that Issei said, commented Zelda while wearing her goddess clothes. Finally, Seraphil, Penum and Gabriel, take care of Zelda, and the others must not die, since they are key to continuing the battle in case it goes on for too long, Sona commented to the brunette's entourage. You, Yura, will be with them as support in physical combat. Well, be ready, he'll be here any moment, Vali commented, still looking where his enemies were passing by. Apparently, they're already here. Saying this, the others turned to where Vali was watching. In that, several silhouettes can be seen at a reasonable distance. What a great welcome awaits me, the silhouette commented, it's a shame the dance wasn't long, I hope you entertain me. At that he raised his sword to signal his companions to attack. Jade Palace. Outside the palace, the Sins can be seen looking at that structure, while Jason was carrying the Monkey King like a sack. Okay, we need to go quickly for the staff to change its contents, Amon commented, and without looking back he said, Raven, do you want to start? It will be a pleasure, the girl commented, then she launched a great power in the direction of the palace, damaging most of the structure. Let's go, Amon commented, before heading to the palace. Underworld. At the Gremory mansion we see Tien Shinhan, who had arrived a few minutes earlier. He had already introduced himself to Sirzechs and the others, so he went straight to Shiva's follower, who was eating a pile of different foods. Wow, this is delicious, Goku shouted as he tasted each bite that the Gremory family chefs prepared. Sorry to interrupt your meal, but I have an urgent message. I'm here for you to go to the Jade Palace. Shiva-sama and Buddha-sensei require our help. It seems things will get chaotic. With Ganondorf's attack and Amon's, they will be able to emerge victorious. Chapter 20. Battle in Hyrule Part 1. Shadows of the Past, a painful fall. Understep. Play the song to set the atmosphere. The King of Hyrule had sent an army there to stop Ganondorf after learning that he had stolen the Sword of Darkness, which was hidden in one of the deadliest labyrinths there could be. At the front of the troops was Link, along with Issei, Vali, Auden, and Metatron. Behind them were their respective teams, which included Zelda and her champions. Let's wait for Rivali's instructions, said Zelda, who was holding her boyfriend's shoulder. They saw her partner swoop down to where the others were waiting for him. There are too many, said Orni, somewhat surprised, as he met up with the others. Tell me what you saw, said Zelda, worried, since the most dangerous creatures of Hyrule lived in these lands. Rivali told her about each creature he had seen that accompanied Ganondorf. This alerted the Hyrule natives, while Zelda explained to the others what kind of creatures they were. Well, knowing what we're up against, Rivali, Garrick, Mipha and Urbosa, be ready to take control of your sacred beasts if this gets out of hand, understood, Zelda commented in a commanding voice like the princess she is. Yes, your highness, said the champions. At that point a shadow began to cover them. They all turned to look at the cliff in front of them and could make out a rather large silhouette. It was Ganondorf, who carried a sword that contained a part of Amon in it, and behind him came hundreds of beasts, all ready to begin the attack against their enemies. Wow, what a great welcome the kingdom of Hyrule has given me to be its new ruler, Ganondorf said to the leader of the Hyoudou clan who was at his side. He just laughed darkly. Well, tell them to get ready. I don't want those beasts to interfere with our dance. He finished speaking and then turned to look at the monsters and the people of the clan who followed him. Let's all be ready to begin the fall of this kingdom that has always seen you as inferior beings. You will see that with me all this will change, shouted Ganondorf, raising his sword and then giving the indication to begin the attack. On the other hand, Zelda was in front with Link, who already had his sword and shield more than ready for battle. My people, today we will fight hand to defend this land that saw us born, this land of dreams and opportunities that is Hyrule. Today I am not as the princess of this kingdom, but as the reincarnation of the goddess who will always watch over peace in all of you. We will fight for our dreams and lives all together, said Zelda, as motivation to the combined army of the 5 races that inhabited it. Issei had already summoned his glove, Vali already had Albion's wings on his back, and the others already had their weapons ready to begin the fight. The moment they saw that the enemy advanced, Zelda had given the order to begin the attack. Each army was seen running. On one side, the bokoblins of different colors raised their clubs in the air while growling. The Centalians galloped at their speed, while having in their hands the axes and bows with which they fought, and the members of the Yuga clan running with their swords in hand. On the other hand, we see Issei, along with the other demons flying with their wings, while Link was riding his horse with his sword raised, and behind him, the combined army of the races of Hyrule. The moment both armies got close enough, only the sound of one sword colliding with another was heard. It was the brown-haired man who had hit one of the Yuga clan with his sword Ascalon. Bali began to launch his demonic powers at the Centalians, who protected themselves by launching their electric fields and prevented that power from reaching them. We also see the Hyrule soldiers fight against the bokoblin, who did not stop with the attack of the swords when they collided. Sona, along with Tsubaki, Yura and Gaspar, helped those who fell wounded in battle and took them to the healing area that Asia had installed with Zelda. Rias helped each girl increase their healing power when they began to lose their strength. Arthur and Kuoh fought against the members of the Yuga clan without much difficulty, since the movements of both were more than enough to knock them out, but suddenly Arthur managed to put his sword in defense when he felt it fly away and take the time monkey when sent by one of the clan officers. "Wow, you're going to amuse me," Arthur said as he stood up and wiped some of the blood off his lip. The clan member just raised his sword waiting for Arthur's attack, who elegantly launched himself to start fighting against the one who sent him to the ground. On the other hand, Kuoh was recovering since the blonde fell on top and was surrounded by a bunch of Lizafos who had their spears pointing at him. "The Kaka guys, you and I are going to have fun," said the descendant of Sun as he took his staff and began to hit them with it and dodge the spears of the lizards, who began with a combo of blows. On the other hand, Sona, along with his entourage and the two pieces of Seekvaira who were Mitsuda and Motohama, fought against the members of the Yuga clan and the Hinox, who strongly shook the Hylian troops with all their might. "Well, it's time to end this. Champions, prepare the sacred beasts," said Zelda in a commanding voice as she stood watching the battle. At that moment the champions were ready to go each to their sacred beasts, but suddenly. Doom. The sacred beasts were all damaged. The beast guarding Rivali suddenly had its head fall off, causing an explosion. Urbosa's camel split in half and fell in opposite directions. Mipha could only watch as the Zora elephant's trunk fell off, and the Goron salamander, she was separated from her legs and her body fell into the volcano pit. The champions couldn't believe what they saw. They were barely there to see their beasts, and suddenly they fell as if nothing had happened. At that moment, several shadows covered the skies of Hyrule, which were seen throughout the kingdom. Hyrule Castle. The king could not believe what his eyes were seeing, first seeing the sacred beasts that succumbed in that mysterious way, but the moment one of the shadows that passed over the kingdom in the direction of the battlefield simply shuddered. "No, it's not possible that they are alive," he said to the king as he fell to his knees. Suddenly Elohim, who has lived in that world all the events of Hyrule, could not believe that the beast was there. "The hero of time is supposed to have killed that beast," he said with concern, since it was bigger than the last time he saw it. "I must hurry and go to the battlefield." Elohim didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling that something bad would happen on the battlefield and his presence was needed. Back in the battle. We see Ganondorf holding a soldier in his hand, killing him by suffocating him by squeezing his neck, then he turns to look at the sky and in front of him were those silhouettes. "Good job destroying those silly mechanisms," said the Redeed, who threw the soldier's corpse at Link's feet as he approached him. "You didn't like my surprise, heir of the heroes," he commented mockingly, while Link just got into an attack position. "But how rude of me, I haven't introduced them, right? Well, they know who you are, but you don't, or you don't remember," said Ganondorf with some malice as he hit another soldier who tried to take advantage of the fact that he was distracted. He hit him in the stomach and buried his sword in his back, leaving him lying on the floor. "Well, the first is Volvagia, the dragon that once lived inside the Mountain of Death." He pointed at the dragon that only looked at Link with hatred. "The second," said Ganondorf, who ran in front of the blonde and threw his sword at him. Link managed to dodge that blow and tried to contact a slash with his sword to Ganondorf, who simply deflected it with his sword. Is Arama, a guardian who was corrupted by the energy of this sword. Continuing with the introductions, he said while continuing to fight with Link, in a moment of carelessness, the Redeed managed to kick him, sending him flying a few meters. It's Bongo Bongo, the ghost who once guarded the Hyrule Cemetery when the kingdom had not yet expanded to such an extent that his lair was forgotten. And finally Ganondorf said to Link, when suddenly a shadow caused a blonde to fall to the ground and see that he was surrounded by the four already present plus a shadow. "He is the shadow of that ancestor of yours who had the audacity to leave him locked in the ancient temple of water that was lost in the depths of Lake Hylia. I present to you Dark Link." Link just remained silent when he saw four beings that supposedly one of his ancestors or past lives had defeated. On the other hand, Zelda looked in horror at seeing her boyfriend being surrounded by those creatures that once threatened the peace of Hyrule. You may wonder how I know all this. Well, the power of this sword told me when I wielded it, he said, seeing the sword as the most valuable thing at that moment. It is with it that I can put an end to this kingdom, and we can rule at our will. Link just looked at a black mist that covered that sword and began to surround Ganondorf's hand as he wielded it. It's time to end your life, gentlemen, have fun, I have a date with the descendant of the goddess, commented Ganondorf, who began walking in the direction where Zelda was. The four who showed up only raised their weapons to pierce Link's body with them, but… crash. Ganondorf turned around and couldn't believe what he saw. It was Volvagia being beaten by a black and purple armor, Bongo Bongo falling to the ground with his swords, and in front of him a white armor that just stared at him. Then other sounds caught his attention when he saw Dark Link hitting an angel with his sword. This was Metatron who was staring at him, and another sound he heard was that of the multiple blows that Aramba was throwing, and they were dodged by the father of all, until he hit him with his staff and knocked him to the ground. What are you?" Ganondorf said angrily as he saw Link being rescued by those people he had never seen before. "Well, we are the hero's companions," said Issei, taking off his helmet and approaching Link. "You don't mind if we help you, right? Besides, I'd like to put that lizard who thinks he's a dragon in his place." Link just nodded, to which Issei touched his shoulder, put his helmet back on, and flew away. "This will be interesting," commented Ganondorf, who once again returned to the blonde as he stood up and raised his sword in a challenge. "Then let's dance a little." Issei, who was flying in the direction of the dragon, began to speak through a communication seal. "I need you to listen, Zelda and the others, don't get involved in this fight that the five of us will have. The rest of us will fight with that Gerudo leader attempt, well, we will fight with these things that destroy the sacred beasts. Gentlemen, I wish it to be a good dance piece." Finished speaking Issei, who flew high to find a Volvagia that had recovered from the blow that the brown-haired man gave him. Note the battles to be reported will happen at the same time. Volley vs Bongo Bongo. The albino looked at the creature that was just floating in front of him. The only thing the albino looked at was his hands were separated from his body. "Well, I'll assume that big eye is his weak point, so if I tear it out I can defeat him," the albino thought as they stared at each other. "Let's go Albion," shouted the albino, who activated his white dragon wings and flew in the direction of that specter. "Be careful, Volley, I don't like something about this." His partner told him not to think this would be easy. The albino had dodged a movement of the hands that tried to hit him, but they passed by leaving his body uncovered, and he just smiled that his battle would be simple. Volley had charged his hand with demonic energy to strike him in the eye, but as soon as he connected, his body simply disappeared. He couldn't believe what he saw. Then he felt a blow all over his body that sent him to the ground and left a crater in it. "What would happen?" said the albino, who suddenly saw above him those hands that were moving at great speed. Both stopped moving, and as if they were not looking with the palm, they closed in the form of a fist and flew in the direction of the albino. Lucifer just got out of the hole he created when he fell and dodged the first fist, but out of nowhere the second fist appeared behind him, who managed to turn around and put his arms in an X shape to protect himself and moved in the air. What he couldn't see was that the first hand he dodged was already behind him, and both hands impacted, causing him to be between both hands. "Hyoudou," said Volley as he was crushed by both hands and then fell back to the ground. "Volley," Albion said worriedly for his companion who was getting up, "you must find a way to make that eye appear again. I feel that it is the key to stop it." "Any suggestion?" said the albino sarcastically, seeing how both hands extended and searched for the albino. When he was found they closed into fists again, ready to attack. "How about you hit him with the palm of your hand when an opportunity opens up?" the dragon commented seriously. "Well, we must try," replied Volley, who put the demonic energy back into his hand. At that, Volley flew directly to the fists, and they dodged the attack as if it were nothing. At that, they performed the same strategy of hitting with the clash of fist and palm, to which Lucifer protected himself when he was going to receive the impact of the fist, but before they connected both hands, Volley turned around and with a fist full of demonic energy, hit the left hand, which caused it to fall to the ground, and it turned blue. "Well, it seems it worked. Well, let's go for the other one," said Volley, who dodged the fists of the other hand. This one only continued with its aerial dance of trying to impact Volley's personality, but this one, in an action committed by the albino, caused the hand to extend, to which he sent demonic energy to also defeat that hand. Suddenly the body of the spectre appeared in front of the albino and flew towards trying to hit him, which he took advantage of to give it a blow focused on its cavity. This caused that being to remain still for a moment, in which Volley continued hitting that eye. The albino was going to give the final blow, but just as quickly the being disappeared in front of him. Not again," said Volley, a little tired, who immediately turned to see, and one hand was on the floor and the other in front of him. The boy only focused on that hand that was trying to hit him, while continuing to watch the other hand on the ground. "I tried to make it open by throwing demonic energy at it, but suddenly." The albino shouted as he felt an energy run through his entire being. When he tried to see who was responsible, he saw that the hand that wasn't fighting had the pose of having thrown something, and in the palm there were remains of dark energy. "That's how you want to play, okay," said the albino, who flew at full speed, his arm covered in his own energy. Upon impact with the energy that protected him in his fist form, his fingers simply fell off. "Let's see if this works for you, now Albion," the albino commented to his companion. "Divide, divide, divide." At that the hand began to get smaller and smaller as Vali applied the power of his dragon to the point where he crushed the hand to defeat it. Well, all that's missing is at that moment, Vali was crushed repeatedly by that leftover hand and threw its dark power at him, which he took advantage of to obtain its energy and do the same as with the one he had just defeated. Since both hands were defeated, the specter revealed itself before him and began to throw several dark rays from its eye at him with the intention of hurting him, but this was useless. Vali attacked his eye again, little by little he was being defeated. "It's the end of you," said Vali, who had gathered the energy he had collected from his own hands. "Divide, shoot." 5. Vali's final power hit the eye, creating a smoke around it. Suddenly, in front of him, as the cloud dissipated, the specter's eye was seen split in half. "It was a good fight," said the albino, who sat down for a while to rest from the blows he suffered. But suddenly he turned to see where he was fighting and he didn't believe what his eyes saw. Issei versus Volvagia. Issei, who was wearing his black armor, looked at his opponent, a dragon that looked at him with eyes of hatred for having hit him like that. "What's up, lizard, are you too tall?" he said with a bit of mockery. Suddenly Volvagia began to surround itself with fire and flew at full speed against the chestnut while its snout was closed and close to Issei, it launched a powerful fireball at close range. "Come on, buddy," Issei said to Trinity. "Walking," replied the dragon inside it. Army creation. A sword appeared in Issei's hand and cut the fire that was going to him in a simple way. What he didn't expect was that Volvagia had acted faster and with her tail, she gave him a whip blow, which caused Issei to fall to the ground. "Ouch, that hurt," said the brown-haired boy who was getting up from the hole he had fallen into. "Okay, take this." Apocalyptic shoot. From a small cannon on his right arm, a black and purple beam came out and hit Volvagia's body. Bruer. It was the roar that Volvagia gave when it felt the impact of the lightning, but it did not fall from the sky. "Wow, you're tougher than I thought," Issei said as he flew back towards the dragon. Volvagia used fireballs and tail blows to force the chestnut back, and he responded with apocalyptic shots and slashes from his sword that he had created with the power of his companion. No one gave any respite. It was a good battle of dragons in the sky that many of those fighting stopped their duel for a moment to admire the spectacle. "Partner, I suggest that if you want to finish him off, you apply what they do in those children's stories," Trinity said seriously. "What do you mean?" the brown-haired man asked himself. "It's simple, cut off his head," Trinity replied. "Well, we have nothing to lose," said Issei, who began to surround the dragon. It only coiled to keep up with the honey-eyed one who suddenly began his attack. Issei began to launch hundreds of shots from his hand, causing Volvagia to be unable to follow his movements due to the smoke that began to surround him. "Well, take this," said Issei, who disappeared his sword that he had and summoned the first one that heaven had given him. "Ascalon," Issei shouted, and in his hand appeared the Dragon Slayer sword, which in one slash cut Volvagia's neck while he tried to throw a fireball from his mouth. Those fighting below simply ran when they saw that the dragon's body began to fall where they were fighting and the head fell a little further from where it was. "Good, Ascalon didn't fail me," said the brown-haired boy who put away his sword again. He began to fly to go help the others, but then he heard a moan. "Nuo," was what he shouted and flew at full speed where a battle had an outcome that was not expected. Link vs Ganondorf. Link began to walk in a combat stance, while Ganondorf had the tip of his sword on the ground and dragged it as he walked. Both looked at their opponent waiting for the opportunity to attack, and that a stray arrow that was launched from the battlefield went straight to Ganondorf's face, who managed to grab it with his hand. This was the indication for Link to take advantage and begin attacking the Redeed, who dodged every attack the blonde wanted to connect. Seeing that he was not giving any opening to his defense, Link began to circle around him with tactical jumps to find an opening and allow him to slash with his sword. Believing he had found him, Link launched himself at Ganondorf, who blocked him with his sword. At that moment both swords when colliding created a disturbing sound. "Well, that's true, both swords are twins, not only in power, but also in virtue," said Ganondorf, who in a moment kicked Link in the stomach and made him step back. "But this can be solved with the following," commented the Redeed. Then he buried his sword in the ground and from it a quantity of mist began to surround that sword and then surround him. Sword of destruction. "You who have evil within you. Allow me to make a fusion. Between your power and this your servant. Liberation." It was the chant that Ganondorf performed while he kept his sword on the ground and was covered by the black mist. Ganondorf screamed as he was being consumed by darkness, causing him to change not only his shape but also his size as he became bigger. From one moment to the next, the mist that surrounded him stopped moving and he fell to the ground because there was so much evil energy surrounding him. This feels incredible," shouted the one who was once Ganondorf, but suddenly he got up and saw a large black figure with fire as hair. Link simply looked at that figure that was observing him carefully. "Well, you must be one of the servants of the idiot Elohim. I represent the power of Amon, or rather a part of the body, but my name is the Herald of Death, who was sealed in this sword along with the original body, and which is the one that controls me," said the being while raising his sword that he had buried in the ground. Suddenly, at great speed, he arrived where the hero chosen by the sword was, grabbed him by the neck to slam him to the ground and kill him, sending him a few meters from where he was standing. "But this I will end this stupid fight and go for the Guardian, I have already felt his energy in this place," commented the herald. From one moment to another he launched a ray that paralyzed Link since he tried to block the attack with his sword, but his evil power was greater that he could do nothing. Suddenly a sword was heard falling to the ground, this caught Issei's attention. "Ooh!" Issei shouted as he flew in a hurry to the place of Link's battle and who now called himself the Herald of Death since he had buried his sword in Link's stomach. "Damn you," shouted Issei who managed to connect a blow sending the herald straight to a mushroom-shaped mountain that was in the place. "Sona, Yura, Gasper, come quickly," said Issei who was covering Link's wound that began to bleed from the wound caused by the sword that was buried in him. It didn't take long thanks to the transportation circles and they were horrified to see Link's wound. "Sona, I need you to take Link to where the healing team is and try to do something with him, I don't want to see Princess Zelda suffer, who has given us her support from the beginning." "Anada, what are you going to do?" Sona said worriedly for her fiancé who looked with hatred at where he threw the herald. "I think it's time to try that," said Issei who began to walk where he was sent. "Don't worry, I don't plan on dying until I see my children get married that I will have with you girls." Anada ran quickly with him, he turned to see her and quickly took off his helmet, at that moment she gave him a kiss while tears of worry came out of her eyes. "Please be careful, I want to have many of your children," said the black-haired woman with glasses who, with a blush, returned to Gasper and they took Link with the healing group. "This insurance, mate, we haven't perfected that yet and it might come out incomplete," Trinity said seriously. "What better time to use it against Amon's power without it joining the original," said Issei, who began to disappear his armor and begin with a new chant. "I who am about to emerge. Who am in the minds and hearts of those who are marked. I repudiate the sinners and adore the virtuous. I make this chant to warn my enemies. That the final judgment is here. And those who have my mark. I will bring hell on earth." From one moment to the next a brown-haired boy's shape began to change drastically, his clothes began to tear, his skin began to be covered by black scales, a pair of dragon wings grew on his back and a tail next to it. The curious thing is that he was still standing, suddenly his face changed to take the shape of a dragon. In front of the herald was a creature that appeared to be a dragon, but it still had the posture of a human being. The wings were missing, but imagine them. "Very well, I hope you give me a good fight," "Well, Link returned," said Issei, who began to walk where the herald was waiting for him for the fight. "I remind you that you only have 10 minutes with this form, we haven't perfected it yet," Trinity mentally told Issei, so he wouldn't get suspicious. "I know," he commented worriedly to his dragon. Bali, who had defeated Bongo Bongo, was impressed to see that the chestnut tree had transformed into that dragon, so he decided to observe the following events. Healing zone. Sona and her entourage had arrived where Asia, Rias and Zelda were healing the wounded. At that moment Yura, who was carrying Link, left him on a bed so he could rest. "Link!" Zelda shouted in despair upon seeing the state her boyfriend was in, to which she began to cry desperately while taking his hand and trying to heal him. "Tell me, Sona, how's Ice?" said the retard, worried when she saw that she was also a little tired from the fight. For the moment he will face the Sitri did not finish speaking since they all felt Issei's power increase, but they focused better on saving Link's life. "Link, please don't leave me, I couldn't live without you," said Zelda crying when she saw that her boyfriend began to breathe more slowly. "Sona, do you think you can reincarnate him so he can survive?" Rias said, worried when she saw the blonde like that. "I don't know, Rias, but we have to do something," Sona said seriously when she saw the enemy that defeated Link. The battlefield was in complete chaos, but one thing was certain, the return of a part of Amon was more than present. Chapter 21. Battle in Hyrule Part 2. Destruction versus Protection. A hero or live long enough to be a villain is a phrase commonly used to describe someone who is guided by ideals, whether their own or someone else's. But she has always sacrificed herself for the people she loves, protecting the innocent, always putting aside her selfishness for the common good of all people, and, above all, giving love to those who deserve it and appreciate it in every way. This person is the only one who deserves to continue living as the hero that he is. Understep. The battles were taking place simultaneously, where the first 3 fights have been seen, although there were 2 more fights left, which had been delayed due to the distance that both Odin and Metatron had taken. Odin vs Aroma. The father of all, who had landed a blow on that golden armor, made it fly beyond the field where Link was being surrounded. Odin. Who would have thought I'd have to fight a golden statue? Well, this will be quick, you're missing the bottom part. Odin summoned his Asgardian spear to begin the fight, first deflecting the sword attacks that Aroma sent against him, causing him to lose his balance with each blow he gave the All-Father. Odin. This is my chance. At that moment, with his spear, he hit the arms that had each of the swords, causing them to fall to the ground. After that, he focused on the head, where he hit it a couple of times, causing it to fall. Odin. This was simple, but how? The old man was surprised to see that simply both the head and the hands were reattached, launching different attacks with his arms again, who out of nowhere took out another pair of arms and began to spin near it to catch it in a kind of whirlwind of swords, managing to wound the father of all in his arms. Odin. Wow, I never thought you had these tricks, but how come my blows didn't hurt you? At that moment, he saw a purple ball in the middle of it, which was protected by a ventilated grill. The ball looked like it was moving, as if it were breathing. Odin. I wonder if that's his weak point. At that, he returned with his spear and tried to damage that area that caught his attention, but the arms of this one began to repel the attacks of his spear. Odin. Then that's correct, that's his weak point. Resuming the battle, the old man began to attack Aroma's arms again, causing them to separate from the original body. Once the arms were on the ground, he began his attack on that area, first breaking the fence that protected it. With the fence destroyed, he began to hit that purple ball, which the armor began to move, as if it really hurt those blows it received from the All-Father. As the combo of attacks was given, Odin thought he had already won, but suddenly. Odin. I thought it would be easier, but I see you still have strength. He said this when he saw that a new gate, but now completely closed, covered that weak area of the statue, and once again its arms joined its body. Once again Odin did the same thing as the first time, throwing them to the ground and then starting his attack on the bars that protected him, but suddenly he realized that the bars did not fall as easily as the first time, so he looked at the ground and saw one of his swords on the ground. Odin. Unless you try, nothing else will happen. He took that sword and began his attack again, managing to break that metal barrier and exposing its weak point again. With several blows he made with the sword, he watched as that bolt began to release energy. Odin. Well, there's not much left. When he wanted to bury the sword in his enemy's weak point, he thought that everything would be over, but suddenly he flew out of that place after receiving a blow from the armor's arms, causing Odin to crash into a mushroom-shaped rock. Aroma had once again joined his arms with his body, and then with those same arms, he pulled himself out of the hole where he was buried, showing that he had a complete body. Odin. This is bad, I must end this or else. He didn't finish speaking when Odin heard a scream that caught his attention. Issei. Nuo. The old man just watched as the chestnut tree flew towards a being he didn't recognize, but his vision was interrupted as he had to dodge a sword slash coming from his rival. Odin. It's time to end our fight, you piece of tin. Odin flew out with his spear in front of the golden statue that was already waiting for him with its 4 swords. A combination of Aroma's handling of his arms began to give him an advantage in combat, since it did not allow his rival to either take away his arms or hit his weak point, and this is because he could now move to give more momentum to his blows or dodge more quickly the spear attacks that Odin sent. Odin, for his part, began to get frustrated because the attacks he tried to deliver were either not strong enough to make his arms fall, or he simply couldn't hit the tremendous rival in front of him when dodging his attacks. Odin. I must do something and faster, else yuck. Amura had managed to cut Odin's chest with one of his swords, causing him to bleed, and then tried to bury that sword in his chest. Of course, this was noticed by the father of all, which gave him an idea. Sensing that Aroma's sword had come close enough, he stopped its advance with his arm and side to catch that sword and be able to snatch it away. Odin. This is my chance. But the sword he had captured, he began to fight with it, since being heavier than his own spear, it was perfect for fighting against the golden statue. He first began to attack the swords so that it would lose its balance again and could not defend itself, then he went against its feet and began to hit, causing it to fall to the ground. Once it was on the ground, he attacked its arms again so that it would release its swords and thus attack its weak point that was being covered by another grid more resistant than the previous one. Upon breaking that fence, he began to attack the purple ball again, causing it to swell more and more from the blows it received. Odin. This is your end. Saying this, he was about to bury the sword in that ball, but suddenly. Odin. That's not true, I must go with the boy. He said this when he saw that the ball came out of that armor quickly in the direction of where Issei was. Metatron vs Dark Link. Unlike Odin, who sent his rival flying, Dark Link provoked Metatron to follow him so they could fight in isolation, arriving at a field where there was water, which made a kind of reflection. Metatron. I see you want to play with me. But he saw that his rival said nothing as he only took out his sword and shield. Metatron. You're just like young Link, perfect, this battle will be interesting. Metatron flew out with his wings to clash swords between him and his rival, but at the moment of hitting him, Dark Link put away his weapons and jumped back, causing him to miss. In that, Dark Link took out a kind of hook that grabbed Metatron's foot. At that, the angel was simply pulled towards his rival, who with his other hand took his sword to hit Metatron with it, receiving a blow to his chest. It was not something strong enough to cause a serious wound, but that pain was felt from the same weight. Metatron broke the chain that held him from that hook and consecutively attacked Dark Link with his sword, which caused him to begin to grunt in pain from those attacks, something that Metatron did not like. Metatron. This is supposed to be a sword with sacred energy, this should kill you or seriously injure you easily. Dark Link only limited himself to blocking another of Metatron's attacks with his shield to make him lose his balance a little and sent him flying with a kick to his stomach. Seeing how Metatron was moving away, he took out a dark bow and arrow and threw it at the angel, who managed to deflect that attack with his sword. He rejoined again and flew again against Dark Link, who was waiting for him again with his sword and shield, where a battle of swordsmen began. Both Metatron and his rival gave no respite in the rain of attacks that each one launched against the other, regardless of that they began to hurt each other with the sword of the other, a clash that they gave head-on, and in order to defeat the other was being fought. Then Metatron headbutted the Dark Hylian, who lost his defense. And then split him in half with the help of his sword of light. The angel just watched as Dark Link was lying on the ground, then a scream from one of his allies caught his attention. Issei. Nuo. Metatron just watched as the brown-haired boy flew towards a being he didn't recognize. What caught his attention was the energy it gave off. He was about to fly in that direction, but suddenly. Metatron Aya. He screamed in pain as a black arrow was stuck in his back. He turned around to see who was the coward who hit him from behind, to then surprise the one who attacked him was none other than Dark Link, who had his bow in his hand to make him disappear and show his sword again, but this time he did not have the shield that helped him in the first battle. As he pulled the arrow out of his back, he began to feel the energy it emitted. Metatron. I see, you are only the will of the orb that guards Amon's body, and you took the form of one of the creatures that once tormented the heroes of this realm, but it is my duty to eliminate you. Metatron drew his sword again, but due to the arrow, his wings were covered by the dark energy from Amon's body part, which prevented him from flying, so he ran to where Dark Link was, and they restarted their fight. Dark Link and Metatron began to battle like they were in their second round, giving each other no respite or advantage that the other could exploit to harm his rival. At that moment, Metatron began to notice the shadow's fighting pattern when fighting him. It would move backward when landing a strong blow. Metatron. This is my chance. Saying this, he saw how Dark Link prepared his attack by pulling his arm back, which he grabbed by making a kind of lock with it and his sword, which immobilized the rival for a few moments. By kicking him in the back, Metatron made Dark Link drop his sword and fall to the ground. I took advantage of the fact that he was stunned and stuck a sword in his right arm to the ground. I did the same by summoning 4 more swords and sticking it in his other arm and legs so that he couldn't move. Metatron. This is your end, at this moment I will sign you. He raised his sword to the sky and it began to shine, but just as he was about to put the last sword into Dark Link's heart, the Dark One disappeared under the water to come out in front of him. Metatron. It doesn't matter, I'll show you now. He said this to launch his attack against him. Out of nowhere, Dark Link began to turn into a purple mist and flew quickly to where Issei was fighting. This was seen by Metatron, who wanted to summon his wings, but the black mist of the arrow did not allow it. He began to run, but near him, a horse was passing who was galloping desperately. He took it and rode on it to go with Issei. Metatron. I must hurry. Issei vs El Heraldo. We are in the middle of the battle where Issei and the Herald of Death were looking at each other face to face. On one side, who was previously Ganondorf, gave a mocking laugh for the action he had committed by killing Link in their battle, while Issei had reached a new transformation due to anger for what happened to his battle partner. Issei. What are you laughing at, damn it? Herald. It's easy, kill the obstacle that could tip the balance in this battle, now it's your turn, Guardian. Issei. What did you call me? Herald. I know who you really are, you possess the energy of that cursed being that guards my soul. Issei. You're trying to make me understand that Amon's relics are alive. Herald. Of course we have life, we are a being so powerful that the biblical God was the reason why we were separated, but with the help of this useless one that I have possessed, I will look for the other parts of the original body, and we will reign again. Issei. That's if I allow you. Being in that humanoid dragon form he was in, he flew straight at his enemy. The herald raised his sword to the sky and formed a field around them so that no one else could get in the way, in that a layer of black clouds, something that mattered little to the half-dragon who with his claws began to attack him. The herald covered himself with his sword and struck with his free hand, which the brown-haired man covered himself from each blow he received with his arms in the shape of an X, but a kick that he gave was enough to make him retreat. Issei. This will be more complicated than I thought. In his hand he made a sword appear the color of his glove. Issei. Come on Trinity, it's time to end this. Trinity. Go ahead, buddy. Issei once again flew out in position to slash with his weapon. Herald. That didn't work how? The herald was surprised because the chestnut's attack made him detach himself from his sword. At that moment, Issei launched a combo of attacks against his rival. First, he threw a couple of punches to his side, but the latter simply blocked them with his fists. In a moment of frustration, the brunette got distracted while throwing his punches, at which point the herald grabbed him by both hands and kneed him, sending him to the ground. Trinity. Remember you are a dragon, use all parts of your body for the fight. Issei reacted to that comment, to which with his tail he threw the herald to the ground. Seeing how he was falling to the ground, he took advantage of the fact that he was still on the ground. He kicked him in the back that sent him up, taking advantage of the strength of his hands. The half-dragon propelled himself to jump with them. He spun in the air to be above his enemy, and with a hammer blow, he sent him to the ground. After that blow Issei went down at full speed to finish him off with another blow to his back, making that hole deeper. Our half-dragon jumped in reaction to the paw he had given to be in front of the hole. When the barrier they were in fell for some reason, it disappeared out of nowhere, which the rest of the war could see the main enemy, and that both Arthur and Kuoh, who had already finished with the Yuga clan, went to where the half-dragon was. Issei. Stay away from this area if you're done with the enemies. Arthur and Kuoh guard their return. Arthur. Understood Hyoudou. Issei. And volley. Kuoh. He's fighting those huge one-eyed ogres, they appeared out of nowhere. Issei. Okay, tell him that when he's finished he'll come here, I'll need his help, now go. Saying that, both Hakuryuku companions left the place, leaving Issei alone watching that hole. Healing zone. Zelda was crying as she saw that her beloved was slowly losing his life, and the minutes were crucial. Asia was doing her job to keep the blonde a little stable with her sacred gear, and helped by Rias, who increased her power to transfer it to the nun, which at first worked, but the energy from Amon's sword caused the wound not to close and blood to come out of Link's body. Sona. It's useless, her bleeding won't stop. Rias. But we have to do something. Iridied watched as Link made the same face as Issei when he was reincarnated. This gave her an idea. Rias. Sona, do you still have free pieces? Sona. Yes, why? Rias. Reincarnate him, only then can we save him. This caught the attention of the others who were there, but especially a blonde who was looking at her beloved. Zelda. What's this about reincarnating him? Rias. It's simple, a demon flies away, so he can live again, but we need your permission, princess. Zelda. If it's so I can live again, please do it, I beg you, Sona-san. Sona. Don't worry, you'll see that you won't die. At that Sona took out her chess pieces and placed a knight in front of Link, who began to recite the reincarnation spell. The problem was that the piece did not enter the blonde's body. Sona. I can't handle this piece, I'll use the one Ijuka-sama gave me. I pulled out another horse, but this one was royal blue and had a strange pattern. Rias. A mutated piece. Sona. Yes, I think this will be enough. Sona again performed the spell to reincarnate Link. The piece began to enter the boy's interior, and he began to shine. Sona. I think it worked. I didn't finish speaking when I saw the piece flying out of the boy's body. Rias. What happened? Zelda looked into Link's sword and saw that the master sword was glowing. Zelda. It is the sword, because it repels any evil power not allowed to enter Link's body. Zelda began to cry when she saw that there was no solution to save her love, but suddenly a voice called her attention. Maybe I can help. They all turned to see who spoke. Behind her was the one who for one was the sage of Hyrule, while for the others he was the biblical god. Zelda demons. Sage god AYYYYY. Of course the other girl screamed in pain when her name was said. This was normal except for Asia, who already had the blessing of the system to be able to pray and say her name. Elohim. Sorry about that, but well I see that my rebellious grandchildren created a new method to reincarnate humans. Rias. What do you mean grandchildren? Elohim. I'll explain that later, Sona show me your pieces. She, listening to him, gave him the entire box, where she once had her pieces that are already used in her old and new servant, to which Elohim took it in his hands. Elohim. Wow, that's interesting, but we can do something about young Link. I just need you to cover me, and you, young lady, I need you to keep him stable. Listening to Ria's advice, along with Asia, they continued with the treatment so that Link would not die, while Zelda and the others continued to protect the biblical god. Returning to the battle. The large deep crater could be seen in the ground from above, where the herald was emerging in pain, but above all, in anger for what he had suffered. "Herald. You are a miserable man, you will see what you earn by provoking my fury." Saying this, a pair of rays covered him, at which point he flew in front of the half-dragon, who managed to take a defensive stance, receiving that blow, but with less damage than he expected. The herald took his sword and summoned a wave of thunder that he launched at Issei. He, in turn, managed to dodge the blow. "Issei. This is going to get interesting." Saying this, the brown-haired boy summoned the black sword again and began his attack against the herald. Clashing swords, jumps and dodges by the brown-haired boy, who was not a swordmaster, managed to give the herald a fight. On the other hand, who was once Ganondorf, with the simple fact of giving blows with his sword, was strong enough to make the brown-haired boy retreat, even with his protection. "Issei. This is bad. Trinity, any ideas?" "Trinity. Partner, if what he says is true about the Master Sword, the only one who can seal this part of Amon is Link." "Issei. Then we must do our best and entertain him until Link recovers." At that, Issei created a magic circle in his ear. "Issei. Sounda, do you hear me?" "Sona. Anada, what's wrong?" Shots were heard on Sounda's side. "Issei. Is everything okay?" "Sona. Don't worry, we have support on the side, tell me what you need." "Issei. I need Link to recover or else we'll lose here." "Sona. We're doing our best, but it may take a while, please, we need more time." "Issei. This is bad, I don't think I can take it anymore, we must." I didn't finish speaking because the communication circle disappeared from both of their ears. In the field where Issei was fighting, we see the chestnut tree embedded in stones. "Herald. You shouldn't get distracted in the middle of combat, but thanks to that you will allow me to do something I had planned against Link." At that, he raised his sword, suddenly dark energy was seen coming from two different points. "Herald. It's good that your friends haven't finished their fight, now it's time to resume ours." At that moment, the herald began to grow in size and changing shape to grow closer to his normal height. He was covered by a black mist to the point of showing his new form. Issei in his half-dragon form looked in surprise at the creature in front of him. Without taking a step back, Issei made his battle pose, while he continued to look with determination at the new creature. "Issei. I must hurry or else not only Hyrule, but the whole world will be in danger if this one leaves the continent." The half-dragon spread its wings and flew towards the creature, who began to strike with the swords he had in his hands. Issei managed to strike it with the dragon claws he possessed, causing wounds on the beast, but apparently it was not enough to do any major damage. In a movement that Issei could not see from the beast, it hit it with its sword, which threw it to the ground. Without wasting time, the beast threw its sword at the half-dragon to stick its weapon into Issei's chest, who was recovering from that blow. Suddenly. Crash. The sword was seen changing direction. The beast looked at who was responsible for that blow, but only knelt down as it felt a pain in one of its feet. Issei looked at who was responsible and was happy with those who arrived. "Auden. You brat, I never thought I'd see you in such trouble when you fought Trinity, but I see this is serious." Metatron. "Well, get up, we must seal this part of Amon." Issei. "I know, but it is necessary for Link to be here." Metatron. "Why do you say that?" Link. "That wretch before transforming into that beast revealed to me that the sword can stop the power of love, that's why he was glad to have killed him." Metatron. "And where is the boy?" Issei. "He's currently being healed, we must hold on until he arrives." Auden. "Well, if that's the case, you rest a little and volley recharge your energy since you will soon go into action." Issei turned to see where Auden was looking, seeing that his rival was arriving in his white armor. Volley. "Wow, this transformation is unique, Hyoudou." Issei. "I'll show you later." Metatron. "Walking Auden." Auden and Metatron launched themselves against a beast in front of them. A combination between both of them made the beast slowly begin to retreat due to the multiple attacks that Auden's spear and Metatron's sacred sword made the beast feel pressured. At that, the already angry beast began to accumulate energy in what seemed to be its neck, even while protecting and launching attacks with its swords. Bruerg. At the moment of launching that roar, those who were near the beast simply froze, since a dark wave was launched from its throat, which caused paralysis in them, which the beast took advantage of to strike with its sword, both of those it was fighting with. Auden and Metatron managed to cover themselves from that attack, but the force of its blow sent them to the ground, causing a hole to be made where they both fell. Ollie. "It's time to go in, Hyoudou." Issei. "I think so, let's go." Both of them threw themselves at the beast, who began to accumulate energy now in his swords, causing each slash he threw to create a black ray that went not only in their direction, but also to where Arthur was, who was guiding the return of the Hyrule soldiers. Volley threw himself against that ray that left him lying on the ground. Volley. Damn, this energy is darker than that idiot Trisavum. The chestnut flew towards the beast and protected his rival. Since it was going to bury its sword in Volley, he managed to reach it and accumulated dragon energy in his hand to launch himself against the beast's sword. Issei. I think this will be all for nothing. Saying that, Issei launched himself at the beast, but just as he was about to make contact, the beast defended itself with both swords as it sensed something bad. Suddenly. Roarg. The beast roared in pain as a sacred energy had damaged it even with its defense up. Issei turned around and looked at who was responsible. Suddenly, above him was a person with wings that were familiar to him, but the strange thing was that they were different from each other. The person came down in front of the brown-haired boy and looked at him with determination. Issei. Apparently it worked, but why those wings? The person just looked at the half-dragon from behind where his sword sheath didn't obstruct his view. Issei. But it's a joy to have you here, so let's give it our all against this beast. Going. Issei was surprised to hear this voice, especially because it was a calm but confident voice. Issei. Let's fight together, Link. The chosen one of the sword had arrived on the battlefield, and he had a peculiarity. The hero of Hyrule has returned. Chapter 22. Battle in Hyrule Part 4. Heroic Pieces, Last Wish, Betrayal. Repentance. It is that feeling that a person gets when he or she knows that what he or she is doing or the action he or she committed was wrong, and he or she wants to remedy it. Many times egocentrism and erratic thinking do not allow for that feeling due to pride or simply because they think what they are doing is the right way. But when the moment of truth arrives and he reconsiders his actions, asking for forgiveness will be his path to salvation, whether in this world or the next. Battlefield. We find ourselves at the climax of the fight where we can see a somewhat tired half-dragon Issei. Next to him, and wearing clothes I hadn't seen before, was the hero of Hyrule, the Knight Link. Issei. Are you okay to keep fighting? Link just nodded as he drew his sword and shield belonging to the royal family. In front of them stood the creature, both swords in hand, groaning in pain from the slash it received from Link. Suddenly, it saw its time rival and roared in fury as it ran to charge at him, but what it didn't expect was that the hero had unleashed his new wings to dodge the attack. Issei flew to Link's side so he could talk to him. Issei. Do you have any idea how to beat him? This only pointed to a violet-colored spot on the beast's head, which looked like a gem. Issei. I see. That must be his weak point. Tell me what we're going to do. The blonde just looked at the brunette seriously, as if to make him understand that. Issei. Okay, I'll be the bait, but you'll have to explain to me how you got this news, huh? Saying this, Issei fell headlong against that beast, who received him with a blow from his sword. On the other hand, the chestnut tree pulled out its dragon claws a little to be able to hit the swords that it had, so it managed to crack one of them. Issei. This will be interesting. He thought about it the moment he saw Link point his sword at the sky and see varying energy beginning to accumulate in his sword. Energy that came from the healing zone. End of song. Healing zone. In the middle of the camp, Zelda, who from one moment to the next changed her priestess outfit to that of a princess of the Hyrule royalty, began to raise her hands to the sky and send energy to the battlefield. Sona. Zelda-san, what's wrong? Zelda. The hero of Hyrule requests that I send him all this sacred energy to help him. Below him. Who would have thought that Miss Sitri's new pieces would work this way? He said this when he saw that even though he was emanating sacred energy, he had a pair of wings of a different design, just like Link's. On one side it had the wing of an angel and on the other side it was clearly the wing of a demon, but it was golden in color. You might be wondering what caused that sudden change. Well, let's go back 10 minutes when the brown-haired boy was fighting alongside Volley against the beast. Flashback. Sona, who had the god of the Bible at her side, handed her the box of demonic pieces of her parody. Below him. This is interesting, the way my disobedient grandchildren created so that their species would not become extinct. Rias. Grandchildren. Below him. I'll explain that later. Now Miss Sona, let me help you with this problem you have so you can cure the one chosen by the sword. In his left hand he held the Sitri's demonic box, in the other hand, sacred energy, but this one was something special. Everyone around them began to feel calm, kindness and, above all, courage. But out of nowhere several centalians arrived at the place where God was. Below him. I need some time, please. The two girls understood the situation and began to fight with the monsters that came to attack them. Suddenly both were hit by members of the Hyoudou clan with the purpose of killing them at that moment. Suddenly, the clan members were sent flying in another direction by the blows they received. The girls, seeing the source of the blows, saw two figures they had never imagined possessing such power. "Sorry for the delay, ex-president, but we had to finish off those Centaurians who were coming here. It's true, if the idiot finds out that something happened to his beloved Rias-sama, he would kill us both, don't you think, Mitsuda?" The ones who said it were the two perverts and best friends of Issei, Mitsuda and Motohama, who had activated their artificial sacred gear. On the part of the bald man in his hands, he had street fighting gloves which gave off demonic energy. On the other hand, on the back of the four-eyed man, there was a large sword which gave off its power. Rias. "So the sword of winds and the gloves of the Tiger King are with you." Mitsuda. "That's right, they chose us the day we went with Azazel-sensei to be part of Agares-sama's entourage." Motohama. "This is part of the mission our mistress gave us, to take care of her future sisters." Sounda. "Future sisters?" Mitsuda. "Yes, she told us to protect her future harem sisters at all costs, damn lucky Issei." The girls were simply shocked by that statement. Of course, they had to talk to a couple of people, especially a certain girl with glasses who loved anime robots. But that would be once they returned home, or at least left the lost continent. Suddenly, near where the god of the Bible was, they felt that the energy that had been accumulating had stopped being felt, so the four went to where the aforementioned was, who sat down from exhaustion. Below him. "Damn, I'm not young enough to gather that amount of energy in one fell swoop. Well, Miss Sitri, here are your new pieces." When Sounda saw them, she was surprised by their design. Suddenly. "Tsubaki. It can't be my wings." She turned to look at her queen only to realize that one of the demon's wings had been replaced by an angel's, and not just hers. Asperura. "Oh my god, my wing, wait, my head didn't hurt." Rias and the others didn't understand one thing: how was it that when mentioning God's name, they didn't get a headache, which they normally get when mentioning it? Sauna. Elohim-sama, what happened? Elohim. Well, these pieces are unique because they combine the demonic power of the owner with the justice and fair courage that characterizes the warrior angels I had at the beginning. I call these pieces heroic pieces. The girls were impressed by that statement. Now there were not only Draco pieces, but also new heroic pieces were given in the world. Zelda. Quick, let's try out your new pieces with Link. The Sitri reacted and quickly went to the blonde man whose heartbeat was slower, but thanks to Asia, he hadn't died since she helped him stay alive. She stood in front of him and took out her horse to perform the ritual. At her side was the god of the Bible who said something to her. Below him. Remember one thing, when you perform the ritual you must mention the words justice and courage so that they react. Sona. I understand. He concentrated on saying the right words and without hesitation released the horse, who remained floating above the blonde. Sauna. In the name of the Sitri clan, I, Sauna, reincarnate you to be my knight and show your worth in the world by bringing justice to the innocent. At that, the piece reacted and silently entered Link's body, who suddenly took out his wings, just like those of his new companions. At that moment Link opened his eyes and with several grimaces on his face that he directed at Zelda, she understood and hugged him. Zelda. You almost died, idiot, but I'm glad you didn't leave, my love. At that moment, she began to kiss him desperately, but he only limited himself to reciprocating and hugging her waist to make her feel that she would have his protection. At that they only felt how Ganondorf's power grew, rapidly. The blonde got up from the ground and drew his sword, but at the moment that happened an event occurred in front of them. It was the boy's change of clothes. From his blue battle suit he became green, symbol of that hero who once protected the kingdom of Hyrule. Below him. So the spirit of the hero of time has awakened in you. Go Link and finish off that beast that is part of the original Demon King. The blonde agreed and flew off with his new wings, but not before giving his princess a kiss to calm her down as he returned to the battlefield. Zelda just looked in the direction where Link went and then looked at Sona. Zelda. Please reincarnate me too, I want to help Link in any way I can. Sona understood this and likewise reincarnated Zelda, but she used the bishop piece on her, thanks to her magical abilities. Once she finished, she gave herself an unparalleled shine to change her clothes into an elegant dress. Zelda. Okay, let's continue with the wounded. The others nodded and continued with their work, only to hope that the battle taking place a little far from their position would end in their victory. End of flashback. Below him just watched as Princess Zelda gathered sacred energy with her prayer to send it to Link. Below him. So he wants to end this with one blow, but to do so he'll have to gather enough energy if he wants to eliminate him. I just hope the Dragon Boy can withstand a fight with that being. Combat zone. The beast only looked at Link, who was preparing the energy in the Master Sword, to which it ran away to attack him and end his life once and for all. Issei. I won't allow it. The semi-dragoon flew towards the beast. A fight like no other ensued. Issei began to lash out at the beast's body with his claws and tail, which returned the blows with its swords. The sound of metal colliding with the dragon's claws was evident, as was the traces it left behind when producing sparks in this manner. Issei began to get used to the fight, increasing the speed of his blows and managing to brutally strike the beast's body. The beast's knees began to buckle as Issei's tail acted as a whip while he avoided Gainon's swords. Suddenly and without warning, the beast made an unexpected turn, to which it managed to connect a blow with its own tail, causing Issei to fall into a hole near where they were, managing to remove him from its path and go against Link. But what he didn't expect was that he would receive 2 sword blows on his back. Metatron. Now it's my turn to fight. The angel launched himself at the beast, creating a fight between 2 experts in this type of weapon. Like Issei, the blows he exchanged between them were unique. The battle between the two was worth seeing, but then the beast roared in despair, paralyzing Metatron, who was unable to defend himself from 2 slashes produced by Gainon's swords, which sent him crashing against some rocks in the area. Issei rejoined the battle against the beast, both continued fighting, while the blonde from Hyrule continued recharging the energy in his sword. The beast began to fight in the same way as the half-dragon, following the latter's rhythm to the point that it made the brown-haired man retreat, but one of the blows that the latter landed was enough to hit the gem that he had on his head. Bruerg. The beast screamed when it saw that its weak point had been exposed, as the gem cracked to reveal a mass of flesh throbbing within it. Issei. That must be the point, Aya. Issei just screamed in pain as he felt one of the swords that Ganon had hit him in the side in his moment of distraction. Issei's side began to bleed, so he lost his transformation. Trinity. Buddy, hold on, the wound isn't that deep. At that moment, Odin and Metatron arrived at the chestnut tree to help him with first aid and to help him get back on his feet. Metatron was ready to fight again, even though he was just as injured as Issei, while Odin began to heal him and was being protected by the shadow of God, but at that moment they both saw a trail of light pass by them. Only to see that Link and his sword, which was already shining, began to fight against a beast, which using its 2 swords fought to win that battle. Metatron. We'll leave it to you, kid. Odin, let's take him to the medical team. Eating this, the 2 flew toward the medical team with the injured chestnut. On their way, they saw Volley, who, with just a hint of warning, flew off in the direction of Link. Returning to the battlefield. We see Link avoiding the blows with his shield and returning them to make him lose his balance. Even so, the beast managed to stabilize himself with his tail to continue with a flurry of blows to the blonde. On the other hand, Volley had arrived at the scene of the fight and was going to interfere, but a look the blonde gave him was enough to make it clear that he would do it alone. Volley. Fine, but you better not die, I want to have a fight with you. He simply limited himself to flying around the area and preventing any other creature from intervening in the fight. Link avoided each of the sword slashes the beast threw, from jumping back to dodging blows by circling from one side to the other. Every time she avoided the blows, he returned with a cut to the beast's skin, who was gradually losing ground in the fight, to the point where he cut her knee, making her fall. Volley looked at this technique, it was an example of how a swordsman should fight. Volley. It's your chance. Saying that, Link gave several cuts making the beast fall on its knees, and it growled in pain, but from one moment to the next the blonde jumped on top of its head. When it was going down, he put his sword in a dive just to finish off Ganon, as if it were a bull. A roar arose from the place, so that it was heard throughout the place, and then there was silence. Volley, who saw that, was surprised by that act, while the other soldiers and creatures looked at the place where that roar arose and saw a silhouette that brought back memories for many. Link was seen standing on top of the beast, his sword buried where the pulsing gem had been. Ganon's eyes simply turned wide as his mouth hung open. Little by little the beast was disappearing and with it a purple mist. Healing zone. We see Issei, who was being healed by Asia, and he was lying on her legs. They just smiled because he was calm since he found out that Link had gathered enough energy to fight. At that the dragon glove materialized in Issei's hand, along with Rias. Greg. 1E-san, I feel like the evil energy that was there is disappearing. Trinity. Indeed, it seems that the energy of Amon that had invaded the body of that warrior called Ganondorf has disappeared. At that Elohim arrived next to the chestnut tree with the others. Elohim. It seems the pieces worked, and with the power of the sword that Link carries, my creation is now complete. Rias. Creation. Elohim. That's right, Link's sword is my prototype to be able to eliminate the evil energy that Amon produced. With this I'm sure we can eradicate it. The others were impressed by that statement, but one girl only put on a sad face, because if her assumption was correct, her beloved would not be with her in her kingdom for much longer. Issei. That means we have the key to eliminating the bastard who took my Sakura's father. Elohim. Well, in that aspect it will be somewhat simpler, but the sword will not be able to overcome the spell they told me about. Zelda. We must go with Link and arrest the Gerudo warrior who betrayed his people. Saying this, everyone, including her, spread their wings to reach the battlefield. End of song. Battlefield. We see Volley watching as the black mist began to disappear without a trace. Volley. He did it, right, Albion. Albion. That's right, mate, that dark energy has disappeared. Link, on the other hand, was only seeing the sword stuck in his head, which was slowly taking its original form, to see that Ganondorf had the Master Sword in his chest, while his eyes were losing their shine. Ganondorf. It seems that my end has come. Link just looked at him seriously, to which the Redeed noticed and turned to look at him. He saw that the others had arrived, including Issei. Ganondorf. You are the chosen one by this sword, right? The blonde only confirmed this comment he had made. Ganondorf. Haha, all I have left to say is thank you. This not only impacted Link, but everyone who had arrived at the scene. Zelda. What do you mean? Ganondorf. The only thing I wanted was prosperity for my people. Suddenly the Redeed began to spit blood and then began to shed tears. Ganondorf. But that damn sword blinded me. His eyes began to stare into nothingness, signaling that he was beginning to remember various things or events. His life alongside his people, his concern for and well-being, how he devised a way for his people to be better recognized, the moment he saw the sword for the first time, and the moment his hatred grew. Ganondorf. Princess, I entrust the people Gerudo's and sorry for not being a good leader, sister. As he said this, they saw him address a girl arriving with her companions. She was Arausa, the current champion of the Gerudo tribe. She just stared at the person dying in front of everyone before tears fell down her face. Urausa. We'll see each other in the next life, brother. She just clenched her fist as she couldn't help him with the matter of falling into the darkness that power grants you. Ganondorf simply closed his eyes with a smile as he died with Link's sword stuck in his chest. Urausa just cried in silence. Suddenly she felt a hand on her shoulder. When she turned to see, she noticed it was one of the boys who came from outside the kingdom's barrier. Motohama. If you need to cry, do it now and don't bottle it up. That can be detrimental to you. I know what it's like to lose someone. Issei. Motohama. The Gerudo didn't think twice and grabbed the boy's chest and then cried because she had kept all of that inside since her brother had left the village. Those present simply remained silent as they paid their respects to the person who, although his actions were wrong, sought the common good of his people. Time skip. A few hours had passed since that battle in the fields of Hyrule, where the result was the arrest of the creatures that once served the cataclysm of the place. The participants of that battle were resting in their rooms. In the case of the brunette, all his girls, including Sakura, were sleeping naked with him, but especially very close to the boy. Both Rias and Sona had declared how their beloved participated in that battle and the resulting state of his body after the tremendous battle, so the girls were happy to see him survive. On the other hand, Volley was resting with Lavinia and Kiryu in the latter's chambers, but he was only thinking about the power that Issei had obtained, and more so when he reached that semi-dragon transformation. Volley. How much longer are you going to grow, Hyoudou Issei? He was only thinking about how he could overcome her power, while both girls slept on his chest protectively. Motohama had the best of luck, as at the time he was the personal pillow of one of Hyrule's most beautiful warriors. They were both in the room of the four-eyed warrior he shared with his friend. Mitsuda, on the other hand, was relocated to the room where the other male champions slept and had to endure the snoring of the eldest Gorn. Mitsuda. Motohama, you damn traitor. Zelda and Link were in the princess's room, now dressed in their normal champion robes. They sat on the couch in silence, having to discuss the topic of their reincarnation, but they would leave that for tomorrow. Jade Palace. We find ourselves in the Jade Palace in total ruin due to the surprise attack that the Deadly Sins had made in order to obtain the staff that once belonged to Sun Wukong. Raven. This was too easy. I comment upon seeing a pillar of dead bodies in place while Amun held a body of the person near the throne. Amun. Well, Emperor, tell me where this half-dead monkey's staff is. Emperor. I'll never tell you, damn it. But the Emperor had unwittingly seen something quickly, something that Amun detected. Amun. Jason, go for the pillar in the middle of that wall. Taking heed of sin, he broke the connections between the aforementioned pillar and the ceiling and floor, and then quickly changed its size to the point where it was the size of a broom handle. Amun. Nice try, but since I know I can't be fooled, now it's time for. Suddenly the Sins were surprised by what happened. Sins. Amun-sama. They screamed when they saw their king lying in a pile of rubble, and when they turned to see where the blow he received was coming from, they only tensed up when they saw two new guests in the place. Shiva. Sorry for being late, Emperor, it's all Buddha's fault. Buddha. Shut up, I forgot the way here, but we were also delayed because you got a little hungry. The Jade Emperor was getting up with difficulty after the beating he had received from Amun. Emperor. Don't worry, gentlemen, it's good to see you, but I think it's late. Buddha. Why do you say that? At that the Emperor pointed to where the Sins were, and they saw that both the Monkey King and his staff were in the hands of the enemy. Shiva. I see you already have the piece of Amon's soul. Demian. Quick, you guys go get Amon Sama and get out of here. Raven. What will you do? Demian. I'll give them enough time to detect us. At that moment a shadow took the weak Amon and returned him to his place next to his companions. Jason. Okay, we'll take care of it. Demian. I won't get out of here, I know. But that he flew off to where the newcomers were. Demian. But at least I'll take some of these idiots. Shiva Buddha. We won't allow it. Shiva hit Demian, which let Buddha pass, who was going straight with a fist towards the others at the moment he was about to hit. Crash. It was observed that the old man was embedded in one of the walls that were still standing in the place. Demian. I told you I'll be his opponent. Buddha looked at the one who hit him only to see him in a grotesque way. Buddha. That's his real form, isn't it, Shiva? Shiva. Yes, with her in the first battle Hyoudou, Issei and the others suffered. Buddha. The Apia dragon. Shiva. He no longer has that title, he is now known as the Guardian of the Apocalypse. On the other hand, the other Sins just watched as the fight began. Amon. We mustn't waste any more time, we have to get out of here. Sins. Understood. Saying this, a magic circle appeared at the feet of the Sins, who were carrying a wounded Amon, a half-dead Monkey King, and his sacred staff, before disappearing from the scene. What they didn't notice was that a spy had left with them. Demian. Good gentlemen, let's continue this fight and entertain me like last time. Buddha and Shiva took up a fighting stance to begin the second assault against Sin. Unknown location. We see the Sins who were coming out of that teleportation circle. Amon. Well done, now it's time to begin the soul transfer ritual. Sins. Understood Amon Sama. Amon. But first, because they don't come out of their hiding place right away. Everyone was surprised by that statement, at that moment another magic circle had appeared in the place. Raven. It's you guys, I thought you were for your faction. He told this to the people who were wearing a robe so that they would not be recognized. That's what we made you believe, but the truth is that we want to have an alliance with you. Amon. Well, tell me what kind of alliance. Simply Amon Sama, we will help you obtain the energy of the faction that you already have under your control with a seal of loyalty and that governs this entire world. Amon. Interesting, and tell me what you want in return. We want to keep our husband under control and for him to be with us properly. Amon. Sounds nice to me, a win-win. I'll accept your offer, but tell me who they are. At that moment, those present took off their hoods. In the group there were 2 men and the rest were girls, all with great bodies. My name is Akeno Himejima, future lady of Hyoudou and high-class devil, these are my dear and we are at your service. An unprecedented betrayal occurred against the supreme faction. The girl who swore to bring the faction's hero back to her side had betrayed them. Chapter 23. Goodbye Hyrule, the death of Demian. Loyalty. It is a word that defines the feeling of respect and fidelity toward one's own moral principles, whether in ideals or people with the commitments that are established. When a person is loyal to another, they will always try to please them in order to keep them happy and content. But if one's own ideals are greater than loyalty to one's partner, this can end in separation from a relationship that has been building for many years. Hyrule. It was night, the battle against Ganondorf who had been manipulated by the power of Amon had already ended that same day, and those who had participated in that fight at this moment were celebrating the result of having protected the kingdom from its possible fall, all but 2 people. Urbosa, the leader of the Gerudo clan, was more than depressed because it was her brother who had died in that battle, all thanks to the influence of the sword that had the soul of Amon. She betrayed her people for wanting the conquest of the kingdom of Hyrule. At her side was Motohama who gave her his support in these moments. The king had offered a great banquet where all the children, both Hylian and those from outside the territory, danced, laughed and, above all, had a somewhat unusual competition. Rias Asia Arena. Looking for itself, looking for itself, looking for itself, looking for itself. Mitsuda Zelda Derek. Looking for Link, looking for Link, looking for. On the coffee table were Issei and Link eating very quickly, on the table were 2 gold bars which the boys had bet. Rivali and Vali just looked on with some disappointment at their teammates' behavior, as they looked like little pigs, eating quickly and making crumbs of food all over the place. Mifa just had a tender smile like the rest of Issei's harem, seeing how they had fun in this type of competition. But at that moment they became alarmed when they saw the chestnut's reaction, as it hit their chest. Rias. Ice, react. She hit him on the back, causing a piece of flesh to fly into Rivali's face, which made him angry. Issei. Sorry. He just said this and then fell on his back with his chair and all. Zelda. With this, Link wins. The Hyruleans shouted with joy, while the brown-haired girls just went to see how he was and comfort him. On the other hand, Elohim, Metatron and Odin viewed this interaction between both worlds in a fun and, above all, peaceful way. Elohim. It is true that times change. Metatron. I know father, but it's better that you enjoy this today. Tomorrow we must leave here again and look for the other parts of Amon's body. Odin. In addition, we must update XDXD of what happened and the key to end the threat that has appeared with the sword that repels evil. He said this while looking at Link, who was still eating and being supported by Derek in a funny way. The party continued at a lively pace. To wash down the chestnut's food, the girls danced happily with him. Issei gave each of the girls a smile when he danced with them, and at the end of each dance, he gave them a kiss. The evening was about to end and the king had spoken. At his side were Zelda and Link in his champion's attire. King. Ladies and gentlemen, let us toast our champion chosen by the sword, who along with our sage and the Gerudo champion, will go with the warriors who come from outside the barrier and fight against that threat that influenced a formidable warrior and led him to darkness. Everyone was happy for them and toasted, everyone except one person. This was Princess Zelda, who left the room with tears on her face. Her father noticed this and wanted to talk to her, but it was Link who just looked at him to indicate that he would go in her place. This scene was seen by everyone, to which the brown-haired boy and Sona looked at each other and nodded before going with the king. Sona. Your Majesty, would you allow us to speak with you? This is a delicate matter. The king just looked at them, but he already had an idea, so he indicated that they should go to his office. King. Good sirs, thank you very much for coming. I will now leave. Derek, I ask you all to leave in an orderly manner. Derek. Yes, sir. Saying this, the guests understood and began to leave the room, leaving only the girls and the rest of XDXD in the place, to then go to their rooms. In the castle courtyard, there was a small kiosk, where Zelda was looking at a small lake nearby, and tears of sadness were coming out of her face. Link had arrived after searching for her throughout the castle and stood at the entrance. Zelda. It's not fair, now that we can be happy after having defeated the Cataclysm and Ganondorf, we still can't be together as we promised. The boy just walked up and hugged the girl from behind, who took the hand around her neck and leaned on the blonde's chest. Zelda. I want to be by your side, I want to go with you outside the barrier and accompany you on your journey, but I know father won't let me. Link just looked at this sadly, while Zelda continued to cry at the thought that she would not be with him for a long time. At that, the girl broke away from Link's embrace and took him by the hand. Without saying anything, she led him inside the castle, to be more exact, to her room. Upon arriving at the place, she hugged him and began to kiss him desperately. Link let himself be carried away and continued with the rhythm that Zelda had imposed, in that the boy took her breast, to which she moaned. Upon hearing this, the blonde reacted and tried to separate himself, but Zelda took his hand and placed it back on her breast. Zelda. At least let me keep a little of your essence inside me before you go away for a while. After telling him this, she kissed him again and they let themselves be carried away by their love. On the other hand, Issei and Sona were talking to the king about what happened on the battlefield, to be exact what happened to Zelda. Sona. Therefore, King Rome, I ask your permission to take my bishop outside the barrier, as it will be of great help in the coming battles. King. I understand, but how can you guarantee your safety? Issei. I as the guardian of the apocalypse and together with Link, who is the bearer of the sword, will defend not only his daughter, but all the people who could succumb to the threat of Amon. The king just sighed at how he said it, but he trusted both Issei and Link, especially the latter. King. Okay, but I ask you this not as a king, but as a father, please take care of my daughter, it's the only thing I have left after the death of her mother. Sona. Don't worry, as the heir of the Sitri house, I promise to take care of your daughter. It is my responsibility as her entourage king and older sister. The king became calmer and accepted the request. Issei. Well, we should go to your daughter and give her the news, with your permission. Both boys said goodbye and headed towards Zelda's room. Upon arriving, Sona was about to play when suddenly a scream caught their attention, coming from the other side of the room. Zelda. Yes Link, give me more, fill me up forever to remember you. Instead, only Link's moans were heard, which he muffled so as not to attract attention. Sona and Issei looked red at what they heard and just walked away from the place. Sona. Wow, we better tell them early in the morning, too. Ah. She moaned as she felt the brunette's embrace and he grabbed one of her breasts. Issei. Sorry Sona, but that got me a little worked up, how about before we go with the girls we go to another room? Sona only felt one of her buttocks being grabbed by her boyfriend's other hand and blushing, she looked at him from behind her shoulder. Sona. Pervert. Issei. But only from you. The girl began to breathe rapidly with excitement and headed to the first empty room she found. After a while of fun, the boys went to the room where she slept with the others just to prepare their things, since the next morning they would leave the lands of Hyrule. While this was happening in Hyrule, outside the barrier, Jade Palace. In what could now be called the Jade Ruins due to the way they were at the moment, Shiva and Buddha were looking determinedly at Demian, who was moving from one act to another. 5. Shiva. Buddha. On a dry wall where the Jade Throne was, Demian had hit it and embedded it in that wall. Shiva. Miserable. He flew quickly and managed to connect 2 blows to the Sin, which responded with returns to the impacts it received. A series of blows to Demian's face, which he covered with his hands. He thought his rival had gone into despair, but what he didn't notice was how Buddha had gotten back up and managed to connect a blow to his stomach, which drew a little blood, and they took advantage of it to continue hitting him and send him to the other side of the room. Demian was slowly getting up and gave a quick look to both deities he was fighting with. Demian. Miserable gods, I will not allow you to humiliate me any further. Out of nowhere he transformed into his original Sin form, a chubby being, with his weapon in his hand, ready to continue the battle despite being hurt. Both Shiva and Buddha looked at each other and nodded, to which both flew off and hit Sin once again, but great was their surprise when the latter defended himself with his weapon and sent the 2 back where they came from. Demian. Now damn, it's my turn. This began with his counterattack. He began to attack Shiva, who managed to dodge the blows, not all of them, since this one managed to connect with Shiva's body, injuring his arm and finishing him off with a kick to send him far away. Buddha. Shiva. He turned to see where his companion had flown to, a serious mistake because, in an unprepared moment, he grabbed Buddha's arm and with a quick movement. Buddha. Erg. He pulled his arm from his body, causing it to fall to the ground. Demian took advantage of this and hit him with a hammer blow, managing to bury him face down in the ground, which caused him to start bleeding from the head. Demian. This is fun, but it's time for. This one flew out like a ball since Shiva with his power sent it flying and injured it. Shiva. Buddha answers. Buddha. My arm, accommodate my arm. With a quick tug, Shiva managed to fix his arm, to which Buddha only cried out in pain, but calmed down. Buddha. Thank you, now let's finish off that bastard. Shiva. Hey, where did your inner peace go? Buddha. He left when this guy crossed the line with my arm, now let's go. The 2 ran to where Demian had hit him. He was slowly getting back up, but a couple of blows to his face sent him back to the ground. A series of powerful blows and combinations of attacks, from sending Sin to heaven and impacting him with his power, to delivering a double hammer blow to Demian, was the punishment that Sin had received. Due to exhaustion upon reaching the ground, the 2 gods fell to their knees. After these combinations we see Buddha and Shiva somewhat tired, both holding his injured shoulder and blood running down his head through his face and falling to the ground. Instead, Demian was lying on the ground with his Sin transformation, and his body was clearly missing an arm and a leg due to the power blasts he received from both. Demian. Damn. Both Buddha and Shiva were getting back on their feet to face Sin and deliver the final blow. On the other hand, Demian was losing his transformation to return to the appearance he had stolen, that of the Magphabium. Shiva. You damned man, you killed a good man, a person who led all the military affairs of the underworld, a person who was admired despite always being asleep most of the time. Demian. You think I care? I enjoyed torturing him, killing his male pieces and raping his queen in front of him along with his wife, all so that he would succumb in the worst possible way. You don't know the disgust I felt at following him as a piece in order to study him and be a good replacement. Buddha. It seems you don't regret what you've done. Demian. The only thing I regret is not being by my King Amon's side to see this world belong to him as it was a long time ago, but what I will do now. At that moment, despite being badly injured on the ground, he managed to remove the torn shirt he was wearing, and several seals began to appear on his body, from his chest to his arms, legs and head. Demian. If I'm about to leave I'll take you with me to the beyond. As soon as they felt how the power of Sin grew rapidly and was swelling like a balloon, this alarmed the 2 gods. Shiva. We must go. The 2 tried to turn around, but suddenly they fell to the ground. Demian. Oh no, they won't, I'll take them with me. As the pressure grew in the area, they were unable to move. Buddha. Quick Shiva, let's create a barrier to enclose him. Shiva. I would like to, but I can't turn around and. Thanks to the pressure that Sin exerted, the earth began to move, a tremor was present, and it was enough to move Shiva's position and place him in front of the globe that was Demian. Shiva. This is called luck, now Buddha, let's lock this wretch up. From the hands of both gods lights began to emanate. As soon as the light grew larger, they ordered their power to collide with the other to begin to create a kind of luminous network, which began to expand around the globe that was Demian. Demian. Miserable, this will not protect you from my explosion. Buddha. That's what you think. Suddenly, both Shiva's and Buddha's power grew exponentially, managing to enclose Sin within that barrier. Demian. Damn it. This, like the last scream I let out into the air, exploded inside the barrier. But even with this in place, the explosion managed to cause several damages, causing the Jade Palace's meager structure to begin to fall to the ground and the floor to crack. But thanks to the barrier they put up, it didn't get any worse. Seeing how the explosion disappeared inside the barrier, becoming nothing, they both removed it and fell to the ground, very tired. Shiva. Well, at least we killed another miserable sin. Buddha. 2 left, 5 left, and we can stop Amun's resurrection. Shiva. Let's hope Issei's group has found a trail or a way to end all this on the lost continent. Buddha. I only regret not having stopped Amun from taking Sun, I hope his student will forgive me. Saying this, the two fell to the ground somewhat tired, and Shiva took out a pamphlet from the XDXD Alliance, just to call them for help. Unknown location. Amun and his followers stood before the parody that once belonged to the Supreme faction. Amun. How can I trust that you're not lying, girl? Akeno. See this? She lifted her blouse to her abdomen and showed him the mark of the Supreme faction. Akeno. I know that with this mark you will kill us to have energy, that's why I have come to your side and serve you in a better way. Amun. You clever girl, but tell me what I win. At that Ross raised his hand. Amun. Yes, tell me. Ross would say. From what we know, you're looking for your body parts that you locked away to prevent you from flying back to life. Raven. Where they want to go. Akeno. Allow my team and I to search for those missing pieces for your resurrection. Amun. Your proposal is very interesting, but tell me what you want in return. Akeno. We just want you to kill the dragon that lives inside my future husband and the bitches that accompany him. Jason. We better keep them, those bitches are hot and more Gabriel in the retreat bore. Amun just thought it. Amun. It would be nice to have new incubators for our new kingdom, okay, I accept the deal. Akeno. Sounds good to me, let me introduce you to my entourage, guys please introduce yourselves. Kaneko. Nice to meet you, my name is Kaneko, nice to meet you, I'm a tower. Roswase, second tower. Zenovia. My name is Zenovia, Knight of Himejima. Kiba Hyoudou, first knight. Sharon. Nice to meet you, my name is Lee Sharon, I am Himejima-sama's new pawn, by the way, among those girls is my girlfriend, don't touch her. Amun. It looks like you're a competent group. Well, it's time to go. We must begin the ritual to put this monkey in the staff and remove my body part from there. Everyone was about to leave, but Amun just stopped in his tracks. Amun. It's a shame, I'll have to commit a new sin. Raven. What happened to Amun-sama? Amun. Demian is dead, let's go. Sins. Yes. Saying this, a magic circle appeared in its place, and from one moment to the next it disappeared from the place. Underworld. In the Gremory Palace, to be more exact in the mansion's garden, we see the two students who had arrived. On one side, Goku was training in a fight against Buddha's apprentice, while his girlfriend watched from a little further away and prepared food outdoors in a pot that was heated by a small campfire. The girl just smiled as she watched her boyfriend entertain himself with training, but she was pulled out of her thoughts by a voice. Grayfia. I see Goku-san is having fun. Milk. That's just the way he is. His love for training and fighting with strong people is equal to the love he has for me. When he found out the pillar of the factions was still alive, he didn't think twice and decided to stay here to wait for him and challenge him. Grayfia. Wow, another one who is interested in fighting Issei-sama. Milk. Yes it is, but well, what can you do? Grayfia. By the way, he doesn't want the cooks to prepare his food or at least use the kitchen. Milk. No thanks, I like to cook dishes this way for my Goku, and it would be abusing your hospitality and kindness, since he eats a lot, look. She pointed to her right, surprising Grayfia. There were more than 20 identical pots simmering, and all of them had the letter G in front of her. The pot said M&G. Grayfia. Don't tell me all that is Goku-san's. Milk. Yes, he normally eats that amount after a workout and well this pot is my food with his. He said this happily as he continued stirring the food in the pot. At that moment, a magic circle appeared in the silver-haired girl's ear. Grayfia. Tell me what's wrong. Ma'am, we have received a signal from Shiva-sama, it seems something bad happened. Milk heard this and the worst came to mind. Milk. Wuken-sama, Goku, come fast. That shout stopped the fight between the two apprentices and they ran to Milk. Goku? What's wrong? Milk. It seems something happened to Son-sama. Hearing this, Goku felt a pain in his heart. Goku. Grayfia-sama, take me to Shiva-sama, I want to ask him about my master. Grayfia. I understand, we'll go there in a moment. I just want to tell you that they are asleep at the moment. It seems that the fight they had was somewhat intense since they have somewhat large wounds, but only Shiva-sama and Buddha-sama are here. Grayfia. Okay, let them rest and Sun Wukong. Unfortunately I wasn't with them. The girl, upon hearing this, understood that they could not rescue the Monkey King. Grayfia. I understand, leave them in one of the rooms to rest, I'll tell the boys right now. Cutting the communication seal, I look at the boys. Grayfia. Unfortunately they are resting, it would be best not to disturb them and see them when they wake up. Goku. But we must know if they know anything about my master. Grayfia. Goku-san, I must tell you that only the two of them are here, but they have already moved search teams to the scene of the fight, in case we find your master. The boy just made a sad face after hearing that. Goku. I understand. The boy turned around with his gaze lowered and some watermarks appeared on the grass, to which Milk hugged him from behind. Milk. Don't worry, we'll see the master soon. Both Ten and Grayfia looked at the black-haired boy with pity. The next day. In the kingdom of Hyrule we see the king, Odin and Metatron in a fairly large room where a large Nordic seal was present. Odin. Well, with this we can get here once I put the seal on our faction headquarters. Metatron. With this we can get there faster without having to go through the barrier my father put up. King. Sounds good to me, I'll be waiting for your leaders to seal the alliance with you. Odin. Alright, well it's time to go and continue searching for the other parts of Amun and destroy them before they activate. King. Well, it's time to give the announcement to the people. Saying this, the three left the room and went to the throne room where all the boys, both those from XDXD and the warriors from the villages of Hyrule, were present. According to them they were summoned by an announcement that would be made. King. People of Hyrule, I am pleased to announce that we are about to close the alliance with the people who come from outside the protective seal that our land has. Everyone shouted with joy at this fact and cheered the decision. King. Also, we will send 4 people to the outside world and they will be with the members of the XDXD group as support warriors, so Link, Elohim, Urbosa. Zelda, upon hearing how they mentioned her boyfriend and Urbosa, who was the person she relied on the most in moments of doubt since she was her second mother to her after the queen died, just lowered her gaze so that no one would see how her tears came out of her eyes. King. And our Princess Zelda. The girl, upon hearing her name, looked up to where her father was and gave him a smile. King. You have been selected as the representatives of our new faction, the Hyrule faction. All the towns shouted with happiness at this decision. King. Well, our 3 remaining champions will maintain peace in our kingdom, alongside the divine beasts and guardians within the kingdom. Well, that's all, thank you for your presence. Saying this, the rest of the kingdom left the hall, leaving the boys ready to leave the castle. Metatron. Well, father, how are we going to? The angel turned to see where his father was supposed to be, but noticed that there was no one there, he could only see Elohim leaving the room trying not to make any noise. Metatron. Father, come here, it's your responsibility. He ran away for God's sake, and upon noticing that he had been caught, he ran out of the room screaming. Elohim. I don't want to, I want to stay here. The others only got a drop for that act they saw, then Zelda remembered what she was going to do and went with her father. Zelda. Father, really, I can go with them. King. Yes, daughter, your new entourage king told me what happened on the battlefield and it is your duty to go with them. Zelda just hugged her father while thanking him for that decision. King. Don't worry about your things, we've already prepared several of your belongings. By the way, before you leave, I have something important to do. Link, please come here. The blonde man did as he was told and stood next to the blonde. King. Okay, I'll do this quickly. By the power I have as King of Hyrule, Link and Zelda, I declare you husband and wife. Please take care of each other and Link watches over the happiness and safety of my daughter. The blonde nodded only to feel the princess's lips connect with his. Everyone present shouted with joy at this event and congratulated the new couple who would be leaving with them when Metatron entered the room with a bat in one hand and his father in the other as he dragged him across the floor. Odin. Well, it's time to go, we must go to the beach and return on the boat. Once we leave this land as we entered we will go directly to the underworld and make the corresponding seal to create communication with the seal placed here. Issei. Then we'll go by wagon again. Zelda. It won't be necessary, with the Sheikah tablet we can teleport to the nearest shrine and from there we will go to the beach where they arrived. Rias. That's great, I couldn't stand another trip in a cart. Everyone laughed at that comment. Sakura. I want to go back and call my brother to find out how he is. Issei. I know he misses you. Odin. Well, it's time to go, thank you all very much for your hospitality. Zelda. Father, we will return soon, Link, please take us. Saying this, everyone present gathered around Link and disappeared in a blue light. Once they reached the beach where Odin's ship was waiting and already full of provisions, they set sail for the exit of the kingdom. Unknown place. In a large academy in the middle of a beautiful landscape, we see a pink-haired girl wearing a magician's robe standing near a tree where a stone monolith was present. Sato, why did you have to die? In front of the girl was a picture of a boy with a smile. And all because of the poison of that dragon that appeared out of nowhere. While she was crying in that place, in the distance a mountain covered in dark clouds and thunder could be seen, where the silhouette of a dragon was present. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.